Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Soul Reaper, Millennium Sign in Dimensional Gift Pack. 1GP Chapter 1 System You play me. System, are you playing with me? A 2 or 3-year-old child in a kimono sat in his room and roared to himself. This child is our protagonist, Ouyang Xuan. Ouyang Xuan was originally a very common descendant of the ancient Huxia martial arts family in the 22nd century on the Earth. But suddenly one day when he was watching anime while changing his face, an unknown accident happened. He traveled to the world of One Piece. Ouyang Xuan thought, One Piece is just One Piece. Anyway, he has already crossed, and he can't go back, that's it. Anyway, with his own ability and the super invincible random sign in system that appeared when crossing, he can also mix flourishing. Just after Ouyang Xuan signed in 3 times in a row and got the portable space, strong body and a random devil fruit respectively, Ouyang Xuan started to venture into the world of pirates with full confidence. At that time, as Ouyang Xuan gradually became famous and wanted to continue to make his reputation resound across the sea, the sign-in system completed the sign-in again, and then Ouyang Xuan randomly signed in to draw a second crossing reward. This time Ouyang Xuan was taken aback, and when he realized it again, he had already become the little brat in front of him. This brat was him, he was the brat. Kuchiki Xuan, just 1 year old. Listening to whether the name sounds familiar, peeking at the slow development of things. Ouyang Xuan can say that after crossing over, he has no memory of this world at all. He is completely deluded, but then Ouyang Xuan found out that he was still a baby and he was relieved, but he also knew where he was and his identity, Kuchiki Gen, the only son of the head of the branch house of the noble Kuchiki family of the Soul Society. Knowing where he is and his identity, Ouyang Xuan couldn't accept it for a while, but started yelling at the system, System, come out, are you playing with me? Don't worry, host, this system is absolutely impartial. The system replied in Ouyang Xuan's mind. You. Ouyang Xuan, hereinafter referred to as Kuchiki Xuan, who was stunned by the system, had nothing to say. Then, I'm new to the system, don't I have any rewards? Advertisement, ding dong. Host meets the sign-in requirements. Newcomer, new to Soul Society. Reward draw reward once, fixed reward once. Oh. Kuchiki Xuan's eyes lit up when he heard that the system not only supports 1 lottery draw, but also 1 fixed reward. You must know that this so-called super invincible random sign-in system is quite stingy. First of all, this super invincible random sign-in system, hereinafter referred to as the system, is divided into 2 sign-in modes. One is the fixed sign-in mode, which includes the fixed task sign-in achievements released by the system itself, and some big event participation sign-in achievements, followed by random check-in mode. This mode is a triggered task mode, such as the check-in achievement just obtained by Kuchiki Xuan, which is a triggered random check-in achievement. The rewards of the system are also divided into 2 types, one is fixed rewards, and the other is random rewards. Fixed rewards are easy to understand. They are known rewards given by the system when giving tasks, while random rewards are very random, almost anything can appear. For example, in the last life in the world of pirates, Kuchiki Xuan got dozens of random garbage rewards. The last time he got a random lottery, although the one he got was not garbage, he came directly to Shinigami, to the world. Hurry up and give me a reward, Kuchiki Xuan said impatiently to the system. Ding dong, the fixed rewards have been issued, and the super sensitive talent has been obtained. Please draw the rewards from the random draw from the system. Hearing that the rewards have been credited to the account, Kuchiki Xuan's eyes lit up, and he directly checked the specific introduction of super sensory talent. Items are stored in the portable space of the system. The portable space was the first reward he got in One Piece world in his previous life. Apart from this reward, Kuchiki Xuan found that he didn't bring anything with him, which is one of the reasons for Kuchiki Xuan's anger. At this time, the super sensing talent has directly applied to Kuchiki Xuan's body. Super sensing talent, host's body has been reshaped at this time. It can improve all aspects of the cultivation talent of the host, and it will increase 1 to 3 levels on the basis of the original talent. Note. The Soul Society where host belongs has its own evaluation system. It is not as simple as the manga in host's memory. Seeing this, Kuchiki Xuan was slightly startled. It seems that it was unrealistic for him to regard the world he traversed as manga and animation before, but it is also true, he has already traversed. How could he regard such a world as a second world? What about the dimensional world? System, can you explain why you didn't bring everything from the previous world? Kuchiki Xuan asked the question he was most concerned about. Ding dong, the host's question is easy to answer. This system is the system that the host is bound to when traveling, and the reward for traveling is one of the rewards that only exist in random rewards and are not controlled by this system. If this reward is drawn, then any rewards obtained in the previous world that do not affect the system itself will not be able to bring out the previous world. Advertisement, what is the reward that does not affect the system itself? Kuchiki Xuan wondered. The rewards that do not affect the system itself are the rewards that only affect the host itself, and the rewards that affect the system itself are similar to the rewards that affect the system like the portable space. Understood. Kuchiki Xuan nodded. Indeed, as the system said, his rewards, except for the portable space, are all rewards for himself. Since he travels to another world again, he will naturally be rewarded. Reshaping the body and soul, this step has been experienced in the world of pirates before, so Kuchiki Xuan can also understand. That is to say, I have to start all over again? Kuchiki-zan thought helplessly. Yes, please continue to work hard, host. Ding dong, the sign-in task is released. I will feel the inspiration within 5 years and officially become a spirit body. A fixed reward for sign-in. Zanpakuto condense. 1 random reward. It's time to release the task. Kuchiki-zan was stunned. Whatever you wanted, the system will release the task now, which is not easy. Kuchiki-zan propped up his small body and began to think. He knew very well that everyone in the Soul Society exists as spirit bodies. There are natural spirit bodies and new spirit bodies. At this time, Kuchiki-zan don't think about it, he just hopes to quickly embark on the pace of cultivation. Chapter 2 Decades and Levels Kuchiki Shwenki is very clear that the lifespan of the Soul Society is closely related to the spiritual power of the spiritual body. The stronger the spiritual power, the stronger the spiritual body. The stronger the spiritual body, the longer the lifespan and the slower the aging of the body. Kuchiki-zan has no other dreams. His goal is a very simple one, just get more than Yamamoto Genryusai. Oh yes, the current Yamamoto old man should be just a middle-aged Soul Society strongman named Yamamoto Shigekuni, and not the terrifying Grandpa Whitebeard of later generations. Speaking of which, Kuchiki-zan is a little melancholy at this time. It is really that the timeline he is in is too long from the beginning of the plot. Except for Yamamoto Shigekuni, almost none of the other original characters have heard of it. Kuchiki-zan started his new life in Soul Society with apprehension. Oh no, it's a new adventure. 10 years later. Time flies, and the 10 years of Soul Society have passed in a blink of an eye. At this time, Kuchiki-zan is already in his early 10 years old. At this time, he is no longer a baby. With the promotion of cultivation, at this time Kuchiki-zan has grown to a height of 1.7 meters, with a handsome appearance, and is held in the palm of everyone in Kuchiki's branch house. But what makes Kuchiki's branch house most proud is that young master Kuchiki-zan's cultivation talent is better than that of the patriarch, even stronger than the patriarch. Kuchiki-zan produced spiritual power at the age of 5, and obtained Zanpakuto at the age of 6. Not to mention anything else, just obtaining Zanpakuto at the age of 6 is almost a terrifying talent that has never been seen before or since. Of course, this is thanks to Kuchiki-zan, who signed in for the first time because of New World when he first arrived, and obtained a powerful passive talent, Super Sensation talent. With the improvement of Super Sensation talent, Ouyang Xuan felt early the existence of spiritual power, and then began the journey of absorbing spiritual power to practice. Then Kuchiki-zan completed the check-in task issued by the system and gained the ability to awaken Zanpakuto, which is the real reason why Kuchiki-zan awakened Zanpakuto at the age of 6. Advertisements such as speed, even Kuchiki-zan himself felt that it was a bit too exaggerated, but the fact is already a fact, and he didn't care too much. Anyway, at this time, he has already established his reputation as a super genius. As Kuchiki-zan began to practice, he also gradually understood what the system said before. This world is not as simple as a simple two-dimensional world. He has his own unique cultivation system and classification. First of all, the qualifications of the spirit body are divided into 10 levels in the Soul Society, which are the lowest level of the first level and the highest level of the 10th level. That is to say, the talent level of Uncle Yamamoto Shigekuni at this time is only level 8, and no one has ever seen the talent level above. The Spirit King in Legendary may be level 10, but Kuchiki-zan sneered at this. He knew what the Spirit King was. Then there is the rating of combat effectiveness. Although when Kuchiki-zan was watching manga and anime before, it was perfunctory to divide people into officer level, vice captain level and captain level, but the boundaries here can be said to be quite blurred. This made Kuchiki-zan, who is used to dividing things clearly, feel uncomfortable, but the real Soul Society is not like this. There is a strict level division here, and it is also divided into 10 levels according to the strength of spiritual power. The 10th rank is the strongest. First of all, when a person, spiritual body, begins to feel spiritual power and absorbs spiritual power and becomes a spiritual body different from the common soul body, this is a first level spiritual power user. With practice, when spiritual power users can use spiritual power or when emitting spiritual power, this is a second level spiritual power user. As for a third level spiritual power user, one can slightly control the spiritual power, but the amount of spiritual power is quite small, and the things that can be done are limited. The above 3 levels are called beginners, which means people who are involved in spiritual power for the first time. It can be said that the first 3 levels of spiritual power are basically useless guys. Only souls with spiritual power in the Soul Society will feel hungry, need to eat and drink water. The first 3 levels of beginners are also called common people, and from the 4th level onwards, it is the clear dividing line for spiritual power users. You know, any member of the nobles in the Soul Society is almost all spiritual power users above the 3rd level, and there are very few spiritual power users below the 3rd level. This is the so-called spiritual power bloodline of the Soul Society. The more noble the blood, the higher the talent they were born with, the higher the talent, it means the greater amount of spiritual power born. Like Kuchiki-zan, he is born with a huge amount of spiritual power, but because he can't mobilize it without mastering the inspiration, he is equivalent to a muggle before he becomes a spiritual power user. And when Kuchiki-zan really began to control his spiritual power, the first change directly raised Kuchiki-zan's spiritual power level to the 5th level, which is a terrifying level. Advertisement. You must know that in the later generations, many graduates of the Mao Academy of Spiritual Art established by the old man Yamamoto did not reach the 5th level spiritual power. Those who have the 5th level spiritual power can directly enter GoDay 13. Even though the difference between the 4th level and the 5th level is only 1 level, the difference in the total amount of spiritual power is dozens of times, and if the spiritual power can reach the 6th level, then such a person can directly become the 13th fan of the Guardian Court. The team's vice captain. Because the spiritual power users of the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels are also called spirit-heavy users, which means those with powerful spiritual power. After the 6th level, that is, the 7th level spiritual power user, such a person has been made a powerful spiritual power user by the Soul Society for hundreds of years. Such a person will often grasp the true meaning of Zanpakuto, Bankai, which is the so-called captain level, in later generations. Yes, the 7th level is the threshold for the captain level. Compared with the 6th level, the spiritual power level of the 7th level is completely different. The starting spiritual power of the 7th level is more than the perfect spiritual power of the 6th level. This is an important stage related to the evolution of the spirit body. Kuchiki-zan doesn't quite understand the mystery of it. Anyway, he knows that there is a big gap, and the 7th level psychic is also called extreme psychic, which means extremely powerful psychic, or ultimate psychic, and Kuchiki-zan believes that this title is well deserved. As for the 8th level after the 7th level, only a few people have reached the 8th level in the Soul Society over the years of development, and at this time, there is only one person in the Soul Society who is the 8th level, and that is the owner of the Yamamoto family, Yamamoto Shigekuni. The 8th level spiritual power person is also called super spiritual person, which means a spiritual power person who surpasses the spiritual power person, meaning. Chapter 3 Another check-in goal. As for the 9th and 10th steps above the 8th, Kuchiki-gen has never heard of them, nor has it been recorded by the Soul Society, and it is very likely that they have not even appeared. Of course Kuchiki-zan knows that the so-called 8th level is already the limit of the common spirit body, and in later generations, there are only so many people who have touched the edge of the 9th level or have already reached the 9th level, and among them is the old man Yamamoto who used the residual fire dagger, has definitely entered the 9th level, so no matter what everyone does, the first thing to target is old man Yamamoto. Secondly, Hogyoku's Aizen Sosuke can be regarded as a quasi-9th level, and the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo with multiple plugins can also be regarded as a quasi-9th level, and Yubaba can only be regarded as a quasi-9th level in Kuchiki-zan's view, otherwise, he would also there is no need to bully the old man Yamamoto. In order to deal with Yamamoto, he even threw one of his younger brothers out to death. This is what Kuchiki-zan thinks is all the characters who can touch the edge of the 9th level. As for others, there may be a monk called by his real name, Ichibe Hayasubi. This person is probably on the edge of the 9th level, but his appearance is too short. Kuchiki-zan also had no way of analyzing. Not much else to say. At this time Kuchiki-zan's talent is considered to be the 7th level top, or even the 8th level, because even Yamamoto Shigekuni, who is also an 8th level talent, did not have this talent when he was young or even young. When Kuchiki-zan came to the dazzling. Therefore, Kuchiki-zan's talent outside of the world has been passed down as a sentence, above the 7th level, and the 8th level is uncertain. Of course, the talent shown by Kuchiki-zan can definitely be counted in this way. Because Kuchiki-zan checked his own information through the system and saw his own situation. System host. Kuchiki-zan, real name, Ouyang Xuan. World. Shinigami world, Soul Society status, young master of the branch house of the noble Kuchiki family. System level. Qualification talent. Level 7, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower, etc. Super sense talent additional level 2. True level 9 upper. Advertisement strength level. Lower than the 5th level, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, and lower 4, etc. Zanpakuto. Yama, unknown, Bankai unknown, acquiring ability, super sensitive talent. The above is Kuchiki-zan's own information, from which it can be seen that the system divides the grades quite strictly, and lists many things that Kuchiki-zan himself does not know. First of all, the talent level is worthy of the blood of the Kuchiki family, and the basic talent level has reached the 7th level. This kind of talent shows that as long as Kuchiki-zan works hard, then his future achievements will definitely reach the level of the 7th level. It is not impossible to work hard to reach the 8th level, and with the passive ability bonus of super sensing talent that Kuchiki-zan obtained, Kuchiki-zan's talent level directly came to the terrifying level 9, that is to say, Kuchiki-zan his own talent has reached the kind of rare super evildoer who can break through the boundaries of Shinigami on his own. As for the others, the only thing that shocked Kuchiki-zan was that although he already had his own Zanpakuto, he still didn't know the other party's name, that is, he couldn't Shikai, but the system at this time directly gave Zanpakuto's name out. This made Kuchiki-zan a little unacceptable. After all, the system at this time still has a check-in task of success Shikai Zanpakuto within 10 years. Which is a new check-in task given after Kuchiki-zan completed the previous check-in task. However, Kuchiki-zan also knows that the real Shikai of Zanpakuto cannot be achieved by knowing the name. First of all, before Shikai Zanpakuto, you must know the necessary conditions for Zanpakuto Shikai. If you want Shikai Zanpakuto, you must meet 3 conditions. The first is to have enough spiritual power, the second is to know the name of Zanpakuto, and the third is to also it is necessary to communicate with Zanpakuto in order to achieve real Shikai. Among the 3 conditions of Zanpakuto Shikai, in fact, for the local personnel of Soul Society, the most difficult to achieve is the second one, which is to know the name of Zanpakuto, which can be seen from the original work, and Kuchiki Xuan they're completely different. His spiritual power is definitely enough, and he also knows the name of Zanpakuto from the system, but he seems to have never had a complete communication with Zanpakuto, let alone a mind-to-heart connection. But Kuchiki-zan is not in such a hurry at this time. There are still 4 or 5 years before the time limit for signing into the task. You must know that he has passed the most difficult stage of hearing Zanpakuto's name, and he has passed the most difficult stage of communication. It's trivial. Instead, what Kuchiki-zan cares most about at this time is what kind of power his Zanpakuto possesses. After all, this is the Zanpakuto directly rewarded by the system, not the Zanpakuto he created with his soul through hard work. His own soul is connected, but he doesn't know what kind of ability he has. Advertisement therefore, after knowing the real name of Zanpakuto, Kuchiki-zan also started the process of communicating with Zanpakuto. After doing this, it took another 5 years to come out. In the past, Kuchiki Xuandu heard people say that there is no time for cultivation, and now he has realized it. In the process of communicating with Zanpakuto, 5 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Kuchiki-zan also fulfilled his wish to complete his Zanpakuto as Shikai. The fire of karma is burning, clear away the chaotic world. Purify, Yanmo. This is the Shikai liberation language of Kuchiki-zan's Zanpakuto. Yanmo. When Kuchiki-zan recited the liberation language, the originally simple sealed state knife suddenly ignited a raging black flame. Appeared, the originally ordinary knife turned into a mighty long knife in an instant. The blade of the long knife is a random blade with a large reverse T-shaped. The blade is black and purple, with a red zigzag pattern. The blade is very thick and heavy. Yes, the weight of the knife is quite exaggerated. Gives a simple but powerful feeling. As this my Yanmo, Kuchiki-zan raised Yanmo, who was burning with black flames, to his eyes, and looked at him excitedly. He felt the temperature of the black flames on the blade. He has no influence at all. Through Shikai, Kuchiki-zan knew that the black flame above his Yama was a kind of karmic fire in purgatory. Karm fire is a purgatory magic fire with strong adhesion and burning properties. As long as there is something there, its burning will not stop unless Kuchiki-zan takes the initiative to extinguish it. There is also a little bit of this karma fire. The burning property of karma is very strong, and few things can resist the long-term burning of this kind of karmic fire. Chapter 4. The second Zanpakuto. Kuchiki-zan is quite satisfied with his Yanmo, especially the karmic fire on it. For Kuchiki-zan, who has read a lot of comics, it is really a big killer. A flame called Amaterasu Black Flame in Hokage Ninja is very similar, but his karma fire is more powerful, and it is very lethal to the soul body. Kuchiki-zan is very excited. This is his Zanpakuto. To be honest, he really dreamed of Zanpakuto, and now he has finally realized his wish. However, at this time, he has not forgotten the situation on the system side, the sign-in task given by the system before. Ding dong, host completed the sign-in task. Complete Shikai within 15 years. Ding dong, the reward is a fixed reward. Twin Zanpakuto permission. The reward is drawn randomly. The draw is 10 years of refined spiritual power. Ding dong, the rewards have been distributed. I'm going. Twin Zanpakuto. Kuchiki-zan held Yanmo, who had changed back to the sealed state at some point, in his hand, and was dumbfounded when he heard the reward. You know, it is stated in the original book that no one in the Soul Society has ever been able to get 2 Zanpakuto. Note that the 2 Zanpakuto here referred to 2 different Zanpakuto. If it is a single knife, it will become 2 swords when it is released, existing. That is to say, I now have 2 Zanpakuto. Kuchiki-zan gradually showed an excited smile on his face. Let me take a good look at the second knife. Kuchiki Xuan immediately extracted a reward in the shape of a small knife from his portable space, and in an instant there was a common, sealed state knife with a short blade on his waist. Advertisement. Kuchiki Xuan couldn't wait to pull out the sealed state of the short sword style, and then checked his own attributes, but when he finished checking the attributes, his face became quite strange, and then the corners of Kuchiki Xuan's eyes kept twitching, only to see Kuchiki Xuan. A light flashed in his hand, and the short sword in his hand turned into a thin silver rope. Forget it, let's hide this big brother first. Kuchiki-zan shook his head. Although he is not very old, he has experienced the baptism of 3 worlds. At this time, he is relatively mature, knowing that some things should not be exposed. Fortunately, the second Zanpakuto attribute obtained by signing in this time is quite convenient, and the simulation change is only one of its abilities. Well, let's do this first. Kuchiki-zan looked at the silver hair rope in his hand, and then directly tied up his half-length hair, leaving a simple loose ponytail behind his head. The Japanese people of this era, especially the ancient Soul Society, because both men and women have long hair, so it is very common for Kuchiki to wear a ponytail, and there is nothing to be surprised about. As for what ability Kuchiki-zan's second Zanpakuto has, at this time, Kuchiki-zan is not going to reveal it, but just whispered Zanpakuto's name. Jet lag. After all, it is displayed in the system data from. Anyway, for now, his main goal is to get familiar with Yanmo first, and practice 2 Zanpakuto at the same time. Kuchiki-zan didn't think he was already a genius to this point. Kuchiki-zan shook his head, drove the unrealistic thoughts out of his mind, then felt the pure spiritual power that had just been rewarded and had already applied to his body, and smiled with satisfaction. He seldom got such a direct and useful reward from random rewards. You must know that in the world of pirates, you have received a lot of rewards for signing in, and there are countless random rewards. You have only drawn useful things twice. This is just coming to the world of Shinigami, and it is useful. It can be said that he has won the grand prize, but don't underestimate the pure spiritual power of the past 10 years. You must know that Kuchiki-zan is 15 years old at this time. Although his body has grown rapidly before, as his own spiritual power becomes stronger and stronger, his spiritual power his body is getting stronger and stronger, and his growth has tended to slow down. Although he is 1.8 meters tall and looks like a teenager at the age of 15, you must know that the descendants of the Soul Society nobles are often it takes 100 years or even hundreds of years to reach adulthood. There are very few noble lords, like Kuchiki-zan who have reached this age in more than 10 years. If it weren't for Kuchiki-zan's growing strength, people would suspect that the young master of the Kuchiki branch house is a waste. For 15 years, Kuchiki-zan practiced hard day and night, but only accumulated pure spiritual power for 7 or 8 years, which shows how difficult it is to obtain such pure spiritual power. Advertisement. Although Kuchiki-zan's spiritual power level has reached the 5th level at this time, the spiritual power is still relatively mixed. You must know that the cultivation of the Soul Society is not enough, and the quality and strength of the spiritual power are also crucial. Combat factor. It is also the lower level of the 5th level, 2 strong men, one with pure spiritual power and one with mixed spiritual power. Then the one who wins the battle between the two must be the one with pure spiritual power. Of course, at the age of Kuchiki Xuanda at this time, it is indeed the priority to cultivate the level of spiritual power. After all, the earlier you reach the higher level, the better it is for the spirit itself. Although after upgrading to a higher level, refining the task of spiritual power will be much more difficult, but for the strong in the Soul Society, who can live for thousands of years casually, there is actually no shortage of time to refine their spiritual power. The most iconic characters are Yamamoto Genryusai of the later generations and Kuchiki Yinling, the former captain of the 6th team. Of course, there is an essential gap between the two. The old man Yamamoto is older than Kuchiki Yinling. When he became the captain of the 6th team, Yamamoto already looked like an old man. It is conceivable how long the old man Yamamoto has lived. Why do we have to talk about these two people? Because both of them are representatives of cultivating spiritual power while tempering their spiritual power. Therefore, at their peak, they either look like old men or middle-aged uncles. It has a lot to do with them not being in a hurry to advance their spiritual power. And the more advanced the stage of spiritual power, the more flaws in spiritual power, and it is often possible that mixed spiritual power users of the 7th level and lower ranks cannot beat the 6th level perfect or even the strong ones who have tempered spiritual power. This is one of the reasons why the old man Yamamoto is not in a hurry to pursue the level of spiritual power. He is a pure powerhouse who not only pursues the strength of spiritual power, but also attaches great importance to skills. Just like now, the owner of the Kuchiki family branch house, that is, Kuchiki-zan's chief father Kuchiki Castle, hopes that Kuchiki-zan can learn from Yamamoto Shigekuni. But because the Yamamoto family has always been close to the 3 major families, the other branch houses of the Kuchiki family did not quite agree with Kuchiki's apprenticeship with Yamamoto. Chapter 5. The Soul Society. At this time, now that the nobles of the Soul Society are mentioned, here is a brief introduction to the background of Kuchiki-zan at this time. As for Kuchiki himself, he actually doesn't know what time it is now, he just knows that the real start of the Soul Society is from the establishment of Jingling, that is to say, the real history of the Soul Society. The author was none other than Yamamoto Genryusai. During this period, although the Soul Society was still directly subordinated to the Spirit King, the Soul Society was jointly ruled by 4 great nobles and 6 high-ranking nobles. At this time, Central 46 had not yet been established, so almost all power is in the hands of the 4 nobles. At this time, the noble ranks of the Soul Society are very strict, except for the 4 major nobles, 6 high-ranking nobles, the common nobles and lower-level nobles below. The so-called common nobility refers to the nobles who have the hereditary system of nobility, but have no real power and authority. The lower-level nobles are generally the subordinate families of the big nobles and high-level nobles. Such aristocratic circles have formed the power structure of the Soul Society at this time. At this time, the 4 great nobles are almost not the same as the 5 great nobles in the later original works. Except for the Tsunamio family in the corridor of the chief spiritual book, almost all others have been changed. Apart from the Suniyashiro family, who actually have no real power, the 4 nobles here are the 3 major families, namely the Onitsuka family, the Araki family and the Yamada family. They occupy a large majority in the Soul Society's power core, Presbyterian Council. Seats can be said to cover the sky with only one hand in Soul Society. The remaining 6 high-ranking noble families are the Kuchiki family, Shihuan family, Shiba family, Yamamoto family, Shadalu family, and Muyuan family. Among them, the Yamamoto family is the family of the old man Yamamoto. Yamamoto Shigekuni in his prime. The other Shadalu family is an arms dealer of the Soul Society who started by forging weapons. The Shihuan family and the Shiba family need no introduction at all. The remaining Muyuan family, which will be mentioned later, are directly related to someone in the original book. Further down, there are countless common nobles and lower-level nobles, so I won't list them one by one here. Anyway, they can't get in touch with the center of full strength, so basically it doesn't matter. At this time, the Soul Society seems to be harmonious, but the 4 nobles and the 6 nobles, abbreviated as the 6 nobles, are intriguing, and there are quite a lot of places where power is poured out. Although the 4 nobles are just the 3 nobles, but the joint efforts of the 3 families also crushed the 6 nobles to death. As for the reason, as mentioned before, the Yamamoto family of the 6 nobles is a faction that is close to the 3 major families, while the remaining 5 nobles, the Kuchiki family and the Shihuan family, are hawks and the strongest. Shiba and Shihuan have a good relationship, which can be regarded as people from one faction. The remaining Muyuan family and Shadalu family started as businessmen and valued interests more than power, so only 3 of the 6 nobles actually confronted the 3 nobles head-on. Advertisement, of course. This kind of secret war has been going on for hundreds of years. Although the 3 major nobles have the support of the Yamamoto family, they do not have an advantage in terms of overall strength, because although the Yamamoto family is close to the 3 major families, Yamamoto Shigekuni himself is friendly Kuchiki and other advanced nobles. This led to a disagreement between the Yamamoto family, and Yamamoto had no choice but to help each other. Of course, the condition is that the Yamamoto family should not get involved. After all, Yamamoto is the strongest of the previous family, and the elders of the Yamamoto family are also helpless. The remaining 3 major families and the 3 high-ranking families began to play games, because the 3 high-ranking families are all real fighters, and there are many strong ones, and some are even registered disciples of the old man Yamamoto. The big nobles, but on the surface the 3 nobles still maintain restraint and do not use force easily, because although they are powerful, they are not superior in force. Among the 3 nobles, the Kuchiki family is the most powerful, because at this time, apart from the clan, the Kuchiki family has 5 branch houses, and the patriarch of each branch has at least 6th level superior or even perfect strength. This will be a powerhouse at the quasi-captain level in future generations, not to mention that there are several elders in each line of the Kuchiki family, and the patriarch of the clan is also the head of the Kuchiki family, and he is also a powerhouse of the 7th rank. It is a character at the captain level. It is conceivable how strong the Kuchiki family is. For the remaining Shihuan family and Shiba family, the Shiba family has a branch house, but there are only 2 branches, and the Shihuan family has no branch house. All their branches live with the main branch, and their strength is relatively weak. Not as good as the Kuchiki family, but their patriarch is also a strong man of the 7th rank, and the head of the other 2 branch houses of the Shiba family are also strong men of the 6th rank and above. The combination of the 3 means that the 3 major nobles have to pay attention to such an armed force, not to mention that the Shihuan family is also in charge of various artifacts of the Tianqi Bingzwang fan, so the 3 major nobles do not dare to take it easy. Swordsmen, and the 3 nobles are because they do not have enough control over the joints in their hands. Once the war starts, the 3 nobles can mobilize the guards, later leading team, to attack the 3 nobles. After all, the 3 nobles are the soul at this time. The powerholders of the society, the 6 nobles are just helpers, so there is also a reason why the 3 nobles have hesitated to do anything. Speaking of Kuchiki Zan's family is the weakest branch house among the 5 branch houses of Kuchiki's family. Before Kuchiki Zan was born, there were only his father and an elder in the family, that is, Kuchiki Zan's uncle, to support the family. After Kuchiki Zan was born, transmigrated, the powerful talent that gradually appeared made Kuchiki Zan's father, Kuchiki Castle, and the elder Kuchiki Tubingwei very happy. Otherwise, he would not have proposed to let Kuchiki Zan learn from Yamamoto. After all, although the 2 of them are not talented or strong, it doesn't mean they have no vision. They think they can't teach Kuchiki Zan, so they hope that Kuchiki Zan can find the best teacher. It is worth mentioning here that because the branch house where Kuchiki Zan is located has always been weak, so the years of popular activities are shorter. At this time, the Tachung branch is the branch house where Kuchiki Zan is located. The patriarch Kuchiki City needs to manage the clan. The head of the family, Kuchiki Hongren, is called Grandpa, and Kuchiki Zan is even more exaggerated to call Kuchiki Hongren the great-grandfather. Although Kuchiki Hongren has just become the head of the family for only 100 years, the branch of Kuchiki Zan and his family is really low. Of course, this world is not based on seniority, but on strength. At this time, there is no jingling, and the Soul Society is a naked rule of 0, the strong survive. Chapter 6 Genius. Evildoer. When Kuchiki Xuanli understood the situation of Soul Society at this time, he had a handsome and young face with bitterness on his face. Yamamoto Shigekuni was still a middle-aged man, and it would take thousands of years before the plot started. The Jingling Court has been established for more than 2,000 years, but there is no shadow of the Jingling Court. Hey, life. What the hell? Kuchiki Zan looked helpless, but who made him travel to such a point in time? But if it comes, let it be, it's all coming. No, if something happened, Kuchiki Zan himself would not be reconciled. Forget it, let's do it first, and then observe the situation. Kuchiki Zan actually discovered the undercurrent of Soul Society at this time, but because I'm not familiar with the place, so now I keep a low profile and sign in a few more times, is normal. Ding dong, the new mission check-in mission is released. Ding dong, sign in goal. Live in Soul Society for 100 years. Reward. Fixed reward once, random draw reward once. Kuchiki Zan listened to the prompts from the system and felt nothing in his heart. Before in Pirate World, there would be a check-in every once in a while, and the rest were big event check-ins and random check-ins. This will come to Soul Society. Here human lifespans are extremely long, so the interval between check-ins has also become longer. 100 years of life, at this pace, it will pass soon. Kuchiki Zan rubbed his chin and said to himself. At this time, a servant of the branch house of Kuchiki's family came to the courtyard where Kuchiki Zan was located, and shouted, "Young patriarch, the patriarch is back, and you go to talk." Okay, got it? Kuchiki Zan responded. The branch house where Kuchiki Gen is located is Tachung branch, and the other 4 branches are Sakura City Branch, Moonflower Branch, Konye Branch and Beisado Branch. Among them, the Sakura City Branch is the strongest, and the Tachung Branch is the Kuchiki Gen family is the weakest. Advertisement. But Kuchiki-zan knows that with his arrival, this situation will change, but what he wants is not only to push his own branch to the position of the strongest branch house, but what he wants is the all-round strength of the Kuchiki family. Knowing the Kuchiki family in the original book, there is only one family left where Byakuya Kuchiki is located, and the other branch houses can't be seen at all. Although they may still remain, since there is no role in the original book, it means that it is no different from the destruction. It's like the downfall of Shiba's family. In the original works of later generations, not to mention the 5 major branch houses of the Kuchiki family, not even one can be seen at all. In Kuchiki's imagination, they either fell into the long river of history or were consumed in internal strife. Combined with the current situation of Soul Society, Kuchiki-zan believes that it is very possible that these 5 branch houses will fall to the top of the Kuchiki family. Since the young master is here, the situation is different. Kuchiki-zan thought silently as he left his courtyard. Kuchiki-zan is very clear that any noble battle is trivial. The real battle of extermination took place 1,000 years after the establishment of Jingling. That battle, let alone 1 out of 10, almost reached 1 out of 10. Horror Shura Field. Kuchiki-zan didn't live enough, he didn't want to win the war, but then make the strong Soul Society wither, and wait for these bastards to attack again after 1,000 years, they can't even do an effective resistance. Kuchiki-zan Yi walks towards the front yard as he ponders his future with Soul Society. Time passes, 80 years later. Time flies so fast, 80 years have passed in a blink of an eye. At this time, Kuchiki Xuan was standing at the door of his small yard, wearing a strong suit and a coat embroidered with the Kuchiki family crest. It is really hard to describe, see for yourself if you are interested. Nothing has changed, only Kuchiki-zan's strength has changed. For 80 years, Kuchiki-zan had exposed Zanpakuto, who was Shikai, early on. Once the news came out, it completely detonated the Soul Society at that time. It is not intended to accept Kuchiki-zan as a disciple. Advertisement. As a result, the 3 major nobles in the Yamamoto family directly blew up the pot, but Yamamoto is no one in the heavy country, and no one can object to the things he decided, but unexpectedly, he was only 30 years old at the time. Kuchiki Gen, who is still considered a baby among the nobles of the Soul Society, rejected Yamamoto Shigekuni's kindness. In his words, others will always belong to others, and I will create my own. What this sentence means is that now Yamamoto Shigekuni has created his own genre. Genryu has also opened a museum to accept disciples, and began to teach his Genryu. And Kuchiki-zan certainly knows what is going on, but he had his own ideas, so he finally rejected Yamamoto Shigekuni's kindness. Kuchiki-zan had his own thinking. Although Yamamoto Shigekuni was very strong at this time, he was not strong enough to see who would destroy others in later generations. In order not to cause trouble for him, Kuchiki-zan simply rejected Yamamoto Shigekuni's kindness. This will not only make Yamamoto's situation less delicate, but also let the 3 nobles relax their vigilance. After all, Kuchiki Xuanqi is not ready at this time. However, Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't know about such kindness, and he was a little unhappy about it. In the end, Kuchiki-zan chose to become Yamamoto Shigekuni's registered disciple, and only learn the basics from him, not the genre. In the end, Yamamoto Shigekuni probably he realized something, and then approved Kuchiki-zan's approach. In the end, Yamamoto Shigekuni, the 3 major families, and the Kuchiki family were all satisfied. That's it. Kuchiki Gen has practiced with Yamamoto Shigekuni for 50 years. After 50 years, Kuchiki-zan no longer studied with Yamamoto Shigekuni. Kuchiki-zan has laid a very solid foundation, and combined with what he learned in his previous life, he has created many things that suit him. In this way, under the urging of many parties, Kuchiki-zan just leave the teacher. In these 50 years, Kuchiki-zan has obtained various random sign-in rewards. Such sign-in often only gives Kuchiki-zan random lottery rewards, the most useful of which is Shunpo rank promotion. The other all of them are rubbish, the kind that are thrown directly into the latrine. The so-called Shunpo rank improvement actually not only includes Shunpo, but as long as it is a step ability, all ranks are improved. Don't underestimate this kind of improvement. You must know that Soul Society's ability is only the 4 categories are chopping, punching, walking, and ghosts. Cutting is Zanpakuto, punching is white hits, walking is Shunpo, ghost is Kido, and these things have ranks, which are not as vague as in the original book. Chapter 7. The 4 ranks of slashing the fist and walking the ghost. Take Zanpakuto in Zanpakuto as an example. Zanpakuto not only refers to the division of Shikai and Bankai in Zanpakuto, but also has a clear swordsmanship rank. The same is true for the other 3 items, each with its own rank. For example, Shunpo has 5 levels: superficial, rough, deep, familiar, and secret. Specifically, there are 5 levels: shallow taste, rough mastery, deep depth, 100 familiarity, and secret. The other white hits and Kido are almost similar. The so-called shallow taste is the rank of beginners. Such beginners often have learned it, but they are quite unskilled in using it. After beginners go through a series of training, they can master and use it relatively well, which is the rough proficiency rank. As the name suggests, Jingshin is to become more proficient on the basis of Zhongfu, while Baishu is to apply this kind of ability to such as arm and finger, and can even be integrated into every movement of one's own, without deliberate effort at all. To use it, this is the rank. As for the final esoteric stage, very few people can reach this level. In the original book, only Shihuan Yoruichi and Sui Feng, who are known as snapshots, are able to touch this level. Of course, Yoruichi, training, Byakuya Kuchiki is also a little short of reaching this stage, and it can be regarded as a quasi-secret. And after Kuchiki-zan got the passive ability of Shunpo rank promotion, then he can display the ability of mid-level when he has a taste of the rank, and if he is really familiar, then he is a proper secret rank divine grade boss. It can be seen how terrifying this passive ability is. In the past 80 years, what Kuchiki-zan and Yamamoto Shigekuni have learned most is the foundation of Shunpo and white hits. At this time, Kuchiki-zan Shunpo's real rank has reached the level of extensive, compete with Shigekuni Yamamoto at this time. As for white hits, Kuchiki-zan has to say that the middle-aged Yamamoto Shigekuni does have his own uniqueness. He has added 2 new ranks to white hits from the original rank similar to Shunpo, which means it has reached 7. On the top of Secret Biography, there are 2 more ranks of No Self and True Self, and Yamamoto Shigekuni is not only white hits, but also the same high rank in Kendo. Of course, Yamamoto at this time Chonguo has not yet reached the highest rank he created, and he is only in the rank of No Self, which is unattainable in the eyes of others even though it is not perfect in his opinion. During the 80 years, Kuchiki-zan did not spend all of his time in cultivation. He not only practiced Shunpo to 100 familiarity, but also practiced white hits and Kendo to a very high level, into the secret stage. As for Kido, this thing does not have a rank, because Kido is indeed a bit of talent. The manipulative ability of spiritual power, Ryotsu is called Ryotsu after Jingling was established, is not outstanding enough. It is difficult to learn Kido, and the spiritual power is not enough. Even the best people can learn Kido well, so Kido doesn't have a rank, but Kido is graded. Whether Kido is well practiced depends on how many numbers of Kido you can release. This is not a problem for Kuchiki-zan. With the addition of the passive ability, super sensitive talent, Kuchiki-zan's practice has a lot of bonuses except for Shunpo, and Kuchiki-zan's previous life and previous past lives. Experience, so what he has achieved in the past 80 years is something that others may not be able to achieve in hundreds of years. So he quickly leave the teacher, because there is no need for Yamamoto Shigekuni to teach the basic things, and combined with the current situation, both he and Yamamoto Shigekuni believe that leaving the teacher is the best choice. Advertisement. Of course, after graduation, Kuchiki-zan did not do nothing. After all, as an outsider, he always needs to have a certain understanding of the world. After Kuchiki-zan's understanding, the original Soul Society in the original book only depicts a small part of the Soul Society, and it is mainly about the places around Jingling. After Kuchiki Xuan's understanding, the later Jingling the location is actually far away from the present place, and it is a new area specially opened up by the establishment of Jingling Court later. At this time, the place where the nobles lived was far away from the place where the common people and refugees lived, and the Jingling Court of later generations was established based on the place where the common people and refugees lived at this time. And the Soul Society actually has many Shinigami. At this time, they are actually called psychics or spirit crossers. They are places that psychics have not explored. There are many of these places, and they are all quite dangerous. As for the later generations of Jingling, whether the court has dealt with these matters, Kuchiki-zan at this time does not know. However, what Kuchiki-zan knows is that the Soul Society at this time has 4 major dangers and 3 great dangers. The 4 major dangers are Worm Cave, Maggot's Lair, Dead Forest, Crypt Space and Soul Abyss. As for the 3 great dangers, they are Space Barrier, Wind Erosion Cave and Sea of Annihilation. In these places, apart from the 3 great Jedi that no one dares to explore easily, there are quite a lot of information on the 4 great dangerous lands. At the age of 100, you are still a child among the nobles of the Soul Society. Don't think this is talking about it, but the direct descendants of the nobles who are on the cards basically only reach adulthood at the age of 1 or 200. At the age of 100, he is just a child, although his strength is indeed quite strong at this time. System host. Kuchiki-zan, real name, Ouyang Xuan. World. Shinigami World, Soul Society status, young master of the branch house of the noble Kuchiki family. Age. 96, Soul, advertisement system level. Qualification talent. Level 7, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower, etc. Super sense talent additional level 2, true level 9 upper. Strength level. Tier 6 middle plus, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower 4, etc. Zanpakuto. Yan Mo, Shikai, Bankai unknown, liberation language. The flames of karma are burning, clean up the troubled world. Purify, Yan Mo. Time difference, Shikai, Bankai unknown, liberation language. 4 directions, 100, infinite, temperate, time difference. Bonus abilities. Sensitive talent, Shunpo rank up. Possess abilities. Kendo, secret, white hits, secret, Shunpo, 100, secret, Kido, number 70. At this time, due to the limitation of the soul body, Kuchiki Xuan's spiritual power and strength level have only been raised from the 5th level to the 6th level, but don't underestimate that this seems to be a level of progress, which is a difference of more than 10 times. Chapter 8 Centennial Sign In. Set sail. You must know that there are very few children from other noble families who can achieve such strength before the age of 100. and they are basically still at the stage of laying the foundation for spiritual power. It's been tempered. Today's Kuchiki Zan, apart from exercising his spiritual power, sits in his yard, planting flowers and weeding, feeling like he has entered retirement early. In fact, Kuchiki Xuan did nothing more than waiting for the sign and rewards of the sign-in system, because he had already touched some rules of the system in his last life, and he was waiting for the first sign-in and the real first sign and second sign. After that, this third check-in is crucial. The third check-in the previous life directly gave Kuchiki Zan quite high-end abilities, directly improving the foundation of Kuchiki Zan's several grades, so Kuchiki Zan is waiting for the third official sign and reward in this life, and there are one point, often after the third check-in, it means that his good days are over and the adventure officially begins. Time passed bit by bit, and Kuchiki Zan's 100th birthday came in the blink of an eye. When the 100th birthday really came, Kuchiki Zan was still a little apprehensive. As time passed by, the system's prompt finally came. Ding dong. Host has been in Soul Society for 100 years. Ding dong. The sign-in task is complete. Ding dong. Rewards released. Fixed reward. Immortal soul body. Random lottery. Soul derivation. Rewards have been issued, please host to check. Kuchiki Zan widened his eyes and listened to the system prompts. When the two rewards of indestructible soul body and soul derivation appeared in his ears, Kuchiki Zan was instantly surrounded by happiness, because he experienced various after signing in dozens of times like this. This is the first time that the random rewards can match the fixed rewards, and the matching degree is very high. Immortal soul body. The passive ability of the super strong soul body in the heavens and the world. Ability 1, so that the host's soul, soul body, soul power and other soul-related attributes will be qualitatively improved. Ability 2, strengthening the basic attributes of the soul body, transforming the soul body into a special soul body with indestructible characteristics. Please explore the specific ability by the host. Advertisement soul derivation. Increase the strength of soul power derivation skills and abilities. Kuchiki Zan looked at the introduction of the two abilities. It was tailor-made for him at this time. You must know that although he has been in the Soul Society for 100 years, but to be honest, this Soul Society has the same essence as the Soul Society he saw in the original book. Difference. In fact, Kuchiki Xuan can also understand this point. After all, the original book tells the story of the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo, and he is in the real Soul Society at this time. There is an essential difference between the two. Language, not to mention the time he is in now, not to mention Kurosaki Ichigo, even his grandparents may not have been born. The emergence of these two rewards has qualitatively improved Kuchiki Zan's real strength. Although Kuchiki Zan has the strength of the 6th order median in 100 years, for the Soul Society, which is in power at this time, the 6th order the mid-level is not a high-level spiritual power user. You must know that the Soul Society has always lacked 7th level spiritual power users, captain level Shinigami, since ancient times, and the 7th level spiritual power users are bound to use Zanpakuto. Strong esoteric meaning. Bankai can also be learned by the 6th level median, but it is not a complete Bankai. The emergence of the immortal soul body and soul derivatives made Kuchiki Zan, whose original strength was between the upper level of the 6th level and the consummation, immediately reach the level where he can wrestle with the strong of the 7th level. The so-called strength rating and spiritual power determination here, the ranks of the first class are the same, but the essence is different. The rank of spiritual power cannot represent the full strength of a spiritual power user. For reference, it does not represent the real combat effectiveness of a spiritual power user. Just like Kuchiki Zan at this time, his 4 abilities of Zhanshu and Zhaogui have almost reached extremely high ranks, but his spiritual power is only in the middle of the 6th rank, but his spiritual power has been tempered by him. However, it is much stronger than the vain spiritual power. Calculated in this way, his combat power is definitely not only the 6th level median, but also the spiritual power users of the Soul Society, all of which have their own Zanpakuto. If Zanpakuto is included in the calculation the ability of the spiritual power, then the spiritual power of the same level of spiritual power, the combat power may be much worse, and it may even be very different. Kuchiki Zan received 2 very practical rewards. He was sitting in the atom full of joy, with a staff knife that had been modified by someone he asked for, and its shape had been changed into a stick knife without a sword. The whole knife was wrapped in among the logs. It looks like a wooden stick, but it is not. This is the most original appearance of a famous sword. Kuchiki Gen likes this style, so he recruited the best craftsmen of Soul Society, the people of Ramaya family. Help yourself to transform your own knife. It is worth mentioning that Zanpakuto at this time was not called Zanpakuto, and the sealed state was not born. At this time, Zanpakuto was called spiritual knife by the Soul Society, the spiritual weapon, born. The name Zanpakuto did appear after Jingling was established, but Kuchiki still used to call the so-called spiritual knife Zanpakuto. The Ermeu family is a long-standing family of craftsmen in the Soul Society. Many weapons are made by their family, and the Sha Dalu family can only be regarded as the descendants of the Ermeu family. To get back to the topic, Kuchiki Zan is sitting in his yard at this time. 100 years have passed, and the third system sign-in has been completed, so this means that his adventure will officially begin. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Kuchiki Zan stood up with a slight smile, stretched his waist and said to himself, I really miss the world of fists to flesh, but this world is not bad, at least I can live long enough. For Kuchiki Zan, there is no essential difference between the two worlds. The only difference is the different power system. Kuchiki Zan doesn't care about these. In fact, what he pursued in the past 3 lives is to strengthen himself. As for other things, he has no thought about it. But now that he has come to his favorite Shinigami world, there are some things that he hopes to change, and even the direction of this world, he also hopes that he can intervene. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of time to come here? This is inconsistent with his personality. At the earliest time, the world was too stable, and there were not many things he could do. Now that he has come here, then this is his Kuchiki Zan play on the stage. Young Patriarch, the Patriarch has something to call you over. At this moment, a servant's voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Good, he responded. He knew the magnificent world, and it was completely open to him at this moment. Chapter 9. Kuchiki has a son. His name is Zan. 1 Kuchiki Zan came out of his yard, and the servants who came to report had already left. All the servants have been used to the independent personality of their own young patriarch for 100 years, and they all know Kuchiki Zan's behavior style, which may be due to influence by the previous life. Kuchiki Zan is not used to being served by others, nor is he used to being monitored by his side. Therefore, since he was sensible, he asked himself to live in a yard. Everything in the yard was taken care of by himself, and his yard didn't need a servant at all. Since Kuchiki Gen is the hope of the Kuchiki family of the Tachung branch, it is simply due to Kuchiki Zan's temperament. The elders of the family, that is, Kuchiki Dobe, the younger brother of the patriarch Kuchiki Castle, have no objections. After all, both of them are only 6th rank in terms of talent. The powerful spiritual power users are far behind Kuchiki Zan. As for the Zong family, although there are many people with 6th level strength in the Zong family, the only person known to the 7th level is Kuchiki Hongren. Kuchiki Red Lotus is the current patriarch of the Kuchiki family, that is, the patriarch of the Kuchiki family clan, and the patriarch of all Kuchiki people, so he is the patriarch. Kuchiki Hongren's strength at this time is the lower level of the 7th rank. Of course, although it is only a lower rank, Kuchiki Hongren has already learned Bankai, and the spiritual power is the refined spiritual power that has been tempered, not the kind of vain spiritual power. Absolutely not weak. Moreover, as a large family, the Kuchiki family has its own inheritance, namely Kendo's, Hyakugetsu Ryu, and White Hit's, Jakusa Ryu. You must know that there are not many families with fighting genres in the Soul Society, and this is also the Kuchiki family. One of the reasons why it can become second only to the 4 great nobles. As the head of the family, Kuchiki Guren majored in Kendo, and naturally he had cultivated Hyakugetsu to a very high level. It is conceivable that his strength will not be much worse. At this time, the Soul Society did not have the Maoyang Academy of Spiritual Art. The strength of a strong person depends entirely on the family background of his birth. Kuchiki Zan soon came alone to his father, the patriarch of the Kuchiki branch house Tachung branch, in front of the courtyard of Kuchiki Castle. Father, I'm here. Kuchiki Zan greeted outside the house. There are many etiquettes of nobles, and Kuchiki Zan also learned it after a long time. Advertisement, Zan is here. Come in. A thick but relatively older voice came from inside the room, and Kuchiki Zan recognized that it was the voice of his father, Kuchiki City. Kuchiki Zan took off his combat shoes and walked into the room wearing snow-white socks. Kuchiki Zan was not used to wearing loose robes and kimono clogs. He still thinks this kind of clothing is comfortable to wear, but he still wears the cloak that represents the Kuchiki family as a high-ranking nobleman. Or coat, this is no way. Kuchiki Zan took off his shoes, walked through the corridor, and then came to the door of Kuchiki City's bedroom, and then opened the door. He found that there were already 2 people in the room of Kuchiki City, and one of them was his uncle, who was a little old. That is, Kuchiki Dobe, the elder of the branch house, and the other is much younger, but he knows each other. They met once, and they are from the main family. At this moment, the 3 of them were sitting around the stove making tea and drinking tea. One of them was the oldest man in his 50s, with Madara white temples and dressed as a patriarch. When he saw Kuchiki Zan coming, he immediately said, Zan is here, come and sit down. The one who spoke was Kuchiki Gen's father, Kuchiki Castle. At first glance, it seemed that Kuchiki Castle was very old, and the Kuchiki Dobe beside him was not young, but Kuchiki Zan knew that this was because the blood of the Tachung branch was thin, compared to other for the branch house and even the main family. The Tachung branch has always been a branch with weak strength and short lifespan. If this branch did not come from Kuchiki Zan, it is very likely that this branch will be broken in the hands of the Kuchiki City generation. In fact, Kuchiki Zan also thinks so, because his family knows his own affairs. He came from time travel, no matter whether there was him in the Soul Society before. Anyway, the Kuchiki family in later generations is a big aristocrat who doesn't even have a large number of branch houses, not today a high-ranking aristocrat with luxuriant branches. One can imagine the fate of several branches of the Kuchiki family in later generations. Kuchiki Zan glanced at the people from the Zong family, nodded slightly and sat on the last vacant seat on the stove. Zan, long time no see. The one who spoke was a young man with a handsome face from the Zongjialai. His name was Kuchiki Qingtian, the eldest son of the head of the Zongjia, Kuchiki Hongren. Kuchiki Hongren had 2 sons, namely Kuchiki Qingtian and Kuchiki Qingjiro. The eldest son, Qingtian, is the successor of the next patriarch. Hello, Mr. Qingtian, it's been a long time. Kuchiki Zan has always treated outsiders like this because of his character and talent. As long as he is not from their branch, he will call him sir, except of course Kuchiki Hongren. Advertisement Kuchiki Qingtian didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Kuchiki Zan's name, and then said with a slight smile. Zan's strength is much stronger. Qingtian is really ashamed. He is much older than Zan, and his strength is not as strong as Zan. Zan is worthy of being a once-in-a-thousand-year genius in our Kuchiki family. Young Patriarch Qingtian is overrated. Zan is ignorant and has no sense of proportion. Kuchiki Zan may not care, but Kuchiki City does not dare to call Kuchiki Qingtian's name directly, but calls him the Young Patriarch. Even if it is not the Young Patriarch, Kuchiki City will not. It has to be called by seniority. Well, the Patriarch of the Kuchiki City branch, my father doesn't care how I am called by Zan, so don't worry about it. Actually, this time, my father asked me to come and see Zan. Kuchiki Qingtian said with a smile. The Patriarch asked Qingtian to come and see me? Kuchiki Zan asked in surprise. Although Kuchiki Hongren had specially summoned Kuchiki Zan before, and the two had talked twice, but it has never happened to let others come to see him. Yeah. Speaking of this, Kuchiki Qingtian smiled wryly, and continued. It's what father meant, but he didn't say why. Just let me see how your strength is, Zan. But my lord father thinks highly of me. How can I see how strong Zan is? Kuchiki Qingtian is telling the truth. At this time, Kuchiki Qingtian is more than 300 years old, and his strength is only in the middle of the 6th rank. You must know that he is the young master of the clan. Such a talent achievement is already very great, but of course when I saw Kuchiki Zan, I found the gap between anyone. I praised Qingtian absurdly. Kuchiki Zan waved his hand slightly and said. It's not ridiculous praise, Zan. You are the disciple of Yamamoto Shigekuni, and you are different from me, said Yamamoto Shikuni. Kuchiki Aoda flashed admiration and respect on his face, and immediately refuted Kuchiki Zan's words seriously. Chapter 10 Kuchiki has a son, whose name is Zan. 2 Open black lens bracket for collection close black lens bracket. Hearing what Kuchiki Qingtian said, Kuchiki Zan was also slightly speechless, because at this time almost all young people, under the age of 500, in the Soul Society regard Yamamoto Shiguni as idols, and the ultimate dream of many people is to become Yamamoto Shiguni disciple, even if it is a named disciple. Among them, Kuchiki Aoda, the future head of the Kuchiki family, is included. Of course, Kuchiki Gen also understands that if it is not a matter of identity, Kuchiki Gen wants to learn from Yamamoto Shiguni, but Yamamoto Shiguni at this time is just Yamamoto Shiguni, not yet the terrifying old man of later generations, Yamamoto Genryusai. Of course, at this time, Yamamoto Shigekuni already had an honorary title, and was called Pai Zijai by everyone in the Soul Society because he left a scar on his forehead in the shape of Pi. When he was young when he competed with others, so known as Pai Zijai. You must know that in the eyes of the people of Japan and the country, the title of Jai can only be obtained by people of extremely high status. At this time, there were only 2 Soul Society owners with Sai titles, namely Yamamoto Shigekuni's Taizazai and Naimeya Hikoyan's Soldier's Eye. Ermeya Yanyan is the head of the Ermeya family and the father of Ermeya Wangyue. At this time, Ermeya Wangyue is about the same age as Kuchiki Qingtian, or even younger, and spends all day at home tinkering seeing something. As a experienced person, Kuchiki Xuanenzadao Ermeya Wangyue is messing with something, but he is not interested in disturbing the other party. Kuchiki Zan is waiting for this master craftsman to produce the prototype, sealed state, of Zanpakuto. As mentioned before, there is no concept of Zanpakuto at this time. And there is no so-called sealed state. Sealed estate is after the establishment of Jingling. And the Zanpakuto was created one after another by Ermeya Wangyue himself, and then through the spiritual power, that is, the Shinigami of later generations, combined with his own Ryatsu, spiritual power, to form the spiritual knife. Saves the process of condensing the spiritual knife by itself, which saves a lot of time for the Shinigami and improves the combat effectiveness of the novice Shinigami. You know, it's not that there is no Zanpakuto now. Isn't it funny how people with spiritual powers can cross their souls without Zanpakuto? Closer to home, Kuchiki Honglian asked Kuchiki Qingtian to take a look at Kuchiki Zan's situation. Kuchiki Xuan didn't think so. Considering that his 3rd check-in had already been completed, it was conceivable that the situation in Soul Society must have started to become chaotic at this time. Of course, Kuchiki Gen doesn't know exactly what Kuchiki Guren is thinking, but Kuchiki Zan is sure that Kuchiki Guren is definitely planning something, and the strength of the Kuchiki family is definitely not as simple as it seems. Qingtian, you reply to the Patriarch, saying that everything is fine with Zan. Thank you, the Patriarch, for your concern, Kuchiki Xuan said after considering it for a while. He said this just to test out what kind of plan Kuchiki Guren has. If the other party really has any ideas, he will definitely summon him after receiving this reply. Of course, the intention mentioned here is not Kuchiki Guren's intention Kuchiki Zan has any bad thoughts, but refers to what Kuchiki Guren thinks about the situation of Soul Society at this time. After all, combining many things of later generations, Kuchiki Zan can infer that the Kuchiki family must have become a nobleman before the establishment of Jingling, otherwise they would not have hereditary occupation of the captain of the 6th team, and the 6th team is still a noble guard team, which definitely involves a power struggle. Advertisement and combined with the age performance of Yamamoto Shigekuni and the popularity of his self-created, Genryusai, it is conceivable that in about a few hundred years, Yamamoto Shigekuni will officially become Yamamoto Genryusai. That is the day when Jingling was established, and the day when Central 46 was established. Calculated in this way, the change of power among the nobles has only been in the past few hundred years. Thinking of this, Kuchiki-zan is very urgent. After all, there is not much time left for him, and he is only a middle-ranking 6th order at this time. The level of spiritual power and the combat power is barely at the level of the completion of 6 knots. Although it can wrestle with the 7th level powerhouse of common, if this 7th level powerhouse can bankai, then even if the spiritual power is vain and rootless, it will be defeated. Created a crushing situation for Kuchiki-zan. Don't forget, the most basic ability of Bankai is to increase the Ryotsu of the people who use Bankai by 5 to 10 times, that is to say, the most trashy Bankai can also increase the Ryotsu by 5 times. Said, almost like a natural mode gap. Of course, let's not talk about the group of comparisons in later generations. What about Aizen and Kurosaki Ichigo cannot be judged by common sense. At this time, Kuchiki-zan's ability in all aspects is not bad, the difference is only time, his hard power is not yet at the level of the Soul Society strong, just a Bankai, and the strong and the non-strong will be separated. Gap. This is also where Kuchiki-zan is most helpless. It's useless for him to be anxious. If his spiritual power level at this time can reach the 6th level or even the 6th level, then he can still use the advantages of the system to see if he can get his Bankai out in advance, but now he not to mention that her spiritual power is not up to standard, she can't even touch the doorframe. It's really hard for a clever woman to cook without rice. Having said that, after 80 years of communication, Kuchiki-zan has long had a tacit understanding with his own, Yanmo. To be honest, as long as Kuchiki-zan's spiritual power level has reached, he dare not say that he can learn Bankai every minute, but Bankai can no longer become the factor that prevented Kuchiki-zan from progressing. But it is impossible to move in the direction you want in everything, such as the current Kuchiki-zan. Other things are easy to solve, except for spiritual power. Even with Kuchiki-zan's talent in cultivation, it is impossible to solve it in a short period of time. Kurosaki Ichigo's unreasonable comparison is incomparable. Although, Kuchiki-zan himself is also a little hacker, but to put it bluntly, Kuchiki-zan's cheat can be regarded as an assistant, at best in game terms, while Kurosaki Ichigo's kind is all relying on spike cheats, which is simply incomparable. If you want to become stronger, the system will reward various things, but in terms of the urine nature of the system, almost all of them are rewards based on passive improvement. What is really like rewarding 10 years of pure spiritual power, it can be drawn from random rewards by chance. Therefore, Kuchiki-zan did not hold any hope for this. He could see that the purpose of the system is to make him stronger, although the system will assist for a while, but in the end he still has to work hard by himself. Chapter 11 Kuchiki has a son named Zan 3. All Kuchiki-zan can do now is to cultivate with peace of mind and raise his spiritual power level. Otherwise, if a war of nobles really breaks out in the Soul Society, the role he can play can be said to be negligible. Not to mention here, but in the later generations, when not relying on the captain-level warriors to fight, the vice-captain or something, except for those few who can Bankai, it is good if the others don't hold back, so this is the reality. The topic is far away. Kuchiki-zan Yi is listening to the conversation between Kuchiki Aoda and his father Kuchiki Castle and the elder Kuchiki Dobe, while thinking about what Kuchiki Hongren is thinking at this time. Although Kuchiki-zan doesn't often walk around in Soul Society, it doesn't prevent him from judging the current situation. Kuchiki-zan listened to the conversation of the other 3 people, interjected a word from time to time, and after a while, Kuchiki Qingtian got up and left. Before Kuchiki Qingtian left, Kuchiki-zan suddenly said, "Qingtian, go back and tell the patriarch, I will visit you in a few days." "Okay, father will be very happy if he knows that you are coming," Kuchiki Qingtian said happily when he heard that Kuchiki-zan was going to visit, and then left. After Kuchiki Qingtian left, Kuchiki Castle looked at Kuchiki-zan and said, "Ah Zan, are you really going to visit the patriarch?" "Yes, father, can't you see that the patriarch sent Qingtian to greet me, but he didn't say anything substantive, didn't he just want me to go there in person?" Kuchiki-zan said flatly. "Oh, how to say, father, do I need to explain this kind of thing? It is nothing more than that the patriarch has something to say to me, but it is inconvenient for others to pass the message, and it is impossible for him to visit us in person, so this is telling me that he wants to see us." "Me," Kuchiki-zan said helplessly, "advertisement." "Oh, that's right," Kuchiki clapped his hands and said. Seeing the performance of Kuchiki City, Kuchiki walked towards his yard speechlessly. He really didn't want to stay with his old man, and he would become stupid if he stayed for a long time. Kuchiki-zan didn't have a mother, and his mother passed away after giving birth to him, so Kuchiki-zan had no impression of his mother, and his mother's family members didn't want to mention it, and Kuchiki-zan didn't ask, so his mother's sense of existence very low. In Kuchiki-zan's mind, it may be that his mother's identity is a little sensitive, so if you don't know it, you don't know it. I don't care about this, it's not that he's ruthless, it's that he's used to living alone, and he's not used to having an old father, and Kuchiki City basically didn't take much care of him since he was a child because of the branch house. Kuchiki-zan is also so happy. After Kuchiki-zan returned to his courtyard, he came to the small pool in the courtyard. There was a stone table here, where he thought about problems. Putting the knife in his waist on the stone table, Kuchiki-zan sat down, and then began to analyze the current situation in his mind, but after analyzing and analyzing, because he had too little information at hand, he did not analyze the reason. Then Kuchiki-zan sighed slightly, and said to himself, It seems that we still have to wait until we visit Kuchiki-guren before making a judgment. Thinking of this, Kuchiki-zan changed the angle, and then leaned against a big tree beside the stone table. This tree was planted by himself. It has grown well in 50 years, and it can enjoy the shade. Everything in society grows more slowly, except food of course. 3 days later, Kuchiki-zan took off for 3 days before he was ready to leave to visit Kuchiki-guren. During the period, Kuchiki City urged him several times, but was pushed away by Kuchiki-zan. In his words, with the Soul Society situation at this time, it is not suitable for him to interact with the Zong family so frequently. Having said this, Kuchiki City also understands a thing or two. He is not really a fool, and a fool cannot become the owner of a branch house. After 3 days, Kuchiki-zan was ready to leave for the clan land. The clan lived in the clan land. The reason why Kuchiki-zan delayed leaving for 3 days was nothing more than to reduce the attention of the outside world. It cannot be said that Kuchiki Qingtian came to you branch house, you went to the Zong's house the next day. This is obviously telling others that the Zong's family has something to do with you, Kuchiki-zan, and Kuchiki-zan is known as the once-in-a-thousand-year genius of the Kuchiki family. Whoever knows that the two families have frequent exchanges after the news, there will be some thoughts. Not to mention, the 3 nobles who are very sensitive at this time, although Kuchiki-zan doesn't know what the situation between the 6 nobles and the 3 nobles has reached at this time, but this does not prevent Kuchiki-zan from deliberately avoiding suspicion, at least not to tease the sensitive places of the 3 nobles. Advertisement Kuchiki-zan left the branch house alone, and walked slowly on the empty streets of the aristocratic settlement. He was not in a hurry, he wanted to let outsiders know that he was simply visiting, not going there with a purpose. At this time, he revealed that the leisurely posture is for outsiders to see. Kuchiki-zan's soul body and soul have been transformed by the passive ability of the system. At this time, his spiritual consciousness is very sensitive. Not far from him, several groups of people are watching his movements. Kuchiki-zan has long known that this will be the case, so Kuchiki-zan didn't go to the Kuchiki clan's house right away, but walked around the street and came to the residence of the Yamamoto family. Kuchiki-gen came to visit Yamamoto Shigekuni. This news was quickly sent back to the family he belonged to by several waves of people who were being followed. Kuchiki-zan wanted this effect, but he hadn't seen Mr. Yamamoto Shigekuni for a long time, so he didn't come here on a whim. Anyway, they're all out now, so it's not bad to meet and talk to the other side by the way. The arrival of Kuchiki-gen soon caused a riot in the Yamamoto family, but as a registered disciple of Yamamoto Shigekuni, no one in the Yamamoto family dared to stop Kuchiki-zan. After all, Yamamoto Shigekuni is the biggest tree in this family. After Kuchiki-zan entered the residence of Yamamoto's family, he walked through the houses layer after layer, and finally came to a courtyard with a single door, and then stood outside the courtyard and shouted loudly, "Old man, I'm here." When this sound came out, everyone in the Yamamoto family who paid attention to him was shocked, because no one in the Soul Society dared to talk to Yamamoto Shigekuni like that. The voice completely dumbfounded them. "HMPH, brat, it's been so long since I came here. Come in." A thick and powerful man's voice appeared. The voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone who could hear it. Of course Kuchiki-gen is also included. Chapter 12 The Terrifying Yamamoto Shigekuni. Kuchiki-zan got the affirmation of Yamamoto Shigekuni before he opened the door of the yard and walked in. This is a small yard with nothing in it. It is different from Kuchiki-zan's little garden. This is a martial arts practice, a common yard. Yes, this is the training ground. This is where Shigekuni Yamamoto practices every day, so there will be nothing but open space. Kuchiki-zan had been here many times before, so he walked directly to the door of a house behind the yard, then took off his shoes, and just when he was about to put down the knife, Yamamoto Shigekuni's voice came again. "How did I teach you? Unless you're sleeping in your own bedroom, you can't leave your knife without it, have you forgotten?" The voice was indifferent and severe, making Kuchiki-zan tremble unconsciously, and then took the knife back in his hand, opened the door of the room and saw a middle-aged man sitting in the room kneeling. The middle-aged man wears a samurai bun, has a mustache on his mouth, and has a long, pie-shaped scar on his forehead. At this time, he is naked to the waist and meditating with his eyes closed. This is Yamamoto Shigekuni, the middle-aged Yamamoto Shigekuni. At this time, he had just created Genryu, and had not yet opened his Genjutsu, so he had not yet changed his name to Yamamoto Genryusai. As Gongsun Yi pushed open the door, Yamamoto Shigekuni opened one eye, looked at Kuchiki-gen, then pointed to a futon and said, "Sit." Kuchiki-gen nodded and sat on the futon opposite Shigekuni Yamamoto. He knew that meditation was a daily compulsory course for Shiguni Yamamoto, so Kuchiki-general was not in a hurry to disturb Shiguni Yamamoto, but was waiting for him to finish his meditation. Not long after, Yamamoto Shigekuni took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and then changed from a kneeling posture to a cross-legged sitting. After sitting down, Yamamoto Shigekuni said, "You little devil, it's been a while not here." Well, the old man said the same thing. "You know how sensitive my identity is now, just try not to move as much as possible." Kuchiki-zan spread his hands and said helplessly, "Well, then why did you come out again today?" Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at Kuchiki-gen carefully and then said, "It's nothing, just Kuchiki-guren came to me for something. I'm going to visit the Kuchiki clan today," Kuchiki-zan said bluntly. Advertisement as for why Kuchiki-gen has unreserved newcomer Yamamoto Shigekuni. Is there any explanation? Naturally, it is because Yamamoto Shigekuni is a person who is close to the six nobles. Oh, what does that kid want from you? Yamamoto Shigekuni immediately became interested when he heard Kuchiki-zan's words. You must know that his identity is very sensitive at this time, and he would not normally contact such information, lest some people are overly sensitive. I don't know, anyway, that's what he meant. As for what's going on, I won't know until I've been there, but there are too many people staring at me, so I might as well come and see you, old man. Kuchiki-zan said with a smile. Cunning brat, said Yamamoto Shigekuni. Thank you for the compliment, old man, I can't do otherwise. There are too many people staring at me, which makes me uncomfortable. Kuchiki-zan shrugged indifferently. Well, that is to say, the conflict between the three nobles and the six nobles has intensified to a certain extent? Yamamoto Shigekuni narrowed his eyes and analyzed. Basically, there isn't much action on the surface, but the atmosphere is very wrong, Kuchiki-zan nodded. Then be careful, boy, be careful not to be killed by an assassin on the way. Yamamoto Shigekuni raised his eyes slightly and said to Kuchiki-zan. Don't worry, old man, it's not like you don't know my inspiration, no one in the Soul Society can easily approach me without revealing it. Kuchiki-zan waved his hand and said. Well, that's true, I'm overthinking. Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded. He knew the special place of Kuchiki General. Not only was he highly talented, but he also had a keen sense of inspiration. Few characters could escape his perception. It was him, Yamamoto Shigekuni, who had to restrain his aura with all his strength so as not to be discovered by Kuchiki-zan in the first place, but if he got too close, he would be exposed. This was the reason why Kuchiki-zan dared to walk around. A strong member of the Soul Society can only be assassinated if the enemy is not found. Once the enemy is found, the assassination is no longer valid. It is also impossible to kill Kuchiki-zan. First of all, when the opponent is about to approach Kuchiki-zan, he will be spotted by Kuchiki-zan. If Kuchiki-zan wants to run, ordinary people really can't catch up in a short time. Once Kuchiki-zan runs to him, Yamamoto is here, so no one can touch him. Well, I will be careful, if I find something wrong, I will run to you. Kuchiki-zan said shamelessly. Advertisement. Yamamoto Shigekuni glared at Kuchiki-zan, and then said, well, if this happens, release the spiritual power, and come to the old man. Although Yamamoto's words are very simple and plain, there is a kind of hockey in it, a kind of hockey that is all about me. Okay. Kuchiki-zan didn't talk nonsense, and nodded to show that he understood. Then Kuchiki-zan took the opportunity to ask a few more questions about cultivation, and after chatting for a few more words, he retreated from Yamamoto Shigekuni's room. Zanguo is monitoring Kuchiki-zan, this is not surveillance, this is courting death. Kuchiki-zan took this opportunity to quickly leave Yamamoto's house. While leaving, Kuchiki-zan heaved a sigh of relief. He sat with Yamamoto Shigekuni. In fact, the pressure was very high, but because he followed for a long time, he has long been used to this kind of pressure, otherwise ordinary people would not even have the ability to stay with Yamamoto Shigekuni for a long time. As far as Kuchiki-zan estimates, Yamamoto Shigekuni at this time is at least at the 8th level median spiritual power level, and Yamamoto Shigekuni's ability is definitely much stronger than his spiritual power level. Hey, this old man is getting stronger and stronger, but I don't know how far his sword of great fire is now. Kuchiki-zan said to himself as he left quickly. Yes, the current Yamamoto heavy country Bankai has naturally known it a long time ago, but at this time his Bankai is not the remnant sword used in the last battle with Yhwach in later generations, but a very violent, big sword. The sword of fire. With the deepening of Yamamoto's heavy country practice, Kuchiki-zan also learned a little bit that Bankai is not static. You must know that Zanpakuto's Bankai and Shikai have different stages, just like Shikai also has incomplete Shikai and complete Shikai. Same goes for Bankai. Of course, Bankai is more than that, it is much more complicated than Shikai. After all, there are differences in levels, and the differences are naturally greater. Chapter 13 Bankai's Secret. Bankai is the spirit sword, Zanpakuto, liberated by the spiritual power, Shinigami, and the esoteric level of the spirit sword, Zanpakuto, comprehended to a high level. Bankai is the highest pursuit in life for every spiritual power user who owns a spiritual knife, but such a person can be said to be 1 in 1,000 among spiritual power users, because everyone who can Bankai is a genius among geniuses, because Bankai is too difficult. If you want to learn Bankai, you must reach the spiritual power level above the 6th level, and then you can learn the powerful secrets through in-depth communication with Zanpakuto. Once Bankai is used, the most basic thing is to enhance the user by 5 to 10 times. Ryutsu, one can imagine how powerful Bankai is. With the exchange between Kuchiki-zan and Yamamoto Shigekuni, it was discovered that Bankai is actually divided into many levels. This truth is actually very easy to understand. Everything in the world cannot be achieved overnight, so Bankai is not something you understand. It has been completed, but you have realized that it is only the beginning. Bankai still has many things that users need to dig. Just like Abarai Renji, the vice captain of the 6th division in the later period of the original work, his Bankai has undergone changes. The Bankai used before because Zanpakuto's name is wrong is not a complete Bankai, so he is among the people who know Bankai. The weakest group got their real names later, and the Bankai they used could only be regarded as a complete Bankai, not even reaching the 2nd stage. Kuchiki-zan learned from Yamamoto Shigekuni that Bankai can be roughly divided into 3 stages, and the so-called incomplete Bankai cannot be counted as a complete stage. Just like Yamamoto Shigekuni at this time, according to his own words, he should be in the second stage of Bankai at this time, which means that his Bankai, sort of great fire, at this time is only Zanpakuto, Ryujin the second stage of Jaka. Bankai has not yet reached the final stage of Bankai, so it can be inferred that Kuchiki-zan believes that the remnant sword, used by the old man Yamamoto in later generations should be the final stage of Ryujin Jaka. Bankai. Judging from the name, Kuchiki-zan also probably understands, so thinking about it this way, at the beginning of Bankai in Yamamoto Shigekuni, it should be called Blade of the First Fire, or a similar name, which is more in line with the entire definition of fire. From big fire to the final embers, it can be said to be quite a complete system. But this system cannot be fully applied to other Zanpakuto, so Kuchiki-zan just thinks so, but it is an indisputable fact that the Bankai of Zanpakuto has 3 stages. As for how Bankai cultivates, Yamamoto Shigekuni only said a word to Kuchiki-zan, and then he realized it by himself, and Yamamoto Shigekuni himself couldn't explain why. Advertisement. Kuchiki still understands this point very well. After all, to that level of cultivation, one must start to comprehend. If one does not comprehend, one must not reach the next stage. As a person who has pursued martial arts, he agrees with this point very much. Kuchiki Xuan put aside his curiosity about Bankai for the time being. After all, his spiritual power needs are not enough. At this time, he is paying attention to the surrounding situation with all his attention, but the attention belongs to the attention, but there is someone who can hang himself and follow him to the Zongjia. He didn't intend to cover it up. After all, it would be a bit of a cover-up, otherwise he would still be able to kill the stalker. Kuchiki-zan left the area where Yamamoto's house was at the fastest speed, and then ran towards the area where the head of the Kuchiki family was. Not long after, he has arrived at the residence of the Zong family. Coming here means that all tracking and monitoring have failed. At this point in time, there are no high-tech things after the start of the plot, which means that once artificially if the monitoring fails, then it really fails. Kuchiki-zan's Shunpo is not a joke. Although the level of spiritual power is not high enough, but with the spiritual power tempered by the 6th level median to cast Shunpo, especially the Shunpo of the secret level, most people in the Soul Society can't catch up. On Kuchiki gens. When the follower found that Kuchiki-zan had come out of Yamamoto's house and left, it was too late. At this time, Kuchiki-zan was already sitting in the room of the head of the Kuchiki clan. Ah Zan, I didn't expect you to come here in such a way. In the owner's room, there are only Kuchiki-gen and Kuchiki-guren at this time. Kuchiki-guren, Kuchiki-zan has seen this person 2 or 3 times. Although there is an interval of several decades, for the captain level, level 7, strong for those who read it, 100 years is a short period of time, but Kuchiki-zan keenly discovered that the head of the Kuchiki family, whose appearance is 6 to 7 points similar to Byakuya Kuchiki, has grown from a young man in his 30s in just 100 years. He turned into a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, which surprised Kuchiki-zan very much. Patriarch, what is this? Kuchiki-zan asked in order to find out what was going on. Oh, you found out, you are indeed the most gifted genius in our Kuchiki family in the past 1,000 years. Kuchiki-guren smiled slightly, and wrinkles had already appeared on the originally handsome face, because of the smile. Advertisement. Well, it's no big deal. It's okay to tell you, it's nothing more than 10 years ago, I was attacked by surprise. What? Kuchiki-zan Yi was startled, and immediately frowned and asked, ambush. Why did this happen? Haha, is it strange? Don't be nervous, listen to me slowly. Kuchiki-guren was not as flustered as Kuchiki-zan, and slowly began to tell Kuchiki-zan. The psychics in the Soul Society all have the task of crossing the soul, and those who are in charge of these soul-crossing people are the nobles who manage the Soul Society at this time, and the assigned responsibility of the Kuchiki family is to be in charge of scheduling as the head of the family. Kuchiki-guren is obliged to manage and supervise the dispatching organization. And 10 years ago, when Kuchiki-guren was on official business, he was attacked by 3 dead soldiers of the 6th order consummation level. Without any precautions, Kuchiki-guren was seriously injured in an instant. However, Kuchiki Honglian is worthy of being the head of the contemporary family, and despite the damage to the foundation of spiritual power, he forced Bankai to kill the 3 dead men. But after the war, the consequences of damaging the foundation of spiritual power came. Kuchiki Hongren, who was originally a young man, became much older overnight. This means that Kuchiki Hongren's spiritual body was seriously damaged. That is to say, his future lifespan will not be affected by the level of spiritual power, and he will age rapidly. This is very bad news for a patriarch who was in his prime. After listening to Kuchiki-guren's narration, Kuchiki-genya finally realized why Kuchiki-guren was so anxious to see him. Chapter 14 Kuchiki-guren's entrustment. Ah Zan, have you ever thought about adopting him to the Zong family? Just as Kuchiki-zan was deep in thought, Kuchiki-guren said something that shocked Kuchiki-zan. What? Kuchiki General was stunned. On the contrary, Kuchiki-guren saw Kuchiki-zan's surprised look, and laughed ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha, that's not bad. It's the first time I know that you will make such a gaffe after you have spoken out for so many years. Not bad. Patriarch, are you joking? Kuchiki-zan frowned and asked, He didn't care about Kuchiki-Guren's teasing, he cared more about what Kuchiki-zan meant. After laughing haha for a while, Kuchiki-Guren put away his smile and said seriously. No, I'm not joking, I'm serious, you've seen Aota and Aojiro, although their talents are not bad, but they are not as good as you are completely incomparable, and Xingtian's character, don't mention it, but you, I think you are the one who can lead the Kuchiki family farther. Master, listen to me first. Kuchiki Hongren interrupted Kuchiki-zan, this is not my momentary thought, this is something I have thought about carefully. As for me, this is the way I am in this life, and I can no longer wait for my strength. I have reached a higher peak, and the three nobles have been pressing us more and more recently. I think they will soon attack us, and I may not be able to survive, so I hope that the family will be entrusted to a someone worthy of entrustment. Do you understand what I mean? Hearing what Kuchiki-Guren didn't understand, Kuchiki-zan actually understood, but he was silent. He never thought of being the head of the Kuchiki family, even the head of their branch house. He didn't want to be, but there's no way he's the only one in their family. Patriarch. To be honest, I am not interested in the Lily family at all. What I am interested in is to go to the highest place to take a look in my lifetime. So, I appreciate your kindness, but this is not my pursuit. After Kuchiki-zan thought for a while, he rejected Kuchiki-Guren's kindness. Advertisement. Really? Hearing Kuchiki-gen's refusal, Kuchiki-Guren didn't show a surprised look. I actually guessed this result a long time ago, but I still want to see if it is possible to hand over the Kuchiki family. Here you go, it seems like it won't work. After all, Kuchiki Hongren sighed heavily. At this time, Kuchiki Xuaneng clearly felt a very deep twilight from Kuchiki Hongren's body. This is very different from the Kuchiki Hongren he saw for the first time. Patriarch. Although I cannot be called the patriarch of the Kuchiki family, I can guarantee that as long as I am alive, I will not let the Kuchiki family decline. This is my promise to you. Kuchiki-zan solemnly said. That's okay. Hearing Kuchiki-gen's words, Kuchiki-Guren finally showed a smile. You are destined to become a strong man. I hope you can reach a realm that I have never been to. Most definitely. After talking with Kuchiki-Guren, Kuchiki-zan immediately left the residence of the Zong family. He was not in a hurry, but at the end of the conversation, Kuchiki-Guren mentioned that the slowest is 100 years, and the fastest is 50 years. During this period of time, the three major families will definitely launch a war. He hopes that before this time, Kuchiki-zan can cultivate into a bankai, otherwise it will be difficult for Kuchiki-zan to intervene in the battle of nobles. Kuchiki-zan is also aware of his current situation, so he doesn't want to delay for a minute. He has to sprint his spiritual power level with all his strength, otherwise he will not be able to guarantee that he can rise from the 6th level to the 7th level in 50 years next. Although it is said that bankai can be cultivated at the 6th level of perfection, after all, the spiritual power has not been raised to the 7th level, and then to obtain bankai, the bankai cultivated in this way will be stronger. This is not nonsense, it is based on facts. Generally, it is much more difficult for people who have obtained bankai from the 6th level to increase the strength of bankai than those who have obtained bankai from the 7th level. This is the problem of the influence of spiritual power on bankai. Therefore, Kuchiki-Xuan's choice is to advance to the 7th level first, and then get bankai. As I said before, as long as Kuchiki-Xuan's strength is reached, it will be a matter of minutes to practice bankai. Don't think this is a fantasy, except for the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo, who is a coward, and Urahara Kazuki who uses props, he naturally cultivated into bankai in a short period of time. There are also many people in the Soul Society, although Byakuya Kuchiki said that bankai as people in the Soul Society have experienced untold hardships and spent hundreds or even hundreds of years of precipitation before they can comprehend the trick, but Byakuya Kuchiki means that, normally speaking, the process of people in the Soul Society accumulating spiritual power, not enough spiritual power, the process of obtaining bankai. Advertisement. After all, when Byakuya Kuchiki said this, how long had Kurosaki Ichigo been a Shinigami, and the way he became a Shinigami was lent to him by someone else's spiritual power, but what Byakuya Kuchiki didn't know was that Kurosaki Ichigo at that time was already inspired. It is no longer borrowing Rukia Kuchiki's spiritual power after borrowing his own Shinigami spiritual power. The topic is far away. At this time, Kuchiki-zan feels that the burden on his shoulders is heavy. After all, he has also secretly learned that the Kuchiki family is now only 3 strong men of the 7th rank. The 3 nobles have how much is still uncertain, but the 6th tier powerhouse is definitely much more than the Kuchiki family and other 3 high-ranking nobles combined. If he himself cannot become an advanced combat force, then he has no ability to control the direction of the war at all. Kuchiki-zan's Zanpakuto is very strong, especially for souls that use spiritual power, and don't forget, Kuchiki-zan has 2 Zanpakuto. After Kuchiki-Xuan returned to the branch house, he returned directly to his small yard and started a new round of penance. Unknowingly, 50 years have passed, and Kuchiki Genya is 150 years old. In these 50 years, except for him, his father Kuchiki has become older, and he has seen that Kuchiki Tobei is also older. Kuchiki General doesn't understand, the 2 of them have never been injured, but their branch has a short lifespan. Also growing old is Kuchiki-Guren, the head of the Kuchiki family. At this time, everyone in the outside world knows that Kuchiki-Guren is getting old irresistibly, but as Kuchiki-Guren gets older, his strength becomes stronger. He has gone up a level, and now he has the strength above the 7th order median, which can be said to be a blessing in disguise. Of course, people outside also know that there can only be one reason for Kuchiki Honglian to grow old, that is, he has overdrawn his life and fought. As for the reason, everyone is not a fool. What is the natural way? Those who are interested have already noticed that the storm is about to come between the nobles of the Soul Society, and it is very likely that a war will start. Chapter 15. War in Great and Makarmic Fire Space. Yes, war is coming. As Kuchiki Gurren is getting older and older, not to mention the three major nobles, even the Shihuan family and Shiba family headed by the Kuchiki family have begun to sit still. You must know that if Kuchiki Gurren dead, then before Kuchiki Aota catches up with his father's strength, their high-ranking nobles will never be able to compete with the big nobles, so the high-ranking nobles have already started preparing for war. However, they seem to have overlooked one person, Kuchiki Zan from Kuchiki Branch House. For 50 years, Kuchiki Zan has lived in seclusion and has hardly stepped out of the gate of his courtyard. This also made the three nobles feel at ease. After all, the failure of tracking 50 years ago gave the three nobles a good meal. They were flustered, but nothing happened in the end, and with Kuchiki Zan's seclusion, they let down a little bit of their guard. At this time, Kuchiki Zan was still sitting in his yard as before, but everything was different. At this time, the spiritual power of Kuchiki Zan fluctuated, as if something was constantly agitating Kuchiki Zan's spiritual power, causing Kuchiki Zan's spiritual power Ryutsu to fluctuate. Bakudo is placed around, otherwise the fluctuation of Ryutsu will be transmitted. Soon, the fluctuation of Kuchiki Zan's spiritual power disappeared, and then Kuchiki Zan let out a long breath, the corners of his mouth turned up, and he said happily to himself, "Is this the 7th level?" Sure enough, it is the same as the 6th level. It's completely different when you get it. No wonder you can get it after Bankai reached the 7th level. It's the most perfect way to get Bankai in the past. Speaking of this, Kuchiki Zan raised his wooden sheath knife to his eyes with a smile, and then said, Yanmo, you have been waiting for a long time, in order to wait until the 7th level to contact you, but it has been 50 years. This time, you can be completely released. As I said a long time ago, Kuchiki Zan is different from others. His Zanpakuto is generated by the system, and there is no situation where Zanpakuto disobeys the master. Therefore, as long as Kuchiki Zan thinks about it, as long as the spiritual power arrives, Bankai will come naturally. The fire of karma is burning, clear away the chaotic world. Purify, Yanmo. Following Kuchiki Zan's words of liberation, the staff knife that was originally in Kuchiki Zan's hand immediately turned into a black and mighty long sword Yanmo under the burning of the black flame. Advertisement. Bankai. Da Yanmo Karmic Fire Space. And the next moment, under the silent release of Kuchiki Zan's spiritual power, Yanmo was completely liberated. With the liberation of Bankai, the black sword Enma that was supposed to be covered by the black flames, at this time the black flames all converged in an instant, and then disappeared, but a powerful wave spread, instantly covering a large area around Kuchiki Zan, all dyed black, white and red. Kuchiki Zan's eyes widened and he began to feel his own Bankai, and after a while, Kuchiki Zan's face showed joy. He knew the ability of his Bankai. First of all, his Bankai, Da Yanmo Karma Space, is a domain-type Bankai, and this domain is quite rigorous, with almost no dead ends. The function of this domain is that as long as it is anything in the domain, no matter whether it is a person or a thing, as long as Kuchiki Xuanxin moves, it will be strengthened, and the invisible hell fire will be burned to ashes in an instant. Of course, since it is the ability of Zanpakuto, it is natural to consider the strength of Ryutsu. But this enhanced version of hell karma has a high upper limit, and it will increase in power as Kuchiki's mysterious power improves. However, the more powerful the ability, the greater the restrictions. The scope of Kuchiki Zan is very small. Once liberated, the marked range will only be centered on Kuchiki Zan, which is about 3 feet away from Fang Yuan, which is a radius of 15 meters. A circular range, and if Kuchiki Xuan pushes it with all his strength, it can expand to about 5 feet. Also, the spiritual power consumption of the Great Yanmo Karmic Fire Space is quite terrifying. If it is fully used, Kuchiki Xuan's at this time spiritual power can only last for 15 seconds, and if the most basic range is maintained, it can last for about a minute. This can't help but make Kuchiki Zan satisfied with Bankai's power. At the same time, he can't help complaining about Bankai's restrictions and consumption. When you buy something with spiritual power, whether it is a spiritual power user or a whole virtual, it will replenish a part of the spiritual power consumed by Kuchiki Zan. Kuchiki Zan took back Bankai, just that little time consumption has already consumed a lot of spiritual power for Kuchiki Zan. Phew, it seems that such a Bankai, with less than the 8th level of spiritual power, can't sustain it for a long time. The consumption is too horrible. Kuchiki Zan shook his head and said. But immediately, Kuchiki Zan laughed again. Being able to recover the spiritual power consumed by killing the enemy is also a good endurance. Advertisement. Yes, in the past 50 years, the situation in the Soul Society has become more and more chaotic, and the hidden struggles are almost on the surface. Not only these, but the occasional assassinations before have also become more and more serious now. More and more, not only Kuchiki Hongren, but even Kuchiki Genta's father, Kuchiki City, has been assassinated. Fortunately, Kuchiki City's strength is not bad, and the assassins were repelled, otherwise the war has not officially started. Kuchiki the family will lose a branch house owner first. However, although Kuchiki City is fine, the three nobles, Kuchiki, Shihuan, Shiba, and other members of the three families have more or less experienced assassination, and there will naturally be losses, but the three nobles are not families waiting to die. Also started his own counterattack, not to mention other things, assassination or something. Can there be a criminal army professional trained by Shihuan's family? In this way, the three great nobles and the three nobles have launched a phase of mutual assassination that lasted for 30 years, but Kuchiki-zan believes that this phase of assassination will soon pass, and a frontal war will begin. It has to be said that Kuchiki-zan's premonition was very accurate. On the fifth day after Kuchiki-zan realized Bankai and began to consolidate his strength, the clan sent a message that at the noble meeting, the Onitsuka family directly tore apart the face with the Kuchiki family, has declared war. For a while, the Soul Society was full of turmoil, but to Kuchiki's surprise, the war still needs to be declared, isn't it just started? This is Kuchiki-zan's bad idea. Kuchiki-zan has forgotten that there is a Spirit King above the Soul Society's head. It is impossible to watch the Soul Society in a mess and start a war like that. But once the nobles declare war, unless one party loses, they will completely admit that he lost, or was exterminated, otherwise the war will not end, and the Spirit King will not intervene. To be honest, the Spirit King himself would not interfere. To be continued. Chapter 16. Kuchiki-zan didn't know whether the Spirit King would care about the Soul Society's war or not, and he didn't want to know, he only knew that he was going to fight soon. Taking time out, Kuchiki-zan took a look at his own information in the system, and the changes are quite big. System host. Kuchiki-zan, real name, Ouyang Xuan. World. Shinigami World, Soul Society. Status. Young Master of the branch house of the noble Kuchiki family. Age. 151, Soul. System level. Qualification talent. Level 7, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower, etc. Super sense talent additional level 2, true level 9 upper. Strength level. Lower than 7th level, subdivided into complete, upper, middle, and lower 4, etc. Zanpakuto. Yanmo, Shikai, Bankai. Great Yanmo karmic fire space, liberation language. The karmic fire is burning, clean up the troubled world. Purify. Yanmo. Time difference, Shikai, Bankai unknown, liberation language. 4 directions, 100, infinite. Tamper it, time difference. Reward ability. Super sense talent, Shunpo level promotion, immortal soul body, soul derivation. Possess abilities. Kendo, secret, white hits, secret, Shunpo, 100, secret, Kido, 88th. I don't know if I don't read it, but after I read it, I found out that Kuchiki-zan has not fought a real battle with anyone for 150 years. Zan said that a battle that does not risk one's life is not a battle at all. Kuchiki Castle has sent someone to inform Kuchiki-zan, telling him that 3 days later, the 3 major nobles will officially start war with the Kuchiki family, Shihuan family, and Shiba family, but the remaining great noble family, the Tsunayashiro family, will participate in the war or not, is unclear. Advertisement. Moreover, not only the Tsunayashiro family on the side of the big nobles, but also the situation of the Yamamoto family and the Kasumauji family on the high-level nobles side is also very confusing. As for the Muhara family, let's not mention it. The Muwan family began to decline after Kuchiki-zan was born. In the 150 years of Kuchiki-zan's growth, the Muwan family can be said to have gone from bad to worse. At this time, the Muwan family has already declined and downgraded without the help of the big nobles. It's on the verge, and the Muwan family doesn't even have a decent patriarch at this time, so it's ridiculous if you say it. However, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, so we should take some precautions. Kuchiki-zan and Kuchiki Hongren talked about it before. Kuchiki Hongren's spy in the Muwan family discovered that the acting patriarch of the Muwan family had a relationship with Onitsuka. There has been contact with the family, which makes Kuchiki-zan have to take care. After all, no matter what the Muwan family is, it is still the size of a high-ranking nobleman. Although there is not a decent patriarch of the 7th-level powerhouse, there are still a considerable number of 6th-level powerhouses. At the beginning, Kuchiki-zan also said that if the Muwan family turned against him, then Kuchiki-zan would be responsible for cleaning up the Muwan family. Theirs too. It's just that the nobles are difficult to deal with because of the large population. It is absolutely impossible to fight alone at this point in time. However, now, Kuchiki-zan has a lot of confidence. He is now a person who has learned Bankai. Although Bankai consumes a lot, the Bankai with battery life can deal with opponents weaker than him. The more the better. 3 days later, it will be the day of war, but Kuchiki-zan is not going to wait any longer, he is going to take a few guys who have annoyed him for decades first. There have never been 5 groups of people, which made Kuchiki-zan very angry. Now that his face has been torn, there is nothing to bear. Thinking of this, Kuchiki-zan smiled slightly, and restored Zanpakuto Yanmo to the shape of a wooden sheath knife, and then inserted it in his belt. Kuchiki-shuan stood up, and then turned his spiritual sense to the maximum. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is there only 4 people? I really look down on the young master. Send 4 6th level lower ranks. What kind of rubbish is there to spy on me? All right, I'll take the 4 of you. As soon as the voice fell, Kuchiki-zan disappeared in the same place in an instant, running towards the 4 monitors he found. The strength of the 4 monitors is not good, they are all the kind of garbage with 6th level spiritual power. After all, spiritual power emptiness and spiritual knives are not necessarily shikai. For Kuchiki-zan, such rubbish is a one-knife item. At this time, 4 monitors were about 1 kilometer away from Kuchiki Xuanyuan, carefully monitoring the movement of Kuchiki branch house. They were sent by the 3 nobles and the Yamamoto family. A 6th level powerhouse from the branch house of the great noble Onizuka's family. Of course, this kind of person is the same as a free hand to Kuchiki Gen, but for normal people in the Soul Society, reaching the 6th level is a real big dude. At this time, the 4 of them were discussing something together, only to hear one of them say, "Hey, I heard that war has been declared, how long do we need to monitor?" "Well, it seems that the day of the decisive battle is 3 days later, maybe we won't need to monitor by then." Advertisement. In 3 days. That's fast. You don't have to wait for 3 days, how about I send everyone on the road now? Before one of the 4 could finish speaking, Kuchiki-zan's voice suddenly appeared, startling all 4 of them. "Who?" Among them, the 6th-rank middle-level powerhouse of the Onitsuka family shouted in shock and anger. "Who? You monitor me every day, don't you know who I am?" At this time, Kuchiki Shuenkai slowly stood behind the 4 of them. The 4 of them were facing the yard of their home, and he was standing behind the 4 of them now. You, Kuchiki-zan. The Onizuka family's short, wretched-looking 6th-order powerhouse recognized Kuchiki-zan and said stutteringly. "Well, you've been watching me for decades, it's been hard work, I'll send you on the road today, let you have a good rest." Kuchiki-zan slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist. When the 4 of them saw it, it was obvious that this could not be done well. As a nobleman, he had experienced all kinds of battles. Although even the 4 of them were in shock, they still didn't lose the 6th-order powerhouse. The faces of this title also pulled out the spiritual knives from their waists one after another. And the Onizuka family member also pulled out the knife from his waist, and said, "Kuchiki-zan, don't know what is good or bad, you have to know that the war will start 3 days later, if you dare to attack us now, you are playing with fire." "Okay, don't be bluffing here, the 3 nobles are busy preparing for the battle now, how can they care about you, even if you are dead now, they won't know, even if they know, so what?" Kuchiki-zan said disdainfully. Following the voice, Kuchiki-zan instantly released his 7th-level aura. In an instant, the huge Ryutsu pressed down, and the 4 of them were instantly ashamed, and their legs trembled so much that they almost knelt down. Chapter 17 Battle of Nobles. The moment Kuchiki Gen's huge Ryutsu was pressed down, the 4 of them knew that they were doomed. They didn't expect that this Kuchiki Gen, who was regarded as a serious problem by their respective patriarchs, had really reached the peak in just 150 years. The realm that everyone in the Soul Society dreams of, the 7th level. The 7th level. The extremely spiritual person, the ultimate spiritual power user. There is a difference between the 7th level and the 6th level, but once this hurdle is passed, it is like a fish jumping over the dragon's gate, resulting in a qualitative change. Kuchiki-zan took advantage of the time when the 4 people were stunned by him, and the next moment Kuchiki-zan didn't talk nonsense, and directly pulled out the knife from his waist. The flames of karma are burning, clean up the chaotic world. Enma. Directly liberated Enma in his hand, but it's not over yet. After Kuchiki General released Enma, his Ryutsu quickly began to climb, and then only Kuchiki General said flatly, "Bankai." This, Bankai, directly shattered the last luck of the 4 of them. It is because although the 4 of them are useless, they can work together to deal with a 7th-level powerhouse who only knows Shikai. Courage, but at this moment when they heard the word, Bankai, the faces of the 4 instantly turned ashen. "In order for you to die with peace of mind, I simply let you die under my Bankai. You should be honored, you are the first batch of creatures to die under my Bankai." Bankai. Great Yamakarmic fire space. In an instant, black, white, and red 3-color fields appeared, covering the 4 monitors at once, and the next moment, the 4 of them turned into flying ash all over the sky without warning. As the 4 turned into fly ash, the spirit knives in their hands fell to the ground, and then turned into spirit particles bit by bit, slowly being absorbed by Kuchiki-zan's domain. Then, Kuchiki-zan quickly released his Bankai. Bankai took too much energy. Just then, part of Kuchiki-zan's spiritual energy was consumed like flowing water. Fortunately, the 4 of them died in the Bankai domain. At any rate, it added some consumption, which made Kuchiki-zan more or less feel a little bit at ease. It took him 3 seconds from using Bankai to the end, and then he consumed 30% of his total spiritual power in 3 seconds. Of course, he used Bankai with the largest range. Such consumption is understandable, but the 4 guys after his death, he recovered about 60% of the consumed spiritual power, which is 2/3. Calculated, Kuchiki-zan Yi consumed a total of about 10% of the spiritual power. Of course, this is because the 4 people killed by him are all spiritual power users above the 6th level. If the level is lower, the recovered spiritual power may be even less. After all, the creature that was eliminated by the invisible karma has the amount of spiritual power. It is impossible for creatures with less spiritual power to recover more spiritual power consumption, which is completely unrealistic. Generally speaking, it's okay. I can't prevent a lot of close-ups at my speed. Kuchiki-zan made an evaluation of his Bankai performance just now. To be honest, Yan Mo's Bankai is really strong. All kinds of powerful Bankai in the original book are not inferior, but the disadvantage is also quite obvious, that is, it consumes a lot of money. Of course, with the improvement of Kuchiki's mysterious spiritual power, this defect will also be improved, but after all, the flaws do not conceal the merits. Great power is great power. Kuchiki General glanced at the direction of his home again, then turned and left. He was going to contact Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki Guren to see what they thought about the upcoming noble war. Advertisement. First of all, Kuchiki-zan must have gone to find Yamamoto Shigekuni, and after coming out of Yamamoto Shigekuni, he went to Kuchiki's house again. Kuchiki-zan basically passed without concealment. Before he killed the 4 monitors, he had already pulled out the eyes of the 3 nobles. In a short time, the 3 nobles would never have thought that the 4 people sent by them he was killed without even sending any news back. And Kuchiki-zan also knows that even if the 3 nobles know about the 4 people's death, the 3 of them have no extra energy to deal with Kuchiki-zan's affairs at this time. I still need to be wary of the 3 great nobles. At that time, if Kuchiki-zan was dealt with, the Kuchiki family had nothing to say, but now the situation is different. Now that the face has been torn apart, and 3 days later, the bloody battle of you stabbing me and stabbing you will start. Dead people are nothing, so the nature is different, and the results represented are also different. Kuchiki-zan soon came out from Kuchiki's house. He got a very unpleasant news from Kuchiki's house. The Muon family completely fell to the Onitsuka family. Speaking of the Muon family, they can be regarded as an ancient family in the Soul Society, but since Kuchiki-zan came to this Soul Society, their Muon family has been going downhill, and even now even the head of a 7th rank powerhouse if they can't be chosen, one can imagine how far the Muon family has fallen. Kuchiki-zan can understand the choice of the Muon family. After all, it is necessary to choose a team for the family. If the Muon family still has a 7th rank powerhouse, then they will definitely choose to stand with the Kuchiki family and other high-level nobles. After all, they are also high-level nobles, but now their Muon family can't protect themselves. Without the support of their family, the situation of the 3 nobles can be said to be quite difficult. The Muon family is not optimistic that the 3 nobles can win this war and ascend to the pinnacle of power. The Muon family completely turned to each other after the 3 great nobles declared war. But understanding is understanding. Kuchiki-zan does not agree with their approach, compromise without even fighting, and then defect. What is the difference between this and a coward? So Kuchiki-zan is very angry. What he has to do is, before the war comes, completely erase the Muon family from Soul Society. Originally, Kuchiki Guren was still tangled about whether to let Kuchiki-zan take action, but when he saw Kuchiki-zan, he was completely shocked, and then the shock turned into ecstasy. In the middle of the year, he became a powerhouse of the 7th rank and comprehended Bankai. One must know that the blood of high nobles like them, 150 years old, is still an age that needs to be studied, which is what later generations call the age of teenagers. It might not even reach that level. Therefore, Kuchiki Hongren is completely relieved. Kuchiki Hongren, who is already too old, will instantly look younger with the injection of Kuchiki-zan's booster. This time the war will be his last battle. Regardless of whether he wins or loses, he will not be able to see what happened after the war. Originally, he was still worried that if he left, who could really provoke the Kuchiki family? The appearance of Kuchiki-zan made him completely relieved. Not only that, but as Kuchiki Honglian completely let go of his knots, as if something had been broken, the stagnant 7th level median strength has also risen, reaching the level of the 7th level upper rank. Chapter 18 The Muon Family's Big Gamble. Soul Society, the residence of the Muon family. At this time, Kuchiki-zan was standing outside the gate of the Muon family. Kuchiki-zan looked at the dilapidated gate of the Muon family, and after sensing the population of the Muon family, he couldn't help feeling a sense of sadness in his heart. It turns out that the Muon family has fallen to this level. Unconsciously, Kuchiki-zan said such a sentence. Following Kuchiki-zan's voice, the dilapidated door of Muon's house creaked open, and a little boy walked out of Muon's house. The little boy looked about 10 years old, and he looked very cute. He had short black hair. Blue's eyes make people want to hold them in their arms after seeing them. As soon as the little boy came out, he saw Kuchiki-zan standing at the door. His eyes lit up immediately, and then he ran over cheerfully and said, "Brother Zan, you are indeed here. Originally, my father told me that you were here and asked me to welcome you. I still don't believe it." Genta. Kuchiki-zan looked at the little boy in front of him and frowned. This cute little boy is called Muon Yuantai. He is the son of the current acting head of the Muon family. He is just 100 years old, but his strength has reached the level of the 5th level upper class. He is definitely a genius that the Muon family has not encountered in hundreds of years. Originally, Kuchiki-zan and him have known each other for a long time, and they are also of the same age. Of course, Kuchiki-zan is more than 40 years older, but this does not prevent the two from getting along and communicating happily. But now, Kuchiki-zan can't tell Muon Yuanta that he is here to clean up their family, but since Yuantai was sent to invite Kuchiki-zan, then Kuchiki-zan might as well go in and see what kind of medicine is sold in the gourd of Muon's family. Kuchiki-zan followed Muon Yuantai into the Muon family. Kuchiki-zan had already scanned it just now. At this time, the Muon family was sparsely populated. Not only were there not many people, but the quality was not good. There were only about 10 people who were stronger than Muon Yuantai. Discovering this situation, Kuchiki-zan frowned. He knew that there was a problem with the Muon family, but he didn't expect the problem to be so serious. There are less than 2 pieces in total for a strong person above the 5th rank who can see the situation. 10. Such a number is simply an insult to a high-ranking nobleman. You must know that the number of qualified middle-level noblemen at the next level may exceed that of the Muon family at this time. Of course, most of the strongmen mentioned here are the 5th order is not a strong person with the 6th order as the standard. Advertisement. Kuchiki Zan feels the downfall of the Muon family at this time, and probably knows why the Muon family chose to defect to the camp of the 3 nobles. There is no way that their family is too weak. Even if they joined the camp of the Kuchiki family, it was also given for nothing, and the 3 great nobles would wipe out the family in a few clicks. However, after taking refuge in the 3 great nobles at this time, there is still a chance of life, and they can keep their own fire. However, at present, it seems that it is already an extravagant hope. After all, Kuchiki Zan is here. Kuchiki Zan is still a little puzzled why the people of the Muon family would know of his arrival, but he came to the Muon family directly from the Kuchiki family. With doubts in his heart, Kuchiki quickly followed Muon Yuantai to the main hall of the patriarch. At this time, the acting patriarch of the Muon family, that is, the father of Muon Yuantai, was a mild-looking man with a spiritual knife in his waist. The middle-aged man stood outside the main hall, waiting for Kuchiki Zan's arrival. The middle-aged man's name is Muon General Tai, the father of Muon Yuantai. His strength is probably at the upper level of the 6th rank, and he has just met the conditions for the completion of cultivation, but for a high-ranking nobleman, the strongest in the clan is only the 6th rank. At the top of the rank, the strength is too low. Seeing Kuchiki Zan's arrival, Makino Mashoda smiled on his face and said, Kuchiki Zan, the first genius of Kuchiki's house, we haven't seen each other for a long time. At this time, Kuchiki Zan and Muon Motoda also stopped, and Kuchiki Zan heard Muon Shoda's words, and said lightly, yeah, it's been a long time since I saw you, but I didn't expect that it would be like this when we meet again. You must be very clear about the situation, my reason for coming, Uncle Muon. Kuchiki Zan also called Muon Shoda this way. The reason is because of the cemetery Genta. After all, Kuchiki Zan is not a task-oriented person. His personal emotions have always been very rich. Even now, the 2 families are already hostile. But personal feelings are personal feelings, and hostile relationships are hostile relationships. Kuchiki Zan clearly distinguishes them. Well, sure enough, you are a person with a clear distinction between likes and hates. Hearing Kuchiki Zan's address, Muon Shoda didn't care about Kuchiki Zan's slightly cold tone, but cared more about Kuchiki Zan's attitude towards their family, and then slightly he said with relief, well, of course I know what you are here for. After all, we chose this path ourselves, but I didn't expect it would really be you. But it's okay. Muon Shoda smiled and nodded while talking, then continued for a moment of silence. Genta. I have already told him, but I think you can promise me one thing. Oh, Kuchiki Zan took a slightly surprised look at Muon Yuanta, who was expressionless at this time, and lowered his head. He didn't expect that Muon Shoda had already informed Yuanta of his purpose of coming, and he was a little unclear for a while. Chu Muon will tell you what to do. Advertisement. Seeing Kuchiki Zan's reaction, Muhara Shoda smiled again, and said, Young Genta, I have always had a good relationship with you. The choice of our adults is the choice of adults. I once again hope that you, Zan, can take Yuanta away. If you agree, then from now on, Yuantai will no longer be a member of the Muon family. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Hearing the words of Muon Shoda, Kuchiki Zan, who is a man of the 3rd generation, was also slightly shocked. He didn't expect that this was what Muon Shoda wanted to ask him to do. This was something he never thought of. Uncle Muon, who is this? Kuchiki Zan frowned and asked Moto to Muhara. Well, I knew you would be so surprised. I didn't expect that I, General Makino, could surprise Kuchiki Zan in my lifetime. It's really gratifying. Seeing Kuchiki Zan's reaction, General Makino said with a smile, and then his face became serious. Said, don't doubt, this is what I want to ask you. Our choice is our choice, Yuantai is innocent. Kuchiki Zan frowned, looking at Moto to Muhara, who hadn't said a word since he came in. He also understood at this time that Moto to Muhara must have known everything about it, that's why he reacted like this. Why? Kuchiki General asked. Why? It's very simple, because of you. General Mu Yuan said in a relaxed tone. Me? Kuchiki wondered. Yes, it's you, I've known for a long time. Once the news of our defection to the Onitsuka family gets out, that guy Kuchiki Guren will definitely clean us up, so we're betting who the cleanup is, I bet it's you. Quote. Chapter 19 I'm safe, I'm what Kuchiki Zan said. I bet, this person is you, and now it seems that I won the bet. At this time, Masahiro Muon had Fazzy's sincere smile on his face. Why? Was the same question as always. Because, if it was you who came here, you must not be the kind of killing machine without self-esteem. If it were you, you would definitely agree to my request. Masahiro Muhara said. Just because of this. Just because of my personal relationship with Genta, and because I'm not the killing machine you said. Hearing Masamune Muhara's slightly rude words, Kuchiki twitched his eyes and asked angrily. Following the surge of anger, the Ryutsu on Kuchiki Zanyi's body burst out instantly, making Masato Makino's complexion instantly ugly. Masahiro Makino leaned on the huge Ryutsu of the lower rank of Kuchiki Xuanchi, with sweat dripping from his forehead, and then said with difficulty, it's not what you think.
No, what's that? Kuchiki General frowned, bypassing Ryutsu away from Moto to Makihara, and directly pressing on Shota Makinohara. And Muon Yuantai discovered his idol brother, and bypassed the pressure on himself. While he was happy, he looked at his father worriedly. He didn't know whether his father could convince his idol and his own father. Good friend and big brother. Kuchiki-zan, you don't have to test me. I have no other choice from the beginning to the end. Mu Yuan said with too much difficulty. If we firmly follow the Kuchiki family, we will not even have room to struggle. You know, if we don't agree to lead to the Onitsuka family, the Onizuka family will come earlier than you didn't expect it, so we have no choice. Speaking of this, General Muon took a look at Muon Yuantai, his eyes were full of comfort and love, and then he said firmly, in order for Yuantai to survive, and for Yuantai to keep a little bit of fire in the Muon family, even if Yuantai doesn't give up, it is enough first that the Muon family's surname survives. When General Muon said this, his tone was firm and powerful. Kuchiki-zan was also touched by General Muon, and his eyes were shocked. He never thought that the Muon family would make such a heroic move in order to protect Muon Yuanta. Sacrifice. You guys. Kuchiki-zan Yi retracted his huge Ryutsu while talking, and then looked at Shota Makino with complicated eyes. You know, Uncle Muon, I can't let you go. Advertisement. I know, I never expected that you would let us go, but I'm still very relieved to know that it's you. Masahiro Makihara looked at Kuchiki-zan and said sincerely. Hearing what Muhara Shota said, Kuchiki-zan sighed and closed his eyes, slowly raised his head. He was thinking about whether it was right for him to do so. After a while, Kuchiki-zan opened his eyes again, looked at Mashota Makino who had been staring at him and said, okay, I agree. Great. General Muon seemed to jump up when he heard Kuchiki-zan's answer. I knew that if it was you, Zan, you would definitely save Yuanta, so starting from the insurance funds, Yuantai he is no longer Mu Yuan. That's enough. Kuchiki-zan interrupted Masho Makihara roughly when he was about to say that he would drive Genta out of the house, but Masho Muhara didn't know what Kuchiki-zan wanted for a while. Ah Zan, you, General Mu Yuan said uncertainly. Enough. No need, how could the person I, Kuchiki-zan want to protect, let him abandon his surname? Today, let me let it go, no matter who it is, as long as I, Kuchiki-zan, is alive, then he. Kuchiki-zan pointed to Muon Motoda, who was a little confused, and said, he, Muon Motoda, will always live with this name. I said it. The words were sonorous and powerful, as if the clouds in the sky were shocked by Kuchiki-zan's courage, and slowly dissipated in the sky. Hearing Kuchiki-zan's words, Maharaja Mashota and Motoda Muhara were completely dumbfounded, and Masaki Makino's lips trembled even more, and tears burst out of his eyes instantly. Thank you, Zan. Masamune Muon couldn't say anything else at this time, while Yuanta Muon pursed his lips and tried hard to stop his tears from falling. That's enough. Kuchiki-zan took a deep breath. He didn't like the sensational part very much. He stopped Mu Yuan Masada from continuing, but said, Genta, I'm sure, no matter who it is, I Kuchiki-zan I said it, but you should also have an understanding of the matter of your Muon family, people will pay the price for doing wrong things. After speaking, Kuchiki-zan turned around and walked towards the outside of Muon's house. He hoped to solve the other members of Muon's family there, and he didn't want to destroy every plant and tree here. Advertisement. Motoda Muhara watched Kuchiki-zan go out, and immediately followed Kuchiki-zan's pace, because he knew that only by following Kuchiki-zan all the time could he survive, and he could live as Motoda Muhara. Muon Shota looked at Kuchiki-zan who was walking out, muttered, thank you, several times again. His eyes became firm, and then shouted. The Muon family obeys the order, gather outside the clan, and prepare to fight. After finishing speaking, General Mu Yuan took off the coat he was wearing, tightened the belt around his waist, and strode towards the door. The members of the Muon family who were able to fight also began to gather outside the clan. They knew the result a long time ago. Now that Yuantai's problem is solved, they feel a lot more relaxed. The rest is just like what Kuchiki-zan said. Yes, people have to pay the price for doing wrong things. He can keep Mu Yuan Yuantai who has no decision-making power, but the Mu Yuan family must be cleaned up. This is the law of this world. Soon Kuchiki-zan took Muon Yuanta to stand in the open space outside Muon's house, followed by Muon Shota, and came out from the gate of Muon's house in a file. According to Kuchiki-zan's rough count, there are about 30 or 40 people in the Muon family, but many of them are not even at the 5th level. Such opponents, Kuchiki-zan has no interest at all. General Muon, you people below the 5th level don't have to participate in the battle, no matter what the outcome is, they will have no effect. Kuchiki-zan has already called General Muon by name at this time, because at this time it represents him who came to deal with the Muon family, not the Kuchiki-zan who had a personal relationship with the Muon family. Hearing Kuchiki-gen's name, Makino Mashota didn't react too much, the result was doomed the moment they came out. Okay, what you said is right, not to mention the people below the 5th level, even the people of the 5th level will not be able to hinder you. Even if it is me, I may or may not be able to cause any substantial harm to you, but I will be exterminated. You have to struggle, don't you? General Mu Yuan slowly pulled out the knife from his waist, and said calmly. Chapter 20 The Muon Family's Removal. As Mu Yuan took out his saber, the Muon people behind him were divided into two groups. One group slowly drew out his saber, and the other retreated towards the rear. The ones who drew out their knives were naturally the Muon people above the 5th rank who were ready to fight, while those who retreated were naturally those below the 5th rank. Seeing the actions of the Muon people, Kuchiki-zan nodded slightly. He admired the Muon family. As for the approach, he did not agree with it, but his personal position was different. He could not say that General Muon did too much wrong. It's a pity that there is a way for my family to continue, but unfortunately, no matter which way, it is full of thorns. Kuchiki-zan looked at Shota Muhara, then looked at Motoda Muhara with complex eyes, narrowed his eyes slightly and said again, Shota Muhara, I will give you a choice, or an opportunity. Oh, I would like to hear more about it. Masahiro Muhara said after hearing Kuchiki-zan's words, slightly startled. After Kuchiki-zan glanced at Muon Genta again, he said lightly, I have a choice for you. If you choose to fight with me, if you win, the result goes without saying. If you lose, your Muon family's 4th order the clansmen with the above spiritual power will all kill themselves, how about I let the others go? Hearing Kuchiki-zan's words, Muhara Shota immediately widened his eyes, and asked excitedly, is this true? Not only him, but even Motoda Muhara next to Kuchiki-zan stared wide-eyed. While he was a little happy in his heart, he was also a little puzzled by what Kuchiki-zan did. Don't be confused, I'm doing this for my own reasons. Kuchiki-zan seemed to know Motoda Muhara's heart, and said something in a low voice. Hearing what Kuchiki-zan said, Muon Motoda was shocked. He felt that the reason why Kuchiki-zan did this was for himself, but as smart as him, he also faintly felt that besides this, Kuchiki-zan had other reasons. He didn't want to drive the Muon family to extinction. To be honest, Kuchiki-zan did have selfish intentions. After experiencing the thriving Soul Society, Kuchiki-zan discovered that the Soul Society or Jingling Court in the original works of later generations was pitifully small, not to mention anything else, the so-called Soul Society there are dozens of nobles, and even more commoners. In addition, it is common sense that the stronger a person is in the Soul Society, the longer their lifespan will be. As long as there is no external interference, the lifespan of the strong will be horribly long, so the population of the nobles can be said to be quite prosperous, and the population of Jingling Court in later generations is sparse. It's like a cloud in mud. Kuchiki-zan speculates that the imminent war of nobles is one reason, and the Millennium War after Jinglingting was established as another reason. Internal and external troubles are the main reason for the sparse population of Soul Society. Advertisement. So at this time, Kuchiki-zan wants the Soul Society to keep more fire, and Mu Yuan Yuanta is in charge, and it doesn't hurt to leave some members of the Mu Yuan family who are not too strong, so there is a scene where Kuchiki-zan asks Mu Yuan Yuantai to choose. How about Shota Makihara? What is your choice? Kuchiki-zan looked at Shota Makara and said. Are you really going to let them go? I don't have to lie to you. Kuchiki-zan said indifferently. Okay, I choose to fight alone with you. Muon General Tai didn't hesitate and responded quickly. And the Muon family members behind him were about to say something, but they were stopped by General Muon's eyes, and then he said, needless to say, I understand what you want to say, but you think too much, no matter how much we go up people, the result is the same, why not let me weigh the talent that the Soul Society has seen in 1,000 years? Patriarch. A group of members of the Muon family shouted, they also knew that the final result would not be different, but they couldn't watch their patriarch die. That's enough, don't take other people's kindness for granted. General Mu Yuan shouted sharply. After being reprimanded like this, everyone realized that their life and death are actually in the hands of Kuchiki-zan. Kuchiki-zan was kind enough to be stupid to give such an opportunity. But in their view, it is meaningless at all. To Kuchiki-zan, it has different meanings. However, whether these people understand it or not, it has nothing to do with Kuchiki-zan. What he wants is the impact they will have after they live, and not the living themselves. Seeing the clansmen retreating, General Mu Yuan showed a wry smile on his face, and said, I'll make you laugh, Zan. Kuchiki-zan waved his hand and said, it's okay, I don't care, but you, if you are ready, then let's start. Advertisement. Okay. Muhara Masada nodded and said, then raised his foot and walked towards Kuchiki-zan's position. Every step Maharata Makihara's aura increased by 1 point. Seeing Muhara Masada's movements, Kuchiki-zan narrowed his eyes slightly, indicating that Muon Yuanta should stay away, then closed his eyes, squatted slightly, with his left hand holding the scabbard, and his right hand backhanded on the scabbard, feeling the feeling of getting stronger and stronger. The closer he got, the more imposing Masada Mahara became stronger. The next moment, with a bang, Kuchiki-zan disappeared in place. Kuchiki-zan disappeared so happily. Among the people present, only Masahiro Makihara saw a trace of Kuchiki-zan's movement. Discover. Just relying on the slightest trace found, Muon General Tai's face changed drastically, and he raised his knife in a hurry to slash, and with a clang, Kuchiki-zan's knife had already landed on Shana who Muon slashed Tai horizontally. But with huge force, General Mu Yuan was directly sent flying. After Muon was chopped off, Kuchiki-zan was unforgiving. Shunpo came out again and immediately followed Muon's figure. It was too late to say it, but it was too late. Kuchiki-zan's sword was about to fall, but in the next second, Kuchiki-zan switched to kicking, and kicked Mu Yuan, who was leaning sideways, on the waist, and kicked him flying out. After flying Shota Muhara, Kuchiki-zan stood on the spot, holding Zanpakuto in his hand, looked at Shota Muhara who fell in the distance and said, your foundation is too weak, Shota Muhara, you should take out your whole card, otherwise you won't even be able to see my Shikai. Yes, Kuchiki-zan didn't talk nonsense. In terms of the overall strength of Muhara Shota, if he didn't show his cards, then Kuchiki-zan could kill him without even Shikai. After being kicked into the air in the distance, General Mu Yuan fell to the ground in embarrassment, and then rolled around a few times before stabilizing his body and struggling to stand up. After Masahiro Makina stood up, he took a few breaths, because although Kuchiki Genna's kick was serious, but the waist is an important airport of the body, and it is normal for the breath to be short of breath after being injured. After taking a breath, Mu Yuan held the knife in front of Tai's hands, and said, indeed, as you said, if we don't show our whole cards, the gap between us is really too big. Chapter 21 Masada Muhara's Wind Swallow. I've known the gap between us for a long time, but for that unrealistic idea, I'm willing to take a gamble. Masada Muhara said. Kuchiki-zan nodded. In that case, let your horse come here. After that, Kuchiki-zan waved the straight wooden handle knife in his hand, changing it from holding the knife in the forehand to holding the knife in the backhand again. Just such a move made Muon Shuta's pupils shrink when he saw the whole process. Although he could also do this step smoothly, compared with Kuchiki-zan's transformation without any sense of disobedience, he was far behind. As expected of Master Shigekuni Yamamoto's disciple, the gap in foundation is too great. Muon Zhongtai thought secretly. However, no matter what, he had to fight today, and he would bet his life just for the sake of his clansmen. Thinking of this, Muhara Masada's eyes became firm with godhood. The wind has no appearance, swallows dance in the sky. As Muhara Masada chanted, a light green ryutsu began to exude from him, and as ryutsu became stronger, slowly the package landed on top of the Zanpakuto in his hand. When the pale green ryutsu completely enveloped Zanpakuto, Masamune Makino completely let go of the knife in his hand, and then shouted, "Fly, Fengyan." With the completion of Muon Shota's liberation speech, Zanpakuto, which he let go of, instantly split under the light green light package, and then completely turned into 3 light green animals that are completely composed of ryutsu in the shape of a falcon. Kuchiki-zan watched Mu Yuan's liberation, narrowed his eyes slightly, showed a smile, and said, "Not bad, is it called, Feng Yan?" "Very good Zanpakuto, what a pity." "Yes, it's a pity and not a pity." Hearing Kuchiki-zan's words, Mu Yuan, who was surrounded by 3 big green birds, understood Kuchiki-zan's meaning in an instant, and then retorted. "Oh, interesting, you have worked hard for the family." Kuchiki-zan praised. "That's natural," Mu Yuan said with a serious face. Advertisement. The conversation between the two was mostly not understood by others, and only the 2 parties involved plus Motoda Muhara understood. The pity Kuchiki-zan said earlier was nothing more than a pity that Shota Muhara has such a rare Kido-style Zanpakuto. I know that the wind element has always been the relatively scarce Zanpakuto type in Soul Society. Even in the original book, there is no real, wind element Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto stuff. Only the Fengyan in front of him is the first, wind type, Zanpakuto that Kuchiki-zan has seen in the true sense, and it is still more of a Kido type. Also, another meaning of Kuchiki-zan's pity is that it would be great if we could see Bankai of Fengyan, which is the whole meaning of Kuchiki-zan. But Shota Makihara said that it is a pity that it is indeed a pity, because he is not sure that he can beat Kuchiki-zan, so he must die, and it is not a pity. Naturally, he replied that Kuchiki-zan could not see the possibility of Bankai. Therefore, Kuchiki-zan said that to Muon again. What he meant was that, for the sake of the family, Muon forcibly opened Bankai with a 6th level body, which also means that there will be almost no Muon in the future. With the end of the conversation between the two, Kuchiki-zan didn't waste any more time, and directly got up to attack, backhanding to Shunpo who was coordinating with Pervert, which also put huge pressure on Makino Shota after Shikai, but because of the liberation of Zanpakuto, with the help of the wind element Zanpakuto, General Muon was able to barely maintain his undefeated. For example, at this time, Kuchiki-zan, relying on his pace much faster than General Muon, bullied himself and slashed towards General Muon's left rib with a knife, but the green falcon formed by Wind Swallow was extremely fast. General Tai can react with a single thought, which is more than 10 times stronger than General Muon holding a knife to defend himself. Moreover, Masada Muhara's Feng Yan, let's call the falcons composed of 3 green energy bodies, Feng Yan. The sharpness of the belt is extremely powerful. If Kuchiki-zan is not careful, he will be easily cut by the wind blade brought by Feng Yan. When Kuchiki-Xuan was attacking, he had to guard against Feng Yan, which involved a large part of Kuchiki-Xuan's energy, and for a while, he couldn't help General Muon. After finding that common sword attack could not reach his expected target, Kuchiki-zan increased his ryutsu output, but although Kuchiki-zan's ryutsu level was much higher than that of Mu Yuan, after the opponent's Shikai, the gap was almost it doesn't exist anymore, especially when the opponent has 3 Feng Yan. After seeing Kuchiki-zan being forced to retreat, General Muon did not attack immediately. Although he is the acting patriarch, he is definitely not weak in combat experience. He knew what was going on in an instant. Feng Yan took the initiative to attack Kuchiki-zan. Kuchiki-Xuan saw that Muon General Tai actually took the initiative to attack him. His expression was slightly cold, the long knife in his hand flashed coldly, and he cut off the 2 extremely fast Feng Yan, but Feng Yan who was cut apart in an instant was reading the words combined into 2 words. 1. Attack Kuchiki-zan. Advertisement. Kuchiki-zan didn't expect Feng Yan to have such an ability. He was caught by Feng Yan without noticing it for a while, and Feng Yan attacked Kuchiki Zan's ribs from left to right. Yes, Kuchiki Zan Yi couldn't avoid it for a while. The moment Feng Yan attacked Kuchiki Zan disappeared in place with a whoosh, leaving only the robe with the Kuchiki family crest that he was wearing before. In the next second, Kuchiki Zan appeared in the distance, and Feng Yan returned to General Mu Muan after losing his target. Kuchiki Xuan frowned and looked at his coat that had fallen in the distance, and General Muan, who was surrounded by the wind and swallows at this time, he really had nothing to do, so he said, General Muan, your spiritual knife release ability is very strong, let me have no way to take you down for a while, and you can also counterattack me while defending against my attack, very good. General Mu Yuan, who was surrounded by Feng Yan, smiled and said, thank you for the compliment, you are right, my Feng Yan is naturally not weak, the only one who is weak is me. Hearing Shota Muhara's words, Kuchiki Zan nodded in agreement. If Shota Muhara's Ryutsu level is the same as his at this time, then it is really not easy for Kuchiki Genta to win Shota Muhara. However, the gap is the gap, Kuchiki Zan nodded slightly and said, indeed, your Feng Yan has both offense and defense, and it is really not easy for me to win you with only the common knife. Let me show you one of my liberations. As he said, Kuchiki Zan held the knife upside down with one hand, and then said, the fire of karma is burning, clean up the troubled world. Purify it, Enma. Hearing Kuchiki Zan start to sing the liberation language, Muon Masamune's body gradually tensed up. You must know that there are many people in the Soul Society who know that Muon Masamune is Feng Yan, but no one has seen Kuchiki Zan's Zanpakuto liberation. Oh no, 4 people have already seen it, but these 4 people were directly obliterated by Kuchiki Zan. For a while, as Kuchiki Zan was liberated in front of everyone for the first time, people were full of expectations for the liberation of his once-in-a-thousand-year genius in the Soul Society. Chapter 22 Destruction. As Kuchiki Zan chanted, the long knife with a wooden handle held upside down in front of him instantly turned into a long knife with a black blade and purple blade, burning with raging black flames, Yanmo. With the liberation of Kuchiki Zan, everyone finally saw his Zanpakuto liberation. The black flame, the pitch black blade, and the longer and thicker blade all spoke of the power of Yanmo. As soon as Kuchiki Zan was liberated, as soon as Kuchiki Zan swung his sword, the flame of black flew towards Shotomakihara. General Muon looked at the black flames, which seemed to have no temperature and no threat, flying towards him, and his face immediately changed drastically. Although the black flames did not have exaggerated temperature and energy to explode, General Muon, who was a 6th-level high-ranking powerhouse, still felt the terrifying energy contained in the black flame, and not only that, his soul even felt a kind of original trembling. General Muon has already realized the horror of the black flame, it is something that must never be touched, so the next moment General Muon sent Ji Fengyan out, and instantly hit the black flame group. With a puff, Feng Yan passed through the black flame group in an instant, but the strange thing is that the black flame not only was not defeated by Feng Yan, but attached to Feng Yan's body. The next moment Feng Yan, who was originally not small, took 2 breaths. The time quickly shrank, and at the same time, General Mu Yuan, who was commanding Feng Yan in the distance, seemed to feel something, and then his face suddenly turned pale, and then Feng Yan, who was attached to the black flame, was eroded by the black flame and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, Masamune Muon also spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his whole body became wilted. This round of confrontation can be said to be between lightning and flint. Even the confrontation between Feng Yan and Heian was completed in 2 or 3 breaths. The identities among people changed too quickly. Masamune Muhara, who was surrounded by wind and swallows before, was still at the top, but was immediately suppressed by Kuchiki Zan, who liberated Zanpakuto. Although it is not clear what exactly happened, but it is also clear that it is definitely related to the Feng Yan who broke through the black flame and was completely eroded by the black flame. At this time, Maharaja Muhara spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked at Kuchiki Zan and the black flame with a pale face. Maharaja Makahara's eyes were full of disbelief and fear. Your liberation is such a terrifying thing. Mu Yuan said, pointing at the black flame that had eroded Feng Yan just now and fell to the ground. As soon as everyone heard this, they followed Mu Yuan Zhongtai's movements and looked at He Yan. In just a split second, the faces of the people watching the battle became very terrified. The reason is that the black flame that fell on the ground is still burning fiercely at this time, not only that the volume of the black flame is also larger, and at the same time, a big hole has been burned by the black flame on the ground just during the time of speaking. You must know that all the substances in the Soul Society are composed of spirit particles. These things are quite resistant to the special energy produced by spiritual power, such as wind erosion and fire, but with just one sentence, the black flame a big hole was left in the ground, which showed how terrifying the black flame produced by Kuchiki Zan was, and they finally knew the reason why Muon General Taifengyan disappeared. On the other hand, Kuchiki Zan looked at Shota Makahara expressionlessly, and then waved Yanmo, who was burning with black flames in his hand, pulling the black flames on the ground far away, and reattached to Yanmo. Everyone looked at this scene, and all pupils shrank, not afraid of terrifying abilities, but afraid of people who manipulate abilities. This is the impression Kuchiki Zan gave to everyone at this time. Advertisement. Kuchiki Zan didn't answer Maharaja Masada's words. He didn't like to answer questions during the battle. Only villains who died talking too much would chatter during the battle. This is not Kuchiki Zan's style. Kuchiki Zan looked at Muon Shota, and then walked towards him step by step, while Yanmo in his hand was transpiring with black flames, as if it was about to turn into a huge monster formed by black flames. Looking at Kuchiki Zan who was walking towards him step by step, Muon Masamune's face was very ugly. He had just felt the horror of the black flame, not only eroding the wind swallow made up of Ryutsu, but also using this method to injure the origin of his soul. You must know that Zanpakuto is the embodiment of the soul. Oh no, it should be said that at this time, the people in the Soul Society, their spiritual knives are embodied from their own souls, and there are no future generations. It is so convenient for the Shinigami to obtain the sealed state first, and then use the sealed state to directly condense Zanpakuto, so the damage done to Zanpakuto at this time is the damage to the enemy's soul. Sometimes Kuchiki Xuandu can't help but wonder, is it because the spiritual knife is too harmful to the soul of the owner, so Mewu Wangyu created all the Zanpakuto, the sealed state of the predecessor of Zanpakuto, and then let the Shinigami directly from the sealed state condensed Zanpakuto, instead of directly consuming soul power from the soul to manifest a spiritual knife. The topic is far away. At this time, General Muon already knows that he will not be able to defeat Kuchiki Zan no matter what in a few days, but the pride of being the acting patriarch of the Muon family makes it impossible for him to admit defeat so easily. Although this battle the same is true of Kuchiki Zan who has obviously let the water go. He can accept being pale, but he will never allow himself to surrender after the enemy has let the water go. Seeing Kuchiki Zan approaching step by step, Mu Yuan took a deep breath and shouted, Kuchiki Zan, I, Mu Yuan, admire you too much. You deserve to be the most talented person in the Soul Society in the past year, but I will not give up easily. Quote. As General Muon yelled loudly, the previously weakened aura on his body began to rise again. With Ryutsu's promotion, the Fengyan that had already disappeared quickly began to condense and then take shape, but this is not over yet. With Muon General Tai Ryutsu's promotion, Fengyan was formed, and soon exceeded the original number, reaching 9. After the number of Fengyan was raised to 9, Muon Xiaotai's Ryutsu also rose to the peak, and even surpassed it. He had forcibly reached the level of 6th order perfection from the upper rank of the 6th rank. My Muon family, although it has fallen, has its own backbone. Even if my Muon general loses, I will lose wonderfully. Following Muhara's passionate words, his eyes were already filled with the pale green Ryutsu. Kuchiki Zan also stopped at this time, looked at Muhara with Ryutsu soaring to the sky in a little shock, and took a slight breath looking at Masamune Muon coldly. He already knew what the other party was going to do. Accept the trick, Kuchiki Zan, even if I die, I will die violently. Bankai. Magic Wind Bayan. Chapter 23 Bankai, Magic Wind Swallow. As Masahiro Makihara yelled, his momentum swelled several times in an instant, and Ryutsu also rose several times. The huge Ryutsu rolled up a huge updraft, and rolled up into the sky together with the dust. Kuchiki Zan feels the Ryutsu of Muhara Shota, and with the use of Muhara Shota Bankai, Muhara Shota's overall Ryutsu has almost increased by nearly 5 times. The disadvantages. However, Bankai is Bankai, not to mention the multiplier of the increase in spiritual power, but only to say that Bankai brought a huge combat power afterwards, which is enough to crush Shikai. Don't think it's unbelievable. Bankai itself is the mental form formed after sublimating Zanpakuto's ability. Shikai is just the basic application of Zanpakuto's ability. Compared with this, which one do you think is stronger? Of course, the Ryutsu upgrade brought after the end is also an incidental upgrade. Otherwise, why are they called Shikai and Bankai? That is to say, only after learning Bankai, the true power of Shinigami will be released, and then it is the real fighting form without restraint. At this time, the dust that was driven up by the huge Ryutsu released by Queen Makino Bankai began to dissipate slowly, and what was unfolding in front of me was a spectacular scene. At this time, General Muon's original gorgeous aristocratic costumes have become green robes because of Bankai's relationship, and the light green Fengyan, which was originally only in the single digits, has become countless deep in the sky. Green Fengyan, the dense number surprised everyone. This is mine. Bankai. Magic Wind Bayan. Masahiro Muhara said calmly as he looked at Kuchiki Zan with green eyes shining, and he was full of confidence at this time. Kuchiki Xuan looked at Feng Yan floating around and above Muon General, and frowned slightly. He was forced to dodge secret steps because of the attack of 2 Feng Yan before. This time Feng Yan didn't say anything. How about individual strength? Just this amount has already given Kuchiki Zan a headache. Looking at the densely packed Feng Yan, Kuchiki thought, is it time to use his Bankai? If Bankai is not used, then such a huge number of Feng Yan may not be able to block all of Shikai's karmic fires. Although karmic fires have the characteristic that the more they burn, the more powerful they are, but there is a process of burning, right? Advertisement. Kuchiki Zan cautiously looked at his real first opponent who would be able to Bankai in front of him. He gave Mu Yuan enough respect, and Mu Yuan definitely deserved such respect. Except the trick, Kuchiki Zan. General Muon didn't have so much thought about Kuchiki Zan. He only wanted to do his best now. It would be best to defeat Kuchiki Zan, and he did his best to be undefeated. As General Mu Yuan yelled loudly, the swallows all over him began to move, and one after another, the swallows like falcons began to move, and the next moment, the first swallow broke away from the main force and headed towards it. Seeing Kuchiki rush forward, and following the movement of the first swallow, the other swallows also started to move. Seeing Fengyan rushing towards him, Kuchiki-zan's pupils shrank, and he retreated quickly. While retreating, he urged Yan Mo in his hand. He saw black flames surging above Yan Mo, and then Kuchiki-zan swung his knife out. Black's karmic fire immediately greeted the overwhelming Feng Yan like a horse. With a whimper, He Yan came into contact with the dozen or so that rushed to the front, bare. The moment He Yan touched Feng Yan, he quickly attached to Feng Yan, and began to quickly burn Feng Yan's spiritual power, consuming Feng Yan while growing himself. However, although the effect of the black flame is remarkable, there are too many Feng Yan who can't stand it. The huge number of Feng Yan instantly bypassed the black flame cut out by Kuchiki-zan. Seeing this situation, Kuchiki-zan frowned but also without panic. Shunpo retreated again, and Yan Mo in his hand ignited raging black flames again. Yan Mo's first form, karmic fire cut. Kuchiki-Xuan held the knife in both hands and slashed down. The black flame on the black sword Yan Mo grew rapidly, forming a flame like a giant sword, and shot towards the dozens of swallows that had bypassed the black flame before. Just like before, dozens of Feng Yan were wrapped in black flames, quickly became weak and then burned to death, but Kuchiki-zan found that in the Bankai state, simply burning Feng Yan could not do any damage to General Muon. Injury, and the speed of Feng Yan's replenishment is too fast, although Yan Mo's karma has tried his best to destroy Feng Yan, but it can't keep up with Feng Yan's recovery speed. But, similarly, Kuchiki-zan has discovered a problem, that is Mashoda Muhara's Bankai, magic wind 100 swallows, seems to be really only 100 wind swallows, even if they are eliminated, after replenishment, the same it is this amount, no more and no less. And most importantly, if Feng Yan is not consumed, it will not be replenished. Advertisement. The number is indeed Feng Yan's limit, but having said that, it is not so easy to limit Feng Yan, and the only thing that Kuchiki-Xuan can effectively deal with Feng Yan is the black karma produced by Yan Mo, other means it seemed that Feng Yan could not be restrained effectively. Kuchiki-zan also considered using Kido, but there is a big difference between the current Kido and the Kido of later generations. At this time, Kido is not as systematic as the later Kido, and its power is not as great as that developed by later generations. Although Kuchiki-zan can use 80 or 90 the ability to call Kido, but there are too few Kido that can be used. For a while, Kuchiki-zan fell into a stalemate with Muhara Shota. To break the deadlock, Kuchiki-zan must use Bankai, or he must find a way to limit Feng Yan's mobility without destroying Feng Yan. However, there was not much time left for Kuchiki-zan. Just as soon as he had a thought in his mind, a large number of wind swallows had already swirled around the area covered by the black flames and came towards Kuchiki-zan again. Kuchiki-zan had to reduce his energy on thinking, so he focused on dealing with the invasion of dozens of swallows. Swish, swish, after Kuchiki-Xuan used Shunpo to dodge the dozens of swallows in front of him, the denser group of swallows blocked all the positions of Kuchiki-Xuan's feet, and Kuchiki-Xuan had no choice but to raise his knife to kill the 5 swallows in front of him. Cut open. While Kuchiki-zan cut Feng Yan, more than a dozen Feng Yan brushed against Kuchiki-zan's body. This is the result of Kuchiki-zan's careful calculation. But as mentioned before, Feng Yan is not just a collection of spiritual power, they also bring a little bit of wind when they attack, turning these winds into wind blades one by one. Therefore, Kuchiki-zan paid the price with 2 wounds on his face, 5 wounds on his arms, and 7 fine wounds on his torso when he was brushed by more than a dozen wind swallows. Chapter 24. Coping. Kuchiki-zan did escape Feng Yan's direct attack, but when Feng Yan brushed Kuchiki-zan's body, Kuchiki-zan was also scratched by the sharp wind blade, thanks to Kuchiki-zan's strong Ryutsu and constitution, is just a tiny wound. After repelling the Namikaze attack, Kuchiki-zan frowned and glanced at the cut place on the mountain, and stopped paying attention, because in the next moment, the bloody wound healed instantly. This is the ability that Kuchiki-zan discovered after obtaining the Immortal Soul Body. The Immortal Soul Body is indeed very powerful. It not only strengthens the strength of his soul essence, but also strengthens all aspects of the soul body, such as powerful spiritual power, resilience, as well as physical recovery, and strong healing ability. Some small wounds can heal almost instantly, unless there is a special Ryutsu attached to the wound. It is difficult to cause substantial damage to Kuchiki-zan. For example, at this time, Kuchiki-zan had a lot of wounds cut by the wind blade, but there was no real effect at all. This is the benefit brought by the Immortal Soul Body. At the same time, the situation on Kuchiki-zan's body was discovered by Mu Yuan, which also made Mu Yuan frown. After all, not to mention the wounds on his body, the 2 wounds on Kuchiki-zan's face were very obvious, but only a trace of bright red blood flowed out afterwards. The wound healed quickly, and anyone who was not blind could see it, so Maharaja Masada's difficulty with Kuchiki-zan increased by several levels. However, it is difficult to deal with. Muon Shota is still quite confident in his magic wind Bian, although he is not a strong man of the 7th level, but his Bankai is a bit low in raising the ratio of Ryutsu. The others are all it can be regarded as powerful, so the solemn expression on Mu Yuan's face disappeared after only maintaining it for a while. After all, in his opinion, if Kuchiki-zan didn't take out his Bankai, he would not be able to defeat him at all. His magic wind and 100 swallows. And Kuchiki-zan is thinking about the same problem at this time, but the direction of thinking is the opposite. General Muon thinks that it is impossible for Kuchiki-zan to win without Bankai, but Kuchiki-zan wants to defeat General Muon without Bankai. 2. This is his test of himself, and it is also a test of his first real shot. If the first shot is against an opponent who is weaker than yourself, you must take out Bankai to defeat the opponent, then this is a kind of irony and insult to those who have cheats. Although the powerhouse of Soul Society is different from other anime characters, the gap between Bankai and Shikai is a bit big, but this does not mean that Shikai really can't beat Bankai. After all, although Soul Society has the gap between Bankai and Shikai, Kuchiki Zanjin is very clear. In the original book, Aizen once said that although Shinigami has different fighting styles, Shikai, Bankai, etc., it is still a comparison with Ryutsu. No matter what the opponent uses, it will not help. This truth has always been in Kuchiki Zan's mind, and it can be said to be deeply remembered, because Aizen almost used his own Shikai or even didn't use Shikai, and sat down to crush everyone in Soul Society except old man Yamamoto. At this time, what Kuchiki Zan has to do is to use only his own Shikai to defeat General Muon who has already used Bankai. Kuchiki Zan Yi silently calculates the gap between himself and General Muon while avoiding Fengyan's attack. Muhara Shota's basic Ryutsu is between the upper level of the 6th level and the consummation level, while his own Ryutsu level is the lower level of the 7th level. Basically, he is 3 times that of Muhara Shota, but after Muhara Shota Bankai, Ryutsu is promoted there are probably nearly 5 times as many. Then assume that the 6th order median Ryutsu value is 1000, then the Ryutsu value of Bankai Maharata Shota is about 5000 plus, and Kuchiki General without Bankai has a Ryutsu value of 3000 plus, then Makino Shota's Ryutsu value as Kuchiki Zan's is a little more than 1.5 times, plus the improvement of Zanpakuto's ability after Bankai, the overall strength is about twice that of Kuchiki Zan. For Kuchiki Zan, the difference of twice is actually not a difference, because Kuchiki Zan's 4 abilities of cutting fists and walking ghosts are all higher than those of Muon General. The information summarized by Kuchiki Zan. Advertisement. Calculated in this way, except for the large number of Fengyan after Bankai, Muon Shodai has nothing that can suppress Kuchikishuan himself. As long as Kuchikishuan handles Fengyan, even if it is only for a moment, it is enough for Kuchikishuan to defeat Muon. It will be too much. Thinking of this, Kuchiki Zan already has a countermeasure in mind, but the specifics depend on whether Kuchiki Zan can really limit the intrusion of Fengyan. Kuchiki Zan glanced vaguely at the dozen or so Feng Yan who had just hurt him, narrowed his eyes slightly, and after cutting through a few Feng Yan with his backhand, he quickly plunged the black knife in his hand into the ground. 3 forms of Yan Mo, pillar of flame thorns. In an instant, with Kuchiki Gen as the center, a special Ryutsu wave spread out like a water wave, and quickly spread over an extremely long distance. Seeing the spiritual power fluctuation spreading like water waves, Mu Yuan was too shocked, and quickly retreated to move away. After all, if there is a spiritual power fluctuation, then it must be the move issued by Kuchiki Zan. It is always a good choice to avoid it at the first time. I have to say that Muhara Masamune made the right choice. Wherever the wave passed, anyone who was contaminated by the black flame, as well as Feng Yan who attacked and injured Kuchiki Zan before, was covered by the wave in an instant. Afterwards, the slender black pillar of flames that suddenly appeared on the ground pierced from bottom to top, and after Feng Yan was pierced, the pillar of fire also produced dense black thorns of flames, which firmly fixed each Feng Yan on the ground, in place. In an instant, dozens of Feng Yan were firmly restrained, and Kuchiki Zan deliberately reduced the burning of the black flame, so that the restrained Feng Yan would not be eroded to death in a short time. The first step of Zan's counterattack, to control the number of Feng Yan who Mu Yuan will be too manipulative. Mu Yuan, who had originally retreated, was shocked when he saw that Kuchiki Zan's target was his own Feng Yan. After all, Kuchiki Zan's reputation and background were all there. Since Kuchiki Zan had already made a move, it proved that he already had countermeasures. On this point, Muon Masada must be very clear. Therefore, after seeing his dozens of Feng Yan being pinned down, Madame Muon's face became very ugly. He quickly glanced at Feng Yan, who was still able to control freely at this time, and said in his heart, "Oops." Excluding the Feng Yan that was destroyed by Kuchiki Zan before and is being repaired, there are only less than 30 Feng Yan that Muon General Tai can use at this time, and now Muon General Tai knows that something is wrong. Chapter 25 Victory and a Strong Enemy. Kuchiki Zan doesn't care whether you, Mu Yuan, are too shocked or not. After controlling many Feng Yan, he glanced at the only remaining Feng Yan, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and then instantly pulled out Yan Mo who was stuck on the ground. With a swipe and a hook, he drew a circle in front of him, and instantly Kuchiki Zan's whole body was wrapped in black flames. Yan Mo's second style, Flame Dragon Slash. The next moment, Kuchiki Zan, who was originally wrapped in black flames and became a Fire Man, sprang out in an instant. As Kuchiki Zan advanced at a high speed, the fire of the black flame on his body became stronger and stronger, and a moment later formed a huge dragon head made of black flames. The huge dragon head formed by the black flame wrapped the whole body of Kuchiki Zan, and rushed towards Masamune Makihara in the distance suddenly, and Masamune Muhara also reacted at this time. Looking at the huge dragon head formed by the black flame, General Makino's expression became fierce change. Immediately, Mu Yuan moved his hands together, commanding the rest of Feng Yan who could be controlled freely, to attack Heian leader at a much faster speed than before. Bang 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 bang. One by one Feng Yan slammed into Heian Dragon's head with all its strength, and the two Ryutsu collided, forming a series of sounds, and after Feng Yan's full attack, the Heian Dragon's head produced waves of fluctuations, but there was no reason at all. Signs of breakdown. Seeing that the Heian dragon head was still approaching quickly, Mu Yuan became too ruthless, and directly controlled Feng Yan to attack at one point. In a moment, a hole was pierced through the Heian dragon head, revealing Kuchiki-zan on the facade. At this time, Kuchiki-zan concentrated on continuing to rush towards General Muon, not caring that a piece of Heian's dragon head had been destroyed. Seeing that Kuchiki-zan did not respond, General Muon became ruthless again and directed Feng Yan to attack that place again. A hole that was destroyed. With a whoosh, Feng Yan passed through the black flame that was slowly repairing the gap, and hit Kuchiki-zan's shoulder with a puff, instantly opening a hole in Kuchiki-zan's left shoulder. This is also thanks to the weakening of Hei Yan. Otherwise, with Feng Yan's original body size, Kuchiki-zan would probably be directly interrupted with an arm, or even worse. And after Kuchiki-zan was pierced through the shoulder socket, his face remained expressionless, as if the injury was not on him at all. This made General Mu Yuan, who originally thought that Kuchiki-zan would stop at this point, turn pale with fright, and General Mu Yuan once again in a hurry when commanding Feng Yan to attack Kuchiki-zan's body. The next moment, the black flames of the black flame dragon's head swelled to a certain extent in an instant, and then there was a loud noise, and the black flame dragon's head exploded. Advertisement. The explosion of the black flame dragon head was unexpected by General Mu Yuan. With the explosion of the black flame dragon head, all Feng Yan who had been surrounding the black flame dragon head looking for an opportunity to attack were blown into the air by the powerful shock wave, and they were temporarily lost. Muon General's control made Muon's complexion even more ugly, because when he lost Feng Yan's control, he also lost Kuchiki-zan's figure. The third step of the mysterious Baiju. Murin, a voice sounded behind Muon Zhongtai. Yes, Muon Zhongtai's pupils shrank to the size of pinholes in an instant, because the voice behind him was the lost Kuchiki-zan. Before Muon General Tai could react, Mu Yuan General Tai only felt a pain in his chest, and only heard a puff. Mu Yuan General Tai looked down, and a section of Black's blade emerged from his chest. What? How? Mu Yuan looked at the tip of the knife protruding from his chest in disbelief. He recognized that it was the tip of Yan Mo's knife after Kuchiki-zan was liberated. He just couldn't figure out why. Poof! There was another soft sound, and Kuchiki-zan, who was behind Masahiro Muhara, pulled Yan Mo out of his chest, bringing out pieces of bloodline. However, Kuchiki-zan had restrained the black flames, so General Muon was not stained with black flames, but with the knife just now, Kuchiki-zan had taken advantage of the opportunity to destroy General Muon's soul hammer. In other words, General Muon was finished. Following Yan Mo's pull-out, General Muon spat out a mouthful of blood, and Feng Yan, who was still surrounded in the air, was pierced through the chest with General Muon, and all of them uttered a wail before collapsing and disappearing. When the Bankai of anyone, Shinigami, disappears without the will of the owner, it means that its owner is at the end of his battle, or even close to death. At this time, General Muon is in such a situation. It is not due to General Muon's deep spiritual power. Kuchiki-zan estimated that he can live for 15 minutes. This is also the last dignity left to him by Kuchiki-zan. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, General Mu Yuan staggered after taking 3 steps and fell to the ground. Seeing this situation, all members of the Mu Yuan family let out a cry of grief. Advertisement. Patriarch. Everyone in the Muon family originally released Bankai to suppress Kuchiki-zan when the General Muon released Bankai to suppress Kuchiki-zan. Tai Na stabbed through the chest and turned into nothing. Kuchiki-zan glanced at the Muon family members who wanted to rush over, but did not dare to rush over, and said to the Muon general who was kneeling on the ground, "I have left you a little time, so that you and the clansmen can have a good relationship. Let me explain. After all, you are a respectable person." Feeling his own injuries, Mu Yuan understood that Kuchiki-zan didn't intend to let the black flame swallow him directly, and nodded with difficulty and said, "Thank you very much." Kuchiki-zan nodded, but he didn't speak anymore. He just glanced at the blood hole on his shoulder and frowned slightly. In order to attract all the attention of Masamune Muhara, he directly pretended to give up all defenses to fight the opponent recklessly. His shoulder was seriously injured. Even with the powerful resilience of his immortal soul body, the bleeding had just stopped, and the huge penetrating wound began to heal slowly. Kuchiki-zan estimated the time it would take for the injury to heal. It would take about 1 day. This was also calculated during this period of time, but Kuchiki-zan also knew that with the increase in strength of his immortal soul body, the effect would also increase. Before at the 6th level, it would take 3 or 4 days for such a wound to heal, but now it only takes 1 day, which is already quite perverted. Glancing again at General Muon who was struggling to get up, Kuchiki-zan sighed slightly, and was about to take Muon Yuanta away. After all, the affairs here have been done, and the rest depends on General Muon's explanation. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly appeared, which was full of malice. HMPH. The Muon family is really useless, even a fledgling kid can't handle it, so I have to help the old man. As the voice fell, the figure of a skinny old man appeared on the street in the distance. Chapter 26 The Onitsuka Family's Means. The moment he saw the figure, Kuchiki-zan's face changed suddenly. He never expected that the enemy had already attacked him before he made a move. Kuchiki-zan looked at the skinny figure walking slowly, leaning on a knife, and his face immediately became very serious, because he recognized the person coming. Come to get to know the Onizuka family, one of the few and only surviving 7th-rank clan elders, named Onizuka Owl. Onitsuka Owl became famous very early, He is a character 2 generations earlier than the current head of the Kuchiki family, Kuchiki Gurren, and it can be said that he is an immortal who has lived for thousands of years, but as his strength no longer improves, Onitsuka Owl's lifespan has already not much. This time he was risking his life to kill Kuchiki Zan, and he thought it was worth it to exchange his life for the life of a super genius in the Kuchiki family. Kuchiki Zan looked at Onitsuka Owl who was walking towards him step by step, the corners of his mouth gradually turned up. He knew that he had underestimated the determination of the Onitsuka family. He thought that his actions to deal with the Muon family were already very fast. But he didn't expect that the Onitsuka family's interception would come so quickly. Kuchiki Zan was laughing. He was glad that General Ying Muon was too slow. If he delayed for a while, then he would really not be able to laugh, so he smiled for his luck. Onizuka Owl's strength is very strong. In its heyday, it was about the 7th level median strength. Although people in the Soul Society will not decline in strength due to getting older, their physical strength will be affected, not to mention the current strength. Onizuka Owl, the old man Yamamoto with the universe board stronger than the ceiling in the original book, also loses physical strength due to old age, which is an inevitable life process of living things. So in the original book, Aizen is desperately trying to escape to another level of life, because he saw the reality that happened to the old man Yamamoto, and he didn't want to be the old man Yamamoto. Kuchiki Zan knows the detailed information of Onizuka Owl. Onizuka Owl's Zanpakuto, spiritual knife, is called Rindong Maru. Ice Zanpakuto, but he has cultivated it into a powerful Zanpakuto that is completely assisted in melee combat. But the more you know about Onizuka Owl's details, the more serious Kuchiki Gen's expression becomes. Although Onizuka Owl is an old man dying, it is undeniable that the holder of the Ice Zanpakuto is the type of enemy he least wants to meet. After all, everyone knows that the most powerful thing about the ice system is not its special ability to condense into ice, but its ubiquitous control ability. Kuchiki Zan began to adjust his mentality, and adjusted his mood to the state of absolute calm before defeating General Muon, otherwise he would not be able to fight this battle. He had spent a lot of effort to win General Muon without Bankai, so this time sometimes he has to hurry up and recover. Advertisement. As Onizuka Owl gets closer, the Ryutsu on his body is getting stronger and stronger, but the Ryutsu in the middle of the 7th rank has no influence on Kuchiki Gen, who is in the lower rank of the 7th rank. It's just stress. However, everyone in the Muon family was miserable. They were trembling under the pressure of the 7th level Ryutsu, and they could no longer control themselves. As Onitsuka Owl approached, Kuchiki Zan also began to carefully observe the appearance of a large number of Onitsuka Owl. According to Kuchiki Zan's visual inspection, Onitsuka Owl is very thin, only about 1.65 meters tall, but at this time Onitsuka Owl's body, his imposing manner should not be underestimated. His wrinkled old face, coupled with a head of pure white hair, looks like he is about to die. However, Zanpakuto with a black sheath and blue handle is being held in the palm shaped like a chicken paw. This is the spiritual sword, Rintomaru, that Onitsuka Owl is famous for. When Onizuka Owl got closer and he had already used Ryutsu to crush the members of the Muon family to the ground, he stopped his uneasy footsteps. After standing still, Onitsuka Owl said, "I really didn't expect that at this moment without realizing it, our Onitsuka family actually allowed you, a brat, to rise up." As soon as he opened his mouth, he had an annoying tone, and Kuchiki Zan replied under pressure that was not considered pressure. "I didn't expect that such a big Onitsuka family would send you, a dying old ghost, to deal with me. It's really disappointing." As soon as these words came out, Onizuka Owl's originally indifferent face showed a look of anger, and he said angrily, "You are so eloquent, I hope your strength is as good as your mouth, and I won't be hacked to death by the old man with a few knives." Hearing Onitsuka Owl's words, Kuchiki Zan said disdainfully, "Old man, save yourself the trouble of talking, don't wait for the young master to chop you, you will die of anger yourself." Who is Kuchiki Zan? He is a 10-star young man who has been influenced by the modernization of the earth. He can't catch up with the Soul Society people on the street. You. Hearing Kuchiki Zan's words, Onizuka Owl's face became even more angry, and then Onizuka Owl smiled angrily and said, "Okay, very good, then let the old man discipline Kuchiki Chishui and discipline you younger generations." Kuchiki Zan Yi heard that this old man could not scold him directly because he was talking about his seniority, so he didn't even bother to talk to him with a sneer. The Kuchiki Chishui mentioned by Onizuka Owl is the father of Kuchiki Gurren, who is also the head of the previous generation. He is the same age as Onizuka Owl, but a different generation. Advertisement. Kuchiki Zan no longer talked to Onitsuka Owl, but drew Enma out of the sheath again, and then pointed the tip of the knife directly at Onitsuka Owl. "Come out and see." Onizuka Owl saw Kuchiki Gen's posture, and immediately understood Kuchiki Gen's underestimation. After a cold snort, he shook the coat he was wearing off his shoulders, and then slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto in his hand. With the withdrawal of Zanpakuto from the hands of the old ghost, Kuchiki Zan no longer hides his clumsiness, and the black Ryutsu on his body spurts out instantly, and Ryutsu, who is pressing Onitsuka Owl on the heads of everyone, pushes back instantly, helping the remaining members of the Muon family relieve the pressure. Then Kuchiki Zan said, "Take your patriarch back, he is running out of time, what you have to explain, hurry up, after the explanation, don't forget about your suicide, I don't want and have no time to do anything to you, do yourself a favor." When the members of the Muon family heard Kuchiki Zan's words, they were angry at first, and then turned into sorrow. Yes, Kuchiki-zan has done his best to be as humane as possible. It's no wonder that the Muon family went the wrong way at the beginning. Other people. Afterwards, all the members of the Muon family helped the exhausted General Mu Yuan back to the dilapidated courtyard of the Muon family. The members of the Muon family would die in their own clan land. Kuchiki-zan watched the Muon family leave, then glanced at Muon Yuanta who had already run far away, and then said, "Old ghost, the people who are in the way are gone. Use your skills to let the young master look, don't be as boring as Masahiro Muhara." Chapter 27. Ice vs Fire. Hearing Kuchiki-zan's provocative words, Onizuka Owl said with an ugly face, "Little devil, I will let you know what is called a gap. If a genius dies early, he is not a genius. Only those who laugh for a long time can laugh. The better." The implication is that although Kuchiki-zan is not weak, he is still not good enough to face a veteran powerhouse like him, which also indicates his confidence in cutting Kuchiki-zan under the sword. Kuchiki-zan snorted disdainfully, too lazy to be angry with this old thing with both feet in the coffin, and didn't talk nonsense, just opened his mouth and chanted, "The flames of karma are burning, clean up the troubled world. Purify, Enma." Kuchiki-gen is not going to continue talking nonsense anymore. Onitsuka Owl and Muhara Sho are too different. Muhara Shota and Kuchiki's family just have different choices in the end, and Onizuka's family can only be endless enemies. The black Ryutsu on Kuchiki-zan's body soared into the sky, resisting the light blue Ryutsu released by Onitsuka Owl, and after the long knife in Kuchiki-zan's hand was once again divided into black Enma, Onitsuka Owl Ryutsu brought to Kuchiki-zan, the pressure plummeted. If it was said that when Zanpakuto was not released before, Onitsuka Owl's Ryutsu could still exert a little pressure on Kuchiki-gen, but as Kuchiki General directly liberated Zanpakuto, the pressure disappeared instantly without a trace. On the contrary, Onitsuka Owl's Ryutsu began to be reversely suppressed by Kuchiki Xuanjin Black's Ryutsu, so that Kuchiki-gen's black Ryutsu, which was originally at a disadvantage, began to overwhelm Onitsuka Owl's light blue Ryutsu. This scene surprised Onizuka Owl, and he frowned and murmured, "How did this kid do it?" He didn't understand it, because during the 1,000 years he lived, his cognition was the same as that of others in Soul Society. Although Shikai would improve people's combat effectiveness, it was formed after Zanpakuto liberated the original characteristics. The increase in combat power, not the increase on Ryutsu, so he couldn't understand why Kuchiki General could suppress his own spiritual power in turn just by releasing Zanpakuto. And Kuchiki-zan looked at the shocked Onitsuka Owl, and smiled coldly. Naturally, he would not tell the other party that he is a traverser with system assistance, and is it really that simple to treat the abilities rewarded by the system? Of course it is impossible. The reason why Kuchiki-zan can suppress Ryutsu in this way is inseparable from a passive ability he acquired. Logically speaking, Shikai did not enhance Ryutsu's changes, but because Kuchiki-zan has soul-derived, this seems to be a common, but in fact, a very strong passive ability. The soul-derived characteristic is to provide an increase of between 10% and 30% for all abilities derived from the soul. Advertisement. Of course, this ability will not be improved for abilities that are not derived from the soul. This is why Kuchiki-zan can suppress Onitsuka Owl in the opposite direction after liberating Zanpakuto, because Ryutsu is not a pure soul trait in the final analysis. Because humans can also directly absorb spiritual power to obtain Ryutsu, so this passive cannot directly increase Ryutsu, but after Shikai of Zanpakuto, Ryutsu after Shikai incorporates the characteristics of Zanpakuto, because Zanpakuto was born from the Shinigami soul, so the soul derivation will take effect in real time, increasing Ryutsu by 10 to 30%. Similarly, if Kuchiki-zan is after Bankai, he will also get the same proportion of promotion, instead of continuing to maintain the promotion of Shikai. The characteristic of soul derivation is to improve the overall rather than individual proportion, so after Kuchiki-zan gets the ability of soul derivation, his real strength is higher than the level of spiritual power he showed, and this is one of the reasons why Kuchiki-zan dared to speak harshly to Onitsuka Owl. After Onitsuka Owl found out that the Ryutsu he released was actually suppressed, although his face changed, but because it had changed many times, he couldn't see anything. Onizuka Owl admitted that he underestimated Kuchiki-gen, and no longer pretended to be a wolf with a big tail, and said with a serious face, "Let everything be frozen." Rintamaru. As Onitsuka Owl chanted, the Zanpakuto in his hand slowly elongated under the flashing white light, until the length exceeded the length of any long knife, the white light weakened, and finally turned into a strangely shaped spear. The spear shaft is completely black, with some snowflake-like patterns on it, and the most peculiar thing is the spear head and the spear seat. The spear head is like a slender shark fin, with a flat back on one side and a half on the other. Narrow and half-wide thick spear blade. As soon as the spear appeared, Onitsuka Owl's original light blue Ryutsu was instantly dyed into pure blue, and at the same time Ryutsu also brought a little bit of chill. Rintamaru. Onizuka Owl held the spear in both hands, and played a gun flower, then held the middle with his left hand and held the tail with his right hand, raised the spear obliquely above his head, with his left foot in front and his right foot back, posing a classic spear attack stance. See Madarame Makaku stance for details. At this time, with Onitsuka Owl's liberation, the Ryutsu confrontation between the two has undergone new changes again. Kuchiki-gen's pure black Ryutsu is amazingly sacred but depressing. It is not as pure black as ordinary people see. That kind of depression and evil feeling. On the contrary, the Ryutsu of Onitsuka Owl Blue gives people a bloody and evil atmosphere. The two-color Ryutsu all carry the attributes of their respective owners Zanpakuto. For a while, the cold and heat confront each other. During the Ryutsu confrontation, black sparks similar to lightning were produced. Old Ghost, the spirit knife is not bad. Kuchiki-zan looked at the spear in Onizuka Owl's hand and said with a slight smile. Advertisement. With the spear in hand, Onizuka Owl's grim face had returned to peace. Hearing Kuchiki-zan's words, he said, the sword is naturally a good sword. If it can kill you, it would be even better. Really? Then give it a try. Kuchiki-zan chuckled, and the next moment he suddenly rushed towards Onitsuka Owl, and Enma in his hand slashed at Onitsuka Owl with a huge amount of black karma. Karmic fire cut. Kuchiki-zan didn't talk nonsense at all, he immediately made a killer move. Without any thought of probing, the huge black flame blade slashed at Onitsuka Owl holding the spear. At the same time Kuchiki-zan's figure did not stop, following black flame rushed towards Onizuka Owl together. And Onizuka Owl has actually seen the battle between Kuchiki-gen and Makihara Shota before, so he already knows Kuchiki-gen's Zanpakuto, so he was not surprised when he saw Kuchiki-gen's moves, but with the black flame giant as the knife approached, the spear in his hand also moved. Frost Dance. In an instant, Onizuka Owl swung the spear in his hand impenetrably, and with the spear waving, a thick ice wall formed around Onizuka Owl's body, facing the flames cut by Kuchiki-zan. Giant Knife. Chapter 28 Black Flame's Weakness. The fire knives piled on the ice wall can be described as a lot of blah blah blah. Anyway, they are evenly matched. When Kuchiki-gen's black flame sword hit the ice wall formed by Onitsuka Owl's spear, the strange ice wall began to disappear without making any sound. Yes, it is disappearing rather than melting. The ice wall is slowly being eroded away by the fire knife, and then the spiritual seeds after the ice wall disappears are turned into their own nourishment and continue to grow. Onitsuka Owl is worthy of being a veteran powerhouse, and he discovered the strangeness of Kuchiki-zan's black flames in the next moment. He knew that Kuchiki-zan's spiritual sword release could emit black flames, but he didn't know the specific attributes, so now that he suffered a dark loss, he understood the nature of black flame. Knowing that black flame can erode his own ice, and will not consume it, Onizuka Owl immediately jumped back, pulling away the distance from black flame, and at the same time avoiding the attack of Kuchiki-gen. Seeing that the old ghost was so slippery, Kuchiki-zan shrank his eyes slightly. He also realized that this old ghost of the Onizuka family was not comparable to General Muon at all. No matter in terms of strength or experience, Onizuka Xiao is much stronger than General Mu Yuan. After Onizuka Owl retreated, his hands were not idle, but he stuck the spear in his hand to the ground, and said in his mouth, Winter Path of Ice. Following Onizuka Owl's words, a gust of cold air blew out from the spear, instantly freezing a large area of the ground, making the surroundings look like a frozen lake. When Kuchiki General saw Onitsuka's actions, he immediately knew what the opponent was thinking. It was nothing more than a lack of strength in a head-to-head competition, so he started to take the route of field control consumption. The consumption is definitely a lot, and Onizuka Owl deeply understands this, so he immediately changed his battle strategy when he suffered a loss as soon as he fought. Trouble. Guessing what Onitsuka Owl did, Kuchiki-zan frowned, and his face was not very good looking. After all, he also mentioned before that what Gongsun-yi dislikes the most is facing enemies of Zanpakuto who are of the upper ice type, and he happened to be in the first game. In the battle of life and death, the opponents encountered were ice-type enemies. But the trouble is the trouble. Kuchiki-zan reacted immediately, and the spiritual power was attached to Gongsun-yi's feet, and his feet caught the ice in an instant, and then Yan Mokung, who was braving black flames in his hand, let out a sound. Inserted into the ice, the black flame infected the ice along the blade and ignited a large area of ice in an instant. Because the ice surface is a frozen layer formed by Ryutsu, and the characteristic of Kuchiki Shuani fire is that it will be particularly powerful when burning spiritual energy substances, so a large ice surface is covered with black's karma fire. The so-called you have Zhang Liangji and I have a wall ladder. Kuchiki-zan looked at the ice surface made by Onizuka Owl and was infected by black flames, and smiled coldly. The ice Zanpakuto of the field control category is different from the ice Zanpakuto of the later Hitsugaya Toshiro and Rukia Kuchiki. If you have to classify it, then Onitsuka Owl is the control type, because he himself is a melee type. Zanpakuto ability there is nothing wrong with being biased towards controlling the field, and Hitsugaya Toshiro and Rukia Kuchiki belong to the ice type Zanpakuto of the assault system, and the difference between the two is quite large. Advertisement. Because Onizuka Owl is very confident in his melee ability, Zanpakuto's ability is biased towards field control and control, but at this time his Zanpakuto ability seems to be controlled by Kuchiki-gen's black flame, and Onizuka Owl couldn't find a suitable one for a while. Given the opportunity to get close, and with the characteristics of a black flame, he might not be able to please Kuchiki-zan by force. Seeing that the ice field he created was being eroded by Kuchiki-gen's black flames, Onitsuka Owl's face was ugly. Before, he thought that Kuchiki-gen's black flames were mostly flames with Kido characteristics added. Since it is a flame, it is nothing more than temperature. And his Rintomaru can just restrain some flame-type Zanpakuto, but he never expected that Kuchiki-gen's black flame actually destroys everything from the essence of the spirit, and it is not a flame that wins by temperature at all. This is the first time Onizuka Owl has seen strange flame, so for a while he really didn't have any good countermeasures to deal with Kuchiki-gen's black flame. However, Onitsuka Owl has seen one thing, that is, the erosion speed of the black flame is inseparable from the strength of Kuchiki Gen, that is to say, the erosion speed of the black flame depends on the strength difference between the enemy and us, and his Ryutsu essence it is stronger than Kuchiki Zan, so the ice he made is eroded by the black flame very slowly. In other words, the strange erosion ability of the black flame is not unsolvable, but the conditions are relatively harsh. Seeing Onitsuka Owl's face fluctuating, Kuchiki Zan smiled disdainfully. He naturally knew what Onitsuka Owl was thinking now. It was nothing more than how to deal with his black flame. Black Flame's ability is indeed very strong, but Black Flame also has fatal flaws. Onitsuka Owl saw only one of them. The destructive power of the Black Flame depends on the spiritual power. The spiritual power is a collection of high-concentration spiritual particles. The higher the concentration of the spiritual power, the more the Black Flame likes it. But if this spiritual power has an owner, then the speed of Black Flame erosion will be slower. It will be relatively slowed down, depending on the strength of the eroded spiritual power and the strength of the spiritual power that constitutes the Black Flame. To put it bluntly, it depends on the comparison of the strength of Kuchiki Zan and the enemy. Furthermore, another shortcoming of Black Flames, Karma Fire, is that it does not burst out instantly, and it is not flexible enough. It is true that Black Flame burns everything, but its terrifying abilities are all due to its strange burning and eroding characteristics, and it even has there is a little bit of immortality, but in the final analysis, Kuchiki Zan's Black Flame Karma and Yamamoto's Great Fire are two extreme things. If Yamamoto's Ryujin Jaka is a one-shot killing root, then Kuchiki Zan's Yanmo took the route of cutting flesh with a blunt knife. The disadvantages of Black Flame Kuchiki Zan knew it himself. After fighting two moves at this time, the experienced Onitsuka Owl also discovered the advantages and disadvantages of Black Flame. However, judging from the current form, it is not so difficult to grasp the shortcomings of Kuchiki General Zanpakuto and then defeat him. Anyway, the current situation is that Onitsuka Owl has not thought of being able to avoid Kuchiki Zan Heian ways to defeat Kuchiki General. This can't help but annoy Onitsuka Owl, who has been strong in the Soul Society for more than 1,000 years, but the annoyance is nothing but anger. Onitsuka Owl still maintains the calmness he should have in the battle. After all, the opponent is Kuchiki General. At this time, Kuchiki Zan also knew that Onitsuka Owl's doctrine was to find a way to effectively restrain the Black Flame, so as to bypass the Black Flame and hit him directly, but Kuchiki Zan smiled in his heart. If the Black Flame is so easy to restrain, then it's not the Zanpakuto specially prepared by the system for Kuchiki Zan. Chapter 29. Cold Shot. The battle situation at this time is very interesting. Originally, Onitsuka Owl wanted to kill Kuchiki Zan directly, but when he found that Kuchiki Zan's Black Flame was a little scary, he immediately opened the distance. Instead, Kuchiki Zan was chasing Onitsuka Owl. Such a situation made Onitsuka Owl feel bad breath in his chest, but he had no place to vent, so he could only passively build ice walls one after another to block Kuchiki Zan's approach. On the other hand, Kuchiki Zan is very aware of Onitsuka Owl's current situation and the thoughts in his mind, but how could Kuchiki Zan let him get what he wanted? After shattering a solid ice wall again, Shunpo under Kuchiki Zan's feet flashed, and he was already approaching Onitsuka Owl. Onitsuka Owl was slightly surprised by the speed. He did not expect that Shunpo of Kuchiki Zan had such a high attainment, but at this time he had lost the opportunity to dodge. He could only wave the spear in his hand and stab at Kuchiki Zan, who suddenly appeared. Kuchiki Zan also slashed out with a knife, and when, with a crisp sound, Black's blade hit the pure white spear tip, Kuchiki Zan felt a huge force coming from the spear in an instant, and before he had time to release the force, he was forced back with great force. Of course, Onitsuka Owl, who is the owner of the spear, is not much better. Kuchiki Gen is also quite powerful. He originally thought that his spear could regain the upper hand, but he underestimated Kuchiki Gen's power. While Kuchiki Zan was repelled by the counter-shock force, the powerful counter-shock force also repelled Onitsuka Owl by a distance of more than 10 steps. Of course, because of the fight just now, Kuchiki Zan was in the air, and Onitsuka Owl was standing in the air. On the ground, so the distance that Onitsuka Owl was knocked back was not as far as that of Kuchiki Zan. Little ghost, what a lot of strength. After standing still, Onitsuka Owl said with surprise on his wrinkled face. Kuchiki Zan had already landed on the ground and stabilized his figure, narrowed his eyes and said, the strength of the old ghost's hands is not weak either. After all, Kuchiki Zan rushed forward again, not giving Onitsuka Owl a chance to breathe. Onitsuka Owl wanted to consume Kuchiki Zan Ryutsu, and Kuchiki Zan wanted to quickly consume Onitsuka Owl's physical strength. I have also fought. One side is old but has great spiritual power, so both sides chose the simplest and most effective way of fighting. However, whoever consumes first depends on who can grasp the rhythm better in the battle, but for now, Kuchiki Xuan still has the upper hand. Advertisement. Onitsuka Owl looked at Kuchiki Zan, who was charging again, and knew what Kuchiki Zan was fighting. After a cold snort, his body surged with spiritual power, and the spear in his hand was quickly covered with a thick layer of ice. The next moment the ice layer outside the spear was getting thicker and thicker, and with just one breath, a huge pale blue ice spear appeared in Onitsuka Owl's hand. With an ice spear in his hand, Onitsuka Owl looked at Kuchiki Zan, who was rushing towards him, and snorted coldly, "Little devil, take the old man's move, cold and cold." After the words fell, Onizuka Owl threw the ice spear in his hand towards Kuchiki-zan with all his strength, and the ice spear flew towards Kuchiki-zan with a huge rotational force like a shell fired from the chamber. In an instant, the rapidly spinning ice spear came in front of Kuchiki-zan, and Kuchiki-zan was also taken aback by the momentum, but the astonishing power of the spear, because this move was separated from the power carried by the spear in his hand, faintly pulling the air. There are signs of being torn apart. One can imagine how terrifying the power carried by the locked ice spear is. But Kuchiki-zan couldn't control that much now, because he rushed too fast, and he didn't expect that the old ghost would have such a move to leave the spear, and he raised his knife to slash at the ice spear hastily. Boom. There was a loud noise. The moment Yan Mo touched the ice spear, the huge spinning force almost knocked Yan Mo out of Kuchiki-zan's hand. Fortunately, Kuchiki-zan immediately increased the strength in his hand, and was able to hold it steady. He took the knife in his hand, but the huge tearing force directly shattered Kuchiki-zan's tiger's mouth. However, the power of this spear was finally blocked by Kuchiki-zan. With the help of huge strength, Kuchiki-zan slid backwards for a considerable distance before stabilizing his figure, and then watched the huge ice spear shatter with some seriousness. Afterwards, the spear spun idly and returned to Onitsuka Owl's hand again. Old ghost, this move is quite powerful. Kuchiki-zan glanced at the wound on the tiger's mouth on his right hand, then looked at Onitsuka Owl, and said coldly. And Onizuka Owl, who almost succeeded in a blow, did not follow up and attack Kuchiki-zan immediately, but withdrew his spear. Hearing Kuchiki-zan's sarcastic words, Onizuka Owl also said, I am old, this body is not good enough. How could it be possible for you to stand there so easily after this move when the old man was young? Indeed, Onizuka Owl originally had a follow-up combo after this move, but because he was suppressed by Kuchiki-zan before, he didn't have enough strength to use this move, cold piercing kill, so after this move, at this age, Onizuka Owl didn't have the extra strength to connect with the ultimate move below. Advertisement. Kuchiki-zan understood the meaning of Onitsuka Owl's words, squinted his eyes and said, Indeed, I also admit that if you were younger, it would be really difficult for me to take you down, old ghost, since you don't have extra strength, and I don't have many spirits now, so let's use the ultimate move to determine the outcome, don't waste time. Onizuka Owl instantly understood what Kuchiki General meant, and then Onizuka Owl squinted his eyes and began to think, and Kuchiki-zan saw that Onizuka Owl didn't answer his question immediately. He was not in a hurry, he was happy when Onizuka Owl didn't reply. Restore some spiritual energy. Onizuka Owl looked at Kuchiki Gen, who was still very calm at this time, and felt a little uncertain. Although the fight was only a few rounds, he had already discovered that his physical strength was exhausted very quickly. The body that he thought could last long enough, obviously he couldn't keep up with the intensity of the battle, so after Kuchiki-zan proposed to decide the outcome quickly, Onizuka Owl really considered Kuchiki-zan's proposal seriously. After a while, Onizuka Owl made a decision. Little ghost, I have to say that your ability is beyond the old man's imagination, and it is indeed because the old man is running out of time, so the old man is like you said, let's decide the outcome. After saying a word, Onitsuka Owl was not polite, and directly started to raise the Ryutsu on his body to the highest level. After Kuchiki General heard Onitsuka Owl's words, he also started to raise his own Ryutsu with a faint smile. As for the reason, there is no other reason, it is because of Kuchiki Gen. I know, Onizuka Owl will definitely agree. Because Kuchiki-zan felt a wave of death on Onizuka Owl's body, Onizuka Owl couldn't hold on anymore. Chapter 30 Cold Battle Domain vs Karmic Fire Space. Kuchiki Gen and Onitsuka Owl both began to improve their own Ryutsu without any restrictions at the same time. There was only one reason for this, the two of them were going to decide the outcome. When the Ryutsu of both of them reached the peak, both of them shouted at the same time. Bankai. Great enemy Karmic Fire Space. Cold Battlefield. The two of them bankai at the same time, and saw that Onizuka Owl's spear instantly produced a strong cold current, which spread like a cold fog and spread around the surrounding area. Wherever the cold current passed, it was instantly covered with a thick layer of ice. Even the black flames released by Kuchiki Gen are no exception. The cold current rapidly expanded its scope, with Onitsuka Owl as the center of the circle, and within a huge range, it became the area covered by the cold current. At the same time, the spear in Onitsuka Owl's hand also turned into a light blue, shining long hair that seemed to be composed of energy. Spears are average. On the other hand, Kuchiki Gen's bankai is quite low-key. There is no black, white and red three-color field with the slightest fireworks. All objects in the field lose their color, and only black and white are left in the dimension, while red rarely appears. With the liberation of bankai, the Ryutsu of the two also began to grow exponentially. As a veteran 7th rank powerhouse, Onitsuka Owl, although his bankai is still biased towards the auxiliary type, it brought him a great growth rate of Ryutsu. Kuchiki-zan did a rough calculation, and Onitsuka Owl's Ryutsu had probably increased by 8 or 9 times, which is already a terrifying improvement rate. You must know that those who can increase the Ryutsu ratio by 10 times after bankai are undoubtedly not the strong and geniuses in the captain class, so don't think that 8 or 9 times are very low. This can already be regarded as the upper middle level of the captain class.
As for Kuchiki-zan himself, it must be improved by another 11 times, because Kuchiki-zan has the passive ability of soul generation, so the 10 times more is the effect of soul generation. Of course, it doesn't mean that the upper limit of Ryutsu's promotion ratio after bankai is 10 times, but because bankai is also divided into layers. Kuchiki-zan has summarized before that bankai is divided into 3 layers. He is now on the first layer, and 10 times is his Bankai's promotion. Upper limit, and if he enters the next stage, which is the second level of Bankai, then Ryotsu's upper limit of promotion ratio will be increased to 15 times, of course, after reaching the third level, then it will reach a terrifying 20 times improvement. This is why the late Yamamoto Genryusai was so powerful that he was invincible.
Advertisement. Ryotsu, who had been boosted 11 times by Kuchiki Gen, surpassed Onizuka Owl's 9 times improvement in an instant, and Onizuka Owl also discovered this after the two of them were completely Bankai, and his face darkened instantly. It was never expected that Kuchiki-zan would have such a huge Ryotsu promotion multiple. To be honest, he has retreated a bit now. However, this kind of thought is fleeting, because he has no way to retreat. He has already taken his own life this time. No matter what the time is, his lifespan has come to the end, so he cannot retreat, or he would have died in vain. Drink. Brat, take this old man's move, and the cold area will explode. Onizuka Owl put all his eggs in one basket, and directly used his second strongest move after Bankai. Onitsuka Owl slammed the spear that seemed to be composed of ice energy to the ground, and in an instant a powerful ice energy formed a tsunami-like shock wave and rushed towards Kuchiki-zan. Kuchiki-zan is a Shunpo who is not in a hurry, directly stepping into Onizuka Owl's domain, and the next moment Onizuka Owl's cold battle zone is broken. It's not just the ice covered by the battle zone disappeared without a trace, even Ryotsu where the battlefield covered disappeared. Of course, this was swallowed by Kuchiki-zan's domain. In an instant, Kuchiki-zan's Ryotsu, which was about to be exhausted, replenished part of it instantly, and the super large cold shock wave that followed has also reached Kuchiki-zan's eyes. When the shock wave entered Kuchiki-gen's domain, there was not even a single ripple, just like Onitsuka Owl's domain, disappearing without a trace. As the master of the domain, Kuchiki-zan felt a lot better, because his spiritual power had replenished again, and it was already a bit fuller than before the battle with Onitsuka Owl. What? Onizuka Owl saw that not only his own domain disappeared, but also the huge shock wave he released strangely disappeared. At this moment, he really couldn't accept it. And Kuchiki-zan didn't care whether he could bear it or not. The next moment his body flashed, and Shunpo went directly to the dazed Onizuka Owl. When Onizuka Owl found himself in the black and white domain, it was too late. No. Advertisement. When Onizuka Owl roared, his ending was already doomed, and there was still a strange scene with no waves or fireworks, as if nothing had happened, but it happened again. I saw Onitsuka Owl standing next to Kuchiki-zan, maintaining a roaring posture, but his body disappeared bit by bit, first his calves, then his thighs, then his torso, then his arms, and the hands he was holding. Light blue energy spear, and finally his neck and head. 2 breaths. In just 2 breaths, Onizuka Owl, the strong man behind Bankai, was swallowed by Kuchiki-gen's domain. Yes, it was devouring, like another big invisible mouth, swallowing Onitsuka Owl into his stomach bit by bit. Seeing Onitsuka Owl disappear, feeling the huge spiritual power recovered by himself, Kuchiki-zan let out a breath, and then slowly revoked his karmic fire space. To be honest, if Kuchiki-zan's own Bankai ability is not too heaven-defying, it would not be so easy for him to win Onitsuka Owl. After all, Onitsuka Owl is an ice-type Zanpakuto, and he is an annoying domain-type Bankai. It can be said the most annoying factors are gathered together. Kuchiki-zan felt that Ryotsu had recovered a lot, and then urged Ryotsu to repair the wound on his shoulder. After a few breaths, the hole pierced by Fengyan on his shoulder was intact, but the price was that Kuchiki-zan had recovered a lot of spiritual power was once again cut by a large piece. At this time, Makino Motoda, who was hiding in the distance, was a little dazed when he saw Kuchiki-zan's inexplicable victory. To be honest, at the moment when Onitsuka Owl from the Onitsuka family arrived, he was really desperate, but he was considered Onizuka Owl, who was too strong to understand, was settled by Kuchiki-zan in just a few strokes, which made him feel a little unreal. Although the battle between the two is not so earth-shattering and magnificent, no, it should be that the battle between the two seems to be tepid, without such an exaggerated sense of destroying the world at every turn, but Yuan can fully feel the danger in it. You can see it too. Chapter 30 Cold Battle Domain vs Karmic Fire Space. Kuchiki-gen and Onitsuka Owl both began to improve their own Ryotsu without any restrictions at the same time. There was only one reason for this, the two of them were going to decide the outcome. When the Ryotsu of both of them reached the peak, both of them shouted at the same time. Bankai. Great enemy karmic fire space. Cold battlefield. The two of them Bankai at the same time, and saw that Onizuka Owl's spear instantly produced a strong cold current, which spread like a cold fog and spread around the surrounding area. Wherever the cold current passed, it was instantly covered with a thick layer of ice. Even the black flames released by Kuchiki-gen are no exception. The cold current rapidly expanded its scope, with Onitsuka Owl as the center of the circle, and within a huge range, it became the area covered by the cold current. At the same time, the spear in Onitsuka Owl's hand also turned into a light blue, shining long hair that seemed to be composed of energy. Spears are average. On the other hand, Kuchiki-gen's Bankai is quite low-key. There is no black, white and red three-color field with the slightest fireworks. All objects in the field lose their color, and only black and white are left in the dimension, while red rarely appears. With the liberation of Bankai, the Ryotsu of the two also began to grow exponentially. As a veteran 7th rank powerhouse, Onitsuka Owl, although his Bankai is still biased towards the auxiliary type, it brought him a great growth rate of Ryotsu, Kuchiki-zan did a rough calculation, and Onitsuka Owl's Ryutsu had probably increased by 8 or 9 times, which is already a terrifying improvement rate. You must know that those who can increase the Ryutsu ratio by 10 times after Bankai are undoubtedly not the strong and geniuses in the captain class, so don't think that 8 or 9 times are very low. This can already be regarded as the upper middle level of the captain class. As for Kuchiki-zan himself, it must be improved by another 11 times, because Kuchiki-zan has the passive ability of soul generation, so the 10 times more is the effect of soul generation. Of course, it doesn't mean that the upper limit of Ryutsu's promotion ratio after Bankai is 10 times, but because Bankai is also divided into layers. Kuchiki-zan has summarized before that Bankai is divided into 3 layers. He is now on the first layer, and 10 times is his Bankai's promotion. Upper limit, and if he enters the next stage, which is the second level of Bankai, then Ryutsu's upper limit of promotion ratio will be increased to 15 times. Of course, after reaching the third level, then it will reach a terrifying 20 times improvement. This is why the late Yamamoto Genryusai was so powerful that he was invincible. Advertisement. Ryutsu, who had been boosted 11 times by Kuchiki-gen, surpassed Onizuka Owl's 9 times improvement in an instant, and Onizuka Owl also discovered this after the two of them were completely Bankai, and his face darkened instantly. It was never expected that Kuchiki-zan would have such a huge Ryutsu promotion multiple. To be honest, he has retreated a bit now. However, this kind of thought is fleeting, because he has no way to retreat. He has already taken his own life this time. No matter what the time is, his lifespan has come to the end, so he cannot retreat, or he would have died in vain. Drink. Brat, take this old man's move, and the cold area will explode. Onizuka Owl put all his eggs in one basket, and directly used his second strongest move after Bankai. Onitsuka Owl slammed the spear that seemed to be composed of ice energy to the ground, and in an instant a powerful ice energy formed a tsunami-like shock wave and rushed towards Kuchiki-zan. Kuchiki-zan is a Shunko who is not in a hurry, directly stepping into Onizuka Owl's domain, and the next moment Onizuka Owl's cold battle zone is broken. It's not just the ice covered by the battle zone disappeared without a trace, even Ryutsu where the battlefield covered disappeared. Of course, this was swallowed by Kuchiki-zan's domain. In an instant, Kuchiki-zan's Ryutsu, which was about to be exhausted, replenished part of it instantly, and the super large cold shock wave that followed has also reached Kuchiki-zan's eyes. When the shock wave entered Kuchiki-gen's domain, there was not even a single ripple, just like Onitsuka Owl's domain, disappearing without a trace. As the master of the domain, Kuchiki-zan felt a lot better, because his spiritual power had replenished again, and it was already a bit fuller than before the battle with Onitsuka Owl. What? Onizuka Owl saw that not only his own domain disappeared, but also the huge shock wave he released strangely disappeared. At this moment, he really couldn't accept it. And Kuchiki-zan didn't care whether he could bear it or not. The next moment his body flashed, and Shunko went directly to the dazed Onizuka Owl. When Onizuka Owl found himself in the black and white domain, it was too late. No. Advertisement. When Onizuka Owl roared, his ending was already doomed, and there was still a strange scene with no waves or fireworks, as if nothing had happened, but it happened again. I saw Onitsuka Owl standing next to Kuchiki-zan, maintaining a roaring posture, but his body disappeared bit by bit, first his calves, then his thighs, then his torso, then his arms, and the hands he was holding. Light blue energy spear, and finally his neck and head. 2 breaths. In just 2 breaths, Onizuka Owl, the strong man behind Bankai, was swallowed by Kuchiki-gen's domain. Yes, it was devouring, like another big invisible mouth, swallowing Onitsuka Owl into his stomach bit by bit. Seeing Onitsuka Owl disappear, feeling the huge spiritual power recovered by himself, Kuchiki-zan let out a breath, and then slowly revoked his karmic fire space. To be honest, if Kuchiki-zan's own Bankai ability is not too heaven-defying, it would not be so easy for him to win Onitsuka Owl. After all, Onitsuka Owl is an ice-type Zanpakuto, and he is an annoying domain-type Bankai. It can be said the most annoying factors are gathered together. Kuchiki-zan felt that Ryutsu had recovered a lot, and then urged Ryutsu to repair the wound on his shoulder. After a few breaths, the hole pierced by Fengyan on his shoulder was intact, but the price was that Kuchiki-zan had recovered a lot of spiritual power was once again cut by a large piece. At this time, Makino Motoda, who was hiding in the distance, was a little dazed when he saw Kuchiki-zan's inexplicable victory. To be honest, at the moment when Onitsuka Owl from the Onitsuka family arrived, he was really desperate, but he was considered Onizuka Owl, who was too strong to understand, was settled by Kuchiki-zan in just a few strokes, which made him feel a little unreal. Although the battle between the two is not so earth-shattering and magnificent, no, it should be that the battle between the two seems to be tepid, without such an exaggerated sense of destroying the world at every turn, but Mu Yuan can fully feel the danger in it. You can see it too. Chapter 31 War Start Event Sign In. Although Muon Yuantai couldn't fully see the danger in the battle between the two due to his vision and strength, this did not prevent him from guessing. Anyway, he finally concluded that Kuchiki-zan deserves to be the most talented one. The strong men of the older generation of the Zuka family were easily killed. That's right, in his opinion, Kuchiki General just easily killed Onitsuka Owl, the seemingly invincible old guy. Don't think this is an exaggeration. You must know that normal aristocratic children are really just children in their 100s. There are very few people as different as Kuchiki-zan. Until now, everyone in the Soul Society thinks that Kuchiki-zan should not grow up so fast. With his strength, he should be like Mu Yuantai now. Of course, the current Kuchiki family doesn't think so. After learning that Kuchiki-zan has learned Bankai, the Kuchiki family believes that the reason why Kuchiki-zan has grown amazingly is to save the Kuchiki family. In fact, they are right to think so. Kuchiki-zan is indeed planning to save the Kuchiki family, but how to save it is open to discussion. Kuchiki-zan glanced at Makihara Genta, who was in a daze in the distance, waved his hand, and then shouted, "Genta, let's go." Hearing Kuchiki-zan's shout, Kuchiki Motoda reacted, hurried to Kuchiki-zan's side, and said adoringly, "Brother Zan, you killed the old ghost of the Onitsuka family in just a few strokes, it's really amazing." "Awesome. How many times?" Kuchiki-zan's face darkened when he heard Muon Yuanta's words, and then he said, "Do you think so? Although you may not see everything, you don't know how dangerous it is overall. Can't you see it?" Motoda Muhara blushed as if immature when he heard what Kuchiki-zan said, and then said embarrassedly, "I just want to compliment you, big brother." "Okay. You kid obviously saw the facts, but you want to compliment me with non-facts. Do you think I will be happy if you do this?" Kuchiki-zan shook his head and left in the direction he came. Kuchiki-zan no longer cares about how to choose. Seeing that Kuchiki Genta obviously didn't want to say more, Makihara immediately followed Kuchiki-zan's footsteps. He knew that he would follow Kuchiki-zan for a long time to come, otherwise it would be difficult for him to survive in Soul Society. Advertisement. A day later, Kuchiki Gen's expulsion of the Makinohara family, who was also a high-ranking nobleman, and the killing of Onizuka Owl of the Onizuka family were already rumored in the Soul Society. However, since the two sides had already started the confrontation before the battle, Kuchiki-zan ushered in a rare cleanliness. In the atmosphere of tense preparations, 3 days passed in a flash, and at this time, Kuchiki-zan was sitting in his yard waiting for something. Come on, let me see such an event. What kind of good things will you give me?" Kuchiki-zan sat on a big chingshi in a yard, muttering something with his eyes closed. Suddenly, Kuchiki-zan Nien's movement stopped. It was because what he was waiting for finally appeared in his mind. Ding dong. Host is in the huge historical event of the Soul Society. Congratulations for completing the sign-in task of seeing history firsthand, and you can choose one of 3 specific rewards. Hearing this, Kuchiki breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the nature of the system, for any famous historical events in the world, the system will definitely give a special sign in reward of seeing history. Before Kuchiki-zan discovered that the time of his reincarnation was before the establishment of Jingling, then Kuchiki-zan guessed that during this period, there must be a check-in point in line with historical events. When the war started, the system gave out the first historical sign in reward after coming to the Shinigami world. What's the reward? It's actually one of 3 choices. Kuchiki-zan began to check the system prompts with full expectation. Hey, the host chooses one of the 3 rewards, namely, Supreme Will, Eye of Reality, and Spatial Perception. Please host to choose by himself. Advertisement. After seeing the 3 options, Kuchiki-zan Yi was immediately taken aback. Judging from the names alone, these 3 rewards are already very impressive, not to mention that Kuchiki-zan Yi has already seen the specific content of the 3 options. Supreme Will. The will of the devil produced in a certain world. After the host obtains the Supreme Will, any external negative effects such as illusion, charm, guidance, disturbance, etc. will be invalid to the host. At the same time, the soul level, the ability of bit generation is upgraded by 1 level. Eye of Truth. A strange eye produced in the world of truth. After obtaining the Eye of Truth reward, the host's eyes can be transformed into eyes with the ability of the Eye of Truth. The Eye of Truth can see the true nature of everything. At the same time, other information will also be provided. For details, please ask the host to explore by himself after obtaining it. Spatial Awareness. After obtaining this reward, the host can gain spatial talents. 3 rewards and 3 contents, but the focus is almost different. The Supreme Will is definitely an ability that must be obtained in the Shinigami world. After all, there is a fierce man like Aizen. Without such abilities, it is really impossible to fight with him. Kuchiki-zan is also worried about this matter, so the system will send a pillow. Only, the other 2 rewards are also hardcore abilities that Kuchiki-zan urgently needs. Needless to say, the Eye of Reality is definitely a skill that is biased towards increasing offensive capabilities. As for Spatial Perception, a constitution that can transform oneself into a spatial talent, this is much more comprehensive. It can be said that if it is properly developed, it will have almost all offensive, defensive, and maneuverable abilities. It can be said that it is the most comprehensive and terrifying ability among the 3 abilities. So at this time, Kuchiki-zan was entangled in which one to choose. To be honest, Kuchiki-gen is most inclined to space perception. After all, this kind of thing can be encountered but not sought after. Although Aizen's big, Hyoka Suigetsu, is 2BT, but Kuchiki-gen who knows its details may not have no way to fight, so the supreme compared with the space ability, the ability of will is not so attractive. Of course, if there is no space perception, then Kuchiki-zan will definitely choose the supreme will. As for the Eye of Truth, Kuchiki-zan ranks it in the last position. After all, the other 2 abilities, one is almost necessary, and the other is inseparable. As for the Eye of Truth, although it may be useful against Aizen, its role is currently unknown, and it has no advantage over the Supreme Will. at least as long as the supreme will is in hand, then Aizen's, Kyoka Suigetsu, is undoubtedly a scrap iron for Kuchiki General. It's so tangled. Kuchiki Zanyi frowned for a while. Chapter 32 Spatial Perception, Spatial Affinities. After struggling for a long time, Kuchiki Zan finally chose the spatial perception ability he wanted most after gritting his teeth and stomping his feet. Hey, the host chose the spatial perception reward. The other two returned to the prize pool, waiting for the next opportunity to enter the alternative pool. Hearing the prompt from the system, Kuchiki Zan heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he was also worried before that if he chose one of the options, the other two would be lost forever. Then Kuchiki Zan felt that he would die of depression. After struggling for a long time, Kuchiki Shuenkai reluctantly chose the reward of spatial perception. However, after receiving the spatial perception, Kuchiki Zan found a new thing in the system, which is the so-called reward pool. After a systematic explanation, Kuchiki Zan found that this prize pool is a good thing, which he has never encountered before. According to the system, this prize pool is that any multiple choice rewards that have appeared before have not been accepted by the host. That is, Kuchiki Zan after selection, it will enter this reward pool, instead of disappearing directly, so the next time a similar selective reward appears, if the existing options are not satisfactory to Kuchiki Zan, then you can choose an alternate option in the reward pool, but this is not without cost, or it cannot be called a cost, it should be called CD, which is the cooling time. For example, the next time you log into an event, Kuchikishuan will get a selective reward again, and the reward option is not what Kuchikishuan urgently needs at this time, then you can choose the option in the prize pool as a reward, but this time, after choosing the reward in the prize pool, then the selection reward that appears in the next event check-in will cut half of the options on the original basis, and the prize pool option cannot be selected. This situation will not return to normal until the next selection reward appears. In layman's terms, if you choose the option in the prize pool, then there will be a CD time for the event sign-in reward, and there will be a reduction penalty. This Kuchiki Zan also understands, after all, even if it is a system, it must follow certain rules, and it is reasonable to let the host choose freely while having certain punishments. After all, the system is not a treasure bag. What? Kuchikishuan believes that such a punishment mechanism is not unacceptable, and Kuchikishuan also knows that the rewards given by the system, in addition to the random rewards, as long as they are named and surnamed options, then they will definitely not be waste options. It's like Kuchiki Zan is now in the Shinigami world, and then the reward given is the infinite ammunition bazooka, which is basically useless in the Shinigami world. Advertisement. After checking the introduction of the prize pool, Kuchiki Zan breathed a sigh of relief, not because of anything else, just because of the option of Supreme Will, which Gongsun Yi believes is the best ability to use against Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu. 1. But the temptation of space perception is too great, so when Kuchikishuan reluctantly gave up, the appearance of the prize pool made him feel a lot more comfortable, so for him, the punishment mechanism of CD and reduction is simply the same as none of them. Putting the prize pool aside, Kuchiki Zan began to check his attributes at this time. System host. Kuchiki Zan, real name, Ouyang Xuan. World. Shinigami World, Soul Society. Status. Young master of the branch house of the noble Kuchiki family. Age. 152, soul. System level. Qualification talent. Level 7 subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower, etc. Super sense talent additional level 2, true level 9 upper. Strength level. 7th level subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower 4, etc. Zanpakuto. Yanmo Shikai Bankai. Great Yanmo karmic fire space, liberation language. The karmic fire is burning, clean up the troubled world. Purify. Yanmo. Time difference Shikai Bankai unknown, liberation language. 4 directions, 100, infinite. Tamper it. Time difference. Reward ability. Super sense talent. Shunpo level promotion. Immortal soul body. Soul derivation. Space affinity body. Perception space bonus. Space travel bonus. Destruction space bonus. Advertisement. Possess abilities. Kendo secret biography. White hits secret biography. Shunpo 100 cooked. Secret biography Keto. The spatial awareness reward that had been received disappeared, but the display in his status bar changed to the ability of space affinity, and 3 suffixes were added after this one. According to the explanation given by the system, spatial perception is to transform the body, soul body, and other foundations into a constitution of affinity, space. So after the transformation, the host's physical state will become a space affinity body. The space affinity body first brings 3 suffix attributes, which are the perception bonus, traversal bonus, and destruction bonus, seen by Kuchiki Zan. These 3 suffix systems did not give a detailed explanation, so in Kuchiki Zan's view, these 3 should be literal. However, after the transformation into a space affinity body, Kuchiki Zan knew that he needed to adapt and explore bit by bit. It's something to explore, not just given out. Ability rewards also come with a lot of instructions, which saves you the time of exploration. You must know that the system on Kuchiki Zan is such a willful system. Kuchikishuan withdrew his consciousness from the system, and then began to feel the changes in himself. The biggest change was that Kuchikishuan had a different understanding of the environment. The environment that was common to him in the past now changed under his deliberate observation. It becomes a combination of points, lines, and surfaces. Because there is a saying that points form lines, lines form surfaces, and surfaces form space, so Kuchiki-zan feels that this point, line, and surface is in his own appeared after obtaining the perceptual space bonus ability. In addition to being able to perceive these points, lines, and surfaces, Kuchiki-zan also has a feeling that he can interfere with space by manipulating these points, lines, and surfaces. Through the line, travel to another point. Of course, this process, Kuchiki-zan believes that he should use multiple surfaces instead of points. This is probably the space shuttle, in Kuchiki's metacognition, or more commonly, space teleportation, and teleportation. Chapter 33. In addition to being able to shuttle through these point-line surfaces, Kuchiki-zan can also perform deeper manipulations on these point-line surfaces, for example, destroy them. Kuchiki-zan knows that this is the so-called destruction space, but in Kuchiki-zan's perception, the space of the Soul Society, or the space of the Shinigami world is extremely solid, and it is a little bit easier to penetrate, but to destruction really needs something. However, although it is still relatively difficult to use, one thing is certain that Kuchiki-zan's choice of spatial perception is absolutely profitable, that is, Kuchiki-zan's already large perception range, because of the blessing of the space system ability, the range has been expanded several times, and with the blessing of the space system ability, Kuchiki-zan's perception accuracy has also improved a lot, and even some strange things that are not easy to perceive or even block perception, Kuchiki-zan can also perceive them at this time. This discovery made Kuchiki-zan very excited. In the future, against some enemies with strong hidden abilities, Kuchiki-zan can be said to be twice the result with half the effort, and Kuchiki-zan also guessed whether such an ability can be directly used to deal with Aizen's Hyoka Suigetsu. If feasible, Kuchiki-zan's choice this time can no longer be regarded as a big profit, but several times. However, having said that, even if this powerful perception can be used to check and balance Aizen Sosuke's Hyoka Suigetsu, it is only a palliative, not a permanent solution. What really restrains Hyoka Suigetsu is the supreme will that has entered the prize pool. However, after owning the space affinity body, Kuchiki-zan is very satisfied. What he has to do now is to further develop the ability of the space system, even if it is not directly reflected in the form of Zanpakuto because of the relationship of the world. The ability will naturally be suppressed, but if the space system ability is only used to assist in the battle, it is a bug-level existence. It's just that Kuchiki-zan is very clear now that it's not the time for him to verify and familiarize himself with the ability of the space system. After all, today is the day when the big nobles and the high-level nobles will start fighting. The background of the Kuchiki family is not as strong as that of the Onitsuka family of the noble family of Kamui, and the number of powerhouses above the 7th rank is even more incomparable. Although Kuchiki-zan killed an Onizuka owl before, there is not much life left like Onizuka owl. There are some old guys who are not afraid of death at all, in the Onitsuka family, even the Yamada family, and the Araki family. Of course, the Kuchiki family, which is the closest to the great nobles among the 6 nobles, naturally has its own whole cards, but in a word, the foundation is the foundation, and the gap between the great nobles and the nobles cannot be bridged. Before, Kuchiki-zan and Kuchiki-guren discussed how to deal with these guys who are dying of old age. Kuchiki-guren thought that they should be dealt with by the background of the clan, while Kuchiki-zan believed that these unscrupulous old guys should be dealt with by him in the end. The two did not reach a consensus, so they did not decide on a strategy. Kuchiki-zan is not very worried about those old guys who are about to enter the coffin. After all, he has a way to deal with these old guys after fighting with Onitsuka Owl. Except for strength, everything else is going downhill. This is Kuchiki-zan's confidence in facing them. And now Kuchiki-zan has gained the spatial ability as his whole card. Against these old guys who are capable in the sky, but their physical condition has been declining, it can be said that they are like a fish in water and a tiger with wings added. Advertisement. I thought that although Kuchiki-zan was initially dabbling in the ability of the space system, he already had his own ideas. When he knew that he could travel through space, he had already thought of the effective application of shuttle space. It is still relatively difficult to control, but with the cooperation of the power system in the Shinigami world, it is relatively easy. For example, using Shunpo to cooperate with the teleportation space can reduce the delay time before and after the shuttle space to almost nothing. Kuchiki Gen's teleportation is almost done. As for why it is necessary to cooperate with Shunpo for teleportation, this involves the problem of world suppression. The space in the Shinigami world is extremely stable. Kuchiki-zan discovered this shortcoming when he perceived the space. For example, if he wants to travel through the space, enter when there is a point, there will be a slow delay, and there will be the same sense of slowness at the end of the process from another point. But if the principle of Shunpo is added to this process, it will be, it seems, relatively easy. Although this kind of stagnation delay adds up to only 1 or 2 seconds, but in a master duel, 1 or 2 seconds can determine life and death, so it is not necessary to have such a delayed teleportation, unless it is a remote teleport. After joining Shunpo, such a delay will be reduced to 1/10, or even a few tenths. In this case, the delay is even milliseconds or even a few milliseconds, so that teleportation has practical meaning, rather than only being used for migration over long distances. However, all of this is just Kuchiki Zan's idea. When the time comes, how to add Shunpo to the space system ability, and even more of the world system, Kuchiki Zan will have to slowly explore. Now what Kuchiki Zan has to consider is how to deal with the actions of the three nobles against them. The war between the nobles is different from the war between the warlords. At this time, all the nobles in the Soul Society have their own territory. The battle between the two is the robbing of the territory. You come to fight to defend the nest, and I fight to defend you, it's that simple. Kuchiki Guren had sent a message before that people from the Onitsuka family had begun to invade the Kuchiki family's territory, but what Kuchiki Guren meant was that he just killed Onitsuka Owl and let him recuperate. Anxious to join the battle. Kuchiki Zan knew what Kuchiki Guren meant. It was nothing more than seeing that he had cleaned up the Muon family first, and then met Onitsuka Owl. Although he was victorious, people also rumored that he was seriously injured. A large number of Ryutsu methods cured most of the injuries, and the rest were insignificant skin injuries, so he didn't bother to waste Ryutsu. So after 3 days of recuperation, his physical condition was as good as before, and his strength has also been raised by a level, and his current state is surprisingly good. If that's the case, then I'll wait and see now, and find something to do after seeing the situation clearly. Kuchiki murmured, thinking about the current situation. Chapter 34. Bad news: the Yamamoto family joins the war. After all, the war has just begun, and both sides are only at the time point of dispatching troops, so the battle has not yet begun. At this time, Kuchiki Zan is not very good at making his own judgment, so he simply waits for the situation to become clear before making a move. Not too late. However, before the situation became clear, the troubles came first. Half a day after the war started, the Kuchiki family came. This surprised Kuchiki Zan quite a bit. After all, the war has just started, and the battles in various regions should be just tentative battles. He just cleaned up the Muon family and slaughtered the old Onizuka owl of the Onizuka family on the way. From everyone's point of view, he should be in the recovery stage. Well, since this is a well-known thing, it is very important for the Zong family to come at this time to explain from the side what the Zong family wants to say to Kuchiki Zan. The person who came to inform Kuchiki Xuanzong's family was a servant who often worked for Kuchiki Zan's yard, so he was the best person to send a message to Kuchiki Zan. Through this servant named Ashen, Kuchiki Zan knew that the person who came from the Zong family was actually Kuchiki Qingtian, the heir to the head of the family, which further proved the urgency and importance of the matter. So Kuchiki Zan didn't delay anymore. He left his own yard and came to the main courtyard, and then met Kuchiki Qingtian. Qingtian, come here in such a hurry, is there any change in the situation? Kuchiki Zan asked straight to the point. Kuchiki Qingtian was not as relaxed as he was last time when he came to Kuchiki Zan's house this time. At this time, Kuchiki Qingtian's face was full of solemnity. Hearing Kuchiki Zan's straightforward question, he did not hesitate and said directly, "Indeed, this my father asked me to come this time because the matter was too urgent, and I just received information that the Yamamoto family has completely turned to the Onitsuka family, and has already begun to send private soldiers to aid." Hearing Kuchiki Qingtian's words, Kuchiki Zan was shocked. His face suddenly became ugly. After all, this is definitely bad news. The three nobles are slightly stronger than the three nobles. The reason why Kuchiki Zan quickly dealt with the matter of the Muon family after the Muon family team was because he was afraid that these rebellious families would become the last straw that overwhelmed the camel, but unexpectedly, although the Yamamoto family originally supported the Onitsuka family, because Yamamoto is limited by the country and can only support him spiritually, but now the Yamamoto family is going to send troops, which surprises Kuchiki Zan. Advertisement. What's going on? Kuchiki asked with a frown. I don't know, I just got the news. As soon as I got the news, my father sent me to tell you. Kuchiki Qingtian shook his head and said helplessly. Could it be that there is something wrong with old man Yamamoto? Kuchiki Zan murmured, but immediately denied this idea. Everyone in the Soul Society may have problems, but old man Yamamoto will not have problems. Even if you want to get him, it's impossible to make a fuss. Aside from the strength of the old man Yamamoto, his connections are terrifying to death. Some famous families in the Soul Society are independent of the big aristocratic system, such as the Ermaya family, the Qilin Temple family, etc. They are all hardcore allies of old man Yamamoto. The reason why old man Yamamoto doesn't want to participate in the battles among the nobles is also out of this idea, because these families don't want to get involved, but once Yamamoto wants to say who he supports, it means who are these families supporting. Father also thought that there was something wrong with Master Yamamoto before, but he quickly denied this, so what my father meant was, if possible, please, Zan, please find out the reason why Chushan's family joined the war as soon as possible. If it takes time, if it's too long, the power of our three families will be severely hit. Kuchiki Qingtian pleaded with a serious face. Seeing Kuchiki Qingtian's appearance, Kuchiki Zan nodded solemnly, and said, I'll figure this out myself. Then please, Zan. After Kuchiki Qingtian sincerely thanked him, he immediately left Kuchiki Zan's house. After all, there are still many things to do in the clan, and he, the young patriarch who was the successor, will be required to do it himself in many places. It's important, and he's here to see Kuchiki Zan, so he won't do it himself. After Kuchiki Qingtian left, Kuchiki Castle and Kuchiki Dobe looked at each other solemnly, and then looked at Kuchiki Gen, and Kuchiki-zan lost the solemnity just now, but calmly picked up the tea on the table and drank it a mouthful.
Zan. How about you? Seeing Kuchiki-zan with a calm face, Kuchiki Dobe asked in surprise. Is it strange, uncle? Kuchiki-zan glanced at the gray-haired Dobe, and then said, no matter why the Yamamoto family joined the war, it is a foregone conclusion that they will enter the battle at this time. Even if I know the whole story now, then the solution can no longer be changed. Then what should we do? Kuchiki asked with an ugly face. If the current situation cannot be changed, then the three nobles will be in danger.
Don't worry, I'm sure that Yamamoto Shigekuni is absolutely fine, but the actions of the Yamamoto family are very weird, so I think that the Yamamoto family, or the Onitsuka family, found a way to contain the old man Yamamoto, so they completely let the Yamamoto family let go and directly exclude private soldiers to support the battlefield.
Kuchiki-zan pondered for a moment, then gave what he thought was the correct answer. Did Yamamoto-sama restrain you? Kuchiki Castle asked after hearing Kuchiki-gen's words, startled for a moment. Advertisement. It's more or less the same, Kuchiki-zan nodded, except for this reason, he couldn't think of any other reason. Then what are you going to do? Kuchiki asked again. Hey, originally, I was going to wait and see the situation, but now it seems that if I don't make a move, I have to. At least I have to figure out what's going on with old man Yamamoto. Kuchiki-zan said helplessly. Kuchiki Castle and Kuchiki Tubingway also nodded in agreement when they heard what Kuchiki-zan said. The top priority should be to find out what happened to Chushan's heavy country.
However, thinking of this, Kuchiki-zan frowned and said, at present, since the Yamamoto family has participated in the war, the situation of the old man Yamamoto should not be so easy to detect. Maybe, I have to come up with something, so we can get started on this matter. Well, Zan, you are right. Kuchiki Cheng obviously thought of the key point of this matter, and said in agreement.
Yes, then. Kuchiki-zan glanced at his father and uncle, and then said, I will do it as soon as possible. The family's affairs depend on you too. Don't worry, you can do it freely, we are at home, Kuchiki City said with a firm smile on his old face. Chapter 35 Kuchiki-zan's big move. Hearing the promise from Kuchiki Castle, Kuchiki-zan nodded. After all, he couldn't do everything by himself, and there were priorities. The inexplicable participation of the Yamamoto family this time was definitely the most important event. Kuchiki-zan had already thought about it. He was going to leave in half a day. He had to deal with the reinforcements from Yamamoto's family first. After solving the urgent need, he went to investigate what happened to the old man Yamamoto. Kuchiki-zan told his thoughts to Kuchiki Castle and Kuchiki Dobe, and they didn't quite understand why they had to wait half a day before leaving. After all, what is the difference between now and half a day later? Through Kuchiki-zan's explanation, the two of them understood that although the war has started now, the monitoring of Kuchiki-zan's family by the three nobles has been much weaker, but the actions of Kuchiki Qingtian, the heir of the Kuchiki family, are definitely the right time for the three nobles. It is being monitored all the time, so the news of Kuchiki Qingtian coming to the Kuchiki-zan family will definitely reach the ears of the three major families. For a while, it hit Kuchiki-zan, but it will be different after half a day.
If Kuchiki-zan makes a move after half a day, then the situation will be completely different during this half-day buffer, because by then, the attention and combat power of the three nobles will be put on the main battlefield. Compared to half a day ago, the forces that can be mobilized will be much less, and the success rate of Kuchiki-zan's operation will be much higher. This is why Kuchiki-zan has to wait even half a day, and as for what is not a day or even longer, this is related to the limit that the three nobles can bear.
Half a day is the best dispatch time calculated by Kuchiki-zan. If it's too short, it won't play a corresponding role. If it's too long, the three nobles will fall into too great a disadvantage. It's not worth the loss. After setting the time for action, Kuchiki-zan returned to his yard and began to adjust his state without wasting precious time. Although it is good to hurt him, only he knows if his state has not reached its peak. Half a day later, that is, at dusk that day, Kuchiki-zan quietly left the yard where he was in without alerting any possible observers with his perception maximized. At this time, only Muyu and Yanta was left to practice boringly alone. Although Kuchiki-zan has just acquired the affinity of space ability, but with the help of space perception, Kuchiki-zan easily discovered various surveillance methods, and also avoided these surveillance one by one. What Kuchiki-zan has to do at this time is to raid the existing territory of the Yamamoto family. Yes, what he has to do is to attack the enemy that must be saved. Didn't the Yamamoto family find a way to bypass the mountain of Yamamoto's heavy country, and then send troops to help the Onitsuka family? Hit Kuchiki's house? Then, Ouyang Xuan will directly attack the Yamamoto's territory, which is empty at this time. He just wants to see how you will respond when directly attacking your territory. Because the battle between the nobles of the Soul Society at this time, in Kuchiki-zan's view, it means grabbing territory from the underworld, so directly attack your territory, see if you are in a hurry, and his, Yanmo, is definitely in Soul Society. Society is a good player in sieging cities and pulling out villages. After all, once the black flame is burned, there will be nothing left.
Kuchiki-shuan doesn't know that the three nobles don't know the ability of their Zanpakuto, but it's okay. Even if they don't know, it's okay. Kuchiki-shuan can tell you in real time, Laozi's Zanpakuto is so unreasonable. Advertisement. Moreover, in terms of burning ability and spreading speed, the black flame produced by Kuchiki-shuanyanmo is definitely many times stronger than the flame of common. This is the terrifying effect obtained at the expense of the instantaneous explosive ability.
In Kuchiki-zan's view, there is nothing in the world that can resist the burning of black flames, not even the heaven-defying Ryotsu, because the black flames cannibalize any things formed by spirit particles bit by bit, and Ryotsu can't resist, no exception.
This is also the reason why Kuchiki-zan was able to defeat Onitsuka Owl easily before.
Kuchiki-zan's Bankai sacrificed the ability to kill in a large area, and after extremely strengthening the burning characteristic that lacked explosive power, a small one was produced, but very terrifying, burning space. So after being personally killed by Kuchiki-gen, the main reason why the mighty Onitsuka Owl was defeated in an instant. Both power and functionality are impeccably powerful, but too much consumption of Ryotsu and range is Kuchiki-gen's weakness at this time, so Kuchiki-gen's goal in the next step is to increase Bankai's range and reduce the consumption of Bankai Ryotsu. As long as he is in the if there is a breakthrough in these 2 points, then his Bankai will enter the next stage, which is the second stage of Bankai. Of course, these are not what Kuchiki-zan wants to consider now, but what he is considering now is which side of the Yamamoto family to start with. As one of the 6 nobles, the Yamamoto family naturally occupies a large area. There are 2 bustling and most precious sites, one is a street in the dojo where Yamamoto Shigekuni is located, and the other is naturally the site where the Yamamoto family's ancestral home is located. After much deliberation, Kuchiki-zan decided to choose the site where the Yamamoto family's ancestral home is located. It is relatively more prosperous there, and it is easier to poke the pain of the Yamamoto family, and who can make the Yamamoto family care about one thing and lose another. When the time comes if the Yamamoto family really returns to aid, then Kuchiki-zan not only solves the Kuchiki family's problems on the battlefield, but also has the conditions to investigate what happened to Yamamoto's heavy country. After deciding on the target, Kuchiki-zan quickly approached the Shinhan Street where the Yamamoto family's place is located, and it was one of the most prosperous streets in the Soul Society, where there was a large population. There are also a lot of shops, so this is the best place to do it. Not long after, Kuchiki-zan has arrived at the area where Shinhan Street is located. At this time, Shinhan Street is not as prosperous as it was before, and the shops facing the street are also closed, and there are not a lot of people on the street where there are usually people coming and going. Silhouette. Kuchiki-zan knows that this is the reason why the Yamamoto family decided to send troops and put Shinhan Street under martial law, but it doesn't matter to Kuchiki-zan whether there are people or not. What he wants to do is not to kill people. If he wants to kill people, he will go directly to the battlefield. That's good. As long as the black flame comes out there will be no need to worry about getting someone's head. Don't blame me. If you want to blame you for being on the wrong team. Kuchiki-zan looked at Shinhan Street full of houses, and said calmly with a blank face. From the moment he came to the Soul Society, he put away the pity and kindness he should have had, because this is a cruel, naked world of the law of the jungle. Chapter 36 Black flames spread all over the sky. The fire of karma is burning. Clear away the troubled times. Purify, Yanmo. As Kuchiki-zan opened his mouth to sing the liberation language, his huge Ryotsu filled the entire Shinhan Street. When the people who stayed in the Shinhan Street in the Yamamoto family discovered that Kuchiki-zan's huge Ryotsu had come, they also realized that it was not good, but when they rushed out of the room they were in, a black flame soaring into the sky appeared in their eyes. Then, what is that? Everyone in the Yamamoto family looked at the black flames soaring into the sky and felt the terrifying Ryotsu emanating from the black flames. For a while, because no one was in charge of the overall situation, everyone panicked. Master Yansheng is here. Master Yansheng is here. Just as the little guys in the Yamamoto family were in a state of confusion, a name that reassured people a little bit came into their ears. Master Yansheng, whose full name is Yamamoto Yansheng, is the grandson of Yamamoto Chongguo, the head of the current Yamamoto family, the younger brother of Yamamoto Shucheng, and the real power figure of the Yamamoto family, and was also assigned by Yamamoto Shucheng to stay in Shinhan Street to guard the clan decision-makers. What's going on? The Yamamoto Yansheng man was still far away, but the voice had already been heard. He came from the Yamamoto family's clan. Yamamoto Yansheng is a middle-aged man with a huxia face, and his appearance is somewhat similar to Yamamoto Shigekuni. After all, Yamamoto Shigekuni is the grandfather of Yamamoto Hideho and Yamamoto Yansheng, so there is nothing wrong with his resemblance. With the arrival of Yamamoto Yansheng, the flustered level of Yamamoto's remaining staff is rapidly decreasing. After all, with the backbone, people's flustered emotions will be greatly relieved. Advertisement following Yamamoto Yansheng's questioning. The first person who discovered the attack on Shinhan Street answered Yamamoto Yansheng's question truthfully, and Yamamoto Yansheng also saw the soaring black flame. Black flame? Yamamoto Yansheng murmured. Could it be that kid from the Kuchiki family? With the death of Onizuka Owl, the great nobles also have information about Kuchiki General as a loyal supporter of the great nobles. It is not surprising that the Yamamoto family has information about Kuchiki General. After guessing Kuchiki-zan's identity, Yamamoto Yansheng was also very shocked. Although his strength may not be very strong, he is definitely not stupid. He naturally knew why Kuchiki-zan appeared here at this time. What a cunning fellow. Yamamoto Yansheng cursed viciously after thinking through the cause and effect. They all went to the front line with the patriarch Yamamoto Shucheng, and now there is no strong man who can block Kuchiki-zan. It can be said that the Yamamoto family does not have it at this time. It's troublesome. Thinking of Yamamoto Yansheng's face began to look ugly. Come here, send a message to the front line. The clan is attacked by Kuchiki-zan, and ask for help. At the same time, notify, and all the combat forces of the clan are on alert. Yes. One of the subordinates who followed Yamamoto Yancheng immediately took the order and quickly ran towards the direction of the clan. Only there is the Hell Butterfly, who can directly communicate with the clan leader. And the movement here has long been discovered by Kuchiki-zan. After releasing his perception, he also knew who it was. The weakling Yamamoto Yancheng is the one staying behind. Does it mean that your Yamamoto family has a big heart, or does it mean that your Yamamoto family is stupid? Kuchiki-zan said with a disdainful smile. Yes, Yamamoto Yancheng's strength is only at the limit of the 6th level, not even the 7th level. In the eyes of Kuchiki-zan, such a person is indeed a weak chicken. Yamamoto Yancheng is different from Muyuan Shota. Muyuan Shota put all his efforts to understand Bankai Mofeng Bayan, which already made Kuchiki-zan Gao take a look at him, but Yamamoto Yancheng is definitely not in the ranks of such ruthless people. Are you really not afraid that the young master will directly take over your hometown? Kuchiki Xuan really had an impulse at this time, that is to directly wipe out all the left-behind members of the Yamamoto family, and at the same time destroy their clan land. Advertisement, but the idea is just an idea after all. Kuchiki-zan knew that he could not do this. First of all, the Yamamoto family is the main family of Yamamoto Shigekuni. He can't directly uproot the Yamamoto family without looking at the monk's face and the Buddha's face.
Secondly, what he has to do now is it is necessary to let the Yamamoto family that has already participated in the war come back to help, so as to reduce the pressure that the Yamamoto family brought to the 3 families on the frontal battlefield, instead of coming to massacre to vent their anger, so the method of copying their hometown, Kuchiki-zan just thinks about it, that's all.
Of course, there is the last point, that is, if Kuchiki-zan really copied the Yamamoto family's lair, let's not talk about the reaction of Yamamoto's major meeting, let's just say that the Yamamoto family, without worry about the future, will definitely go all out crazy taking revenge on the 3 nobles. In this way, Kuchiki-zan is not here to rescue, but to add to the chaos. After learning about Yamamoto Yancheng's actions, Kuchiki was afraid that the fire was not burning enough, so he released another black flame in the shop across the street. The black flame began to spread quickly after it touched the shop, and the speed of spreading was faster than the spread of common flames when it met oil, because the building materials of the shop were all composed of dense spiritual seeds, while the black flame was anything made of spiritual particles has a strong burning effect, so the black flames engulfed the entire store in an instant. Fortunately, there is still a buffer gap between the stores, otherwise it is very likely that Kuchiki-zan will not control it. Under such circumstances, the black flame spread to the entire street of Xinghun Street in an instant. After Yamamoto Yancheng looked at another fire point for a while, he also confirmed the information that Kuchiki-zan was nearby. Onizuka Owl, the old 7th-rank powerhouse, died in the hands of Kuchiki-zan. How could he not be afraid? So at this time he has already started to retreat. He is afraid that Kuchiki-zan will notice and then came and slaughtered him. Kuchiki-zan didn't know what Yamamoto Yancheng was thinking now, but even if he knew, he would just sneer at it. After all, the importance of Yamamoto Yancheng was not as important as he imagined. Moreover, at present, Kuchiki-zan's expected goal has been achieved, and the rest depends on whether the Yamamoto family cooperates enough. If they cooperate enough, Kuchiki-zan will accept it as soon as it is good. If the Yamamoto family does not cooperate, then Kuchiki-zan also can only say sorry, don't blame him for being cruel. However, judging from the bearish appearance shown by Yamamoto Yancheng, the return of Yamamoto's family is almost inseparable, so Kuchiki-zan is going to do another thing. Chapter 37 Yamamoto Shigekuni. Kuchiki-zan has already begun to set his sights on Yamamoto Shigekuni. After all, he came here this time with another purpose.
He had analyzed before that the reason why the Yamamoto family dared to move out was definitely something wrong with Yamamoto Shigekuni, but with the strength and influence of Yamamoto Shigekuni, they would definitely not dare to take action against Yamamoto Shigekuni.
At that time, Yamamoto was also very strong, but with the power of the 3 nobles, it is still possible to get rid of Yamamoto, although the price will be very high. You must know that Yamamoto Shigekuni at this time is not the invincible Captain Yamamoto of the later generations. He has just embarked on the road to invincibility, competing characters. Therefore, Kuchiki-zan's worries are justified. After all, the abnormal behavior of the Yamamoto family made people immediately think of Yamamoto Shigekuni.
Kuchiki-zan estimated that the old ghosts of the Onitsuka family must have found something to restrain Yamamoto Shigekuni, just like Aizen dealt with Yamamoto Old Man in the original book or Tengai Shusuke dealt with Yamamoto Old Man, and now Yamamoto Shigekuni, but it really doesn't have the deterrent power of the Old Man Yamamoto's later generations.
Whether you have mental calculations or not, as long as people find the right method, it is actually not difficult to target Yamamoto Shigekuni. Before, people did not directly attack Yamamoto Shigekuni because the big nobles and high nobles have not yet torn their skins. Now the 2 forces had already started a complete war, so it was within Kuchiki-zan's expectation to attack Yamamoto Shigekuni, but Kuchiki-zan did not expect the opponent's action to be so fast. It seems, there was a premeditated plan to target Old Man Yamamoto this time? Kuchiki-zan Yi rushed towards Yamamoto's dojo in Chongguo, thinking in his heart, after all, the timing was too coincidental. Could it be that the Onitsuka family said that the war will start in 3 days, is it preparing to limit the Old Man Yamamoto? Kuchiki-zan suddenly thought of a possibility, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the 3-day preparation period proposed by the Onizuka family should be in order to concentrate on dealing with Yamamoto heavy country, come up with a plan to slow down the army. Now it seems that if this is the case, then the Onizuka family's strategy was really successful, and it directly caught the high-ranking nobles by surprise. The aristocratic block where Yamamoto's heavy country road is located is called Shinhan Street, which is second only to Shinhan Street in the prosperity of Yamamoto's family. And Yamamoto Shigekuni himself, born more than 1,500 years ago, is the big brother of the previous head of the Yamamoto family, and is the grandfather of the current head of the Yamamoto family, Yamamoto Hideyo. He is extremely powerful, and he also gave up the inheritance rights of the head of the family, and handed it over to his younger brother Yamamoto Takakuni. Since Yamamoto became famous, he has always been the pride of the Yamamoto family and even the entire Soul Society, and as far as Kuchiki-zan knows, the Soul Society has repeatedly expanded its territory in foreign wars, and Yamamoto has repeatedly made outstanding achievements. Therefore, he is a legendary in Soul Society, and he also has a large number of fans groups. There are countless people who worship Yamamoto Jikuni, which is one of the biggest reasons why Yamamoto Shikuna's Yuanlu can spread. Moreover, Kuchiki-zan also learned that the Soul Society at this time does not only have this kind of enemy. In addition to the world and mortal world, where the common people live, there are many other worlds or planes. Strange worlds, such as Soul Society, where Shinigami or psychics live, Hueco Mundo, where Shu lives, and Purgatory, where dead spirits live, and Soul King Palace, where spirit kings exist. Wait, there are countless worlds, and the biggest enemy of Soul Society, apart from Hueco Mundo, is a place called Demon Spirit Realm. Advertisement, Demon Spirit World, is a strange world. If it is divided according to the level of the world, it is higher than the real world, of the human world, the world, Soul Society, where Shinigami lives, and the world, Hueco Mundo, where Shu lives. It's lower, if you have to compare it, it's a world closer to Purgatory. In the history that Kuchiki-zan knows, the Soul Society has fought against this demon spirit world 3 times, and won all 3 times. The most recent 2 were the 2 times that Yamamoto Shigekuni participated. It can be seen that Yamamoto Shigekuni has great influence on Soul Society. The importance is self-evident. As for the world of demon spirits, Kuchiki-zan doesn't know much about it. Although he wants to know more, the most urgent task now is to understand the situation in the country of Yamamoto. Late. Soon Kuchiki-zan came to Shinhan Street where Yamamoto Shigekuni's dojo, Genryuzai, was located. Like the previous Shinhan Street, the defensive strength of Shinhan Street at this time was also quite weak, and Kuchiki-zan almost felt uncomfortable to any strong garrison on Shinhan Street. Such a situation made Kuchiki-zan feel that something was quite wrong, but at this time he was eager to know what happened to Yamamoto Shigekuni, so even though he felt something was wrong, he did not find anything suspicious in his perception. Kuchiki-gen didn't plan to get to the bottom of it right away, and he was just going to go to Yamamoto Shigekuni to find out the situation first, and he didn't plan to make any big moves, so he ignored this wrong place. When Kuchiki-zan hid his figure and several shunpo came to the yard of Yamamoto Shigekuni, he finally knew where something was wrong, because there was no one in Yamamoto Shigekuni's yard except himself, even not a single guard. At this time, Kuchiki-zan already understood that something was very wrong, but Kuchiki-zan was also a bold person at this time. Relying on his perception of the Soul Society, he decided to go first to check the situation of Yamamoto Shigekuni. Because he found that there is nothing wrong with Yamamoto Shigekuni's breath, but this is the strangest part, isn't it? Kuchiki-zan climbed over the high wall of the yard and came directly to the house where Shigekuni Yamamoto was. After hesitating for a while, Zankuchiki directly pushed open the door of Shigekuni Yamamoto. The moment Kuchiki opened the door, he found Yamamoto Shigekuni sitting behind the desk facing the door. When he opened the door, he saw Yamamoto Shigekuni, and Yamamoto Shiguni saw him. You shouldn't have come, Zan. The moment Yamamoto Shigekuni saw Kuchiki-zan, many emotions flashed across his face, such as helplessness, gratitude, unwillingness, and gratification. I shouldn't come, I have to come too, old man Yamamoto, Kuchiki-zan replied. Chapter 38 Traps. I shouldn't come, I have to come too, I always want to know what happened to you, Kuchiki-zan said. Did that kid Yamamoto Hideyo send troops? Yamamoto Shigekuni raised his eyelids and asked. It's natural, so many Ryotsu on this street have disappeared, you can't find it. Kuchiki-zan looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni strangely. He found that Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't seem to know what happened outside. This is very strange. You must know that although the Soul Society is large, as long as people above the 6th level do it, Yamamoto Shigekuni will more or less sense it, not to mention that many people who are close at hand have disappeared. Hey, that's why the old man said, you shouldn't come. Yamamoto Shigekuni sighed with a gloomy face. After hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni repeat this sentence again, Kuchiki-zan's complexion finally turned ugly. He combined what Yamamoto Shiguni showed, as well as a series of expressions and dialogues, and he found that he seemed really reckless. Why, did you realize that you were reckless now? Yamamoto Shigekuni saw Kuchiki-gen's expression and knew what he was thinking at this time, so he asked lightly. Yeah, it's really reckless, Kuchiki-zan said helplessly. In fact, when he discovered something wrong just now, he should have known that this should be a trap, or in other words, this is a trap that is not a trap. If someone came to investigate the situation of Yamamoto Shigekuni, then this trap would not work. Unfortunately, the enemy had calculated that Kuchiki-zan would definitely come to Yamamoto Shigekuni, so he set such a trap. Unfortunately, it's too late for you to leave now, Yamamoto Shigekuni said with a serious face. Yes. Just as Yamamoto Shigekuni finished speaking, a voice and 3 breaths appeared outside Yamamoto Shigekuni's yard. It's too late for you to leave now, the genius of the Kuchiki family, Kuchiki-zan. The voice was very old. Kuchiki-zan didn't need to see the person coming, he knew which family was definitely old, and now Kuchiki-zan probably knew what was going on. Advertisement. It is nothing more than that the 3 nobles made targeted countermeasures against Yamamoto's ability, and restrained Yamamoto in his yard, so that he could not have any influence on the Yamamoto family, because Kuchiki-zan discovered that Yamamoto's ability Ryotsu of Yamamoto was not affected in any way at all, so Kuchiki guessed that it was something from his Zanpakuto side that targeted Yamamoto Ryotsu. Following Kuchiki-zan's speculation, 3 figures appeared in the open space outside Yamamoto Shigekuni's house. At this time, Kuchiki-zan saw the image of the visitor. The 3 were all wrinkled old men, but the aura of the 3 old men was not weak at all. Sensing the aura of the 3 of them, Kuchiki-zan's face was quite ugly, because he found that these 3 old men all had the strength of entering the 8th level, which was not an opponent he could deal with at this stage. Kuchiki-zan, the old man has heard of your name a long time ago. It's a pity. If you are given enough time, it is not impossible to surpass Yamamoto Jikuni. But if you can't use it for me, you can only destroy it. What a pity. The tall and thin old man standing in the middle of the 3 said calmly. Onitsuka Itabashi. Yamamoto Shigekuni said with a gloomy face when he heard someone speak. Onitsuka Itabashi? It's this old ghost. Hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni's words, Kuchiki-gen also knew the identity of the speaker. Onitsuka Itabashi is a very old strongman of the Onitsuka family, almost in the same generation as Yamamoto Shigekuni. In the Onitsuka family back then, he was also considered a genius, but he was weaker than Yamamoto Shiguni at the same period, so the light Yamamoto has always been overshadowed by the heavy country. Except for some big families and the nobles, there are really not many people who know him now. Yamamoto, why are you so stubborn? Since our family has already thought of a strategy against you, how do you think you can control the situation? Accept your fate, Yamamoto, Onitsuka Itabashi said lightly. Ha ha ha, what a joke. How come Onitsuka, your brain has degenerated after living for so many years? If you weren't afraid of implicating other people, do you think that just targeting the old man with a knife can make the old man catch him without a fight? Yamamoto Shigekuni's face was full of anger. Drank. Hearing this, Kuchiki raised his eyebrows and saw that he guessed right. Since Yamamoto Shigekuni's Ryotsu did not have any problems at this time, there is only one possibility, which is Zanpakuto aimed at Yamamoto Shigekuni. You know, in the Shinigami world, without Zanpakuto, more than 90% of Shinigami's strength would be lost. Of course, it would not be enough for those who specialize in white hits, but it would definitely have an impact. At this time, Yamamoto Shigekuni is a superpower who is about to enter the 8th level consummation at the top of the 8th rank. If Zanpakuto is not targeted, even the 3 powerhouses at the lower rank of the 8th rank may not be able to contain Yamamoto Shiguni. Advertisement. Moreover, Kuchiki-zan also heard that Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't care about his own life and death, but he was afraid that after his death, those famous small families would stand up for him, and it wasn't just the 3 who would need to bleed. The big nobles, the 3 nobles, and the Yamamoto family, this is not what he wants to see, so he was restrained here in compromise. Onitsuka Itabashi, how about letting Kuchiki-gen leave, and the old man won't make a move? Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at Onitsuka Itabashi and said with a gloomy face. That can't be done, Yamamoto, you were pinned here back then, instead of facing your opponent directly, it was just for him to set a trap, now you let the old man let him go, how is that possible? Onitsuka Itabashi sneered. And Kuchiki-zan, who was watching the conversation between the 2, began to massacre the other 2 old men, because Kuchiki-zan was puzzled, he had never noticed a strong aura around him before, but once he entered the yard of Yamamoto Shigekuni, the 3 of them appeared immediately. This was definitely not an accidental phenomenon. Having a fundamental understanding of the power system in the Shinigami world, he was absolutely sure that it was the work of one of the 3 in front of him. Sure enough, after observing, Kuchiki-zan found that there was only a scabbard on the waist of the old man on the right-hand side of Onitaka Itabashi, and there was no Zanpakuto, which made Kuchiki-zan more sure of his guess. The old man has remained silent since he appeared, except for his hand on the scabbard, and standing there, as if nothing has anything to do with him, with no expression, no fluctuation, nothing. The old man on the left-hand side of Onitsuka Itabashi showed the opposite behavior. Since he appeared, his eyes have never left Yamamoto Shigekuni's body, which made Kuchiki-general have another guess, and he found that this old man his eyes were not only focused on Yamamoto Shigekuni, but also on Yamamoto Shigekuni's hands and knives. Kuchiki-zan, who discovered this, narrowed his eyes slightly, secretly thinking, it must be you. Chapter 39 Fire Sealing Evil Eye. Kuchiki-zan probably guessed that this old man should be the secret weapon against Yamamoto's heavy country. A sealed Zanpakuto? It really took so much effort? Kuchiki-zan looked at the old man's eyes and movements, and naturally guessed what the old man was thinking. Looking at Onitsuka Itabashi, who seemed to be determined to eat the 2 of them, Kuchiki-zan put his left hand on the shiragi-tied straight knife at his waist, and then said, Old ghost, I didn't realize that you were around before. How did you do it, can you tell me? Huh. The kid from the Kuchiki family has a sharp mouth. Hearing what Kuchiki-zan said, Onizuka Itabashi snorted coldly, I'm not afraid to tell you, we will kill you as soon as you get rid of the last group of people who watched you. Knowing that you have a powerful means of perception, after learning that you have such a means, how could we not take corresponding measures? Onitsuka Itabashi sneered, then pointed to the old man on his right and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Yamada Hongtaka from the Yamada family. His spiritual knife is called Evil Eye." Yamada put away his ability. Following Onitsuka Itabashi's words, the old man called Yamada Hongtaka, with only a scabbard on his waist, narrowed his eyes slightly, nodded, and then said, "Evil eyes, close your eyes." The next moment, Kuchiki found that there were many green light spots like fireflies emerging in Yamamoto Shigekuni's yard, and then these green light spots quickly gathered together to form a winged bird about the size of a basketball, huge eyeballs. Then as Yamada Hongtaka beckoned, the eyeballs flew towards Yamada Hongtaka. After flying to Yamada Hongtaka's palm, the white eyeballs flashed and turned into a simple sword, which was held by Yamada Hongtaka hands. Is that so? Seeing Yamada Hongtaka's performance, Kuchiki-san smiled and said, "It's really a good ability for scouting and surveillance, but your ability is useless for frontal battles, right? Little ghost, do you think that this is the only evil eye of this old man?" Yamada Hongxiao choked hoarsely when he heard Kuchiki-san's words. "You underestimate this old man too much. How can this old man's evil eye be so simple?" "That's right, the ability of a strong man who can reach your stage should not be that simple." Kuchiki-san then nodded and said. "Advertisement, so, what about the other one? It must be aimed at the old man Yamamoto, or at the next." Kuchiki-san speculated with a smile. "That's a good guess, you have a good brain, kid," said Onizuka Itabashi. "But we don't need to be so complicated, because who made your spirit knife happen to be the ability of the fire department. Although your black flame it's a little strange, but as long as you can't get rid of the fire, you can't escape the fate of being sealed by the log's spiritual knife." After Onizuka Itabashi finished speaking, a smile appeared on his face, which made the wrinkles on his old face deeper, making Kuchiki-gen feel terrified when he saw it. "Be careful, boy. Yuan Mutang's spiritual knife is fire-eating beast. It's all my carelessness. I forgot the existence of this guy. I didn't expect him to live until now." After Bankai, his fire-eating beast became the fire-sealing evil beast. The old man's Ryujin Jaka can't exert any power at all. Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at the old man named Yuan Katong and said in a deep voice. "So that's the case. If it's targeting Huo, it's really possible that I was involved with it." Kuchiki-san nodded and said, then he suddenly thought of something, and changed his words. "No, it's not that I was involved with it, but originally he wanted to count you and me together. Old man, am I right? The old man of the Onitsuka family." "Ha ha ha, you are indeed a genius of the Kuchiki family. It is true. Up to now, we still have Yamamoto Shigekuni, just to lure you here. After knowing that your spiritual knife is fire, we will naturally let you and Yamamoto let's go on the road together," Onitsuka Itabashi said with a big laugh. "Really? Do you really feel that we are destined for us? The old ghost of the Onizuka family?" Kuchiki asked with a smile. "Oh, why, you can still hold it. Since the old man and the three have made complete preparations, will they let you run away? Don't think that you can rely on the power of Yamamoto's heavy country, and he is also difficult to protect himself. It is true that his strength is indeed too strong, but in the face of absolute restraint, even he has nothing to do, so you should give up, Kuchiki-san," Onitsuka Itabashi announced as if he had the chance to win, and after speaking, he looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni provocatively, and Yamamoto Shigekuni had a gloomy face after hearing Onitsuka Itabashi's words but did not refute. "Old man, what can you do without Ryujin Jaka?" Kuchiki-gen didn't bother to talk to Onitsuka Owl, but asked Yamamoto Shigekuni. "What do you mean, boy?" Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't understand. What's the point of Kuchiki-gen asking this at this time? "Advertisement, I know that your fire and mine are definitely useless, so I ask you, how far can you go without fire?" Kuchiki-san asked indifferently. Kuchiki-san also guessed the situation he might face at this time before. The reason why he came here is that he naturally has his own confidence. He knows that Zanpakuto of Soul Society has countless strange abilities. He has seen Yamamoto more than once in the original book. After the captain was targeted, he still dared to come, which shows that he has full confidence. "Answer me." Seeing that Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't respond, Kuchiki asked with an accentuated tone. "I don't have a knife. I can hold one, but none of them have a knife. They die." Yamamoto Shigekuni's face was gloomy, but he answered Kuchiki-gen's words truthfully. Hearing what Yamamoto Shigekuni said, Kuchiki-san finally showed a smile on his face, and then said, "Well, it would have been better to say that earlier. Now that you have said that, I will not talk nonsense. Wait, just your words. After a while, I will see your performance, old man." When the people present heard Kuchiki-san's words, their first reaction was, "Is this kid crazy? In this case, start talking nonsense?" Kuchiki-san saw everyone's expressions in his eyes, then smiled and shook his head and said, "Others laugh at me as crazy. I laugh at others who can't see through it. Forget it, I won't play charades with you. Old man, stop talking nonsense, believe me, and draw the sword directly. The fire of karma is burning. Clean up the troubled world. Purify it. Enma." Seeing Kuchiki-gen's actions, Yamamoto Shigekuni's pupils shrank, but out of trust in Kuchiki-gen, Yamamoto Shigekuni also liberated his Zanpakuto without hesitation. All things are reduced to ashes. Ryujin Jaka. 2GP Chapter 40 Bankai Tamper Field Minority Game. The expressions of the three members of the Onitsuka family changed after seeing Kuchiki-gen and Yamamoto Shigekuni's actions, and Onizuka Itabashi even said, HMPH, stubborn, dying, log kill them. Okay, hot dead, come out, fire-eating beast, Bankai, fire-sealing evil beast. I saw the thin old man Yuan Mudang, the Zanpakuto in his hand slowly turned into a black monster about 3 meters high with a big head, short limbs, and a round belly. When the monster came out, he saw the two flames, one red and one black, roared excitedly.
But before it could make any moves, the powerful Ryutsu completely surrounded him, and under the influence of the powerful Ryutsu, it began to change again. Evolved from the ceiling fire evil beast. After a while, the weird chubby monster disappeared, replaced by a brand new monster that was more than 3 meters tall, covered in purple, and as thin as a bamboo pole staring at the word, seal, on its head appeared in front of everyone.
Seal the fire, swallow their knives. Yuan Mudang gave the order the moment the fire-sealing evil beast came out. Like a leopard, there's a monster with the word, seal, on the top of its head. A strange wind blows out of its mouth, and it blows to Kuchiki-zan and Yamamoto Shigekuni at a very fast speed.
The strange thing is that it is invisible, the colorless strange wind. After touching the Ryutsu of the two, the flames on the two swords and around them were all extinguished in an instant. Upon discovering this situation, Yamamoto Shigekuni snorted coldly, and said, see, this is the Bankai of this guy, Harakido. Your and my knives won't work at all. This time, the three of them can have no scruples. They're attacking us. Old man, don't panic. Hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni's words, Kuchiki-zan said lightly, he has his, I have mine, I'm not sure dare to ask you to do this. Next, it's up to me. Quote. Hearing what Kuchiki-general said, Yamamoto Shigekuni was taken aback. He didn't expect Kuchiki-gen to say such a thing when Zanpakuto was banned, but based on his understanding of Kuchiki-gen, he knew Kuchiki-general Zan is definitely not the kind of person who is aimless. Could it be that? There is really no whole card. At the moment when Yamamoto Shigekuni was in doubt, Kuchiki-zan ignored the mocking eyes of the three people opposite him, stretched his left hand to the top of his head, and with a bang, tore off the hair rope that tied his hair, held it in his hand, and followed the hair rope. Kuchiki-zan's long hair fell loose.
Now, it's my turn. In order to let you die in peace, I'll give you a performance. Advertisement, Bankai, tampering domain, varied.
Hearing Kuchiki-zan's words, when the other 4 people present had not reacted, Kuchiki-zan suddenly had a huge Ryutsu like daylight.
And the head rope in his hand rose with this huge Ryutsu, and it also began to emit a dazzling white light. What? Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. We must know that the Bankai of the spiritual sword can only be carried out under the condition of liberation. At this time, after the sword of Kuchiki-zan and Yamamoto Shigekuni lost the flame, it meant they lost the possibility of Bankai, but now this scene, everyone can't understand at all. And the most shocking thing was Yamamoto Shigekuni. He knew that Kuchiki-gen's Ryutsu was pure black like his black flame, and now he released pure white Ryutsu, which made him completely incomprehensible. Could it be? He has. After thinking of a possibility, Yamamoto Shigekuni once again looked at Kuchiki-gen with unconcealed horror. At this time, the white Ryutsu on Kuchiki-zan's body has risen to the peak. The next moment, White's Ryutsu is like a nuclear flash from a nuclear explosion, spreading instantly and drowning everyone present. After a while, the white light dissipated, and everyone regained their power, and they all looked at the instigator Kuchiki-zan in unison. I saw that he who was originally wearing Kuchiki's white logo shirt had turned into a tight white outfit, and at this time, the Ryutsu wave on Kuchiki-zan's body overwhelmed the audience. Bankai tampering realm, a minority's game. Kuchiki-zan looked at the crowd, smiled slightly, and then spoke. You. How are you? Your knife. Isn't it a flame? Why? What is it? Onitsuka Itabashi was stunned by the scene in front of him. He had no idea what Kuchiki-gen had done what. Advertisement, wait a minute. Where is my fire-sealing beast? Yuan Mudang, who was also stunned, suddenly found that his fire-sealing beast was gone. You must know that the fire-sealing beast just blew out Kuchiki-zan and Yamamoto Shigekuni's 2 knives. But as Bankai, if the master hadn't taken the initiative to take it away, he would not have disappeared by himself, so Yuan Mudang looked confused at this time. My evil eye can't be released, Yamada Hontaka said in shock at this time. What? Hearing what the two said, Onizuka Itabashi also said in shock, and then he quickly pulled out the knife from his waist, but no matter how much he chanted the liberation language, his knife would not be released. What's going on? What's going on? Onizuka Itabashi seemed to have thought of something, raised his head and growled at Kuchiki-gen with a ferocious expression. And Yamamoto Shigekuni also looked at Kuchiki-gen next to him in shock. He had already guessed what was going on, and because he guessed, he was the one who was the most shocked. This brat is really amazing. Yamamoto Shigekuni admired secretly in his heart with a shocked expression. What's going on? Didn't you already say it? Kuchiki-zan said with a hint of sarcasm on his face. I've made it clear. This is my Bankai, and Bankai's name is Tampering Field Minority Game. Don't you understand this? Or are you old and your ears are not good? No. How is it possible? Impossible. Your Enma has been sealed. Why do you have a second Bankai? Why? Onitsuka Itabashi shouted angrily. The second Bankai. Ha ha ha. Kuchiki-zan laughed suddenly. If you don't have the whole card, do you think the young master will jump into your trap at your own risk? Are you stupid, thinking that others are as stupid as you? Hearing Kuchiki-zan's words, everyone present was shocked and looked at Kuchiki-zan in disbelief. Of course, it's not that exaggerated. Kuchiki-zan quickly changed the subject and said, originally, I didn't know it was a trap, but when I found from a distance that old man Yamamoto was not imprisoned at all, I knew it was a trap. Chapter 41 Killing Them. After I know this is a trap, I dare to jump in. Do you think I have no cards? But, what I didn't expect is that your trap is not actually a trap, but a conspiracy directly aimed at me. That's it. It surprised me a little bit, but it doesn't change the big picture. Even if you blocked me and the old man's knives, so what, now, your knives are gone. Ah ha ha ha, we are on the same starting line again, but I have old man Yamamoto here. Kuchiki-zan cracked his mouth and said with a hearty laugh. Hearing Kuchiki-gen's words, Onizuka, Yamada, and Araki's faces instantly became ugly, while Yamamoto Shigekuni gradually showed an excited smile on his face, and then this smile turned into a smile full of killing intent. Hee. You guys, you must have never thought of this situation. When you think about restricting me, have you ever thought that you will also be sealed? Yamamoto Shigekuni now knows Kuchiki. The possibility created by Zan Bankai is just that he still dare not confirm it yet. Don't worry, old man, my jet lag Bankai is a game of tampering with the field and minorities. The purpose is to nullify all the people within my Ryotsu coverage and the Shikai and Bankai of the spiritual sword. This is usually a move. In fact, it is quite useless, but after you're in my knife or blocked, this trick is quite useful. Kuchiki-zan said with a cheerful smile on his face. So that's the case. It's really a powerful and useless Bankai. Hearing the explanation, Yamamoto Shigekuni was slightly taken aback, and then understood the disadvantages of Kuchiki-gen's Bankai, but it's just right to use it at this time. So, old man Yamamoto, you two and me? Kuchiki asked with his head tilted. Huh? Can you do it? You know, if you can't Shikai and Bankai, they're also 8th level powerhouses? Yamamoto Shigekuni looked worriedly at Kuchiki-zan and said. Am I not Bankai? Kuchiki-zan was stunned and said. Well, here's one for you. Yamamoto Shigekuni forgot that Kuchiki-gen had the other one to Bankai. After all, he even counted Kuchiki-gen Bankai's sword. Hearing the conversation between the two, the faces of the three people on the opposite side immediately turned ugly. After all, the situation at this time was completely reversed. What should I do? Yuan Mutang asked with twitching eyes. Advertisement, what should we do? In the current situation, we can only fight. Can you escape? Onitsuka Itabashi looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni, who was already gaining momentum, and said with a quake in his pupils. Let's fight. If we don't fight, we will all die, Yamada Hontaka also said. Have you finished explaining your last words? I'm sorry if you didn't finish explaining, I'm in a hurry. Old man Yamamoto. Kill them, Kuchiki-zan said ferociously. Old man. That's exactly what he meant. Yamamoto Shigekuni also grinned, drew his sword and rushed to the original log hole that upset him the most with Shunpo. Yuan Mutang, you have lived behind my back for so many years, you really have deep scheming. Yamamoto Shigekuni slashed at the head full of anger. HMPH, the winner is king. If it wasn't for the old man's spirit knife being sealed, Yamamoto Chongguo, what qualifications do you have to fight with the old man? With a bang, Harakido was able to withstand Yamamoto Shigekuni's heavy strike, but the whole person was suppressed by Yamamoto Shiguni, and the strong force made his knees start to bend, and he would soon kneel if he continued fell to the ground. HMPH, what a big talker, Shigekuni Yamamoto said angrily as he pinned down Arakido on the ground. Onizuka Itabashi, who was watching the fight between the two, drew his sword and came to assist Arakido the moment Yamamoto Shigekuni drew his sword, but he was stopped by Kuchiki-gen's sword. Where are you going, old ghost of the Onitsuka family? At this time, Kuchiki General was in a peculiar Bankai state. Although he didn't have the Zanpakuto blessing in the Bankai state, the blessing on Ryotsu had already made him not inferior to anyone on the field. People. HMPH, the kid from the Kuchiki family, Onitsuka Itabashi gritted his teeth when he saw Kuchiki-gen who stopped him. He couldn't have imagined that, since the plan that was obviously foolproof fell into the hands of the kid in front of him, he would be even more worried. It is impossible to imagine that Kuchiki General has a second Zanpakuto. This is simply impossible, because in the history of the Soul Society, there has never been a person with two spiritual knives, and the spiritual knives come from the soul. How can one person have two soul attributes? So after learning of Kuchiki-zan's Zanpakuto ability, he set up this game to wipe out Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki-zan Yi. Advertisement. It's a pity that he will never know that Kuchiki-zan is not a person of this world at all, and he still has the existence of the system, and his Zanpakuto is not born from his soul, and the rewards sent by the system are only linked to him, in the soul. Why, not convinced, old ghost? Kuchiki-zan looked at Onitsuka Itabashi, whose teeth were about to be crushed, with a grin, and continued to provoke him. HMPH, brat, I admit that I underestimated you. I didn't expect that you could have a second spirit knife. This is something that has never happened in the Soul Society, but do you think you can defeat us just like this? You it's so naive to change it? Onitsuka Itabashi said viciously. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with the four of you. Kuchiki-zan shook his head and said. With everyone's Zanpakuto being sealed, in fact, the three guys on the side of the three great nobles have already lost their momentum. All three of them barely piled up their own strength to the 8th level, in order to come to Yin Yamamoto one day. Their strength can't even be considered as the lower rank of the 8th rank, so when they faced the upper rank of the 8th rank, Yamamoto Shigekuni, they couldn't handle it at all, and this is not counting the bonus of Kuchiki Gen in Bankai Ryotsu at this time next. They are strong enough to be comparable to the 8th level median, and the three old guys have no chance of winning at all. Just when Kuchiki Gen stopped Onitsuka Itabashi to talk nonsense with him, Yamamoto Shigekuni had severely damaged Arakido and removed one arm of Yamada Hongtaka, who came to support. The overall situation has been decided. Kuchiki Zan glanced at Yamamoto Shigekuni, who still had the absolute advantage in 1-on-2, from the corner of his eyes, and secretly thought. Onitsuka Itabashi also noticed the situation there, but he couldn't help his two companions at all. If the three of them joined forces and could still fight against Yamamoto Shigekuni, then he was stopped by Kuchiki Zan in an instant. The ending of the three of them was already doomed. You played, old ghost of the Onizuka family, Kuchiki said with a smile. Chapter 42. It's over for you, old ghosts of the Onitsuka family, Kuchiki said with a smile, and he didn't do anything, just disgusting Onitsuka Itabashi. Onizuka Itabashi seemed to have given up too, looking at Kuchiki Gen and said, HMPH, I admit that we failed, but don't be complacent, even if the old guy Yamamoto Shigekuni can join the battle, so what? Are you sure you will win? You are so naive, Onitsuka Itabashi said with a grin. It doesn't matter, no matter what the battle situation is, you won't be able to see Onitsuka anyway, Kuchiki Zan shrugged and said. He. Onitsuka Itabashi glanced at the battle situation over there, because without the blessing of Zanpakuto, the battle between the three of them was completely lackluster, but at this time it showed Yamamoto's powerful basic combat power. One hit two, after a few breaths, the two of them were already in danger of being suppressed. The next moment, under Onitsuka Itabashi's desperate eyes, Shigekuni Yamamoto slashed the knife in Arakido's hand, and then cut Yamada Hiroko in two with an oblique slash. It's over, Onitsuka Itabashi thought to himself. He knew that his side was over, and then he stopped looking at Yamamoto Shigekuni, but looked at Kuchiki Gen with no expression on his face. Little ghost, Kuchiki's family is really lucky to have you. After finishing speaking, Onizuka Itabashi quickly dropped the knife in his hand, quickly pulled out the wakizashi from his waist, stabbed himself in the abdomen with a knife, and said in his mouth, if you want to kill this old man will never give you a chance. As soon as the words fell, Onitsuka Itabashi's Ryotsu shook in his hand, directly shattering the hammer and knot in his body, which meant that he was dead. With the shattering of the hammer, Onitsuka Itabashi fell to the ground with a bang, and at this time Yamamoto Shigekuni also beheaded the last opponent, Arakido, and looked at Onitsuka Itabashi who fell to the ground. HMPH. You still have the guts. Yamamoto Shigekuni walked slowly, and said a little annoyed, shaking the blood from Mudeo's body. HMPH. Yamamoto. Shigekuni, you won't kill me. I won't give you a chance. You will die of. When Onitsuka Itabashi was dying, he spoke intermittently. Before he could finish a sentence, Onitsuka Itabashi on the ground completely lost his vitality. HMPH. Kuchiki Zan looked at Onitsuka Itabashi's body with disdain, and snorted coldly. He had no compassion for such a coward who dared not even fight. Advertisement with the death of Yuan Mutang, the familiar feeling of Zanpakuto came from Kuchiki Zan's hands again. With a heartbeat, the enma in Kuchiki Zan's hands quickly ignited the black flame. The next moment Kuchiki Zan swung his long knife, and three groups of black flames flew away. On the three corpses were burned in an instant, so that there was not even a scum left. Yamamoto Shigekuni watched Kuchiki Gen's movements, didn't speak, just silently put away his knife, and then walked towards his room. Seeing Yamamoto Shigekuni enter the house, Kuchiki followed immediately, and said, Old man, what are you doing? Rest. Yamamoto Shigekuni said calmly as he walked towards the house. Isn't it you? The situation outside is so chaotic, do you still want to rest? Kuchiki Zan exaggeratedly shouted. Then what do you want me to do? Yamamoto Shigekuni glanced at Kuchiki Gen and said. Your Yamamoto's family has joined the war, what do you ask me to do? Are you kidding me, old man? Kuchiki Zan said angrily. Then you want me to kill my grandchildren with my own hands? Yamamoto Shigekuni heard Kuchiki Gen's complaint, Kaido lightly. Kuchiki Zan did not expect this. At this time, the Yamamoto family has joined the war. To stop the Yamamoto family, the only way to stop the Yamamoto family is to kill all the hawks in charge. Then what do you want? Kuchiki Zan asked helplessly. In one day, the situation of the three of you will not collapse. I need to take a break. Tomorrow, I personally attack the territory of the Onitsuka family. As for the unworthy descendants of the Yamamoto family, you can figure it out. Yamamoto after Jongguo finished speaking, he walked towards his bedroom. Hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni's words, Kuchiki Zan sighed and shook his head. He knew that this was the only thing Yamamoto Shigekuni could do. Support Kuchiki General. Thank you, old man, Kuchiki Zan shouted. This is also something that can't be helped. If these things happened before the Yamamoto family joined the war, then the handling of the Yamamoto family's hawks could be eased. Pai must die. Advertisement. This is something both Kuchiki Zan and Yamamoto Shigekuni are aware of, so even if Yamamoto Shigekuni is unwilling, he can't change the general situation. All he can do is stand on the right side. Although it is said that Yamamoto Shigekuni has no way to define who is right on the side of the three great nobles and the 6 high-ranking nobles, but the actions of the three great nobles are getting more and more excessive, which Yamamoto Shigekuni cannot bear. Yes, so the three nobles forced Yamamoto Shigekuni to join the high-ranking nobles headed by the Kuchiki family. The original intention of Yamamoto Shigekuni is always to hope that the Soul Society can develop better and more stable, but the path of the three nobles has gone astray, so it is only natural that Yamamoto Shigekuni no longer supports them. Kuchiki-zan quickly left Yamamoto Shigekuni's yard after receiving the reply from Yamamoto Shigekuni. He was going to the battlefield. What can be done is to keep Soul Society alive as much as possible. After all, there are many enemies that Kuchiki-zan knows and doesn't know. If the vitality is exhausted during internal friction, then Soul Society will really be finished. Early the next morning, Yamamoto Shigekuni announced early that his Genryu dojo would join the war, which encouraged the high-ranking nobles. On the other hand, the three nobles headed by the Onitsuka family and the hawks of the Yamamoto family participated in the war. There was no reaction, as if it was a matter of course. Only they knew in their hearts that their plan failed. Not only did they not deal with Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki-zan, but they also let Yamamoto Shigekuni directly participate in the war. But after all, the Onitsuka family has a big business. Although Yamamoto joined the war heavily, they still do what they should do despite being shocked. Although, in the early stage of the game, the three nobles can be said to have suffered a crushing defeat, but they still have their own backers. After all, the three nobles have ruled the Soul Society for so many years, saying that they have no cards. Even the enemy Kuchiki-zan will not believe it. The Onitsuka family at this time. Omoru, go to Suniyashiro's house. This time it's a bit difficult. Onizuka Heiji, the head of the Onizuka family, said to his younger brother. It's the owner, a middle-aged man responded immediately. Chapter 43 The actions of the Suniyashiro family on the second day of the war between the nobles of the Soul Society. The battlefield remained strangely calm. As the Yamamoto family announced its participation in the war, the members of the Yamamoto family who participated in the war also shrank. However, as the Onitsuka family began to contact the Suniyashiro family, who were also great nobles but had never been in power, the situation fell into chaos again. As a last resort, the Kuchiki family clan found Kuchiki-gen's head again. After all, they just got a little good news, and then got the news that the Suniyashiro family might join the war. You must know that although the Suniyashiro family is just a family guarding the corridor of the Great Soul Book, it is also one of the great nobles. Since it is a great noble, it has a decisive body. They may not be as powerful as the other three families currently in power, but if they are compared individually, among the high-ranking nobles, apart from the Kuchiki family, even the Shihuan family is not as amazing as the Suniyashiro family. Because the Suniyashiro family has never been involved in the battle between the big nobles and the high-ranking nobles. Although the territory is pitifully small, they usually have nothing to consume their strength. There are many elders in the family. There is no way to compare other great nobles and high-ranking nobles who are in chaos. At this time, the Onitsuka family was caught off guard because of Yamamoto Shigekuni's shot, and because of the aborted conspiracy against Kuchiki-zan and Yamamoto Shiguni, and also lost several clan elders. The Onitsuka family had to find another way to draw people's attention attracted to Suniyashiro's house. The Onitsuka family did this, and Kuchiki general was very clear about their purpose. At this time, the Suniyashiro family was the target that the Onitsuka family used to attract the attention of the Kuchiki family. Regardless of the final choice of the Suniyashiro family, the Kuchiki family will inevitably devote a lot of energy and manpower to staring at the Suniyashiro family. This is the brilliance of the Onizuka family. After controlling the Soul Society for a long time, the Onitsuka family's ability to manipulate people's hearts is still very strong. However, they happened to meet Kuchiki-zan, a guy who didn't play cards according to common sense, and Kuchiki-zan saw their purpose clearly. After the Kuchiki family approached Kuchiki-gen due to the actions of the Onitsuka family, Kuchiki-gen took the matter of dealing with the Suniyashiro family on his own. Advertisement Kuchiki-gen's original words to Kuchiki Chingtian were, "Go back and tell Patriarch Guren, don't worry, I'll take care of the Suniyashiro family's affairs, I promise, they won't affect our frontal battle with the Onitsuka family, and will also pass this message to the old man Shigekuni Yamamoto, and let him rest assured that everything is up to me." After getting the guarantee from Kuchiki-zan, Kuchiki Aoda left in a hurry. You must know that when he learned that the Suniyashiro family might join the war, his worried hair almost fell out. Now it's all right, there is Kuchiki-zan's assurance, he can be regarded as letting go of a big stone in his heart. After Kuchiki Aoda left, Kuchiki-zan retightened his loose hair with his silver hairband. Then inserted Yanmo into his waist, and muttered. Well, I am indeed a little those old immortals who underestimated the Onitsuka family actually thought of using the Suniyashiro family to divert attention at this juncture, hoping to gain the initiative on the frontal battlefield. Not bad, interesting. After muttering, Kuchiki-shuen pushed open the gate of his yard again, then walked out of his small yard, looked back at his yard. Kuchiki-shuen shook his head helplessly. To be honest, he was really concerned about these crap things. The thing is that he is not very interested. If it weren't for the aggressiveness of the three nobles in active service, Kuchiki-zan would not be bothered to intervene so much. All Kuchiki-zan thought was to preserve enough vitality for the Soul Society before the first Millennium bloody battle, otherwise, he would not bother to care about the lives of these people. However, Kuchiki-zan is also very clear that the three nobles must become history, because the Soul Society controlled by them is really corrupt enough. Society is terrible. One can imagine how corrupt the world is at this time. If the Soul Society like this is facing the Yhwach Empire behind, it will be a ghost if it is not destroyed by the group. For this reason, even if Kuchiki Xuan doesn't fight, he still has to fight. After all, what he pursues is nothing but a simple and comfortable life. Because the existence of the Yhwach Empire has seriously affected his desire to live easily and simply, so he must start to figure out how to face the Yhwach Empire. Now is the best time for him to lay the foundation, so he does not allow a corrupt Soul Society to continue to exist. It is inevitable that the 3 corrupt families headed by the Onitsuka family will be cleaned up. Thinking of this, Kuchiki Zan sighed, left the gate of the courtyard, and walked towards the outside of the noble area. The location of the Suniyashiro family is quite remote, because their family is responsible for guarding the corridor of the Great Spirit Book. The corridor of the Great Spirit Book existence cannot be moved, so the Suniyashiro family can only live in the suburbs. Advertisement, however, the current suburbs will no longer be suburbs when Jingling is established, and the location of the Great Lingshu corridor can be said to already belong to the urban area. Of course, these are things for later. What Kuchiki Gen has to do now is to rush to the Suniyashiro family as soon as possible, and minimize the follow-up impact of the news that the Onizuka family has contacted the Suniyashiro family. Because Kuchiki Zan knows very well that the Suniyashiro family may not have any intention of entering the muddy water at this time, but as the battle progresses and the 2 forces become anxious, the Suniyashiro family will receive another no matter what. The Onitsuka family attaches great importance to it, and the Onizuka family will never be so polite by then. Forcing the Suniyashiro family to take a stand is inevitable, so what Kuchiki Gen has to do is to stabilize the Suniyashiro family at this time. Soon, Kuchiki Gen came to the Daisyshu corridor area where Suniyashiro's house was located. This is the name of this area. The development of the Suniyashiro family. However, Kuchiki knew that the Suniyashiro family had been the guardians of the Great Spirit Book corridor for generations, and they had never had any intention of fighting for hegemony. If they had to say it, they behaved somewhat similar to the so-called scholars in modern times. However, Kuchiki Gen is also very clear that if he does not take any action, the Suniyashiro family will definitely be forced by the Onitsuka family to get into their chariot in the future. So, here comes his Kuchiki Zan, Chapter 44 response. Kuchiki Gen didn't talk nonsense, and went directly to the next door to the corridor of the Great Soul Book, which is where the Suniyashiro family's clan is located. Yes, the Suniyashiro family lived next to the location of the Great Soul Book corridor. Of course, in later generations, the Suniyashiro family will move away from the current family land and open up another family land, which will become the Great Soul Book corridor unique area. Of course, these were not requested by the Suniyashiro family, but because the corridor of the Great Spirit Book will record everything that happened in the world. As time goes by, the area of the corridor of the Great Spirit Book will become larger and larger, because the stored there are more and more things. This is what is bound to happen. It is precisely because of the particularity of the Great Spirit Book corridor that the Suniyashiro family had no choice but to relocate the clan. Regardless of those who have or not, at this moment Kuchiki Gen has already stood at the gate of the Suniyashiro family, and at the gate, the 2 common children of the Suniyashiro family who are on duty are looking at him with a serious face and a little panic. Kuchiki Zan. Kuchiki Zan looked at the 2 of them, smiled slightly and said, "Go and inform." Kuchiki's branch house Kuchiki Zan came to pay a visit to the head of the Suniyashiro family. Yes, please wait. One of the young men guarding the gate immediately stammered when he heard Kuchiki Zan's self-report, and then ran towards the clan ground after bowing. Not long after, Kuchiki Zan heard footsteps coming from the clan ground. It was the young gatekeeper who had just entered to report and ran back. Sure enough, the young man who went in before the next moment came out of the clan ground, and as soon as he got out of the gate, the young man said, "His Excellency Kuchiki Zan, the Patriarch invites you to go in." "Okay, thank you," Gongsun Yi said with a smile. "Please come in." The young man bowed slightly and said respectfully. Gongsun Yi stopped being hypocritical, nodded and walked into the gate of Suniyashiro's house. Advertisement. At this time, in the Onizuka family's clan, Onizuka Heiji, the patriarch of the Onizuka family, was having a meeting with several clan elders in his study. "Heiji, I just received the news that the kid from Kuchiki's family has gone to Suniyashiro's house." The one who spoke was Takuma Onitsuka, one of the few elders left in the Onitsuka family. Onizuka Takuma is also a clan elder who has just reached the 8th level of strength, and his strength is not much left. At this time, even in the Onizuka family, there are only 3 clan elders left. The guy who can become an elder in a big family, whose strength is at least level 7 or above, and who can master Bankai, was killed by Kuchiki Gen before an Onitsuka owl, who was the weakest among the elders, and then he became the weakest of the elders in the Yamamoto Shigekuni. In the incident, another Onitsuka Itabashi was damaged, and Onitsuka Itabashi's strength has entered the 8th rank. After doing this, the original 5 clan elders of the Onitsuka family have been reduced by half at this time. This is not because of the powerful combat power lost on the frontal battlefield. Even the powerful Onitsuka family can't bear it for a while. Therefore, Onizuka Heiji, the patriarch of the Onizuka family, thought of a way to use the Suniyashiro family to divert attention. To be honest, he sent people to the Suniyashiro family, but he did not confirm anything substantive. Onizuka Heiji's most troublesome place. At this time, the meeting they held was precisely the meeting held with the attitude towards the Suniyashiro family and Hiyori's response to the frontal battlefield situation at this time. "Old Takuma clan, please be safe," Heiji Onizuka said lightly after hearing Takuma Onizuka's words. I had already guessed that the Kuchiki family would definitely do something, but I really didn't expect that they would actually send Kuchiki Gen, who has always been underestimated by us. We'll go to the Suniyashiro family, but don't worry, as far as the Suniyashiro family's thinking is concerned, he will neither agree to us nor to them, so don't worry. Of course we know that, Takumi Onizuka, with a wrinkled face and white hair, said, but accidents can happen, right? Well, what the clan elder said is also reasonable, so I have arranged for someone to watch over the Suniyashiro family. To be honest, in my personal opinion, it doesn't matter whether the Suniyashiro family participates in the war or not, Heiji Onizuka said with confidence. Oh, how do you say it? This time it was no longer Takuma Onizuka who spoke, but another old man who was sitting on the tatami. Advertisement from the appearance of this old man who spoke, he is half or half similar to the middle-aged patriarch Heiji Onizuka, but he is older, and this old man is sitting in the seat of everyone present, except for the patriarch Heiji Onizuka, highest status. Old Jin clan. Heiji Onizuka said after hearing the old man's words, but was interrupted by the old man called Jin. Onizuka Kane waved his hand to Onizuka Heiji and said, just call me third grandpa, don't be so polite. Okay, third grandpa. The patriarch Onizuka Heiji nodded slightly. Yes, this high-status patriarch named Onitsuka Kin is an old guy from the patriarch Heiji Onizuka's grandpa generation. In my opinion, in terms of population and strength, the Suniyashiro family will definitely not play a key role even if they participate in the war. The eyes of the nobles are attracted to the past, and now to be honest, my goal has been achieved. The genius of the Kuchiki family has gone to the Suna Yashira family, or their energy and attention have been drawn by me, so, Suna the attitude of the Yashira family is really not important. Onizuka Heiji explained lightly. Well, hearing what Onizuka Heiji said, Onizuka Kin nodded slightly, and then said, Heiji's words are not without reason, even if the power of the Suniyashiro family joins us, it may not be of much help. On the contrary, if you join there, it will also not play a key role. A Yamamoto major country is already worth several Suniyashiro families. Hearing the analysis of Onizuka Heiji and Onizuka Kim, other participants also nodded one after another. They are clear about these things. Now the battle between the two parties has just begun, but the final direction of the battle has basically been decided. To put it bluntly, in the end who can win depends entirely on which side has enough high-end combat power. Originally, the big noble camp headed by the Onitsuka family completely surpassed the high-end nobles in terms of high-end combat power, but with the death of two clan elders of the Onitsuka family, two of the Araki family and the Yamada family were also included. The clan elders, not only that, but also forced Yamamoto Shigekuni to join the camp of high-ranking nobles, so that the high-end combat power of the two sides almost evened the gap. Of course, among them, there is also Kuchiki Gen, who has been unexpected repeatedly, which makes the camp of big nobles headed by the Onitsuka family quite wary. Chapter 45 Kuchiki Gen and Suniyashiro. Regarding the existence of Kuchiki Gen, the Onitsuka family didn't pay much attention to it at the beginning, and then began to pay attention to it in the middle. Before and after the war, after losing two clan elders, they were no longer sure how to treat him. Of course, this cannot be blamed on the decision-makers of the Onitsuka family. In fact, they have never seen a monster who has mastered Bankai for 100 years. They have no way to deal with such a character, so when dealing with Kuchiki General, it is only natural to overturn the car again and again. Regarding the handling of Kuchiki-zan, the Onitsuka family has no good way to deal with it. After all, everything that needs to be done has been done, and all the tricks that need to be played have been done, but the problem is that they just broke it for you. Until now so far, they don't know what went wrong with the trap against Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki General. Without knowing where the problem lies, there is no way to conduct a targeted analysis, so the Onitsuka family has no way to dispatch Kuchiki General. Therefore, after discussing for a long time at the high-level meeting of the Onitsuka family, Onizuka Heiji set the tone. Let's put Kuchiki-zan's question aside for now. For this kid, we have no other good solution except to put all our high-end combat power into him and kill him forcibly, but this method is also unrealistic. As long as our high-end combat power is activated, the Kuchiki family and Yamamoto Shigekuni will definitely receive news, and they will never sit idly by. So, put Kuchiki-zan's problem aside, let's see how he will deal with Suna. Let's talk about the problems of the Yeo family. Onizuka Heiji also had no choice. To put it bluntly, it was laissez-faire. To put it bluntly, they had nothing to do with Kuchiki-zan. Onizuka Heiji also said that unless all the high-end combat power is dispatched to directly kill Kuchiki Gen, there is no better way, but now that the two sides have started a war, the action of the high-end combat power must be the intelligence that both sides are closely watching, so it is almost you can't hide it from the other party. As long as the big nobles make moves, the high-ranking nobles definitely have no reason to sit idly by. This kind of method may still work before the war, but now, it is really impossible, so the assassination is good. Everything happens before the official war. After the complete war, this crooked way has disappeared. Useless. In the end, the high-level meeting of the Onitsuka family had nothing to do with Kuchiki Gen's problem. As for other problems, there was nothing to say about how to solve them. So this time, the high-level meeting, in a word, was for nothing. Advertisement at this time, Kuchiki-zan naturally didn't care much about the Onitsuka family's thoughts. He was already sitting opposite the head of the Suniyashiro family. Logically speaking, with his status, he is not qualified to face the patriarch of the Suniyashiro family, who is a great noble, but the Suniyashiro family is neither deaf nor blind. Naturally, he is aware of the war between the great nobles and the high-ranking nobles, and it is also clear that what happened in the matter between the Onitsuka family and Yamamoto Shigekuni, it is natural to know the existence of Kuchiki General. At this time, Kuchiki Gen can directly meet the patriarch of the Suneyashiro family, which is inseparable from his record. Whoever let him achieve such results at a young age of 150. You must know that two elders of the Onitsuka family, Yamamoto Shigekuni explained, died at the hands of Kuchiki General. Such a terrifying record, no matter what, is a powerful capital that everyone in the Soul Society cannot ignore. You know, there are very few people in the Suneyashiro family who can master Bankai, and none of them can reach the 8th level. Kuchiki Gen has already killed one of them. How could they dare to underestimate Kuchiki General? At this time, the head of the Suneyashiro family opposite Kuchiki General was quite polite. Although he himself was also a 7th level powerhouse who had mastered Bankai, he was only at the lowest level. Kuchiki Xuanlai, who has killed middle and upper level powerhouses, put aside the issue of his identity, he really has no sense of superiority. I've heard for a long time that the Kuchiki family has a once-in-a-thousand-year genius. This time I can see the real face, and it really deserves its reputation. The person who said this was a middle-aged man with a common face, but this person was the patriarch of the current generation of the Suneyashiro family, that is, the head of the family, Suneyashiro Chishige. Patriarch Shinmao has won the award, and it's all because of everyone's praise. Kuchiki Zan sat cross-legged and said with a smile. No, Kuchiki Xuan, your name has already been heard by the old man. You don't need to be humble, you don't need to be modest. Suneyashiro Chimo said, also, the old man asked you to call you Zan. This time come on, if there's anything you need to do, Zan, you can just say it. The old man and the Suneyashiro family who can help are duty bound. Since that's the case, let's get straight to the point. Kuchiki Zan didn't intend to talk nonsense. Advertisement, despite just saying. An hour later, Kuchiki Gen came out from the Suneyashiro family's clan. The news of him was known by the spies of each family at the moment of his appearance, and at the same time, they all passed the news back to their own families. But no one knows exactly what Kuchiki Gen talked about at the Suneyashiro family. After all, this is the family land of the Suneyashiro family. No matter which family's spies, it is impossible to get any useful news here. Kuchiki Zan naturally knows that his behavior of coming to Suneyashiro's house this time will attract the attention of various families, but he has already achieved his goal and the goal of the Kuchiki family, so he doesn't care if his whereabouts are caught by anyone. People know, it's all irrelevant anyway. At this time, he is not afraid that someone will come to kill him, not to mention that the Kuchiki family and old man Yamamoto will not sit idly by. Even if they really sit idly by, he still has the confidence to deal with the guy who comes to assassinate him alone. After all, the number of assassins cannot be exceeded, that's all. There was a slight sneer on Kuchiki Zan's face. In his perception circle, he knew the movements of the spies of various families clearly. For such a situation, Kuchiki Zan simply sneered. He came to Suneyashiro's house this time for only one purpose, which was to chat with Suneyashiro Chimo, analyze the situation, and make a series of promises to Suneyashiro's house. Of course, many of the promises were made by Kuchiki Gen himself, but Kuchiki Gen is very clear that no matter what promises he makes, as long as they are not excessive, the high-ranking noble camp will definitely support him. After all, they themselves know very well that Suneyashiro, if the family cannot withstand the pressure of the Onitsuka family and is forced to join the war, it will undoubtedly make things worse for their high-ranking noble camp, so basically there is nothing wrong with giving any conditions. Chapter 46 Soy Sauce King. Kuchiki Zan. The purpose of Kuchiki Gen's visit to the Suneyashiro family this time can be summed up in one sentence, that is to appease the Suneyashiro family, to give the Suneyashiro family confidence, and to reject the Onizuka family. The source of this confidence is partly from the high noble camp acquiescing to the promise given by Kuchiki Zan, and partly from Kuchiki Zan himself. Why do you say that? In fact, during the more than an hour of conversation, Kuchiki Zan had already revealed his own strength, and also slightly revealed his progress in practice. The spiritual power of the 7th level median is about to reach the 2nd level Bankai's cultivation. All of them shocked the high-level members of the Suneyashiro family, and Kuchiki Gen suppressed the same level of spiritual power as him in an instant. Suneyashiro Chishige, the patriarch of the Suneyashiro family, further shows that his strength is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Based on the above, Suneyashiro Chishige made a promise to Kuchiki General. He promised that the Suneyashiro family would never participate in the war between the two sides in any capacity because of any promises or even threats from the Onizuka family. This meaning is very clear. Their Suneyashiro family will not help the big noble camp of the Onitsuka family, but they will not help the high-ranking noble camp of the Kuchiki family. To put it bluntly, they do not help each other. What Kuchiki Zan wanted was the words of the Suneyashiro family. Although there is no evidence for what he said, Kuchiki Zan believes that as long as he maintains the current state of steady improvement, the Suneyashiro family will not back down. After all, not only it was the Onitsuka family who were not sure about Kuchiki Gen's situation, and the Suneyashiro family were even more uncertain about his confidence. After getting the guarantee from the Suneyashiro family, Kuchiki Zan naturally left the family land of the Suneyashiro family contentedly, and then he went straight to the family land of the Kuchiki family clan, and prepared to inform Kuchiki Guren about the situation of this business. After Kuchiki Hongren learned of the specific situation, he was also overjoyed, and then he secretly notified the news to other families in the high-ranking noble camp. As for the rest of the war, Kuchiki Zan is too lazy to get involved. He still has a lot to do, such as improving his own spiritual power, comprehending the follow-up stage of Bankai, etc. He has too many things to do. With the help of the system, although the foundation has been laid, according to his calculations, the next time to trigger a fixed sign-in is likely to be 1,000 years ago. During this period, his strength can only be improved by his own efforts. It is almost impossible to count on the system. Having been together for such a long time, Kuchiki-zan has long been aware of the urgency of the system. To put it bluntly, the system is definitely a good helper in laying the foundation in the early stage of traveling, but once it reaches the middle stage, the system starts to lazy. He needs to comprehend and obtain it himself, not directly from the system. Therefore, Kuchiki-zan said with certainty that the next sign-in reward will definitely be in the time period of the Millennium. The establishment and the beginning of the Millennium Blood War are two major events. Advertisement as for the Millennium Bloody Battle or the Millennium sign-in, Kuchiki-zan is not sure yet. After all, the Jingling Court has not yet been established, so how does he know when the battle with the Quincy will start? Therefore, during this period, Kuchiki-zan's idea is very simple: you don't bother me, I am thankful, let me have time to accumulate my energy, so as to prepare for the future. Kuchiki-zan's character has always been that people don't offend me and I don't offend others. If people offend me, I will tolerate it. As a result, of course, there is also the main reason why Kuchiki-zan is still unable to kill the roots of the Onitsuka family. Of course, all of this is helpless. The current Kuchiki-zan is really not qualified to take the initiative at all, even though he has already killed 2 clan elders who mastered Bankai. Everyone knows the specific reasons for this, but if you want to face each other with real swords and guns, Kuchiki Xuanzhen is really close at this time. Kuchiki-zan is very clear that his top priority at this time is to quickly improve his hard power. Although he has many passive abilities superimposed, these all require a foundation. If Kuchiki-zan's own foundation is not strong enough, then no matter how strong these abilities are, they are useless. Kuchiki-zan opened the system and looked at his current information. System host: Kuchiki-zan, real name, Ouyang Xuan. World: Shinigami World. Soul Society status: young master of the branch house of the noble Kuchiki family. Age: 152, Soul, System level. Qualification talent: Level 7, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower, etc. Super Sense talent additional level 2. True level 9 upper. Strength level: Level 7 medium, spiritual power level 58%, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower 4, etc. Advertisement: Zanpakuto. Yanmo, Shikai, Bankai, Great Yanmo Karmic Fire Space. Liberation language: the karmic fire is burning, clean up the troubled world. Purify, Yanmo. Time difference: Shikai, Bankai. Tampering field: 1 type. Game of the minority, liberation language: 4 directions, 100, infinite. Tamper it. Time difference. Reward ability: Super Sense talent, Shunpo level promotion, Immortal soul body, soul derivation, space affinity body, perception space bonus, space travel bonus, destruction space bonus. Possess abilities: Kendo, secret biography, white hits, secret biography, Shunpo, 100 cooked, secret biography, Keto. Looking at his situation at this time, Kuchiki-zan found that there was a percentage of spiritual power behind the original strength level. At this time, his spiritual power percentage reached 58%. In Kuchiki-zan's mind, this should be the system's reminder. What level of spiritual power should he have accumulated at this time? Let him have a bottom line. After getting the exact situation, Kuchiki-zan began to live behind closed doors again, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Within a month, Kuchiki-zan found that his spiritual power accumulation was still very fast. In just such a short time, his spiritual power accumulation increased from the original 58% to 60%. You don't need to underestimate the 2% increase in this month. You must know that his total spiritual power at this time is very exaggerated. For comparison, the 2% spiritual power of the 7th level is equivalent to a 1/3 of the total spiritual power of a 6th level high-level spiritual power user. The contrast is so exaggerated, so the difference in spiritual power of each level is actually quite large. So in the original book, the captain crushes the vice captain. This is the simplest truth. Chapter 47. 50 years in a month. Of course, it wasn't just that Kuchiki-zan had been only concerned about the speed at which his spiritual power improved. During this period, he was also concerned about all the wars between big nobles and high-ranking nobles. In the past month, no major battles between the two sides have occurred, but in the streets controlled by both sides, small and medium-sized battles have never stopped. Since there was a battle, both sides suffered damage to each other. Finally, after analysis, the high nobles headed by the Kuchiki family lost more manpower than the big nobles headed by the Onitsuka family. The damage ratio was about 4.6 than the look of 5.4. In other words, the gap between the two parties is actually not that big, especially after Yamamoto Shigekuni expressed his support for the high-ranking nobles. The big nobles lost certain advantages, among which the big and small families of the Soul Society. At least they will not wait to see the so-called big nobles again. Without the support from all aspects of these ancient families who are not big nobles and high nobles, it will be much more difficult for the big nobles to supply supplies. You must know that the battle at this time node still requires a lot of foreign objects. This world node has not reached the level of popularization of Zanpakuto, So some spiritual power users who cannot realize the spiritual knife will naturally need Ermaigia and weapons made by Kasumi Oji's family. Not to mention anything else, because of the Yamamoto Shigekuni incident, the head of the Naimea family, Ermayan Yanyan, has stated that the Ermei family will no longer have any dealings with the Onitsuka family, the Araki family, and the Yamada family, because the Ermei family and Yamamoto Shigekuni have a dead iron relationship, and it is normal for this to happen. Then, apart from the Ermei family, there are many other families that are not considered nobles, but have considerable energy. They all began to resist the big nobles headed by the Onitsuka family, which made the situation of the three big noble families take a turn for the worse. They can be regarded as Onizuka. Stealing chickens from home will cost you nothing. Although the Onitsuka family wanted to throw out the Suniyashiro family afterwards to attract everyone's attention, but because of Kuchiki Gen's one-handed operation before the retreat, the high-ranking noble camp headed by the Kuchiki family was relieved and would concentrate when the eyes of the Suniyashiro family were withdrawn, and all their energy was returned to the opposing nobles. Maybe the plot of the Onizuka family would succeed. It is precisely because of this that the two sides have now reached a strange balance. Because of the balance, major wars cannot be fought yet, but small and medium-sized wars are continuous. However, this situation is both good and bad, because even if it is now in a balanced stage, if it continues to be consumed like this, as a high-ranking noble who is inherently weaker, it must not be able to consume the Onitsuka Sanjia as a big noble. But they can't help it. It is impossible to provoke a decisive battle now, because if the great nobles are not consumed to a certain extent, even if all the high-level members of the great nobles are killed, the effect and purpose of the war will not be achieved. To put it simply, the war between the two sides is no longer a simple dispute over territory, but a war to go home and exterminate the family. Since it is a war, there is only one possibility, that is, one party will kill the other party before it is over. As for time, just as the two forces were pulling back and forth, it slipped away quietly. Advertisement. In the blink of an eye, 50 years have passed under Kuchiki, who made soy sauce and mud, and then occasionally felt disgusted at the Onitsuka family. Yes, 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. Even Kuchiki-zan himself did not expect that he could grow steadily for 50 years. You know, Kuchiki-zan originally thought that it would be very good if that kind of balance stage lasted for more than 10 years, and more than 10 years was just enough for him to raise his strength to the level of the 7th level of perfection up. But he didn't expect it for fun. It took 50 years to talk about it like this. In 10 years, it was completely different. Kuchiki-zan not only raised his own strength to the 8th level elementary school, but also had extra time to advance Bankai's enlightenment one step further. Yes, spiritual power is easy to get, but Bankai is hard to find. This is the status quo of everyone in the Soul Society. People with spiritual power may not be able to learn Bankai. Those who know Bankai must have good spiritual power. But to be honest, Kuchiki-zan really never thought that there could be 50 years. In his opinion, it is impossible for the two sides to stretch the wrangling period to 50 years. But to be honest, he still underestimated the indifference of time in the Soul Society. He really echoed the old Huxia saying, Yamanaka has no armor, and cultivation has no years. Although he has worked hard to integrate himself into this world, to put it bluntly, his previous understanding of Soul Society was limited to a little pen and ink in the original book. You know, the current him is actually living in the Soul Society, but with the foreshadowing of these 50 years, he is used to the behavior patterns of everyone in the Soul Society. In the past 50 years, Kuchiki-zan can be said to be out of tune with everyone in the Soul Society, and his cultivation is also very different from the locals. Kuchiki-zan didn't understand it before, but now he understands it. He used to think that there was too little time and he had to use it bit by bit, but the locals of Soul Society didn't think so, because as long as the locals have some strength, their lives are there hundreds of years and thousands of years, which has also cultivated the people of the Soul Society, who don't care about the time at all, and Kuchiki-zan has lived as a common person in his previous lives, and is used to the lifestyle of life for 100 years. However, for the Soul Society, 100 years is nothing more than allowing a child of a noble family to grow into an adult, nothing more. Therefore, Kuchiki-zan has become a genius, monster, and monster in the eyes of everyone in the Soul Society. You must know that at the age of 200 years, a person who has reached the 8th level of strength has never appeared since the Soul Society's history. It's the old man Yamamoto Shigekuni. When he was 200 years old, his strength was definitely not as strong as Kuchiki General. Today, 50 years later, Kuchiki-zan looked at his profile and was speechless for a long time. Advertisement system host. Kuchiki-zan, real name, Ouyang Xuan. World. Shinigami World, Soul Society status, young master of the branch house of the noble Kuchiki family. Age. 202, soul, system level. Qualification talent. Level 7, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower, etc. Super sense talent additional level 2. True level 9 upper. Strength level. 8th level lower, spiritual power level 8%, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower 4, etc. Zanpakuto. Yanmo, Shikai, Bankai, one form. Great Yanmo karmic fire space. Liberation language. The karmic fire is burning, clean up the chaotic world. Purify, Yanmo. Time difference. Shikai, Bankai. Tampering field, one type. Game of the minority, liberation language. 4 directions, 100, infinite. Tamper it, time difference. Reward ability. Super sense talent, Shunpo level promotion, Immortal soul body, soul derivation, space affinity body, perception space bonus, space travel bonus, destruction space bonus. Possess abilities. Kendo, secret biography, white hits, secret biography. Shunpo, 100 cooked, secret biography, keto. Seeing his age change from the first to the second, Kuchiki-zan is quite emotional. Chapter 48 Let's Do It. Kuchiki-zan looked at his own information, which had not changed too much, but was completely different in essence, and let out a sigh with emotion. In fact, to be honest, Kuchiki-zan is not surprised that he can achieve such an achievement in 50 years. He is surprised that the war between the big nobles and the high nobles can be achieved in 50 years. In time, we have only moved forward a little bit. You know, when he was reading the original book, the battles in the original book were all very fast, and there was no such thing as the one next door to One Piece, where they fought for 2 days and 2 nights at every turn. Not to mention fighting all day long, Kuchiki-zan has never seen a battle of more than 100 rounds, and he has also experienced it personally. In his own battles, the winner is often determined within a few rounds. Like this, 50 years of fighting without much progress is really unimaginable. In 50 years, the high-ranking noble camp, because of the old man Yamamoto, can be said to have taken advantage of it a little bit, but only slightly. In 50 years, the high-ranking nobles headed by the Kuchiki family just snatched the control of the 3 blocks from the big nobles. After Kuchiki-zan successfully advanced to the 8th level, he left the level. After hearing the news, he almost lost his breath in shock. Although he has been paying attention to the battle situation, for a period of time, he was completely devoted to his cultivation, so naturally he couldn't pay attention to it all the time. However, he can see clearly the essence of the Soul Society, except for consumption. After all, to be honest, Kuchiki-zan has not seen much of the Soul Society's war, so he doesn't know what the essence of the so-called noble war is. Of course, he is clear now. After he is clear, he knows what he has to do. What he has to do is to speed up the process, otherwise the Soul Society will only gradually weaken in internal friction. This is not him want to see the result. Therefore, after he has accomplished his expected goal, he is going to have a heart-to-heart talk with Kuchiki Guren and Yamamoto Shigekuni. Kuchiki-zan's first choice was not Yamamoto Shigekuni, but Kuchiki Guren, the head of the Kuchiki family. After all, the Kuchiki family is the protagonist of the war. Although Yamamoto Shigekuni's role is important, he cannot play a role in decision-making, so what to do next depends on what Kuchiki Guren said. For the arrival of Kuchiki-gen, Kuchiki Guren is quite surprised. After all, Kuchiki-gen has been at home for 50 years. Advertisement. However, when Kuchiki Guren saw Kuchiki-zan himself, she was extremely shocked, and at the same time knew why Kuchiki-zan chose to come to see herself at this time. "Ah, Zan. You really shocked this old man," Kuchiki said with undisguised shock on his old face. And Kuchiki-zan looked at Kuchiki Guren, who was older than 50 years ago, and frowned slightly, because he felt the obvious death energy in Kuchiki Guren, and this death energy was more shaken than 50 years ago many times. This also means that the days of Kuchiki Red Lotus are numbered. "Patriarch Honglian, if you were shocked or not, let's put it aside for now. I found out that your situation is not very good," Kuchiki-zan said with a frown. "Oh, you can see it all, not bad." Kuchiki Guren didn't care what Kuchiki-zan said about his physical condition, but laughed and joked that Kuchiki-zan could see his problem. Kuchiki-zan didn't know how to answer for a while. Kuchiki Guren naturally saw Kuchiki-zan's embarrassment, then restrained her smile and said, "Well, my problem was doomed decades ago, it's okay, but what I'm most worried about now is it's still a matter of war. You know that in 50 years we have achieved very little. With the help of Mr. Yamamoto, we only won 3 blocks. It's really too bad. I was worried, if I die, can Xingtian stabilize the overall situation, but now that I see you, my worries don't exist. Am I right, Zan?" Looking at the confident Kuchiki Red Lotus at this time, Kuchiki-zan felt for a long time that he had really underestimated the head of the Kuchiki family. As expected, no one could be the patriarch of a great aristocrat in a turbulent period. Fuel-efficient lights. "So, patriarch, do you have an idea?" Kuchiki-gen didn't answer Kuchiki Guren's question directly, but asked instead. "Zan, you still play charades with me. Okay, since you asked, I'll just say it straight." Kuchiki Guren said with a smile, "Originally, I didn't have any plans, but seeing you, I knew it was time to break the deadlock. Before, I said that I was shocked. I really didn't expect that in just 50 years, you have reached the level you are now. If you were talking about you before, still can't control the trend of the war, so now you can already." Kuchiki Guren looked at Kuchiki-gen at this time, and talked eloquently. From his words, you can see how excited and confident Kuchiki Guren is at this time. Advertisement. Of course, Kuchiki-gen knows very well that Kuchiki Guren's confidence comes from himself, not from anywhere else. But, to be honest, Kuchiki-zan himself doesn't have the same confidence in himself as Kuchiki's Red Lotus feet at this time. Of course, the only thing in common between the two is that they know that the war is stable. "Okay, patriarch, don't get excited. The issue of war still needs us to think about it in the long term." Kuchiki-zan comforted the excited Kuchiki Honglian and said, "You're right, we still need to think long term." Kuchiki Honglian, as expected of the leader of the alien race, immediately adjusted her state and said, "Then, Zan, what is your so-called reason for coming to me this time?" Kuchiki Guren restrained her emotions and said, regaining the majesty of the patriarch. "I came to see patriarch, of course, because the time has come. It's time to do it." Kuchiki-zan finally expressed his thoughts, which was what Kuchiki-guren wanted to hear most. Hearing Kuchiki-gen's words, Kuchiki-guren, who had already become majestic, burst into a smile again on his face, making the already extremely old face seem to be decades younger. Good, good, good. The three good words in a row represented the joy and excitement in Kuchiki Honglun's heart at this time. If you say do it, then, do it. Erasure those three moth-like buildings from Soul Society completely. Kuchiki-guren said excitedly. He has been waiting for this day for a long time, and he has wanted to get rid of the three buildings at this time since his grandfather. You were a nobleman, but you have never had a chance. Now, with the appearance of Kuchiki-zan, your dream will come true. Chapter 49. The general offensive begins. Kuchiki-zan came out of Kuchiki's house and walked towards the dojo where Yamamoto Shigekuni was at this time. The information that he appeared in the Kuchiki family's place has long been grasped by people, but he doesn't care. 50 years ago, he still needed. If he cared about some things, he didn't need to worry about so much at this time. Although, with his current strength, he can't be said to be at the top of the Soul Society, but other than the old man Yamamoto Shigekuni, other people may not be able to kill Kuchiki-gen, so Kuchiki-gen at this time can be said to have nothing to fear. In fact, how should I put it, Kuchiki-zan feels that the Soul Society at this time should be compared with the Soul Society at the beginning of the plot in the original book. To be honest, it is really hard to say who is stronger when comparing the two parties. In the plot, the captains of the Jingling Court, not to mention mutiny or not, in terms of high-end strength, are definitely stronger than the current high-level nobles of the Soul Society, but in terms of overall strength, those at that time the Soul Society is really not as large as the current Soul Society's powerhouses. In fact, Kuchiki-zan has thought about this question, but the answer he got can only be said to be ambiguous, or the reason for this is simple and easy, or difficult. How should I put it? At this time Soul Society, Zanpakuto is not popular yet. Unlike in the original book, a Shinigami can get a sealed state and then practice. Even the students of the Shinigami Academy can get a sealed state to cultivate feelings. From this point of view, after the popularization of Zanpakuto in later generations, it will be much easier for people to practice than at this time. You must know that spiritual power practitioners at this time must first understand their own spiritual knives, and then let the spiritual knives manifest before they can continue to practice spiritual power and other things, and the Soul Society of later generations, or Jingling, no such worries. Starting from being eligible to become a Shinigami, they will get Zanpakuto, which is the sealed state. Having a sealed state is equivalent to saving it. The process of the spirit knife, just this, saved people hundreds or even hundreds of years of time, so the captains of Jingling in the later generations, speaking of personal ability, are indeed the top of the top. The difference in numbers can only be said to be the sin of war. After Jingling was established for 1,000 years, the bloody battle with the Quincy was indeed the main culprit for the scarcity of Jingling's combatants in later generations. Of course, there is also the reason for the Battle of Nobles. Kuchiki-zan only knows so much at this time, and more depends on the history he has personally experienced. Fortunately, Kuchiki-zan has the opportunity to explain this situation to others. Turn it around. So for 200 years, he has been thinking about how to improve himself all the time, and then let the high-ranking nobles headed by the Kuchiki family overthrow the rule of the three nobles at this time. While winning the war, he must relatively preserve soul. The vitality of the society. Not long after, Kuchiki-zan came to the dojo where Shigekuni Yamamoto was located. Because the war at this time was a small fight every day, Shigekuni Yamamoto did not stay at the front line at this time, but returned to his dojo. The dojo is not the dojo where Kuchiki-zan and him were attacked before, but another dojo owned by Yamamoto Shigekuni. Now the ownership of this dojo has been taken by the Kuchiki family, so Yamamoto Shigekuni can safely enter the field life. You came. At this time, Yamamoto Shigekuni was sitting in his room, cross-legged on the futon, with his own Zanpakuto on his lap, looked at Kuchiki-zan who walked in and said, "Advertisement. Well, here we come." Kuchiki-gen, sitting across from Yamamoto Shigekuni, replied. "Your improvement speed is amazingly fast," Yamamoto Shigekuni said in a slightly shocked manner after seeing Kuchiki-gen's changes. "It's okay, but it's still not as good as you, old man," Kuchiki-zan said modestly. "HMPH, how long has the old man practiced? How long have you practiced? You are still very early," Yamamoto Shigekuni snorted and said. "It's natural," Kuchiki-zan said sincerely. His words were definitely sincere, because he knew very well that Yamamoto Shigekuni might not improve fast in the early stage, but the most terrifying thing about this old man is that he has been improving. And it's a steady improvement. In this regard, 99% dead Shendu can't compare to this old man. "Tell me about your reason for coming." Yamamoto Shigekuni naturally knew that Kuchiki-zan was speaking the truth, so he didn't bother to talk about this matter, but asked Kuchiki-zan directly about the reason for coming. "No one else. Prepare everything. Just kill the Onitsuka family." Kuchiki-gen faced Yamamoto Shigekuni and didn't want to talk nonsense. There was no need for too much nonsense between the two of them. "Oh, when?" Yamamoto Shigekuni was not surprised by Kuchiki-zan's words at all, and he didn't even have a slight emotional fluctuation. Obviously, he had already guessed that Kuchiki-zan would go out after becoming stronger and must do something. What? Of course the destruction of the Onitsuka family also counts, so Yamamoto Shigekuni is not surprised at what Kuchiki-general said. Looking at the calm Yamamoto Shigekuni, Kuchiki-gen smiled slightly and said, 3 days later. "Okay." Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded. "One more thing. Seeing Yamamoto Shigekuni nod, Kuchiki General said again. Explain. Advertisement. This time, old man, you must invite your hardcore. Otherwise, our side will consume too much. Doing so is not worth the loss. I hope that the victory will be based on a foundation that we will not bleed too much victory, do you understand? Kuchiki-zan said seriously. Hearing Kuchiki-gen's words, Yamamoto Shigekuni opened both eyes this time, and opened them wide, looked at Kuchiki-zan, and said after a long while, in that case, old man agreed. That's good. Remember, 3 days later, Kuchiki-gen stood up, bowed slightly, and exited Yamamoto's dojo. After Kuchiki-zan left, Yamamoto Shigekuni frowned slightly and said to himself, save your strength. What is this kid going to do? 3 days passed quickly. People in the Soul Society thought that today would be an ordinary day as always, but what they never expected was that when the sun rose, all the families of the high-ranking nobles would start. He sent out all his troops and directly killed the core area where the 3 nobles were located. At the beginning, everyone, including the 3 nobles, was taken aback by the actions of the high-ranking nobles, and they were really caught off guard. But the big nobles are not from the common after all, so they immediately knew what was going on. They're starting a general attack. Heiji Onizuka looked at the information in his hand and said with a gloomy and angry face. Yes, the general attack has begun without warning. Chapter 50. The beginning of the end of the 3 nobles. The general attack has begun. Yes, the war of high nobles vs big nobles, the final general attack has begun. This is something that the great nobles or the Onitsuka family never expected, and Onizuka Heiji never expected that the high nobles would choose to launch a general attack on them at this time. You must know that it has been said before that the high-ranking noble camp has only obtained the advantage of 3 blocks. Such an advantage is simply too small for the big nobles who control more than 10 or even dozens of blocks in each family. No loss. Analyzing the area, Heiji Onizuka could not understand why the high-ranking nobles would choose to have a decisive battle with them at this time. In the end, he couldn't get any answer, so he focused his attention on a piece of information from 3 days ago, which was the information that Kuchiki-gen went to visit Kuchiki-guren and Yamamoto Shigekuni directly after leaving customs. Why? Onizuka Heiji murmured to himself with a gloomy and puzzled face, why did you just get out of the customs, and all the affected people launched a general attack? Could it be that? Thinking of this, Onizuka Heiji's eyes suddenly widened, and then he said in horror, could it be? Impossible. It really took only 200 years to reach such a height?
Yes, with Heiji Onizuka's intelligence, he has already guessed that Kuchiki General has probably reached the height that people in the Soul Society can only dream of, the 8th rank. The 8th level of super spirituality.
You must know that he is the patriarch of the Onitsuka family, and his strength has not reached the 8th level. He has lived for thousands of years, and even he who is thousands of years old has not reached the 8th level. Kuchiki-zan has just lived for 200 years. In Onizuka Heiji's view, this is an age that has just been weaned, and he has reached a height that he has not reached for more than 1,000 years. How can this allow him to accept this result calmly? Probably so. Onizuka Heiji soon calmed down. He has been in the position of patriarch for many years, and he still has a good control over his emotions. And he also had to accept the fact that Kuchiki Shuenjen had reached the terrifying height of the 8th order. Because of this, Onizuka Heiji couldn't think of any reason for the high-ranking nobles at this time. Launch a general attack on them. Even if he no longer wanted to believe it in his heart, Onizuka Heiji still had to admit that the current situation had indeed exceeded their expectations too much. Kuchiki-zan's unreasonable move really disrupted all the arrangements of the 3 noble families. According to the idea of the Onitsuka family, let the high nobles take a few blocks in the early stage, but the casualties paid by the high nobles are much higher. There are much more than their side. Through such consumption, Onizuka Heiji Onizuka is confident that the high-ranking nobles will be dragged down. Advertisement after all, there is a gap in the accumulation of things between the high-ranking nobles and the big nobles, even the fundamental gap in size. As long as the big nobles are stable and drag the high-level nobles into the quagmire, then the final victory may only be the big nobles. Old man Yamamoto still doesn't have the strength to support a world by himself. However, the real tug of war has only just started 50 years ago, and the high-ranking nobles have already launched a general offensive regardless of gains or losses, which caught Onizuka Heiji really by surprise. But things have already happened. Even if Onizuka Heiji no longer wants to start a war at this time, he can only bite the bullet and fight. Continue to inform. All the forces of the 3 families will be pushed out, since they want to fight. Then we will fight. At the same time, notify the high level and elders of the clan, and all of them will follow me to the battlefield. It has to be said that Onizuka Heiji is Onizuka Heiji, even if he doesn't want to, but when he has to do it, his adaptability is still very fast. But can things really go as he imagined? After the 3 nobles headed by the Onitsuka family dispatched all their forces, the high-level members of the Onizuka family also assembled and prepared to rush directly from the clan to the battlefield. At this time, the Onitsuka family has assembled almost all the high-level power of the Onizuka family. There are 3 elders at the 8th level, and there are as many as 5 at the 7th level. There are already 8 captain-level figures in the family, and this number is more than half of the total number of captains in Jingling later, which shows the confidence of the leader of the great nobles. However, just as the 8 strong men headed by Onizuka Heiji came out of the gate of the clan land, they were blocked by a person. As soon as Onizuka Heiji pushed open the gate of the clan land, and was about to lead a kind of powerhouse to set out to support the battlefield, he was interrupted by a voice. Hey, all of the Onitsuka family, where are you going? The calm and brisk voice sounded in everyone's ears, making the 8 strong members of the Onitsuka family startled, and they immediately looked towards the place where the voice came from. I saw a young man wearing a black strong suit, with a snow-white cloak with a special national emblem on his shoulders, sitting on a big chingshi, holding a whole wooden staff knife in his hand, leaning against it obliquely. On his shoulder, he was looking playfully at the 8 strong men of the Onitsuka family who appeared at this time, including Onizuka Heiji. The moment Onizuka Heiji saw the young man, he blurted out, "It's you, Kuchiki-gen?" Advertisement. Yes, the young man is none other than Kuchiki General. It's a great honor for the head of the Onizuka family to recognize such a fringe person like me, Kuchiki General said with a light smile when he heard what Onizuka Heiji said. Hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, Onizuka Heiji twitched his eyes, and said with a cold snort, "HMPH. Your Excellency is not a fringe figure. At the age of 200 years, he has reached the 8th level, in the words of the huge empire across the sea. Say, there is no one before or after." What? 8th order? Impossible. Hearing Onizuka Heiji's words, the first thing that shocked was not Kuchiki-gen, but other strong members of the Onizuka family. After all, they really didn't know that Kuchiki-gen had reached such a height at this time. Similarly, they also do not believe that at Kuchiki-zan's age, they can reach such a height. You must know that there are 3 8th-level powerhouses among them, and they also know that in the history of the Soul Society, every strong man who has reached the 8th level or, when they reached the 8th level, they were all over 1,000 years old. So, they really couldn't believe it. Oh, after hearing what Onizuka Heiji said, Kuchiki General was startled for a moment, and then smiled, and said, "Not bad, the patriarch of the Onizuka family actually guessed that I have reached the 8th rank." After hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, the Onizuka family, except Heiji Onizuka, the other 7 people all gasped, because the situation was really astonishing. Chapter 51 verses 8. The truth is often so amazing, how can it be? The person who spoke was the elder of the first clan of the Onizuka family, that is, the 3rd grandfather of Onizuka Heiji Onitsuka Kane. He is also a strong man of the 8th rank, or a strong man in the middle of the 8th rank. Naturally, he knows what kind of state the 8th rank is. It is a level that spiritual power users need to work hard to reach. He really can't imagine the fact that the young man in front of him has reached the 8th level at the age of 200 years. Nothing is impossible, right? Kuchiki-zan looked at the strong Onitsuka family and said with a smile, "What you can't do? Why can't I do it?" System host. Kuchiki-zan, real name, Ouyang Xuan. World. Shinigami World, Soul Society status, young master of the branch house of the noble Kuchiki family. Age. 202, Soul, system level. Qualification talent. Level 7, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower, etc. Super sense talent additional level 2. True level 9 upper. Strength level. 8th level lower, spiritual power level 8%, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower 4, etc. Zanpakuto. Yanmo, Shikai, Bankai, 1 form. Great Yanmo karmic fire space. Liberation language. The karmic fire is burning, clean up the chaotic world. Purify, Yanmo. Time difference. Shikai, Bankai. Tampering field, 1 type. Game of the minority, liberation language. 4 directions, 100, infinite. Tamper it, time difference. Reward ability. Super sense talent, Shunpo level promotion, Immortal soul body, soul derivation, space affinity body, perception space bonus, space travel bonus, destruction space bonus. Possess abilities. Kendo, secret plus, white hits, secret plus, Shunpo, secret plus, Keto, spatial ability, 100 cooking. After glancing at his profile, Kuchiki-zan said again, "In the world, there are some people who are interested but not talented, you are such people, and some people are talented but not interested, such people are rare, and I just happen to be interested and talented. So, it took me such a short time to reach the current level." It has to be said that Kuchiki-zan's B outfit can get full marks in this wave. To be honest, if there is no system behind his back to assist him, it is impossible for him to reach the current level. But then again, having system help is also one's own talent, isn't it? Advertisement therefore, there is nothing wrong with Kuchiki-zan's words. You. Hearing Kuchiki-gen's words, Onizuka Kane twitched his eyes and said angrily. "Don't you. It's useless, old ghost." Kuchiki-zan didn't like Onizuka-jin's tricks, after all, he was an enemy, and Kuchiki-zan didn't have the habit of respecting the old and loving the young. Biga. Kosu. Onizuka-kin heard what Kuchiki-general said, and started swearing, but before Onizuka-kin officially started to rant, Onizuka Heiji stretched out his hand to stop him. Seeing Onizuka Heiji's actions, Onizuka-jin immediately suppressed his anger and silenced. Although he was the most powerful existence in the Onizuka family at this time, Onizuka Heiji was the patriarch of the Onizuka family. Even he could not overstep. After stopping Onitsuka-kin, Onizuka Heiji said with a gloomy face. "Even if your excellency's perseverance has reached the 8th level, this is not the confidence that you can speak nonsense at the gate of my Onitsuka family. Besides, you didn't come here just to show your superiority in words, did you? Hey, Chief Onitsuka is Chief Onitsuka, and he can find the point of the problem at once." Kuchiki-zan said with a smile, "I really didn't come here to provoke you. I came here, in fact, there is only one thing to stop. You, or kill you." What? B asterisk 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 D brat. Damn guy. Simply boastful. Arrogance. Hearing Kuchiki-zan's arrogant words, everyone in the Onizuka family was blown away instantly. They couldn't swear at their level without opening their mouths, and they couldn't swear anything too ugly. It was either baga or kuso. Kind of like that. Kuchiki Gento didn't respond. It's not that Kuchiki-zan looked down on him. How could a talent like Kuchiki-zan, who has received 9-year compulsory education in a modern society, be angry at being scolded by these dirty words? It's just a joke. Hey, you guys are so excited before I even started? Don't say I haven't started yet. You guys died one by one. Kuchiki-zan said with a smile. Advertisement seeing Hideo, Kuchiki-gen's smiling face. Heiji Onizuka, who didn't curse, said with a gloomy face, you want to drag us here, so that we will lose our group of high-level fighters on the frontal battlefield, right?
Hearing Onizuka Heiji's words, everyone who was cursing and cursing also shut up, waiting for their next words. Sure enough, Kuchiki General was startled slightly after hearing Onizuka Heiji's words, and then said,
Didn't I say this? Are you asking again? Is my Japanese not standard? Or have you old guys lived too long and your brains have become fossils? You. Such sarcastic words, even Onizuka Heiji, who has always remained calm, was furious when he heard it. Seeing that Heiji Onizuka was finally irritated by himself, Kuchiki-zan sneered, stood up, put his stick and knife on the ground with both hands, and said coldly, I said, I am here this time to kill you, don't you? Isn't that clear enough? After all, a huge black Ryotsu burst out from Kuchiki-gen's body, and instantly the entire Onitsuka clan was shrouded in the oppression of this huge Ryotsu. The clamoring masters of the Onitsuka family all shut their mouths under the huge surge of Ryotsu. How is it possible? Onitsuka Kane, the most powerful among the 8, felt the terrifying Ryotsu released by Kuchiki-gen, and his face suddenly became ugly, because he found that the Ryotsu released by Kuchiki-gen had already caught up with him. The powerhouse in the middle of the 8th rank. You know, at Kuchiki-zan's age of 200 years, becoming an 8th level powerhouse is already a fantasy. The median is even more impossible. But the fact is that the Ryotsu intensity exuded by Kuchiki-gen in front of him has indeed caught up with him, and he can't figure this out anyway. And Kuchiki Xuan looked at the people in front of him who were shocked by his own Ryotsu, with a cruel smile on his face again, and then said, Everyone, are you ready? Next. I'm going to make a move. Chapter 52 The Second Style Great Enemy Karmic Fire Swallowing Spirit Domain. Plus 53 plus 54 Chapter Big Collection 3 chapters in 1 because of the number of words on the shelves. Are you ready? I'm going to do it. After finishing speaking, Kuchiki-zan wanted to pull out his staff and sword, and before everyone in the Onizuka family could react, he opened Shikai and released. The flames of karma are burning. Clear away the chaotic world. Purify. Enma. The next moment, Kuchiki-gen's iconic black flame blazed from the blade, and at the same time, the long sword with a wooden handle turned into a pitch black sword. When Heian appeared, everyone in the Onitsuka family realized that they pulled out their spiritual knives one by one, and opened Shikai to release the spiritual knives while muttering. Seeing the slow movements of a strong man of the 7th or 8th rank, Kuchiki-zan shook his head, thinking that his choice was indeed correct. If Jingling continues to be controlled by this kind of person, then it will only be a matter of time before it perishes. Not only is it that these so-called strong men do not have a high level of combat quality, it can almost be said that these guys may not have fought to the death in the true sense. There is no need for these aristocratic elders to go to birth and death for a disposal team composed of spiritually powerful civilians. It was too late to say, but in fact, such a thought just flashed through Kuchiki-zan's mind, because what he has to do now is the most important thing. Seeing everyone slowly releasing their spiritual knives, Kuchiki shook his head secretly, Bankai, Da Yanmo Karmic Fire Soul Swallowing Domain. 15 minutes later, at the gate of the Onitsuka clan, it is no longer visible that this was the gate of the Onitsuka family, the largest family in the Soul Society. The original grand gate of the Onitsuka family is nowhere to be seen, and even the tall main gate wall has disappeared, as if it had been wiped directly from the world. As for the high-level members of the Onitsuka family who were at the gate, only Onitsuka Kin and Onizuka Heiji were left at this time. At this time, the two of them were also in tatters and distressed, and they were also panting. On the other hand, the instigator of this incident, Kuchiki-gen, was standing opposite the two of them holding his black knife. Kuchiki-zan's situation was much better than that of the Onitsuka family, but his shirt was missing. After a few skin injuries, no other injuries could be seen, and even Kuchiki-zan couldn't even breathe. At this time, the wrinkled Onizuka Kane looked at Kuchiki-gen, eyes full of disbelief and fear. Half an hour, just 15 minutes, 8 of them were killed by Kuchiki-gen and 6 were left. Only he and the Onizuka family remained the patriarch Heiji Onizuka. Onizuka Kane glanced at the black knife in Kuchiki-zan's hand with trembling eyes, and the expression of fear disappeared for a moment. He had personally experienced the horror of the black knife in Kuchiki-zan's hand. Why? Your Bankai. Shouldn't be like this. Why? Heiji Onizuka hid behind Onizuka Kin in a panic. If it wasn't for Onizuka Kin to protect him with all his strength, he would have left the Onizuka house a long time ago following in the footsteps of other strong men. Kuchiki-zan stroked his newly raised hair, grinned at Heiji Onizuka, and said, What? It's hard to understand. Is it different from the information you collected? It's right to be different. For you, how could you understand my pursuit? Hearing Kuchiki-gen's words, Onizuka Heiji's eyes continued to twitch. He is not stupid, so he could hear the sarcasm in Kuchiki-gen's words, but he had no way to refute it, because he really didn't understand why Kuchiki-gen killed them before the Bankai of the 6 masters of the Onitsuka family will have such a big discrepancy with the information collected before. Yes. Bankai's advanced stage. At this moment, Onizuka Kane said quietly. Advanced level of Bankai? Heiji Onizuka was confused. This was the first time he heard this term. Onizuka Kane glanced at Kuchiki-gen with an ugly face, and then at Onizuka Heiji with a complicated look, and then said, that's right, it's Bankai's advanced level. Heiji, you have always put your energy into managing the Onizuka family. The energy used in cultivation is much less than when you were young. If not, you should have entered the 8th level now, and the so-called advanced level of Bankai is to start from the root of Bankai's form and nature, raising its power to a higher level. It's normal that you don't know. Generally, only those who have reached the 8th level of spiritual power will initially realize the possibility of Bankai's advanced level. I am also close. It took hundreds of years to start researching. Speaking of this, Onizuka Kane glanced at Kuchiki-gen again with fear in his eyes and then said,
but I can't figure it out. Why this brat is so scary. Not only in 2 at the age of more than 100 years, I have reached the 8th level. I have also advanced Bankai. This, I don't understand, but I understand. You and I, our Onitsuka family, we can't afford to lose injustice. You need to know about Bankai's advancement. As long as this old man knows, he should be the first one to do it. Wrong. Hearing what the old guy Onitsuka-kin said, Kuchiki-gen, who had been silent all this time, suddenly interrupted Onitsuka-kin. Quote. What's wrong with the old man? At this time, Onizuka Kane's fear had been suppressed by him, thinking that he already knew that their general situation was over, and fear and so on no longer existed.
I'm not the first person to understand the advanced level of Bankai, Kuchiki-san said flatly. Oh, and. Speaking of this, Onizuka Kane's face changed again, and his body trembled as he asked, yes, Yamamoto Shigekuni? That's right, it's him, Kuchiki-san said bluntly, too lazy to circle around with the 2 dying men. Impossible. Why? How could it be? Onizuka Kane couldn't accept it.
He was originally a Yamamoto Shigekuni who had always put his energy on practice, spiritual power cultivation, and enlightenment. Zanpakuto's enlightenment. What? They are all secondary.
Originally, he thought that he had fallen behind in practice, but he could recover a little bit in terms of enlightenment. But now, according to what Kuchiki-san said, Yamamoto Shigekuni not only reached the 8th level of perfection in practice, suspected to be the 9th level, crushed him, and he was ahead of himself in enlightenment. Zanpakuto Shenwu. Do you still remember what the old man's Bankai is? Kuchiki-san knew that Onitsuka-kin can be said to have come from the same era as Yamamoto Shigekuni, so he naturally knew what Chushan's Bankai was. Ryujin Jaka's Bankai is the Great 8 Chi Great Flame Snake, playing the meme of the old Bankai, Onizuka-kim said.
He, it's long gone. Kuchiki-san said flatly. Really, it seems that the old man has lost everything. Onizuka Kane said suddenly. Then, can you tell the old man what is his current Bankai advanced stage?
Probably the Sword of the Mighty Fire.
Yeah, it really looks like his style. Onizuka Jin and Onizuka Heiji died, and Kuchiki General released Bankai again to kill him, because this was Onizuka Jin's dying request, so Kuchiki General fulfilled him. Kuchiki Zan's advanced Bankai, the second form, Big Enma Karmic Fire Soul Swallowing Domain, is based on the original Bankai De Yama Karmic Fire Space, and the power of Yanmo's Black Flame is further enhanced, and the original range is different. The large, Karmic Fire Space, continued to expand and became an evolutionary version of a relatively large field.
Advertisement. In fact, to be precise, this second form is just a pseudo-2 form, or it is an advanced type of Kuchiki-zan Bankai's first form, and it has not yet reached the stage of complete second form.
Like the Bankai of the old man Yamamoto, the first stage is the Extreme 8 Chi Great Flame Snake, which is the Bankai realized from the changes in the form of flames. The second stage is to combine the form and essence of the flame to form the Sword of Great Fire.
As for the third stage, anyone who has read the original work must already know it very clearly, that is, it is too strong to be exaggerated, so strong that it cannot be solved. The residual fire Teidao. The third stage of the remnant fire sword is a kind of sublimation that puts aside all the form and nature of the flame, and only uses the point of the flame to carry out an all-round incomprehensible way. The temperature like the sun, which has transcended the essence of flames, is something that Yamamoto Shigekuni has comprehended for thousands of years. Thinking about it, Kuchiki-zan thinks that if his Zanpakuto is Ryujin Jaka, he may not be able to reach the stage of Yamamoto's heavy country future. Of course, when it comes to this, Kuchiki-zan is still a little bit uneasy. After all, the strength of the old man Yamamoto is only a flash in the pan. Captured Bankai.
This is the part that made Kuchiki-zan the most angry among all the plots. To be honest, Kuchiki-zan just wanted to rewrite the future fate of the old man Yamamoto after doing so much at this time.
Because, such a selfless old man who dedicated himself to the Soul Society should not have such an ending.
Back to the topic, comparing the evolution history of Bankai with the old man Yamamoto, we can see that Bankai of Kuchiki-zan has not really entered the second stage, or just a pseudo-second stage.
Because Kuchiki-zan's Bankai only expanded the original unit, and improved the burning and instant erosion capabilities of the original invisible black flame. The essential changes are not too big, so this second formula is not really meaningful. The second formula above.
Of course, in addition to range and power, with Kuchiki Zan advancing to the 8th level, Bankai's stamina has also received a qualitative leap, at least longer than before. In the past, when using Bankai, Kuchiki Zan was able to accept it in a flash, but now at least he can comprehend and fight against people with Bankai for a long time. Not only that, Kuchiki Zan also discovered that when the enemy's strength is at the 8th level, there will be a qualitative leap in the ability to resist the erosion of black inflammation. In other words, when the quality of the enemy's spiritual power is higher, the black inflammation instantaneous destructive power will be reduced. Regarding this point, Kuchiki Zan is very open. After all, there is no perfect ability in the world, and the Shinigami world is bluntly a Ryutsu-based world. The stronger the Ryutsu is, the stronger the personal ability is, and the things that can be done there are more and more, nothing strange and incomprehensible.
Of course, in addition to the appearance ability, Kuchiki Zan's Bankai has evolved, and there is another point that his Bankai's auxiliary function has also become much stronger. In the previous Karma space, when the enemy was killed, the total amount of Ryutsu supplements obtained was very rare. It can only be said that it was in a stage where nothing was better than nothing, but now with the evolution of Bankai, the total amount of Ryutsu supplements has also been obtained. The corresponding improvement is many times larger than before. Of course, since the total amount of Ryutsu of Kuchiki Zan itself has increased by more than 10 times after entering the 8th level, it may grow to tens of times or even hundreds of times as the strength increases in the future. It's not enough to look at, and of course it can be considered a lot stronger.
At least you don't have to be afraid that after killing the enemy, your body will be empty, and there will be no Ryutsu at all.
Killed the 8 powerhouses including Onizuka Heiji, the patriarch of the Onitsuka family. Among the 8 people, the weakest one has the strength of the 7th level median.
With this lineup, after killing them with Bankai, Kuchiki Zan Ryutsu only recovered about half of the consumed amount, and the time Kuchiki General used Bankai was not too long.
Kuchiki Zan actually didn't expect this battle to be so smooth.
Even if he knew that after entering the 8th rank, his real combat power would definitely exceed the median of the 8th rank, but he really didn't expect that the overall strength of the Onitsuka family is strong, but personal combat literacy is really poor.
As mentioned before, these aristocratic gentlemen will never participate in the crusade against Shu. The Onitsuka owl that Kuchiki Gen met before can be said to be the one with the highest fighting literacy among these guys, so I say the number of their battles is really pitiful, and it can even be said to be terribly small, so these guys can be said to have all the strength in their body, and they don't know how to use it at all. Without experiencing the baptism of life and death, how can one use one's own abilities to perfection, and it's just a superficial combat power, which is nothing to worry about. Originally, Kuchiki Zan thought that to kill this group of high-level Onitsuka family members, he might use his second Zanpakuto, jet lag, Bankai, which is the second stage. Yes, Kuchiki Gen has also developed another Zanpakuto to the level of the second stage Bankai, which is a real second stage Bankai, not a pseudo second stage like Yama. System host. Kuchiki Zan, real name, Ouyang Xuan. World. Shinigami World, Soul Society status, young master of the branch house of the noble Kuchiki family. Age. 202, soul, system level. Qualification talent. Level 7, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower, etc. Super sense talent additional level 2. True level 9 upper. Strength level. 8th level inferior, spiritual power level 9%, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, and lower 4, etc. Zanpakuto. Yanmo, Shikai, Bankai. Form 1. Great Yan Demon Karma Fire Space. Second form. Great Yama Karma Fire Swallowing Spirit Domain. Liberation language. The karmic fire is burning, clean up the chaotic world. Purify. Yan Demon. Time difference. Shikai, Bankai. Tampering Realm first form. Minority Game second form. Mortal Deathmatch. Liberation language. 400, Infinity. Tamper. Time difference. Reward ability. Super Sense talent. Shunpo level promotion, Immortal soul body, soul derivation, space affinity body, perception space bonus, space travel bonus, destruction space bonus. Possess abilities. Kendo, secret plus, white hits, secret plus, Shunpo, secret plus, Keto, spatial ability, 100 cooking. In Kuchiki Zan's information, the system has already included his new Bankai, the new Bankai of Head Rope, which is based on the original Bankai's more exaggerated ability, called Mortal's Deathmatch. Mortal Deathmatch is Kuchiki Gen's second Zanpakuto, the second stage Bankai pronounced, jet lag, always written, head rope. The ability of this new Bankai is already very clear just by looking at the name. The Bankai type with jet lag before is a minority game, pulling to the same level and fighting. This competition is the basic combat power of the sealed ones. Advertisement however, Kuchiki Zan developed the second type of time difference, Mortal's Death Fight, which expands the original sealing ability on the basis of the first type, and develops the function that can only seal one ability of the enemy and ourselves to the point where it can directly seal both the enemy and ourselves. Fight like common people, so Bankai's name is Mortal Deathmatch. To explain, the first, second and third stages of Bankai here actually coexist, but you will be stronger and use the previous stage as well, of course, except for auxiliary classes. Mortal's Deathmatch is very powerful, but also has great disadvantages. The biggest disadvantage of this ability is that as long as it is within the Ryotsu range of the time difference, and the target ability is not dozens of times stronger than Kuchiki-Zan, it will be affected by the Ryotsu time difference. Become a mortal. Some people will say, isn't this the most powerful place for mortal deathmatch? It is actually true to say that, but the strongest point of something is often its weakest point, because Kuchiki-Gen in the Ryotsu range, he will also become a mortal. That is to say, at this time, Kuchiki General will lose any advantages of assisting Ryotsu that any system has brought him, leaving only his own white hits ability and experience, etc. If he encounters someone who is stronger than him in this aspect, then he is likely to overturn. Therefore, everything in the world is balanced, and the stronger the power, the greater its disadvantages or restrictions will be. It's like the old man Yamamoto's later Bankai, Remnant Fire Teidao. This is the most typical example, and Kuchiki-Zan's jet lag and abilities are indeed heaven-defying, but on the basis of heaven-defying, he himself will also become a restricted existence. If there is a day when this restriction no longer exists, then Kuchiki-Zan must think about whether there is something wrong. After all, for something that doesn't pay a price, in the world of Shinigami, apart from Hogyoku, Kuchiki-Zan can't find a second one. Even though his abilities are all brought by the system, to exist in his sister way, he must abide by the rules of this world, and it is impossible for things that break the rules to exist. However, Kuchiki Xuania doesn't care too much about the disadvantages of jet lag, because he knows that as long as he practices step by step, sign in, and draw prizes, then his strength will definitely be at the forefront of everyone, oh yes, except for old man Yamamoto. As long as Kuchiki-Zan himself maintains this momentum, then Kuchiki-Zan believes that no matter who it is impossible to completely push him into a desperate situation. Of course, in any case, whether it is a disadvantage or restriction, none of these can conceal the fact that jet lag Bankai is powerful. What about the jet lag Bankai? After Kuchiki-Zan killed all the senior members of the Onitsuka family, his personal information changed again. System host. Kuchiki-Zan, real name, Ouyang Xuan. World. Shinigami World, Soul Society status, young master of the branch house of the noble Kuchiki family. Age. 202, soul, system level. Qualification talent. Level 7, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower, etc. Super sense talent additional level 2. True level 9 upper. Strength level. 8th level inferior, spiritual power level 9%, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, and lower 4, etc. Zanpakuto. Yanmo, Shikai, Bankai. Form 1. Great Yan Demon Karmic Fire Space. Second form. Great Yan Demon Karmic Fire Swallowing Spirit Domain, unfinished, liberation language. The karmic fire is burning, clear the troubled world. Purify go. Yanmo. Time difference. Shikai, Bankai. Tampering Realm first form. Minority Game second form. Mortal Deathmatch. Liberation language. 400, Infinity. Tamper. Time difference. Reward ability. Super Sense talent. Shunpo level promotion, Immortal Soul Body, Soul Derivation, Space Affinity Body, Perception Space Bonus, Space Travel Bonus, Destruction Space Bonus. Possess abilities. Kendo, Secret Plus, White Hits, Secret Plus, Shunpo, Secret Plus, Keto, Spatial Ability, 100 Cooking. Of course, these changes are all small details, and there is not much difference, but Kuchiki-Zan found that the system marked the word unfinished on the suffix of his Yanmo's Bankai 2. Come to think of it, this has something to do with him not fully advancing Bankai himself. Kuchiki-Gen doesn't care about this. Relatively speaking, Yanmo's Bankai is better advanced than jet lag. This time, jet lag advanced to the second stage. It's also something that Kuchiki-Gen didn't expect. Gathering his thoughts, Kuchiki-Zan looked at the gate of the Onitsuka house that had been destroyed, and put Yanmo back into the scabbard. His purpose of coming here has been completed, and this transaction is faster and simpler than he expected. After a disdainful smile, Kuchiki Xuanshi walked towards the direction he came from, and no one stopped him along the way, because the Onitsuka family lived near the Onitsuka family, and all the Onitsuka family members before, Heiji Onizuka had already sent him out in advance, so at this time, no one came to intercept Kuchiki-Gen, and Kuchiki-Gen just left leisurely. On the other side, on the battlefield of the three great nobles and the three nobles, the situation is now overwhelming. The three nobles have been defeated by the coalition forces of the high noble camp because of the lack of high-level combat power of the Onitsuka family. On the biggest frontal battlefield, the old man Shigekuni Yamamoto takes the lead. No matter who it is, they can almost finish the job with one blow. No one can resist the old man Yamamoto's blow, not even True Eyes, he. At this time, the old man Yamamoto was like a tiger in a herd of sheep, and there was no single enemy. This kind of battle even made the old man Yamamoto a little impatient. Such a situation made the old man Yamamoto very upset. If he had known that he would not agree to Kuchiki-Gen's proposal, he thought it would be fine if Kuchiki-Gen could stop one or two people, but he did not expect that the war has been going on for so long. Onizuka, none of the high-level members of the family arrived, but the high-level combat forces of the Araki family and the Yamada family arrived, but no one could stop the old man Yamamoto. Chapter 55 The Boring War is over, 8 updates on the day it was released. This chapter was updated in advance, and the remaining 7 chapters will be updated tomorrow. Old man Yamamoto was cleaning up the people of the three nobles, and at the same time thought of the conversation with Kuchiki-Zan before. Put the time back to half an hour before the start of the war. Before the general attack, Kuchiki-zan had already discussed with the Kuchiki family and the old man Yamamoto, but at the moment before the war, Kuchiki-zan still found Yamamoto Shigekuni. Old man, there is something I want to tell you. Kuchiki-zan was so straightforward. Oh, what's the matter? Yamamoto Shigekuni raised one eyelid and said. It's nothing, it's just that when the battle starts, I hope you, old man, can lead the team on the frontal battlefield. Kuchiki-zan said relaxedly.
Why? Yamamoto Shigekuni asked, because he knew that Kuchiki-gen would never do unnecessary things, and he must have his reasons for doing so, so Yamamoto asked.
Well, originally, Kuchiki-zan didn't want to say the reason, but when he heard Yamamoto Shigekuni's question, he could only scratch his head and replied, it's like this. Recently, my strength has improved again, right? Well, so I think, I should be able to go to Onitsuka's house to block the door, so at that time, I will basically not participate in the battle on the frontal battlefield. At that time, you will lead the attack, old man. I believe that there will be no one on the battlefield. It can stop you. Are you going to block the door of Onitsuka's house? Yamamoto Shigekuni opened his eyes in shock when he heard Kuchiki-gen's reason, because the movement was so violent that even the pie-shaped scar on his head was distorted up. Are you crazy, kid? Yamamoto Shigekuni asked in surprise. How can? Kuchiki-zan said helplessly. He didn't say the reason before, in fact, he was afraid that the old man Yamamoto might misunderstand or even refuse to agree, but now he has said it and can only explain it. As for me, I just want to see where my current limit is. Don't worry, old man, I still have confidence in my own strength, and don't forget that I still have this. Kuchiki-zan pointed to the head rope, with hair said. Advertisement, Hearing Kuchiki-gen's words, Yamamoto Shigekuni glanced at the confident Kuchiki-gen, then glanced at the headband on Kuchiki-gen's head, and finally said, since you have already made such a decision, then you go. As for the frontal battlefield, I am here. Hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni's words, Kuchiki-zan, who had prepared a lot of explanations, was startled suddenly, then a smile appeared on his face, and he said, oh, thank you so much, old man Yamamoto. Don't be too busy thanking me. Before Kuchiki-zan finished speaking, Yamamoto Shigekuni said again. You can go, but I have a request. Any request? Come back alive, okay. Thinking of this, the old man Yamamoto's thoughts also came back. He really regretted letting Kuchiki-gen go to block the door of Onitsuka's house alone. Not as good as the Onitsuka family, these two families are almost the dogs of the Onizuka family. There are really too few people who have spiritual power that matches their own, and they are all a group of nobles who have no spiritual power and no combat experience. HMPH. A group of moths who don't know what to say. This is Yamamoto's evaluation of these guys, which can be said to be very pertinent. In fact, the group of old ghosts who intercepted Kuchiki-zan before and designed Kuchiki-zan and Yamamoto Shigekuni are the guys from the first area among the three nobles who have actually been on the battlefield. Hueco Mundo cleanup.
But these guys with fighting ability withdrew from the stage early, and no one could do anything about it.
Of course Yamamoto Shigekuni is aware of this matter. After all, he was also a person who frequently went to the battlefield. He has never been on the battlefield. If the positioning is set a little lower, they can personally participate in the battle against the enemy. At this time, the overall strength of the three nobles will definitely not be so small. You must know that the family history and heritage of the three major nobles are incomparable to the high-ranking nobles, but why is the overall strength of the Kuchiki family, Shihuan family and Shiba family these high-ranking nobles only slightly better than the big nobles? Advertisement in the final analysis, it is because these three families have always been at the forefront of the battle. Needless to say, the Shihuan family is usually the family that fights the most. They are mainly responsible for the investigation of Hueco Mundo and handling emergencies. The Kuchiki family, as the most powerful family among the nobles, has been the warrior of the nobles from the very beginning. The Kuchiki family can be seen almost only when there is a war. The same is true for the Shiba family. The duty of the Shiba family is to guard the periphery. Many members of the Shiba family are the main force to clean up the void. Therefore, the strong fighters trained to fight will not be less than the three nobles, even in terms of combat effectiveness. The people of the high-ranking nobles are even stronger than the people of the great nobles. The reason why the Yamamoto family, which is also a high-ranking nobleman, split is also because of this reason. Yamamoto Shigekuni believes that since the family is a nobleman of the Soul Society, it should be obligatory to fight for the Soul Society, but the other faction disagrees. From Yamamoto's point of view, this faction is the Yamamoto clan who eventually fell to the faction of the big nobles headed by the Onitsuka family. For these people, although Yamamoto Shigekuni was disappointed before, he still cared about the identity of the same clan, but as the people of this faction completely turned to the Onitsuka family, Yamamoto Shigekuni no longer regarded them as his own clan. It's hard to say that there are no such guys involved in the trap against him and Kuchiki general. Once again, a member of the great nobles was slashed. At this time, the coalition forces of the high nobles are already in turmoil. Because the great nobles lack the support of the senior members of the Onitsuka family and the decision-makers, the frontal battlefield has already been crossed. Many members of the great nobles have already begun to attack. Surrendered and fled. Although in front of the station, according to Kuchiki-zan's meaning, the three major nobles who are like moths should be eradicated, but Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki Guren still have different ideas. At the very least, those who surrender can be let go. As for the other stubborn escapees, they were naturally all killed. Soon, the dozens of blocks occupied by the three nobles have all been attributed to the high nobles. At this time, the three nobles no longer have any territory except the clan land. It can be said that the three nobles have survived in name only since then. I didn't expect that. At the end of the war, Shigekuni Yamamoto had given up his shot, because the three nobles had already been defeated, and there was no need for him to make a move. I didn't expect the war to end so easily. Chapter 56 After the War, second update, on the shelf for the first order of custom flowers. Yes, Yamamoto Shigekuni never expected that the war would end on this day after 50 years of seesaw, which is a bit too dreamy. It's really over that simple? Yamamoto Shigekuni sighed slightly as he watched the figures rushing to clean up the members of the great nobles one by one. In fact, Yamamoto Shigekuni is still very clear that the victory at this time is only temporary, because apart from the Onitsuka family who does not know the situation, the Yamada family and the Araki family are not given for nothing. The general situation was defeated, but Yamamoto Shigekuni knew very well that the two families hadn't broken their muscles and bones. The real battle would depend on the offensive and defensive battles of the three major noble clans. At this time, the retreat of the three nobles was actually retreating to the land of a family, and the land of a family was the last trump card of the big brother nobles. Of course, this does not mean that the land has any messy cards, but as a clan land of a family, there will naturally be some backhands, such as various Kido to resist foreign enemies and the like. And the Onitsuka family is already finished at this time. Of course, the members of the Onitsuka family on the front line don't know that their family's patriarch and clan land have been destroyed. Yamamoto Shigekuni had some guesses about this, so he directly notified the troops of the high-ranking noble camp to concentrate on the clans of the Yamada family and the Araki family. As for the Onitsuka family, they only needed a little force to follow the defeated Onitsuka family. That's right, other combat forces should be placed where they are needed. Moreover, Yamamoto Shigekuni believes that Kuchiki Zanyi will definitely kill a lot of the high-level forces of the Onitsuka family. Of course, even if Yamamoto Shigekuni believes in Kuchiki Zan, he does not think that Kuchiki Zanyi can clean up all the high-level members of the Onitsuka family alone. Combat power. This is not a matter of trust or distrust. The key is that in the past 50 years, Kuchiki Gen's gate has not been opened and the second gate has not been stepped forward. Even Yamamoto Shigekuni has no idea how strong Kuchiki Gen's combat effectiveness is at this time. Soon with the retreat of the three nobles, the troops of the high-ranking nobles have retreated all the personnel of the three nobles to the gate of their own family land, and there is no place for the three nobles to survive in other areas. After Yamamoto Shigekuni got the news, he also received an inquiry from the head of the Kuchiki family, meaning whether to directly attack, and Yamamoto Shigekuni quickly returned his meaning to the past. At this time, Yamamoto Shigekuni basically had a vague guess in his heart. The Onizuka family should have been taken care of by Kuchiki General.
Of course, this is just a guess. When it came to the collision between Kuchiki Gen and Ryutsu, the powerful members of the Onitsuka family, that was all.
Specifically, because at this time, the aristocratic area of the Soul Society was all on fire, and Ryutsu was floating around, so he couldn't feel it too specifically. After thinking about it for a while, Shigekuni Yamamoto passed back his consent to the storm. After receiving the news, Kuchiki Guren notified Shihuan's family and Shiba's family at the same time.
The war of extermination of the three nobles has begun. Advertisement. Kuchiki Zan felt the Ryutsu everywhere in the huge aristocratic area at this time, and nodded slightly. With the deepening of his spatial ability, his perception of spatial fluctuations became stronger, and his perception of subtleties was also greatly improved. Promote. It seems that the final offensive should have begun. Kuchiki Zan guessed after sensing a large number of Ryutsu gathered in several places.
Kuchiki Zan was walking slowly towards the opposite direction of the Onitsuka clan, while feeling the Ryutsu everywhere, and not long after, he found the first group of Onitsuka clan members who retreated from the battlefield. Because Kuchiki Zan killed all the high-level members of the Onitsuka family before, the Onizuka family is now in a leaderless state, so the Onizuka family is the first big noble to be defeated on the battlefield. Seeing the Onitsuka people gradually approaching in the distance, Kuchiki Zan slowly pulled out the enma in his hand again. He walked so slowly, in fact, he was waiting for the lost dogs of the Onitsuka family. Because Kuchiki Zan knew very well that without the command of the top leaders of the Onitsuka family, the coalition forces of the big noble camp would be defeated very quickly. After all, there's old man Yamamoto on the side of the high nobles. As long as the Onitsuka family loses, the other two will also be affected, and the time of defeat is not too different. The reason why Kuchiki Zan only met the remnants of the Onitsuka family who were defeated now is also because the Onitsuka family lost its top management. It is very difficult for the Onitsuka family to survive when they retreat. As time goes by, the people who escaped from the Onitsuka family found that there was a Kuchiki Gen blocking them on the only way between them and the clan, and the people of the Onitsuka family were left with nothing but despair. A day later, the battle between the three nobles and the three nobles is over. The war that lasted more than 50 years ended in one day. Advertisement after such news spread, not to mention the three nobles themselves, even the other big and small families in the Soul Society were also shocked. Everyone is guessing why the great nobles lost so quickly. They don't even know that the end of the war is actually all because of one person. At this time, the greatest contributor to the victory in the war, our protagonist, Kuchiki Zan, was kneeling and sitting in the master bedroom of their branch house, looking at the owner of the Dachung branch house, Kuchiki City, who was lying on the couch at this time, with a serious expression on his face.
Not very pretty. Don't do this, Zan. Didn't the old man expect this result a long time ago? At this time, Kuchiki City, who was so old that he could hardly see the original appearance, looked at Kuchiki Zan and said kindly. Quote. Yes, Kuchiki Zan heard Kuchiki City's words, opened his mouth slightly and spit out a word. Yeah, I knew it a long time ago. What's so sad?
Kuchiki opened his mouth and said, yes, he is dying.
As early as 50 years ago, the blood of the branch house in Tucheng showed up, although it is not enough to let Kuchiki City go so fast, but after the decisive battle with the three nobles, Kuchiki City has also exerted its last residual heat. Zan, old, as a father, I have never fulfilled my responsibilities as a father these years, and now my father is leaving soon, the only regret is that I didn't treat you well before, you will not.
Kuchiki's wrinkled face was now more wrinkled because of his smile. He was talking in a rambling manner, while Kuchiki Zan listened without saying a word. The next moment, Kuchiki's hoarse voice stopped abruptly. Suddenly, Kuchiki Zan raised his head and looked at Kuchiki, who was lying down. At this time, Kuchiki had closed his mouth, as if he had fallen asleep peacefully.
Come on, Dad. Chapter 57 Funerals and New Patterns.
Yes, Kuchiki Castle is dead, long after the family business he has been thinking about is completed. He deserved to die, and he died with regret. Yes, he has never fulfilled his father's responsibilities. He has been working for the future of the Dachung branch house all his life. Now that the Dachung branch house has Kuchiki Zan, he has fulfilled his mission. But like he said himself, he is an unqualified father. No matter how incompetent Kuchiki Cheng is, he is always Kuchiki Zan's father. Although Kuchiki Zan has never received any fatherly love, he is already satisfied with having a father.
Kuchiki is incompetent, and he, Kuchiki Zan, is also incapable of being a son of man, so Kuchiki Zan never hated Kuchiki, but at the last moment of Kuchiki's life, he couldn't get over his own hurdle.
Let's go, Stinky. Dad. Kuchiki Zan looked at Kuchiki City that had completely disappeared, and then slowly turned into pale blue spirits, floating around Kuchiki City, and said in a whisper.
After the city of Kuchiki was completely turned into a spirit and returned to the Soul Society, Gen Kuchiki wiped the moisture from the corners of his eyes, stood up slowly, and walked out of the bedroom.
When we came to the hall, at this time, only Kuchiki Gen and Kuchiki Dobe were left with the direct blood of the Kuchiki Dojo branch house. Kuchiki Gen looked at Kuchiki Dobe, and said slowly, the old man is gone. That's right, brother is gone. Kuchiki Dobe slowly smiled on his wrinkled face. It's good that brother is gone, he has worked hard all his life, so he should take a rest. Soon. I'm going to accompany him too. From now on, the Dachung branch house will be handed over to you, Zan. Hearing Kuchiki Dobe's words, Kuchiki Zan frowned slightly, but in the end he didn't say a word, just watched Kuchiki Dobe tremblingly leaving the hall. This is becoming the head of the family, Kuchiki Zan thought out of place. Advertisement. 7 days later, the new head of the Kuchiki Dojo branch house succeeded to the throne, and a grand funeral was held for the old head Kuchiki Castle and the elder Kuchiki Dobe. Yes, Kuchiki Dobe also went with Kuchiki Castle 3 days ago. In the end, both Kuchiki Castle and Kuchiki Dobe held funerals at the same time. The head of the Kuchiki family and the heads of each branch house came in person, not for anything else, just because the current head of the branch house in Dachung is Kuchiki Zan. Soon the solemn but simple funeral was over, and Kuchiki Zan invited all the family heads to the reception room. After the guests and hosts were seated, Kuchiki Patriarch Kuchiki Hongren, who was sitting next to the host seat, said to Kuchiki, congratulations. Well, don't worry, Patriarch, I'm fine. Kuchiki Zan, who was dressed in white mourning clothes today, said with a normal expression. Kuchiki Zan sat on the main seat, and Kuchiki Guren, the head of the Kuchiki family and the head of the main family, sat on the left-hand side of Kuchiki Zan, and was also the main seat. Sitting below were the owner of the Sakura City branch house of the Kuchiki family, Kuchiki Hideki, the owner of the Tsukika branch house, Kuchiki Sukiichiro, the owner of the Kuno branch house, Kuchiki Noto, and the owner of the Shirasato branch house, Kuchiki Tiong, Kuchiki Chongman's son, and other branch house heads, and of course some other heads of small families who have made good friends with the Kuchiki family. This time Kuchiki Gen didn't invite too many people to the funeral of Kuchiki Castle and Kuchiki Dobe. Half of these people came here spontaneously. Kuchiki Gen's original intention was to do a simple ceremony. After all, in the Soul Society, the more powerful the person, when they die, all of them will turn into spirit sons and return to the Soul Society. Although Kuchiki Castle and Kuchiki Dobe are not dead in the traditional sense, they can be regarded as a situation where their own vitality is exhausted, so there are no corpses, and only the tombs are buried, so Kuchiki Gen means everything is kept simple. Also old, Kuchiki Hongren, who was about to run out of vitality in Kuchiki Xuanian's eyes, said again. This time, the owner of the branch house in Kuchiki City has made a great contribution to the war. A lot of vitality is the hero of my Kuchiki family. Hearing Kuchiki Guren's words, all the branch house owners of the Kuchiki family nodded in agreement, and Kuchiki Zan also nodded in agreement with Kuchiki Guren's words. Kuchiki Guren glanced at Kuchiki Gen, and said slowly again, take this opportunity to say something related to the war. Excuse me, Kuchiki Guren glanced at Kuchiki Gen again, and found that he had no objection after thinking about it. He said it again. Advertisement, to sum up, our Kuchiki family won this war, and our high-ranking nobles won. It's a very simple sentence, but after the official announcement of Kuchiki Red Lotus, everyone present except Kuchiki Zan was a little excited, but because of the occasion, everyone didn't show too much. Kuchiki Guren glanced at everyone's reaction, with a faint smile on his face, and then said, "This time, the war can be won, thanks to the help of His Excellency Yamamoto Shigekuni, and the owner of the Kuchiki Zan family who took the risk and stopped it with his own strength. And killed the 8 high-ranking members of the Onitsuka family, so here, as the patriarch of the Kuchiki family and the decision-maker of the high-level noble alliance, I pay the highest respect to the head of the Kuchiki Zan family." Saying that, Kuchiki Guren really stood up and bowed to Kuchiki Gen. Naturally, everyone here knew of Kuchiki Zan's feat afterwards, so when Kuchiki Guren stood up and bowed, everyone stood up and bowed to Kuchiki Zan at the same time. Kuchiki Zan didn't move and accepted everyone's gift steadily. He fully deserved the gift from these people. After all, what he did was really crucial and extremely dangerous. "You don't need to be too polite, these are what I should do." Kuchiki Zan looked at the bowing crowd and said lightly. With the voice, everyone straightened up, and then they all sat back on their seats. Kuchiki Honglian took a sip of tea and said, "Next, I will talk about the changes in the situation after the victory of this war. First of all, we, the Kuchiki family, Shihuan family, and Shiba family, after completely destroying the Onitsuka family, the Yamada family, and the Araki family, we will take the place of the great nobles." Then Patriarch Kuchiki Guren made an announcement about the future situation. The Kuchiki family, Shihuan family and Shiba family naturally became the new nobles of the Soul Society, plus the Suniyashiro family that still existed and played a decisive role in the war. The Yamamoto family who played the role, Yamamoto Heavy Country this tribe, and called the 5 Great Nobles. This is also decided by the high-ranking nobles, that is, the new nobles, after the war. After all, the role of Yamamoto Jikuni is very important. Without him, the war will be extremely difficult. Chapter 58 100 years. The new pattern was completely settled on the 10th day after the end of the war, and a brand new noble family of the Soul Society had appeared, namely the Kuchiki family, the Shihuan family, the Shiba family, the Yamamoto family, and the Suniyashiro family. Become the 5 nobles. The momentum is even weaker than the previous 4 great nobles, but everyone knows that after the original 3 great nobles are removed, the power of the Soul Society is unprecedentedly empty. Let's talk about the 3 nobles who were completely wiped out. The combined numbers and strength of the 3 families are stronger than the high-ranking nobles plus the Yamamoto family. They were completely wiped out. One can imagine the Soul Society how much strength will be weakened. Secondly, it is the high-ranking aristocratic alliance that participated in the war this time, as well as the clansmen of the Yamamoto Heavy Country, and the supporter families of the Yamamoto Heavy Country. All the families also lost a lot of manpower in the war, like the Kuchiki city that died after the war as well as Kuchiki Tobei. There are not a few of them. All in all, the new nobles won, but their losses were not small. The high-level power of the Soul Society was greatly weakened, and the Soul Society at this time can be said to be unprecedentedly empty. Of course, the war is over, and the Kuchiki family and other families have become the new big nobles. Naturally, they will not continue to follow the old path of the Onitsuka family. They will naturally recuperate and wait for the replenishment of vital forces. In this way, 100 years passed in a hurry. 100 years later, 100 years is enough for many things to happen. Among them the patriarch of the Kuchiki family, Kuchiki Guren, passed away, and then Kuchiki Aoda became the patriarch. Advertisement. In addition, the owners of the various branch houses of the Kuchiki family have also changed. Of course, Kuchiki Zan still sits in his position as the owner. The head of the Shihuan family was also passed on by the original patriarch Shihuan Tera to his eldest son Shihuan Sheni, and Kuchiki Zan knew that this Shihuan Sheni had 2 brothers. The second brother was called Shihuan Longer and the third, the younger brother, is called Shihuan Husan, and the 2 also have a son. Longer's son is Long Tailong, and Husan's son is Yuan Ya. And Kuchiki Zan is the same generation as Shihuan God, that is, they can meet as equals regardless of their status. Shihuan Sheni has 2 sons. The eldest son is Shinichi, and the second son is Konger. They're just newborn babies. Kuchiki Zan didn't pay too much attention to them. When they grow up, it will take at least a few hundred years, thousands of years later. The Shiba family is much simpler. The Shiba family has always belonged to a large family with a small number of people in the main line.
The original patriarch of the Shiba family, Shiba Yuanlu, passed the position of patriarch to his son, Shiba Tangu, because of his age.
Shiba Tangu also has a son named Shiba Yanuen. Shiba Tangu is not young, and in terms of seniority, he is a generation older than Kuchiki Gen, which means that Kuchiki Gen and Shiba Yanuen are of the same generation. Needless to say, the Yamamoto family is still in charge of the old guy Yamamoto Shigekuni. I have to say that after 100 years, the old man Yamamoto Shigekuni has more and more dojos, and he has a new title, that is, Yuanlu Jai. After all, if a great master like Yamamoto Shigekuni hadn't been suppressed by the big aristocrats headed by the Onitsuka family, in fact, this honorary title would have existed long ago. After 100 years of baptism, Kuchiki Zan himself has undergone considerable changes.
In 100 years, Kuchiki-zan has cultivated to 99% of the spiritual power originally derived from the lower 9% of the 8th level, but for the last 1%, Kuchiki-zan has spent a lot of effort and has not yet broken through the level, so stuck here for now.
Others, most notably, Yanmo's Bankai Form 1 and Form 2 have disappeared, replaced by a fusion Bankai named Great Enma Boundless Karma Hell. This is a brand new second stage Bankai that Kuchiki-zan has fully comprehended while cultivating spiritual power, that is to say, Kuchiki-zan has finally pushed Yanmo's Bankai to the second stage and is moving towards the third stage. Advertisement: it took 100 years for the spiritual power to reach the pre-advanced level, and Bankai was barely able to understand the second stage. Kuchiki-zan couldn't help but sigh. No wonder there are so few powerhouses above the 8th level in Jingling in the later generations, although the captains are talented. One waits one, but some things really take time. In the words of Kuchiki-zan, this 100 years has passed without pain or itching. The Soul Society has gone through 100 years of recuperation, and the vitality of the major families has gradually recovered. Of course, it is worth mentioning that after the original 4 high-ranking nobles became great nobles, the vacant positions of high-ranking nobles have already been filled by families. The added high-level nobles are the Jingle family, yes, that Jingle. The new Yamada family, not the original Yamada family of the great nobles. The new Muyuan family, that is, the Muyuan family that was killed by Kuchiki-zan. And the Urahara family, the one that Urahara. Among them, the Jingle family is a middle-level noble family that is close to Yamamoto Shigekuni. The new Yamada family is not the Yamada family of the previous great nobleman. This Yamada family has no relationship with the original Yamada family of the great nobleman. The new Muyuan family is the family that Kuchiki-zan exterminated before. After 150 years of growth, Muyuan Genta, who was originally a little boy, has grown into a handsome young man. Muyuan Genta is indeed a once-in-a-thousand-year genius in the Muyuan family. At the age of more than 200 years, he has already caught up with the strength of his father Muyuan General. Although he has not yet realized Bankai, it will be a matter of time. Therefore, Kuchiki-zan will let him gather those who were let go by him in the original Muyuan family. With the support of Kuchiki-zan, the Muyuan family has returned to the position of high-ranking nobles. And with Muyuan Yuantai's own strength not bad, the Muyuan family didn't encounter too many troubles. Chapter 59: Important Things about Yamamoto's Heavy Country. In 100 years, although Kuchiki's mysterious strength has not changed too much, it is enough to change some things for the Soul Society. The time is much better. Anyway, Kuchiki-zan prefers the current Soul Society. In 100 years, the Soul Society has not changed many things. After all, a person with spiritual power has a lifespan of several hundred years. A mere 100 years is the same as the common people who have lived for 10 or 20 years. It doesn't change the status quo too much. Of course, Kuchiki-zan is not from the common, nor is he a spiritual power user of the common. He is a time traveler who has traveled through several times. Naturally, he knows that the Soul Society has been peaceful for 100 years, but it is just a transition, the tranquility before the big change. He was waiting for the moment when Yamamoto Shigekuni ascended the heights. It's just that he didn't wait for Shigekuni Yamamoto's call to establish Jingling, but he waited for Shigekuni Yamamoto's private visit. You know, he has been in this world for hundreds of years, and he has been with the old man Yamamoto for hundreds of years, but in these hundreds of years, whenever the two meet, it must be Kuchiki-zan who takes the initiative to find Yamamoto, and never once Yamamoto took the initiative to find Kuchiki General. Kuchiki-zan was quite shocked by the arrival of Yamamoto this time, because it was indeed the first time, but for hundreds of years, Kuchiki-zan can be regarded as a person who has seen the world, but he did not show his shock on his face. After Yamamoto Shigekuni invited him into his small yard, he waved the servants away, because Kuchiki knew that Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't like to be served by servants. Old man, you took the initiative to come to me, but it's the first time, it really surprised me. After asking Yamamoto Shigekuni to sit down, Kuchiki General said straight to the point, because of the relationship between the two, there was no need to beat around the bush. Hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, Yamamoto Shigekuni narrowed his eyes and glanced at Kuchiki Gen, and then said, "Yes, it's the first time this old man has come to your place. When I came in, I passed by Kuchiki-zan's yard." Yamamoto Shigekuni had already looked at all the yards. It was a very quiet and suitable yard for cultivation. It is worth mentioning that Kuchiki-zan lives in his former yard now, which has become after becoming the patriarch. He did not change places.
Let's talk about it. Old man, you can take the initiative to come to me, it is definitely very important. Kuchiki-zan poured a cup of tea for old man Yamamoto, and asked directly. Advertisement. It's a very important thing. Yamamoto Shigekuni took the teacup, nodded and said, "It's like this, you are still young, are you sure? There are many things you haven't experienced."
Kuchiki nodded. After all, to Yamamoto Shigekuni, the people in Soul Society are all children. Soul Society is not just as simple as the common spiritual world. As the hub of the three realms, the Soul Society not only connects Hueco Mundo and the present world, but also has many mysterious places, the most special and dangerous of which is the four worlds. The great dangerous land and the three great Jedi.
Kuchiki-zan nodded again. He had heard of the 4 great dangerous lands and the 3 great Jedi, but he still didn't know the details. Hearing what Yamamoto Shigekuni said, Kuchiki-zan guessed, could it be one of these 7 places? Something went wrong.
But then, Yamamoto Shigekuni's words made Kuchiki-zan roll his eyes, because it was not what he thought. Well, the 4 dangerous lands and the 3 great jeopardy are meaningless to you at present.
This time, the old man came to you because after 200 years of recuperation, the virtual number of Hueco Mundo has increased again, and recently the old man also received information that the number of ghosts in the barren land, bordering Hueco Mundo and Soul Society has increased again, and ghosts invade the Soul Society and the real world from time to time.
Yamamoto Shigekuni said this, lifting after squinting at Kuchiki-zan, he considered it before speaking again. Originally, the previous expeditions to Hueco Mundo were led by the old man, but this time. Yamamoto Shigekuni said with a slightly solemn face, this time the old man can't go, because this old man is currently preparing for a very important matter. If successful, it will definitely benefit the Soul Society, and even benefit the 3 realms. Hearing this, Kuchiki Xuania was really surprised, because he knew very well that the most important things for Yamamoto Shigekuni were nothing more than 2 things. One was that he surpassed the limit of Shinigami, from the 8th level, advanced to the next stage, which is the 9th order, spiritualist, stage and legendary. And the second thing is whether Yamamoto Shigekuni established Seireitei, or at the same time converted his dojo into the Shenyang Spiritual Art Academy, which is an epic-making feat for Soul Society. Kuchiki-zan thought about it carefully. At this time, the major event of Yamamoto's heavy country should be the establishment of Jingling and Shenyang Academy of Spiritual Art, because Kuchiki-zan knew that it didn't take long for the old man Yamamoto to reach the 8th level of consummation. He practiced with Shinigami in terms of difficulty. This level does not have 1,000 years, even the old man Yamamoto cannot break through. Therefore, Kuchiki-zan affirmed that the important thing that Yamamoto Shigekuni said was naturally the establishment of Jingling, and there was no other possibility at all. Advertisement guessing what the old man Yamamoto was going to do next, Kuchiki-zan was slightly excited, because he knew that once Jingling was established, he would definitely be a pivotal figure in it, although Kuchiki-zan was hundreds of years old, but for this kind of fantasy moment that I always dreamed of becoming the captain in the previous life, now I can experience it personally, how can I not be excited? And this is not the captain of common, this is the first batch of captains established by Jingling, this is an epic-making identity. Soon, Kuchiki-zan suppressed the excitement in his heart, looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni, and asked, so, old man, what do you want me to do? Yamamoto Shigekuni glanced at Kuchiki Xuan again, and said lightly, I hope you can lead a team to attack Hueco Mundo through the barren land. No problem. Kuchiki-zan readily agreed. Oh? Hearing Kuchiki-zan's answer, Yamamoto Shigekuni did not expect him to agree to his request so readily, because Yamamoto Shiguni knew very well that Kuchiki-zan was essentially the same as him, the guy who pursues the highest realm of strength, but the difference is that Kuchiki-zan never regards Soul Society as everything to him, so he didn't expect Kuchiki-zan to agree so happily. Is it strange? Kuchiki-zan saw Yamamoto Shigekuni's doubts and said, actually, the old man is not that complicated. I am also a member of the Soul Society, and besides, the crusade against Hueco Mundo is also part of the experience kind of. Chapter 60 Establishment of the Expedition Team. The crusade against Hueco Mundo can be regarded as a kind of experience. Kuchiki-zan's reason is very simple. In addition to what he said, there is another point, that is, if he does not go, then who can go? If old man Yamamoto goes, the establishment of Jingling will be delayed. Delaying the establishment of the Jingling Court by 1 day is equivalent to wasting a lot of time for the Soul Society. The sooner the Jingling Court is established, the perfect training mechanism will prevail in the Soul Society 1 day earlier, and the power of the Soul Society will naturally be greatly boosted. Ascension, which is what Kuchiki-yun would most like to see happen. Old man, how did you deal with the Hueco Mundo issue before? Now that you have decided to go to Hueco Mundo, Kuchiki-zan naturally wants to know how Yamamoto Shigekuni and the others have done it in the past. After all, hundreds of years after he was born now, it has always been due to the state of conquest among the nobles. No one is in charge of 060, and no one has time to deal with the Hueco Mundo issue. Naturally, he has no channels to know how to deal with Hueco Mundo. Yamamoto Shigekuni heard Kuchiki-zan's question and replied, in the past, the big nobles took the lead, and then each family sent some capable strong men, led by someone, and then gathered together to start from the barren land. Start to counterattack Hueco Mundo in order to clear up the problem of too many fakes in Hueco Mundo. Hearing what the old man Yamamoto said, Kuchiki-zan was also taken aback. Although he knew that there should be no expedition team unique to Jingling in the later generations at this time, he didn't expect this kind of thing to be so random, and then said, is that all? Yes, that's all. Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded. It's really unbelievable, Kuchiki-zan said with a frown. Yamamoto Shigekuni glanced at Kuchiki-zan meaningfully, and then asked, then what do you think? Kuchiki-zan naturally knew what Yamamoto Shigekuni meant when he asked this question, but he didn't care about it, and he didn't plan to go into it, but just said what he thought he should do. I think that a department or team should be set up to deal with the Hueco Mundo expedition. Advertisement. Hearing Kuchiki-gen's words, Yamamoto Shigekuni was slightly moved, but quickly hid his own emotions, because Kuchiki-gen's words touched his heart, because at this time he had already started to build Seireitei. He also thinks that the current Soul Society is in chaos, without any system or rules. So when Kuchiki-zan suggested that a department should be established, Yamamoto Shigekuni was really moved because he had the same idea. Of course, what Kuchiki-zan raised was only a partial problem, and what Yamamoto Shigekuni thought of was Soul Society future problems. What you said, I agree very much. Yamamoto Shigekuni expressed his approval and affirmation of Kuchiki-zan's idea. Actually, I also want to make Soul Society a more orderly place, instead of continuing to be in chaos like it is now. The Central Management Office, the predecessor of Central 46, does nothing, and everything is decided by the great nobles. Such a Soul Society cannot go far. It has to be said that Yamamoto Shigekuni is the strongest Shinigami in several thousand years, not only because of his strength, but also because his vision is much ahead of others. Kuchiki-zan found that Yamamoto Shigekuni had revealed his thoughts slightly and secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and then said, "Old man, you were right, the current Huhun realm is indeed not very ideal. It's rare. You have the same idea as this old man." Yamamoto Shigekuni saw that Kuchiki-zan supported his idea, and the idea in his heart became more affirmative. As for what you said, you should think carefully about it first, and what we have to deal with now is the issue of the so-called expedition team. Kuchiki-zan explained the problem before him. Well, that's a good point, the old man Yamamoto nodded. Then, what are you going to do? Let's gather the 5 nobles to discuss it. Yamamoto Shigekuni thought for a while and said, because after all, it is still the era when the great nobles are in power. Although there is a Central Management Office, the Central Management Office at this time is far less than the later Central 46 has a lot of authority, or in other words, the power of the so-called Central Management Office has been emptied by the original Master Nobles over the years. Advertisement. That's the only way. Kuchiki-zan nodded. After all, they were also used to the era when the great nobles were in power, and such a major event as the formation of an expedition team must be carried out through the great nobles. Soon, Yamamoto Shigekuni invited all the patriarchs of the great aristocrats together in his own name. Of course, the Kuchiki family present was the patriarch Kuchiki Chingtian at this time, and the Yamamoto family was naturally Yamamoto Shigekuni himself, and other families also attended. They were all attended by the patriarch himself. Of course there was one more, Kuchiki-zan. The meeting went smoothly. After all, the meeting was led by Yamamoto Shigekuni, the head of the newly promoted Yamamoto family. With the Kuchiki family's full support for Kuchiki-zan, the meeting was quickly passed unanimously. So far, the so-called expeditionary team has been officially established. Kuchiki-zan is very happy that the expedition team can be successfully established at this time. After all, when the expedition team was established in the history of Seireitei, he doesn't know. What he can do now is to try to make the development of Seireitei as smooth as possible. The establishment of the expedition team is the first step. Through the discussion of the 5 major families, the expedition team is not just a force to crusade against Hueco Mundo, but also has the meaning of labor reform team. People in the Soul Society who have made mistakes, if the mistakes are not too serious, if you can't get to the point of execution, you can join the expedition team and fight for the Soul Society to reduce your own guilt. This is also a way to change your mind. Of course, the expedition team must also have its own full-time personnel. It is impossible for all expedition members to be made up of sinful bodies, wouldn't it be a mess? The above 2 points were also proposed by Kuchiki-zan. This is not his own idea of 0.0. It is a suggestion made by referring to the model of the expedition team in the original book. In the past, it was true that someone made a mistake and was exiled to the expedition team, so combined with this situation, Kuchiki-zan directly installed this model in the rules of the expedition team. Soon led by Yamamoto Shigekuni, the news that the 5 nobles passed and established an expedition spread in the Soul Society. The spread of this news made many ordinary psychics who had no chance to get ahead see their usefulness. After all, there is no Seireitei in the Soul Society at this time, and they have no way to serve the nobles, so Kuchiki-zan has always believed that the establishment of Seireitei can be said to be a pioneering work done by the Yamamoto kingdom. Chapter 61, The Birth of Zanpakuto, Finally Waiting. With the establishment of the expedition team, Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki-gen did not expect that such a huge positive effect would be produced in Soul Society. Many commoner psychics are asking how to join the expedition team. To be honest, the people in the Soul Society are still very simple at this time. They think that they were born in the Soul Society and they are different from the common soul. They naturally feel that they should serve. What does the Soul Society do? So many psychics spontaneously deal with the invasion of the Soul Society. Now that they have heard that the first external department of Soul Society has been established, they naturally want to realize their own value and contribute to Soul Society by joining this department. Seeing the wishes of these people, Kuchiki-zan and Yamamoto Shigekuni were very pleased, which intensified Yamamoto Shigekuni's idea of establishing Seireitei. Of course, this is also the reason why they spread the news that the expedition team wanted to recruit people. Without this, the number of people who want to join the expedition team would not be so exaggerated. The expedition team does need manpower. According to the keynote of the meeting of the 5 nobles, the expedition team has only set up one position at this time, and that is the captain. The 24 candidates who finally passed this position are naturally Kuchiki-zan. Except for his captain, no other position has been established yet. Of course, Kuchiki-zan also has his own considerations, because the current expedition team is established, and it has not yet formed. Kuchiki-zan will decide to go on an expedition until it is formed. The positioning of other positions of the team. Because there are a lot of Soul Society civilians signing up, at this time the expedition team has not yet started to select personnel from the civilians, but first selects people from the nobles. After all, the nobles are the mainstream in the Soul Society, because the nobles are fundamentally stronger than the vast majority of ordinary people with spiritual power, so the number of nobles and strong people is very large. Of course, it does not mean that the common people will not be strong. However, in terms of proportion, there is a big difference. At the previous meeting for the formation of the expedition team, Kuchiki-zan also suggested that the number of the expedition team should not be too large at present. Although it has been a long time since the problem of Hueco Mundo has been dealt with, the 5 nobles are also planning to take the elite route this time. The powerhouse-based expedition takes care of the Hueco Mundo's imaginary excess testosterone with a quick cleanup. Advertisement. According to what Kuchiki-zan said, it is certain that the number of people should not be too many. It is best to limit it to less than 100 people. It can be divided into 10 teams. Common members, and then start the cleanup of Hueco Mundo in the form of small-scale combat. Such a proposal has been approved by the vast majority of people. After all, such a short and capable team can only be effective if it is managed and coordinated. But when everyone was considering the nobility to join the expedition team, Yamamoto Shigekuni received a major invention that has influenced the Soul Society for thousands of years, Zanpakuto. Yes, the young lord of the Naimea family, Naimea Oiwe, created Zanpakuto. When he heard the news, Kuchiki-zan himself was also in the dark. He knew that Zanpakuto was about to appear, but he didn't expect it to appear at this juncture, so it means that Jingling is really about to be established. Of course, there are many people who know that Zanpakuto was born, but no one except Kuchiki-zan knows what it means, because they are not time travelers, and they didn't cross over thousands of years later, so naturally they don't know what Zanpakuto actually represents. Only Kuchiki-zan, an experienced person, knows that the Soul Society is about to change. Phew, I finally waited until today, Kuchiki-zan muttered in his heart. But he found that after Yamamoto Shigekuni received the news from Ermei Iwangyue, he did not go to Ermei's house immediately. Kuchiki-zan, who discovered this situation, was in a bad mood. He really didn't expect that Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't realize what kind of cause this kid from the Nimaya family had. Kuchiki General was anxious, but Yamamoto Shigekuni still didn't respond, and when Kuchiki Gen couldn't hold it anymore, he said to Yamamoto Shiguni, "Old man, don't you go to Nemeia's house?" Yamamoto Shigekuni was also slightly surprised when he heard Kuchiki's question. After all, he is now concentrating on the selection of candidates for the expedition team. As for the knife, he has no time to deal with it. It's just a weapon. He doesn't understand why Kuchiki-zan cares so much about it. Advertisement. Kuchiki-zan seemed to see Yamamoto Shigekuni's doubts, and the whole person was even worse, but he still felt the need to remind the old man Yamamoto. After sorting out the language, Kuchiki-zan spoke. "Old man, don't you think that this so-called Zanpakuto is taken seriously by that kid from the Naimea family?" "Oh, how do you say it?" Kuchiki General said, and Yamamoto Shigekuni also noticed something was wrong. The Ermei Iwangyue was indeed able to invent this knife and that knife before, but it has never been like this time before. Specially sent someone to tell myself, it can be seen that this time is really abnormal. As you put it, it's a little strange. Seeing Yamamoto Shigekuni's suit, Kuchiki-zan felt happy, and continued to strike while the iron was hot. "Yes, you also found out that although I didn't know this Ermei Iwangyue very well before, I also heard about it from other people. It's not a perfect invention, and he definitely won't take it seriously, so I think 847 would be better for you to go there yourself." That makes sense. Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded after listening to Kuchiki Gen's words. "Anyway, the selection of candidates here won't be decided in a short while, old man. You just go there, anyway, it won't delay the matter," Kuchiki-zan continued to encourage. "Well, that's fine, let's go and have a look, in case the thing this kid invented this time will be helpful for this expedition," Yamamoto said after looking at Kuchiki-zan. Hearing Yamamoto's words, Kuchiki-zan finally felt relieved. He really didn't expect that if he wasn't by his side, it seems that the old man Yamamoto Shigekuni should have put Zanpakuto's matter aside first, which would inevitably make him the promotion of Zanpakuto was delayed, which led to a different situation in history. Yamamoto Shigekuni can be regarded as vigorous and resolute. Since he said he was going, he naturally put down what he was doing and rushed to Ermeia's house. Kuchiki Gen didn't follow Yamamoto Shigekuni to Nemeia's house. After all, he knew what Zanpakuto was, and he didn't show the proper reaction when he followed him. It was easy to cause problems, so he simply stayed. Anyway, things are moving towards the direction he expected has developed, so there is no need to mix it up, just wait for the final result. Chapter 62. Shaking Soul Society. Shaking Lingwang Palace. Half a day after Yamamoto Shigekuni went to the Naimea family, a news that shocked the entire Soul Society spread throughout the Soul Society. The content of the news was that the Naimea family created the perfect beautiful knife carrier, Zanpakuto. The people who heard the news at first didn't know what this Zanpakuto was, but soon, a more detailed news spread throughout the Soul Society. Zanpakuto is a final knife that can be carved into the sealed state of the real knife. Zanpakuto can help people quickly condense their spiritual knives, so that spiritual power users can realize their own spiritual knives in less time, and they can also use Zanpakuto to fight before they have materialized their spiritual knives. Although it does not have the unique attributes of a spiritual knife, it can transmit and utilize spiritual power better than ordinary knives. When all the people with spiritual power heard the news, they were dumbfounded, they were shocked, because it is so difficult to realize the spiritual knife. But all people with spiritual power knew it very well from the beginning, so when they knowing that through this so-called sealed state, they can possess Zanpakuto, later described as Zanpakuto. More quickly, how could they not be shocked? You must know that the threshold for Soul Society to condense Zanpakuto is very high now, which is different from that in Jingling in the later generations, where any Shinigami with a little bit of talent can have Shikai. Comparing the two, the threshold is much higher now than before, or even make a metaphor, to get Zanpakuto in the current way, at least 5 or 6 of the seats are possible. So, when the news that Zanpakuto could be obtained faster came out, the entire Soul Society was boiling. Not only that, even the Soul King Palace in another dimension was alarmed. As the instigator, Nimiwu Wangyue did not have much emotional fluctuations at this time, because he already knew it when he designed Zanpakuto. When Zanpakuto came out, the name was established. He believed in himself, and similarly, he sat down at this time, so he had no troubles. Although Ermaiwu Wangyue has no disturbances, Yamamoto Shigekuni understands that Ermaiwu Wangyue is leaving. After all, such an invention, such a magical, slashing soul knife, will inevitably receive special attention from the royal family's spies, for example, the spy chief, Ichibei Hayasobi, at this time. Of course, this news also passed back to Kuchiki-zan's ears. After Kuchiki-zan heard all the news, he began to fall into the meeting. He had seen the Zanpakuto information in the meeting. Zanpakuto, its shape, state, and abilities, are modeled after Shinigami's own soul. Shinigami gain power by knowing the name of the Zanpakuto given to them, and by having a spiritual dialogue with it. This is Zanpakuto. Who is this? As I said, Kuchiki-zan forgot, but this is not important. The important point is that it is obvious that the spiritual knife that has been passed down for thousands of years will be completely replaced by Zanpakuto, so there is no such thing as spiritual knife in later generations. The state of Zanpakuto, the shape, size and ability of the sword vary according to each person's situation and personality. The original form of Zanpakuto is the same, and they are all the specifications of Japanese samurai swords. And each sword has its own name. During the battle, Shinigami can call the name of his own sword to release the sword and release more powerful power to fight. When Zanpakuto kills the void is purified and restored to wholeness. It is worth noting that each Zanpakuto has its own soul, mind, character. Don't think of it as a weapon. Advertisement: the person who created and forged all Zanpakuto is the sword god, Nimiwu Wangyue, who alone created the prototype, sealed state, of all Zanpakuto. In fact, Kuchiki-zan had misunderstood this before, but now after coming to Soul Society in person, he found that the so-called Zanpakuto was actually created by Ermaiwu Wangyue. This sentence is a bit general and untrue. The real situation is that all the sealed state was indeed created by Ermaiwu Wangyue, or in other words, all the simple carriers of Zanpakuto were created by Ermaiwu Wangyue, and the soul of Zanpakuto, that is, its root, comes from the soul of everyone. It was decided, not Naimea Oiwe. The original book Zhang Ermaiwu Wangyue once mentioned. More than 6,000 members of the GoDay 13th Division were temporarily loaned out during the college students, and officially awarded the nameless Zanpakuto when they joined the team. All dead Shendu in this let the sealed state sleep and eat together, and through accumulated training, write the essence of your soul into the sealed state, to create your own Zanpakuto. The meaning of this sentence is that after he created many sealed states, after the establishment of Jingling, these sealed states were distributed to all members of the GoDay 13th Division, and then each the swords of the team members are all in a sealed state, which is, without a name. When they can communicate with the sword, the name of Zanpakuto will appear, and then they will get the real Zanpakuto, which is the Shikai of Zanpakuto. Of course, Naimea Wangyue also mentioned, the raw material of Zanpakuto is the same as Bai, made by Aizen Sosuke, which is made of the fusion of many Shinigami souls. This is easy to understand, because there is only one Zanpakuto, made by Ermaiwu Wangyue at this time, which is made with the spirit son of his own soul, that is to say, he only made his own Zanpakuto. More Zanpakuto, then part of the soul of the corresponding person is required to be servant. Finally, Kuchiki-zan also thought that Zanpakuto and sealed state need to be distinguished. The sealed state specifically refers to the unliberated Zanpakuto in later generations, and the specific form and materialization of Zanpakuto are determined by the holder itself rather than the sealed state. This point has already been mentioned above, so it is not specified again. In addition, there are Zanpakuto passed down from generation to generation by the 5 major nobles and other nobles. At present, Kuchiki-gen has not found anything specific. He doesn't know what the Kuchiki family passed down. Of course, there is another point that Kuchiki-gen is also hearsay, that is, Yamamoto Shigekuni's Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, which appeared many years ago and is suspected to be a member of the extremely powerful Zanpakuto inherited. After recalling some materials, Kuchiki-zan waited for the plot to continue to develop. Sure enough, the day after the news came out, Yamamoto Shigekuni ushered in someone who was almost at the same time as him. A very young bald Yamato Shang, Ichibei Hayasobi. Ichibei Hayasobi, known as the monk with his real name, is actually one of the oldest guys in the Soul Society, and he is the name of everything in the Soul Society. The title, I Monk, the name, I Monk, bestowed by King Ling was changed to, real name call Monk, I, and real name call, or homonyms in Japanese, which was originally named for all things in Soul Society the key figure of the Zanpakuto of each Shinigami, so he knows the Zanpakuto real name of each Shinigami like the back of his hand. So far, Kuchiki-zan knows that Ermaiwu Wangyue is going to Lingwang Palace. Chapter 63 Zanpakuto is here. Open black lens bracket. Please customize close black lens bracket. Yes, Ichibe Hayasobi came to pick Ermaiwu Wangyue to Lingwang Palace. After all, Ermaiwu Wangyue's achievements at this time can be said to be sword body. After all, he has created the perfect Zanpakuto. Even the omniscient Ichibe Hayasobi is quite impressed by this. After all, he can't make such a thing. The follow-up of Ermaiwu Wangyue has been determined. Lingwang Palace is his destination, and probably only when Jingling is established and the large-scale production of sealed state can we see him again. The head of the royal family's secret agents worked very quickly, and within half a day, he confirmed the function of Zanpakuto, and then took Ermaiwu Wangyue away. After Wang Yu was taken away, Yamamoto Shigekuni also left Ermei's house. Before that, he had obtained the sealed state that Wang Yu temporarily extracted from his soul, and his purple scabbard was simple and simple. The atmospheric Ryujin Jaka has been imprinted by him in Zanpakuto. You must know that when there is no Zanpakuto, after the spiritual knife appears, the owner's Ryotsu will be consumed every moment, which is not a very good experience, but some strong people regard this consumption as a kind of exercise, because such consumption is not just consumption, but the owner of the spiritual knife must always pay attention to the output of Ryotsu, otherwise, the existence of spiritual power or. However, Kuchiki-zan is an exception. The Zanpakuto he obtained from the system from the beginning of 100 is the real Zanpakuto, not the Soul Society's spiritual sword at that time. This point has been mentioned earlier, although Kuchiki-zan did not have a training wheel in Ryotsu's way, but Kuchiki-gen also saves a lot of mental energy to do other things. After Yamamoto left Namei's house, he found Kuchiki General. After all, the appearance of Zanpakuto was really a subversive thing for Soul Society, so Yamamoto Shigekuni found Kuchiki-zan in time after Ermaiwu Wangyue was taken away by Yamato. Yamamoto Shigekuni's most valued guy. What do you think about Zanpakuto? After arriving at Kuchiki-gen's small courtyard, Yamamoto Shigekuni asked straight to the point. You ask me what I think, how can I see it? Of course it is a good thing, otherwise what do you think? Kuchiki looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni with a half smile and asked back. HMPH, you little brat, your speech is always so vague. Yamamoto Shigekuni snorted when he heard Kuchiki-zan's answer. He knows Kuchiki-gen, but he doesn't know Kuchiki General after so many years of getting along. Yamamoto Shigekuni has been observing Kuchiki-gen, because Yamamoto Shigekuni thinks Kuchiki-gen is very mysterious, so mysterious that there is a sense of disobedience. Advertisement, but Shigekuni Yamamoto couldn't tell where Kuchiki-gen's sense of disobedience was. But after getting in touch with him, Yamamoto Shiguni discovered that Gen Kuchiki's goal was actually the same as his, so although Yamamoto Shiguni had doubts in his heart, I have never doubted Kuchiki-gen's motives, but there is one thing that makes Yamamoto Shigekuni a little unhappy, that is, sometimes Kuchiki-gen is always clouded when he talks and does things, making people unclear what he wants to do. Just like now, Yamamoto originally asked Kuchiki-zan what he thought, but Kuchiki-zan didn't answer the question, so the old man Yamamoto was a little unhappy. You be *****D, don't give me such a trick, you answer the questions honestly, Yamamoto Shigekuni said angrily. Okay. Seeing that the old man Yamamoto was not happy at all, Kuchiki-zan didn't pretend to be a joke, and said directly, the appearance of Zanpakuto must be a good thing for Soul Society, and even for what you are going to do next, are of great help. I believe you should understand this, right? How does it sound? You seem to know what the old man is going to do. Yamamoto raised his eyelids and looked at Kuchiki-zan meaningfully and said, well, more or less guesswork, Kuchiki-zan said with a slight smile. HMPH, then tell me, what is this old man going to do? Yamamoto Shigekuni stared at Kuchiki-zan sharply, because he really wanted to know if what Kuchiki-zan said was true. Hey, old man, don't talk to me, although I don't know what you are going to do, but what I know is that what you are going to do is to subvert the original structure of the Soul Society. Kuchiki-zan, spread your hands and say, CEDF. You. Hearing Kuchiki-gen's words, Yamamoto Shigekuni's eyes suddenly widened to look at him, and then the aura on his body began to rise involuntarily. Don't get excited. Seeing that Yamamoto Shigekuni lost his composure, Kuchiki-zan hurriedly comforted the old man Yamamoto and said, I definitely support what you are going to do, so don't get too excited. The reason why I agreed to deal with it, the Hueco Mundo thing, also because of this. HMPH. Hearing Kuchiki-gen's explanation, Yamamoto Shigekuni narrowed his eyes slightly, and then put away his aura. He didn't expect that Kuchiki-zan could really guess what he was going to do. So, what do you mean? Asked Shigekuni Yamamoto. Advertisement, I've said it all, I must support you. The current Soul Society, I think it's time for a change, but. Kuchiki-zan said this, glanced at the old man Yamamoto, and then said, however, before you do this, you'd better discuss it with the old monk, otherwise things may be a little difficult to handle. Huh, what you said makes sense. Yamamoto was now completely sure that Kuchiki-zan really knew what he was going to do. Okay, don't try to tempt me here. Your business can only be done with the support of many parties, so you can go to your own business. As for Zanpakuto's business, it is absolutely beneficial. It's harmless, don't worry. Kuchiki-zan waved his hand and said. Then, what about the expedition? Yamamoto asked again. Expedition team? Of course we are waiting. Kuchiki-zan was startled, and then replied. Wait, old man Yamamoto was also taken aback. Nonsense, wait for that boy Wang Yu to make more sealed states. Didn't he let Wang Yu make the number of sealed states used by the expedition team first? This will help to improve the strength of the expedition team. Yes, are you waiting? Kuchiki-zan rolled his eyes and said. Yeah, that's what you said, then just wait. Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded. He knew how to make the sealed state, so he also thought that what Kuchiki-zan said was feasible. After all, with the production speed of Meiwu Wangyue, the sealed state of more than 100 people can be produced in a few days. Then inform first, let the expedition team wait. After all, it's a good thing, the old man Yamamoto finally said. After talking about these two matters, Yamamoto Shigekuni left Kuchiki-gen's yard and went to work on his own affairs, leaving Kuchiki-gen to start thinking about the expedition team. Chapter 64 Candidates before departure. Open black lens bracket. Please subscribe for flowers. Close black lens bracket. For Kuchiki-zan, the expedition team is his most important thing now. Kuchiki-zan has already thought about the structure of the expedition, and it has been recognized by everyone, but at this time, the appearance of Zanpakuto interrupted the establishment of the expedition team. Now where Meiwu Wangyue has also been brought to the space where the Lingwang Palace is located, and began to mass produce the sealed state of the first generation. This so-called sealed state of the first generation means that users must brand their own souls. In the sealed state, you can truly assimilate your spiritual knife into Zampakudo, so the process will be a bit complicated, Meiwu Wangyue also knows this. But now he has no ability to improve. However, he already has an idea, but it has not been implemented yet, and it coincides with the establishment of the expedition team, so Meiwu Wangyue means that the expedition team should be armed first, so they can achieve twice the result with half the effort, so at this time, he produced the sealed state of the first generation. Regarding the complexity of the first generation sealed state, Kuchiki-zan has no idea, because he knows that the sealed state will always be improved, and the speed will be very fast, because the sealed state equipped after the old man Yamamoto established Jingling is all it has become a new generation of sealed state, so Kuchiki-zan is not worried at all. His only headache now is the selection of the expedition team. So far, the original number of the Centurion has been selected. In addition to him as the general captain, the expedition team still needs 10 team leaders. At this point, Kuchiki-zan was quite troubled. After screening, 6 captains were selected from each family, but there were still 4 positions that were vacant. Apart from the recommended ones, Kuchiki-zan had a few candidates in his mind, but he didn't know whether the other party agreed or not. First of all, the first candidate he thought of was his little brother Moto de Muyuen, who he had saved, but now Moto de Muyuen it hasn't been long since the old members of the Muyuen family have been recruited and become a high-ranking nobleman again, but the other party may not be willing to follow him to a place like Hueco Mundo. Of course, Kuchiki-zan believes that the Soul Society at this time can be said to be relatively safe and peaceful, so this is the best time to go out to practice, with Muyuen Genda's qualifications. Entering Hueco Mundo to practice and experience, there are only advantages and no disadvantages for him, so Kuchiki-zan will think of Muyuen Genda at the first time. Advertisement. Speaking of Muyuen Yuantai, the current Muyuen Yuantai has changed a lot from the past. Not only is he much stronger in strength, but he is no longer a little boy in appearance, as if he already has the appearance of a young patriarch. The first candidate is naturally Moto de Mahara. Even if Moto de Mahara agrees, there are still 3 vacancies. This problem makes Kuchiki-zan a little confused about how to choose. Although there are a few candidates in mind, it is in the end. Regarding the matter, apart from Muyuan Yuantai, the chances of other people accompanying him are even slimmer. But the odds are small, and the chances are small. As the captain of the expedition team, these things still have to be done personally. After all, once the share of Zanpakuto comes down, the expedition team must start in time. After Kuchiki-zan made his decision, he went directly to the current location of the Muyuen family. Because of the problem of the Muyuen family's choice of camp, Kuchiki-zan demolished half of the former Muyuen family's clan land, and the rest was generally left to be abandoned. The current location of the Muyuen family is a land that was originally controlled by the top 3 nobles, which was originally selected by the mother of Muyuen Yuan, and then became the clan land of the current Muyuen family. When Kuchiki-zan arrived, he was respectfully invited to the patriarch's yard by the members of the Muyuen family. Kuchiki-zan also met Muyuen Genta, who had been the patriarch for a long time at this time. "Brother Zan, you are here," Moto de Mahara said with a sincere smile on his face when he saw Kuchiki-zan.
"Well, I came to see you for something," Kuchiki-zan said with a smile. After all, Moto de Muhara lived with Kuchiki-zan for a long time, and Kuchiki-zan also taught him a lot, saying that the relationship between the two is as close as brothers. "Okay."
"Oh, Brother Zan, you go to the 3 treasures hall for nothing, and you have something to do with me? Let me guess, is it about your expedition team?" Muyuen Yanta invited Kuchiki-zan to take a seat, and poured a cup of tea in person, and then waved back, the servant said. "Haha, your guess is quite accurate. It is indeed about my expedition team. After all, I am the captain of the expedition team. There are still a few important positions left, so I naturally have to pay attention," Kuchiki said with a smile. "Ask for flowers, advertisement, I guessed it right, Brother Zan, what is it?" Muyuen Yuan said in surprise. Kuchiki-zan took a look at Muyuen Genta, and then under his perception, there was no one nearby before he said in a low voice, "As for me, there are still 4 teams under my team who have not found a captain. I hope you can become one of them. The captain of the team? Me? Is it suitable? Muyuan Yuentai's still a little green face was full of surprise, and then continued. Besides, Brother Zan, you also know that our new Muyuan family is now being treated with a lot of waste. Sheng, I have to decide everything. I really don't know how to answer you about this matter. Of course I know your situation at this time, but, Kuchiki Zan said, his face suddenly became very serious, and his voice was lowered again. There is one thing, if it is not my relationship with you, I will not tell you. You should hear me clearly. Huh? Seeing Kuchiki Zan's expression and state, Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then his expression became serious, because he knew that once Kuchiki Zan talked to him in this way, it meant that the matter was very serious. He also takes it seriously. Seeing that Moto Damahara was ready, Kuchiki Zan said in a low voice, the world of the Soul Society is about to change, and the opportunity I give you now is your capital, a Soul Society that will let the Muyuan family gain a foothold in the future. Otherwise, with the size of your current Muyuan family, you may be squeezed out by other nobles at that time. What? The Soul Society is going to change again? Who will fight with whom? After hearing Kuchiki Zan's words, Muyuan Motoda was shocked, because it wasn't long before the Soul Society stabilized. Here we go. You're thinking wrong. Kuchiki Zan quickly said, it's not what you think, it's not that there will be another war, but the structure of the Soul Society will change, and the nobles will no longer be the masters. Do you understand? Now if you can become an important part of the expedition team before the change, then your capital will be quite strong in the future. Do you understand what I mean? Chapter 65 Shiba Yanuan's proposal. Open black lens bracket. Please subscribe for everything. Close black lens bracket. Hiss. Hearing Kuchiki Zan's words, Moto, who is as smart as Yuan, naturally understood what Kuchiki Zan meant, and because he understood the meaning, he took a deep breath. Brother Zan, is what you said true? Muyuan Yuentai asked. Of course it is true, Kuchiki Zan said flatly. Then, I understand, count me in for the expedition team, Yuan said solemnly. Kuchiki Zan has already said the words for this sake. If Makihara Motoda still doesn't understand, then he is a bit out of his mind, but he is not a person without brains, so he understands the meaning of Kuchiki Zan's words. Well, okay, that's it. I'll let you know before we leave. I believe you won't have to wait too long. Hearing Muyuan Motoda's answer, Kuchiki Zan nodded with a smile and said, Okay, Brother Zan, you will inform me of September 20th, when the time comes, and I will start arranging family affairs now. Muyuan Yanta nodded and said. After getting the answer he wanted, Kuchiki Zan walked out of the gate of Muwan's house holding his straight wooden sword. Although Muyuan Genta's quota is confirmed, there are still 3 vacancies for Kuchiki Zan. It's really not easy to handle. Because each family of the big nobles has already filled part of the vacancies, it is difficult to let the 5 big O, not the 4 big nobles, come out. Among the big nobles, the Suniyashiro family has always stayed out of various things. The duty is to ensure the safety of the corridor of the Great Spirit Book, and of course other great nobles are also happy to do so. So now the 4 nobles who are in charge are the 4 nobles who are in charge, but the 4 nobles have already produced many people, and it is not realistic to force the 4 nobles to recruit people. After all, the war just ended 100 years ago, and now the 4 the big nobles are also recuperating, and they don't have much spare energy to force people to come out. What Kuchiki Xuannang can do now is to search one by one. Only when he himself nods and agrees to join the expedition team can he fill a vacancy. While Kuchiki Zan was worrying about the candidates, he was walking on the way home when he passed by Shiba's house unknowingly. Yes, as a high-ranking nobleman, the Muyuan family's current residence is within the rule of the Shiba family, so it's not unusual for Kuchiki Zan to walk to the Shiba family's clan place unknowingly. Hey, isn't this the grandson of Kuchiki Genda? Advertisement? A rough voice interrupted Kuchiki Zan's thinking. Kuchiki Zan followed the prestige and saw a big man with beard holding his Zanpakuto standing on the wall of the tall courtyard of Shiba's house, laughing and said. When Kuchiki Zan saw this person, he was also slightly startled. He was annoyed for a while, and then smiled on his face, and then said, Who am I? So it is the future patriarch of the Shiba family, Bo Yuan. Shiba Yanuan is the son of the current patriarch of the Shiba family, Shiba Tangtora. Although he is not a few hundred years older than Kuchiki Zan, the Shiba family has fewer people and a higher seniority. Therefore, although Shiba Yanuan is not the patriarch, he is older than Kuchiki Qingtian 1 generation higher, that is to say, he is really the grandpa of Kuchiki Zan, so every time I see this guy, Kuchiki Zan has a bad face. Hey, what are you talking about? Upon hearing Kuchiki Zan's teasing, the 5 big and 3 thick Shiba Hiko ape was immediately unhappy, jumped down from the courtyard wall, came to Kuchiki Zan's side and patted Kuchiki Zan heavily shoulder, then put away his smiling face and said, You be *****D, how did you get here? Kuchiki Xuan felt the weight of the slap on his shoulder, and secretly remembered this time in his heart, but he said, Hey, really, I have been thinking about things, but I have come here and I didn't find it. What are you thinking about so preoccupied? Shiba Hiko asked. Of course it's my expedition team's problem, Kuchiki Zan said helplessly. Why aren't there enough candidates? Shiba Hikamon is a relatively serious person in essence, and only occasionally loses focus when meeting Kuchiki General. That's right, there are still 3 squad leader positions short, Kuchiki Zan said with a sigh. Hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, Shiba Hiko ape also forgot to joke with Kuchiki Gen, rubbed his chin with his hands and began to think. A moment later Shiba Hiko ape's eyes lit up, and he slapped his hands and said, Hey. I figured it out. What did you think of? Kuchiki Zanyi was startled, looked at Shiba Hiko and asked, after all, he didn't think that the guy who was usually careless could think of any good ideas. Look at this. Shiba said with a smile on his face, how about letting my son and 2 grandsons go with you, so that your first and second vacancies will be filled? Your son and grandson? Kuchiki Zan was taken aback when he heard Shiba's proposal, and then said with a look of astonishment. Advertisement, what's the matter? Shiba Hiko Ape heard Kuchiki Gen's rhetorical question, and said with a face of course. Your son? Is that the boy named Iron Owl? Kuchiki Zan said with a strange face. Yes, what's the matter? He has a son, Kuchiki Zan asked again. Of course. Otherwise, where would I have a grandson? Shiba Yanyan still had a look of course. Seeing Shiba's appearance, Kuchiki shook his head speechlessly, the point of what he said was not at all okay. I'm asking you, your son doesn't matter, what's the matter with your grandson joining the expedition? Kuchiki Zan said, rolling his eyes. Oh, you mean this? Shiba finally realized it, scratched his head and said, it's actually very simple, and I have my reasons for doing this. Tell me the story. It's like this, I also know that my father is only one of my sons, he is not in good health recently, it seems that it won't be long, so I will be the patriarch in a short time. Shiba Yanuen said 5.8 with an uneasy face. The old patriarch of Tengu, is he in such poor health? Kuchiki Zan met Shiba Tengu at his father's funeral, but he didn't expect this Shiba clan head who had just succeeded to the throne for only 100 years it's about to die, time is really not forgiving. Yeah, who would have thought of that? Shiba Yanuen said with a melancholy face, don't talk about this. Continue to talk about my things. Isn't it estimated that I will be the patriarch soon? I also only have one son, Tai Xiao. I am not very worried, but you also know that Tai Xiao is not a good patriarch, so I want to see if his 2 sons are capable. Hearing Shiba's words, Kuchiki finally understood that he wanted to start with his grandson by co-authoring this. Chapter 66 Shihuan's Thornhead Open Black Lens Bracket. Please customize close black lens bracket. Shiba Yanuen wanted to see from his grandson if he could find a good seedling for a patriarch. After all, Kuchiki Zan knew very well that Shiba Iron Owl could be a Shinigami, but being a patriarch was really not a problem. To use an old saying in Daxia, Shiba Tieshao is a martial idiot, with good strength and talent, but he is not that material at all as the patriarch. So Kuchiki Gen can understand the mood of Shiba Hiko Ape. Then what happened to your 2 grandsons? Kuchiki Zan asked. Oh, didn't I let that boy Iron Owl get married before the war started? You also know that my Shiba family is small, what if there is no one left? Speaking of this, Shiba Yanuen looked at Kuchiki Zan sincerely said, this is thanks to you, if you hadn't ended the war early, maybe how many people in my Shiba family would have died. Okay, don't mention that, let's talk about the main point. Kuchiki Zan naturally knew the significance of what he did, so he didn't need Shiba Yanuen to remind him. I know. Shiba Yanuen nodded and said, no, Tai Xiao has 24 sons after he got married, one is Qing Wei and the other is Hong Xiao. Both boys are very talented. I want to see who is more excellent, so I want to use the expedition team to see the situation of the 2. Aren't you afraid that all 3 of them, father and son, will stay in Hueco Mundo? Hearing what Shiba said, Kuchiki couldn't help rolling his eyes. I haven't thought about it, isn't there still you? Shiba said with a smile. Can I keep an eye on the 3 of them all the time? You guys are really? Kuchiki Zan said, shaking his head speechlessly. Hey. Shiba Hiko Ape kept smirking at what Kuchiki General said. Kuchiki Zan ignored him, he was now pondering the feasibility of what Shiba Yanuen said. Shiba Iron Owl Kuchiki Zan somewhat understood, he was indeed a good fighter in combat, but when it comes to Shiba Qingye and Shiba Red Owl this little guy is only 100 years old, is it really appropriate to join the expedition team at such an age? Advertisement, what's the situation with your 2 grandsons now? Kuchiki Zan asked after a moment of deliberation. It's not bad, already has the strength of the 5th level and is about to reach the 6th level, Shiba Yanuen said. Oh, that's really a bit of talent, Kuchiki Zan said in surprise. Hey, I don't dare to bother you without any talent, do I? Shiba said cheerfully, obviously he is quite satisfied with his 2 grandsons. Let me think about it. Although the strength of the 5th level is not bad, it still feels a little bit worse to be a team leader. If there is really no suitable candidate in the end, it can only be like this. Kuchiki Zan shrugged and said. Hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, Shiba Hikamon nodded and said, it's okay, anyway, my purpose is to let them go to practice, you decide. Oh, that's right. Shiba Yanuen had finished speaking, but suddenly he slapped his head and continued. I remembered, you should go to Shihuan's to see. I remember that there seems to be a guy in Shihuan's family who messed with the old guy has a bit of a headache, he really doesn't know what to do, can't you get him into the expedition team? Is that the case? Kuchiki Gen asked, looking at Shiba Hikamon. I also heard what our old man said, Shiba shrugged and said uncertainly. Okay, I'll go to Shihuan's house to have a look, as for your 2 grandsons, just wait for my notice. Kuchiki Zan waved his hand at Shiba Hikamon and then walked away. Shiba Yanuen saw that Kuchiki Zan was leaving in the direction of Shihuan's house, knowing that Kuchiki Zan had listened to his words, so he nodded in satisfaction, and then walked towards the main entrance of his house. Kuchiki Zan naturally took Shiba Hikamon's words to heart, and he began to think about the current situation of Shihuan's home. Advertisement: the current patriarch of the Shihuan family is Shihuan Shenyi, a very young patriarch. Kuchiki-zan knows this patriarch relatively well, because this Shihuan Shenyi is considered to be his peer. Shihuan Shenyi has 3 sons, Shihuan Shenyi, Shihuan Longer and Shihuan Husan. Among the 3 brothers, Shenyi has the gentlest personality and good talent. He is the best candidate for the next patriarch, although he is still young. Small, but already has a certain leadership qualities. And his 2 younger brothers, Longer and Husan, although their aptitude and talent are slightly stronger than Shenyi, they are not good candidates for patriarch. Especially Husan. Husan is a bit irritable and uninhibited, he often does things as he pleases, which makes Shenyi furious. In Kuchiki's mind, if there is any problem, it should be on Husan. After all, although Longer also has a stubborn temper, when doing things, he is not as freewheeling as Husan. Relatively speaking, Longer is much better than Husan, at least Longer is sensible, but Husan is completely unreasonable, so is his father and Shihuan's patriarch. Shihuan Shenyi is also quite a headache. Kuchiki-zan is quite clear about these things. Another point is that among the 3 sons of the patriarch of the Shihuan family at this time, Husan's talent is the best, and he is the youngest, but as far as 493 is concerned, his strength is the most strong. He is stronger than Shenyi and Longer, and because of this, Husan has a lawless character. In Soul Society, a place where the weak pay attention to blood and strength is the best capital, but in Kuchiki-zan, come on, such people will soon be unable to get along in the Soul Society, because soon, this Soul Society will change, and by that time, old man Yamamoto will not need unruly people. Soon, when Kuchiki was pondering about the problem, he came to the site of Shihuan's family. The site of Shihuan's family is not too far from Shiba's house. Yes, so it is normal for Shiba's house and Shihuan's house to be close. It's close, but it's actually a lot of blocks away, but Kuchiki-zan's thoughts were all on the problem before, so he didn't realize how many blocks he passed. It seems that if you don't look for Shenyi, you can't do it. Okay, just let me solve the problem for him. Kuchiki Xuan looked at the gate of Shihuan's house not far away, smiled and said to himself. After finishing speaking, Kuchiki-zan shook his head, and walked towards the guarded gate of Shihuan's house. Chapter 67 Kuchiki-zan's black hand open black lens bracket. Please subscribe and ask for flowers close black lens bracket. Kuchiki-zan soon met the head of the Shihuan family. Shihuan Shenyi had a kind face, but he was a very serious middle-aged man in his heart. Sometimes Kuchiki-zan doesn't quite understand the growth rules of these guys in Soul Society. Anyway, the growth speed is weird, which makes people puzzled. As for the speed of aging, Kuchiki-zan has not figured it out until now, but there is one thing Kuchiki-zan knows very well, that is, as long as the strength is stronger, the lifespan will be longer, but the speed of aging does not seem to be included in this list. Among them, Yamamoto Shigekuni is an example. Let's not talk about the time before Soul Society. Counting from the time when he established Seireitei, this old man is already Whitebeard. After 2,000 years in Seireitei, he will still look like an old Whitebeard, which is hard to understand. Kuchiki-gen didn't know it before, but now he knows very well that old man Yamamoto is less than 4,000 years old, except for the 2,000 years that Seireitei was established, that is to say, old man Yamamoto also lived for 2,000 years before, but Yamamoto is heavy half the time this guy in the country is in the state of an old Whitebeard, and there is no one else. Therefore, it is very wise that Kuchiki-zan did not think about this issue any further. After all, it is reasonable to say that youth and middle age occupy the most time in a person's life, and old age should be the least, but Yamamoto Shigekuni the old man completely violated this rule, so Kuchiki-zan decisively gave up this research. Just like Shihuan Shenyi in front of him, although he is not very old, but he is already middle age, which makes Kuchiki-zan even more powerless to complain. Great genius of the Kuchiki family, this is your first visit since I became the patriarch, Shihuan said to Kuchiki-zan with a smile. Well, you know, I don't usually like to go out, Kuchiki-zan also said with a smile. That's true. Shihuan nodded in agreement with Kuchiki-zan's words, so, what's the matter with you when you come to the door this time? That's natural. Kuchiki-zan nodded, I won't come if I have nothing to do. In fact, my purpose of coming is very simple. Although there are 2 purposes, in the end it is actually one thing. Oh, would you like to hear more about it? Shihuan asked in surprise. Advertisement, as for me, I heard from Hiko-san that you have a bit of a headache recently? Kuchiki-zan didn't answer directly, but asked Shihuan Shenyi. This Hiko monkey. Hearing Kuchiki-zan mention Shiba Hiko monkey, Shihuan Shenyi said speechlessly. What did this guy tell you? He said that you have a headache recently because of your son's affairs, so I am here to solve the problem for you, Kuchiki said with a smile. How to solve it? For a moment Shihuan didn't quite understand what Kuchiki-zan was going to do. Seeing Shihuan's situation, Kuchiki-zan knew that this guy must have been completely troubled by Husan's affairs, so he didn't make a fuss and said directly, as for me, you should know what I'm busy with recently, right? God Shihuan nodded his head to show he understood, but he didn't speak, meaning to let Kuchiki-zan continue. This visit is precisely because of this matter. Actually it's very simple, my expedition team is short of people, and the source of your troubles is your third son Husan, so I think he is more suitable to enter among the expedition team, Kuchiki-zan said bluntly. Huh? Expeditionary team? God Shihuan froze as soon as he heard Kuchiki-zan's words. After being slightly surprised, Shihuan Shenyi asked after a moment of pondering. Can this work? What's wrong? His strength should be enough, although there is a big problem with his personality, do you think? I can't handle it? Kuchiki said with a mysterious smile. And, do you think character is very important in a place like Hueco Mundo? Kuchiki-zan continued to give his reasons without waiting for Shihuan to answer. In fact, Kuchiki-zan has carefully considered these things. It seems that Shihuan Husan, as the strongest of the three sons of Shihuan Shenyi, is fully capable of entering the expedition team and becoming a small captain. The prerequisite for joining the expedition team is that he himself agrees, or forcing him to agree. Advertisement, huh? Putting it this way, it seems quite reasonable. After Kuchiki-zan said this, Shihuan suddenly understood what was strange, and his whole eyes lit up. To be honest, Shihuan Shenyi, as the new patriarch of Shihuan, has been devastated by his son Husan these years, and he has nothing to do, but if there is a way. It's not going to get to the Shiba guy's ears either. Now Kuchiki-zan has given a solution, and in his opinion, this solution is quite reliable, because as a father, he hopes his son can get exercise. The team is a good opportunity, but because of his son's bad temper, Shihuan is still a little worried. After all, if the current expedition team wants to recruit people, it must be approved by the person himself, otherwise it is a violation of the agreement. But, Husan, can he join the expedition willingly? Shihuan asked his worries. Is this a problem? Kuchiki-zan was laughed at by Shihuan Shenyi, and of course he was also angry. He also convinced this guy, and let his son lower his IQ. Indeed, the current expedition team has passed the selection stage. At this stage, if you want to join the expedition team, you must personally say the resources to join the expedition team. This is the result of discussions between various forces and must be followed. That's why Shihuan Shenyi asked such a question. Good Zhao.
But you have Zhang Liangji and I have a wall ladder. If you disagree, I will force you to agree. This kind of thing is very normal among the nobles. Now Shihuan God always asks Kuchiki-zan about this kind of question. It can be seen what happened to Shihuan Shenyi by his son. If he doesn't agree, you force him to agree. You can ask this kind of question. How did your old man choose you as the patriarch? Oh, forget, your old man is only your son. Kuchiki-zan said with a disgusted face.
I'm really sorry. When Kuchiki-zan said this, Shihuan was embarrassed, but at the same time he was very upset. Of course, this displeasure is for his B******** D son, after all the reasons are because of his B******* D son, otherwise how could he be laughed at by Kuchiki-zan here? Chapter 68 The Challenge on the eve of departure open black lens bracket seek everything close black lens bracket. How to do it specifically? Although Shihuan Shenyi was upset, he still asked what went wrong. It's very simple, you just let him sign up. If you don't sign up, you lock him up. If you don't agree, keep him locked up until you agree. Kuchiki Xuan can be said to open his mouth about this kind of thing. Then I heard that your expedition team is about to leave? Shihuan asked again. That's right, Kuchiki said naturally. It's because we're about to set off that we're going to do this. When the time comes, you can say that as long as we set off and he hasn't joined the expedition team, then he will be gone forever. Just shut him up. Hearing Kuchiki-zan's words, Shihuan was also shocked by Kuchiki-zan's scheming method. He really didn't expect that, as a genius, older generation, who met Soul Society, Kuchiki-zan would be able to come up with such a vicious method, which simply cut off all the back roads of Shihuan Husan. The Ghost Island expedition. How long does it take for the team to go to Hueco Mundo? After all, the problem of Hueco Mundo has not been dealt with for hundreds of years. However, Shihuan Shenyi also had to admit that the method Kuchiki-zan said should be a good one. After all, as his best son, Shihuan Shenyi also had to admit that if it was him, he would not be able to be so cruel. Hands. Hey, how's it going? What's your decision? Kuchiki-zan looked at the hesitant Shihuan and asked urgently. The method is a good way. But, can you guarantee that Husan will improve after the expedition team's training? Shihuan asked nervously. After all, if it doesn't work, it's not a waste of work. What are you worried about? Even if it doesn't improve, can it be worse than it is now? Don't forget, who is the leader of the expedition team? Kuchiki-zan narrowed his eyes dangerously when he heard Shihuan Shenyi's words, then he said something like this.
Hearing Kuchiki-zan's words, Shihuan was stunned. He just thought that the captain of the expedition team was the one in front of him, and the one in front of him ended the Soul Society ahead of schedule with his own efforts. A fierce man of war between nobles.
If that's the case, then it's settled. Shihuan was not an indecisive person, and immediately agreed to Kuchiki-zan's proposal. Well, it's fine if you agree, then please go and do this, Kuchiki-zan said with a smile. Sita, when he heard what Shihuan said. In this way, the candidates for the last 3 positions are actually all in place. Advertisement. The son of Shiba Yanyuan, Shiba Iron Owl, is a team leader, and then his 2 sons, Qing Wei and Hong Xiao, are divided into a team leader, and the last position is the troublesome task of Shihuan's family. Muyuan Yuantai, who had passed, just filled the 4 vacant positions of the expedition team captains. I'm going. Shihuan was taken aback when he heard Kuchiki-zan's words. Am I going? Kuchiki-gen rolled his eyes and said. Okay. I'll go right away. Shihuan Shenyi got up speechlessly and walked towards the backyard, because he had indeed imprisoned Shihuan Husan for the past few days. At this time, this guy the first backing up, thinking about it. About half an hour later, Shihuan returned to the reception room with an ugly expression on his face, and sat opposite Kuchiki-zan. Kuchiki-zan looked at Shihuan's face and asked, "Why, things are not going well?" As soon as Shihuan heard Kuchiki-zan's question, he sighed and said, "Strictly speaking, it worked out." Huh? Hearing Shihuan's words, Kuchiki was stunned. "You still have this virtue if you succeed?" Success is success, but... Shihuan's face turned ugly when he said this, that B******** Dihu-san made a condition. What conditions? Originally, I used the method you taught me to persecute him. That kid originally refused to agree, but after I took out the trump card that would lock him forever, he compromised, but he put forward a condition. He wants to challenge you. That kid guessed it, you are the one who taught me this method. After speaking, Shihuan Shenyi's face became even uglier. After all, being threatened by his son in such a way, it is impossible for anyone to be in the mood, okay? Oh, he. After listening to Shihuan Shenyi's narration, Kuchiki laughed. The reason was naturally Shihuan Husan himself. He knew that Husan was difficult to deal with, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. Challenge me? Interesting, if you want to challenge, then come. Kaki Shushuen smiled and said. Advertisement, do you agree? Shihuan asked in surprise. Why'd I disagree? Kuchiki asked rhetorically. Well. Okay, take me there. After dealing with Husan's matter, it's a big thing in my heart to let go. Kuchiki-zan waved his hand indifferently and said. As soon as Shihuan heard what Kuchiki-zan said, he shook his head helplessly and got up and led Kuchiki-zan towards the practice field behind Shihuan's house. Half an hour later, at the practice field in the backyard of Shihuan's house, a handsome young man with a face similar to Shihuan's, but even more arrogant and unrestrained, was half kneeling on the ground with a knife in tatters, gasping. At the same time, not far from him, standing is Kuchiki-zan, who is holding Yanmo with a sword in his hand. A way of holding a sword, and in the distance is Shihuan Shenyi, who is watching a play. The half-kneeling young man was naturally the third son of Shihuan Shenyi, Shihuan Husan, and his tragic situation at this time was also caused by his challenge to Kaki Shushuen. D. Why is the gap so big? Shihuan Husanban knelt while panting heavily, while cursing unwillingly. And Kuchiki-zan looked at Shihuan Husan with a smile on his face. He agreed to Shihuan Husan's challenge half an hour ago, and then came here with Shihuan Shenyi. It turned out that Shihuan Husan had been waiting here a long time ago. Apart from anything else, Husan, who had an arrogant and wicked face, slapped Kuchiki-zan on his face as soon as he came up. But who is Kuchiki-zan, who has experienced the baptism of various forms in modern society? How could he care about this talk? Although it is not bad, but facing Kuchiki-zan, he has no chance to jump at all. In this way, while playing and inspecting Shihuan Husan's Kuchiki-zan, he tortured Shihuan Husan for nearly 20 minutes. Chapter 69. Everything is ready. Open black lens bracket. Please customize close black lens bracket. Are you convinced? After repelling Shihuan Husan again, Kuchiki-zan asked lightly, carrying his own black sword Enma. And Shihuan Husan's hands were trembling at this time, and he was about to lose the Zanpakuto in his hand. I'll ask you again, do you agree? If you don't answer, then I'll take a serious shot. Kuchiki-zan smiled, but even Shihuan, who was watching the battle, felt the chill. Shihuan Shenyi, the 7th level powerhouse, Shihuan Hu 3, the 6th level perfect powerhouse. It can be said that the strength of both of them is not weak, but under the strong pressure of Kuchiki-zan, the two feel like children. The reason why Shihuan Husan challenged Kuchiki-zan before was because he was the captain of the expedition team, and the other reason was that he was not qualified to participate in the original war, but for Kuchiki-zan, who was blown into the sky, he had a natural affinity. Not convinced, so there is such a challenge, of course, because he knew that since his father Shihuan Shenyi said such words, it meant that it was impossible for him not to join the expedition team, so he followed suit and put forward such a condition. But what he didn't expect was that in the half-hour fight, he was abused from beginning to end, which can be called a disgrace to his life journey of hundreds of years, but he couldn't do anything about it, because no matter how upset he was, no matter how blindly confident he was, I can also see the gap between him and Kuchiki-zan. Convinced. Shihuan Husan replied tremblingly, holding the knife in his hand. Hearing Shihuan Husan's words, Kuchiki-zan smiled slightly, put the sword back into its sheath, and said, Don't forget, when the expedition team gathers, I will notify you. Shenyi, I'm going first. The latter sentence was naturally said by Kuchiki-zan to Shihuan Shenyi, because the matter has been dealt with, and Shihuan Husan's matter has also been resolved, and there is no point for Kuchiki-zan to stay here any longer, so he simply left. Advertisement. Shihuan looked at Kuchiki Xuanyuan's figure, and then glanced at his own son, then shook his head and left the practice field. He knew that although Husan was persuading with his mouth, he still didn't know what he was thinking. But he is also very clear that Shi Muxuan definitely has the means and ability to educate his third son, who is not worried. Only Shihuan Husan was left on the training ground at this time. After seeing both of them leave, he fell to his knees with a plop, and he had no extra spiritual body to support himself. Because most of his spiritual power was swallowed by Kuchiki-zan, although the battle has always been tepid, but Kuchiki-zan's Enma ability is too exaggerated, and he is often attacked. Husan won't suffer too much damage, but the spiritual power sucked away is real, so Shihuan Husan is now so weak that he can't even support his body. Really? What a horrible B*******. Shihuan Husan said cursingly. Yes, he has already personally experienced the horror of Kuchiki-zan. He used to think that Kuchiki-zan, who was not much older than him, was blown as a once-in-a-thousand-year genius, which was completely nonsense, but now he does not. You have to admit it, because the gap is too huge. Facts have proved that rumors may not be true, and Shihuan made the most direct proof with his own personal experience. Shihuan Husan originally thought that with his strength, he would be able to compete with Kuchiki-zan, but he didn't expect that he was being abused the whole time, and it was abused without any suspense, or Kuchiki-zan could be abused as much as he wanted. A blow to Shihuan Husan's self-confidence. However, as a maniac who does his own thing, Shihuan Husan's psychology is quite strong, so he decided that the expedition team must go, and only if he gets close enough to Kuchiki-zan can he have a chance to defeat him. Kuchiki-zan left Shihuan's family land. After dealing with Shihuan Husan's problem, the manpower problem of the expedition team was basically solved. The rest is to wait for Amaiwu Wangyue to make Zanpakuto alive. Of course, before that, Kuchiki-zan still needs to go to Shiba's house. After all, he has not informed Shiba Yanuen about Shiba Iron Owl and Iron Owl's two sons, Qing Mei and Hong Xiao. After notifying Shiba Yanuen, the only thing that really affects the departure of the expedition team is the popularization of Zanpakuto. Judging from the current situation, it is impossible to truly popularize the Soul Society, and it is also possible for the expedition team to use it. Because of the urgency of the situation, advertisement. Asking for flowers. 0 After Gong Sun Yi arranged everything, someone from Lingwang Palace also sent news that the production of the first batch of Zanpakuto at Ermaiwu Wangyue was nearing completion, and the expedition team could prepare for departure. After receiving this news, Kuchiki Xuan immediately notified the chiefs of the clans and the relevant expedition team members, and all the members gathered once, the purpose of which was to let everyone get acquainted with each other's teammates. The team leader is also fully equipped. The 4 new additions, Moto de Mahara is the captain of the 7th team, Shiba Iron Owl is the captain of the 8th team, and Shiba Qing and Shiba Hongxiao are arranged by Kuchiki-zan to become the 9th team, the captain and deputy captain, and finally Shihuan Husan became the final captain of the 1st team. 0. The captains of the other 6 teams are actually members of the major families, but for these people, Kuchiki-zan knows the team leaders of the next 4 teams better. On the 3rd day after the assembly of all members, the first batch of Zanpakuto, who were rushed out of the 2 pieces of House Wangyue, were sent to Soul Society. Everyone is full of curiosity about Zanpakuto. As the first generation of imprint Zanpakuto, before using it, the user must inject his own soul fragments into Zanpakuto, so that he can bind his spiritual knife to Zanpakuto among them. That is, the complete imprint becomes Zanpakuto, so that Zanpakuto can always exist in the outside world without consuming the user's own Ryotsu. Soon, the entire expedition team had already equipped Zanpakuto. Originally, extracting soul fragments was a technical task. With the Soul Society technology at this time, no professionals could not do it, but Ermaiwu Wangyue had already thought of it in view of this, while making Zanpakuto, a simple soul extraction device was also made. Anyway, it is not to preserve the soul fragments, just extract them and inject them directly into Zanpakuto, without too high technology. When the expedition team goes out and the 101 people from Kuchiki Xuanwei, the captains of Qingnu and Hong Xiao, have all branded Zanpakuto, it means that the expedition team is about to set off. Chapter 70 Entering the Hueco Mundo. The expedition set off. The expedition team consisted of 102 people, and after they were all equipped with Zanpakuto, they set out from Soul Society. To come to Hueco Mundo from Soul Society, there is only one way for Soul Society at this time, and that is to enter the outermost edge of Hueco Mundo through the barren land between Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. The location of the barren land is next to the Dead Forest, one of the 4 major dangers of the Soul Society. The so-called 4 major dangers of the Soul Society are the Maggot Hole, the Lair of Maggots, the Dead Forest, the Crypt Space and the Soul. There are 4 places in the abyss. Kuchiki-zan knew before that the so-called Maggot Hole should be the lair of maggots that imprisoned some prisoners in later generations, which is the place that Urahara Kazuki managed before becoming the captain of the 12th Division, and also the captain of the 12th Division after Urahara Kazuki Kuritsuchi, the place where Miuri, 077, was held. Except here, the other 3 places, the Dead Forest, the Crypt Space and the Soul Abyss, are dangerous places formed by extremely special natural environments. The specific Kuchiki-zan is not very clear, but the reason why they are called dangerous places is also it means that anyone with a weaker strength enters. Basically there is no return, just like the Dead Forest next to the barren land. Only spiritual power users with spiritual power above level 6 can enter, but those who enter Hell level 6 basically have no return. The former Soul Society also organized the exploration of the 4 dangerous places. These are all conclusions after the exploration, but even after the exploration, there is still no relatively detailed information on the 4 dangerous places, because of the maggot holes and dead silence. Outside the forest, the dangers of the selected space and the Soul Abyss are even more strange and disorderly, that is, the uncertainty of the danger, so that the Soul Society dare not explore these places too much. Of course, the maggot holes and the danger of death in the 4 dangerous places are relatively small, but these are things to come. Now I want to talk about the barren land between Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. As the name suggests, there is nothing in the barren land, just like a dead desert. Although it is not as desolate as Hueco Mundo, it is not far behind. The barren land is very vast. As the connection between the Soul Society and Hueco Mundo, it is guarded by the Soul Society all the year round, and often goes to Hueco Mundo for expeditions through here. But this time, it is the first time for such a systematic and mobilizing crusade. For 100 years, no one is willing to allocate troops to deal with the problem of Hueco Mundo. It has been delayed until now. In the past few hundred years, the development of Hueco Mundo is also very rapid. The number of ghosts is increasing day by day. It is conceivable how huge the number of Hueco Mundo is at this time. Advertisement. Even Kuchiki-zan felt that such a lineup might not be enough. Although the previous crusade was only a few dozen teams, the situation was different. The collective coping patterns are certainly different. Under the leadership of Kuchiki-zan, a group of people wrapped in capes and hoods on their heads, marched quickly in the barren land like a desert. After marching for about 3 days, the group finally came to the junction of the barren land in Hueco Mundo. It is more like a thin layer of world separation than the junction. After everyone passed the world barrier, everyone in the expedition team also came within the range of Hueco Mundo. Kuchiki-zan looked at the desolate scenery of Hueco Mundo, which was even worse than the barren land. Hueco Mundo was more like the Gobi Desert than the barren land. Feeling the complex but rich spiritual energy of Hueco Mundo, Kuchiki-zan took a deep breath. It is really a good place for experience. Brother Zan is right, this place is indeed richer than Soul Society's spiritual seeds. The one who spoke was naturally Kuchiki-zan's younger brother Moto Damahara. Except for Moto Damahara, no one would call Kuchiki Xuan big brother. And hearing Muyuan Yuentai's words, Shihuan Husan, who was not far behind Muyuan Yuentai, curled his lips in disdain. He thought that Muyuan Yuentai was a sycophant. Although his strength was good, he was too flattering. Of course, it's because he doesn't understand Kuchiki Genda's help to Makihara Motoda. If he knows, he still thinks so, because that's who he is. In fact, along the way, Shihuan Husan showed his thorny nature early on. Of course, Shihuan Husan naturally targeted Kuchiki-zan before, but Kuchiki-zan ignored him for the sake of the overall situation, but as the younger brother of Kuchiki-zan's loyal supporter Makihara Motoda quit. Advertisement. The age difference between the two is not right, and the strength is also similar, so the two are completely matched. Of course, Kuchiki-zan doesn't care about it. It's a good thing to have competition. As long as Shihuan Husan doesn't do too much, then there will be no problem. The other captains, when they saw the conflict between Shihuan Husan and Muyuan Yanda, they should have not seen it, because among the captains, Shihuan Husan and Muyuan Yueta's strength is among the best, except Shiba's Iron Owl. No one is stronger than the two, and Tai Xiao kept his father's words in mind, and took his 2 sons, Qing Wei and Hong Xiao, to follow Kuchiki-zan. Wrong step. Shiba Iron Owl naturally obeyed his father's words. As for Shiba Qingye and Shiba Hongxiao, they're 2 handsome teenagers. Although their strength is not bad, they can only be regarded as the last among the captains of the 10 teams, so they don't have much right to speak. Naturally, their father, Tai Xiao, would not express his attitude indiscriminately. Okay, now we have entered the scope of Hueco Mundo. The spiritual power of people in our Soul Society is fundamentally different from that of Shu. Soon a large number of Shu will find us. From now on, everyone all must be prohibited by the spirit, or don't blame me for being rude. What Kuchiki-zan said is very accurate and important. As a captain, you really need to have an overall planning ability of 5.1 and an iron fist, otherwise the team will be very difficult to lead. Of course, before departure, everyone in the expedition team already knew who Kuchiki-zan was and what kind of abilities Kuchiki-zan, the captain of the expedition team, had. Kuchiki-zan's words are quite caring. Okay, now, all of you go forward. Remember, if there is a battle, don't fight alone. You must cooperate with each other. You have to treat the lives of your companions as your own, because you won't know which battle, which companion will save your life. Set off. After Kuchiki-zan Yi gave the order, everyone wrapped their hoods again and headed towards the depths of Hueco Mundo. Chapter 71. The long-lost reward in the century of Hueco Mundo. Open black lens bracket. Please subscribe and ask for flowers. Close black lens bracket. There is no difference between day and night in Hueco Mundo. Only after Aizen entered Hueco Mundo and established the Void Knight Palace in later generations, under the design of Aizen, there is a difference. Hueco Mundo is different from Soul Society. It is a barren land, full of sand, a barren and desolate scene. There are no plants here at Hueco Mundo. What looks like dead twigs are actually quartz. Critters do, and they also have masks and holes in their chests. Since Hueco Mundo has a higher density of spirit particles than Soul Society, those small things can survive as long as they absorb spirit particles in the atmosphere, instead of constantly devouring souls to fill the emptiness in their hearts like Shu. Outside the Suya Palace is a large white desert where few creatures survive. What look like dead branches are actually the tops of trees in the Manos Grande forest. In Suya Palace, there is another world created by Aizen, with the blue sky white cloud. Each Espada has its own palace in the empty night palace. So the current Hueco Mundo has nothing. If you insist, the forest of Manos Grande is an obvious landmark. Where Jillian and Below live in the Hueco Mundo. The burial place of the rest of Shinigami Isito's companions who came with the expedition one time in the original book. It is called Forest of Death by Nilu and his party. The forest of Manos Grande is where the Manos Grande lives beneath the yellow sands of the Hueco Mundo, a world unreachable by the Soul Society's decisions. In the process of chasing and killing Shu, he strayed into the Manos Grande forest. Later, Shinigami Asido, who had been stationed here, told Rukia Kuchiki that the Manos Grande forest was Shu's lair. In the forest of Manos Grande, as long as the void here is reduced, the harm to the world will be reduced accordingly. The protagonist and his party entered the Manos Grande forest by mistake, and then left with the help of Asido. This is the information of the Manos Grande forest known to Kuchiki-zan. For the rest, it is up to Kuchiki-zan and the others to explore by themselves. After the expedition team came to Hueco Mundo, under the command of Kuchiki-zan, they first selected a basin with fairly good terrain and designated it as the camp for the expedition team. Although everyone is a powerful spiritual power user, but it is also impossible to fight without sleep in a place like Hueco Mundo, so the choice of camp is extremely important. Advertisement after the camp was set up, Kuchiki-zan took a few team leaders out to explore the way, and the other team members stayed in the camp to set up tents and so on. Soon, under the leadership of Kuchiki-zan, the group found out the situation of Fang Yuan around the camp, and also grasped the location and situation of the Manos Grande forest. This also means that the crusade against Hueco Mundo has officially begun. The reason why Kuchiki Xuan did not choose to continue to renew the contract in depth, but set up camp 100 miles away from the Manos Grande forest, is to avoid Manos Grande, the powerful superior in Hueco Mundo, not to mention Vasto Lord, even if it is an Ajukas, for everyone in the Soul Society during this time period, it is also an extremely powerful existence. You must know that the weakest Ajukas also has the strength above the 6th level of perfection, not to mention the powerful Ajukas like Espada in the original book. To be on the safe side, Kuchiki-zan did not let people go too deep into Hueco Mundo. At the same time, he also thought that the mission of the expedition team was to reduce the number of Hueco Mundo. There is no hard requirement for the quality, so Kuchiki-zan did so. It is completely reasonable, yes, after all, the expedition team is not the most elite unit of the Soul Society, so it is good to be able to reduce the number of common voids. It would be even better if some Manos Grande like Jillian could be eliminated. Therefore, based on this principle, the policy formulated by Kuchiki-zan is already very friendly to the members of the expedition team. With the formulation of the Crusade plan, Kuchiki-zan also ushered in the long-lost rewards. Kuchiki-zan has not seen systematic rewards for more than 100 years. The reward this time is also a random reward, and the name of the reward is also very strange, because Kuchiki-zan participated in the establishment of the expedition team and the reward given for the first crusade against Hueco Mundo. The reward is quite practical. It is a constitution type ability called Super Healing Body, randomly obtained. It is a very simple type of skill. Rapid healing of injuries, so to speak, is a very simple but very practical and powerful ability. Of course, the specific healing speed is not clear to Kuchiki-zan now, and only when he is injured in the future can he clearly understand it. The camp was also settled, and the rewards were received, and the crusade against Hueco Mundo's ghosts was approaching. However, Kuchiki-zan didn't expect that it would take so long from the beginning. Advertisement drag. 100 years later, time flies, and 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The century of Hueco Mundo and the century of Soul Society are not the same concept. Hueco Mundo is too desolate. The members of the expedition team who came to Hueco Mundo have no other choice but to fight Shu. Unlike at Soul Society, there are other things to do. 100 years have passed, and the situation of the expedition team has changed a lot. Even Kuchiki-zan himself has become a lot more mature than the original boy. Of course, it's not just Kuchiki-zan's appearance that has changed, his information has also changed more or less. After 100 years, Kuchiki-zan finally broke through from the lower level of the 8th level to the middle level of the 8th level, but from the middle level of the 8th level, the progress of spiritual power is even slower. You know, this is Hueco Mundo, which is the ratio of the concentration of spiritual particles. The higher place of the Soul Society, here, is assisted by various abilities. Kuchiki has only broken through the lower rank of the 8th rank and reached 15% of the middle rank of the 8th rank. It is conceivable that the 8th rank how slow is the speed of cultivation afterwards. Now Kuchiki-zan finally understands why it took the old man Yamamoto thousands of years to go from the 8th rank to the 9th rank. Even if he is a cheater like himself, it took hundreds of years for a lower rank from the 8th rank to reach the middle rank. Years, not to mention the down-to-earth old man Yamamoto. Chapter 72 Change open black lens bracket. Please customize and ask for flowers close black lens bracket. 100 years is not long or short, especially in a place like Hueco Mundo, without any adjustments or other things to do. The time is easily stretched infinitely. Over the past 100 years, the expedition team's achievements can be described as very brilliant. Numerous Zus, large and small, have been killed by members of the expedition team. This kind of battle has also made everyone understand that Shu is also an elusive thing. Just like their Zanpakuto, they don't know what kind of abilities the other party will have. However, this kind of experience is the experience summed up by the members of the expedition team with their own blood. In 100 years, the number of members of the expedition team has shrunk by more than half. At this time, the number of members of the expedition team is more than half that of the 102 people when they first arrived in Hueco Mundo. At this time, the expedition team has grown from the original 10 teams were reduced to 4 teams, and the 4 teams were not fully staffed. Counting Kuchiki-zan himself, the expedition team at this time only had 38 people left. The degree of staff reduction can be imagined. In the past 100 years, it's not that Kuchiki-zan never thought about asking for help from the Soul Society, but when he thought about what old man Yamamoto was going to do, he let go of this idea. Of course, in the past 100 years, Kuchiki-zan is not the only one who has become stronger. The surviving members of the expedition team can well deservedly say, lousy are all elites. Yes, the survivors are the elite. The current 253 expeditionary team has only 4 teams. This is the team replanned by Kuchiki-zan after the serious downsizing. The captain of the small team is Shiba Iron Owl. After 100 years of fierce fighting, Shiba Iron Owl, his current strength, has already surpassed the Iron Owl's father Yan Yuan that Kuchiki-zan met 100 years ago. This tough guy who didn't talk much, brought his 2 sons to Hueco Mundo, and his strength at this time is already in the middle of the 7th rank. It can be said that he is the strongest in the expedition team, except for Kuchiki-zan. Immediately afterwards, the captain of the second team was Shihuan-Husan, the thorn in the head. Originally, when he first came to Hueco Mundo, this guy was still dissatisfied with this and that, but with the coming of the battle, especially when his own life was involved when the battle came, Shihuan-Husan's lawless and do-it-yourself character has been smoothed out a lot, especially after being rescued 3 times by Kuchiki-zan, once by Shiba Iron Owl and once by Muyuan Motoda in the battle. He became less talkative, more diligent, and stronger. At this time, Shihuan-Husan is indeed the guy with the best aptitude and talent among the 3 of their brothers. After 100 years of fighting, Shihuan-Husan's talent has been fulfilled. At this time, he is also in the middle of the 7th rank a strong man, although his physical strength is not as good as Tai Xiao, who has already entered the 7th level middle position, but among the 4 captains, his strength can be regarded as the second. Advertisement: the next captain of the 3rd team is naturally Kuchiki-zan's younger brother Mu Yuan Yanda. Because Mu Yuan Yanda is younger than Shihuan-Husan, the blood of the family is not as good as Shihuan's family, but Mu Yuan Yuada's talent is really not weak. Although he didn't reach the middle level of the 7th level, he surpassed his father back then and reached the level of the lower level of the 7th level. At the same time, he also mastered his own Bankai, which is also a rare master. The last 4 teams are naturally taken care of by many parties. The 2 brothers of the Shiba family are already quite mature, Shiba Qingye and Shiba Hongxiao. The 2 brothers were quite uncomfortable when they came to Hueco Mundo, but to be honest, the battlefield is really the best place to train people. Although the 2 brothers were taken care of a lot in the previous battles, but after with the intensification of the battle and the downsizing of the expedition team, the 2 brothers began to grow rapidly. Up to this time, the 2 had already reached the level of perfection of the 6th level, and they could break through to the 7th level anytime, anywhere. As for the members of the remaining 4 teams, some were former team leaders, and some were only members of the common. There have been earth-shaking changes. If the Jingling Court has been established at this time, when these people return to the Jingling Court, they are all the 5th and above seats, and most of them have the ability to become vice-captains. At this time, Sibi, Kuchiki-zan, sitting in the camp, looking at the unchanging sky of Hueco Mundo. Kuchiki-zan waited for Shihuan-Husan's report. Today is the 100th anniversary of coming to Hueco Mundo. Before that, Kuchiki-zan asked the team to gather up, because this batch of supplies has run out again. Kuchiki-zan sent the 4th team of the Shiba brothers back to the Soul Society to obtain the material map.
When I came here 100 years ago, more than 100 people used up the materials they brought with them for more than 10 years.
After that, every 10 years Kuchiki-zan would send people back to deliver the materials, because people with spiritual power also need to eat, otherwise will starve to death, so supplies are essential things. Every time Kuchiki-zan sends people back, it is actually a means to contact the Soul Society. Although there are means to contact the Soul Society directly, it is not a routine method after all, and the cost of contacting once is not small, so it is not a last resort. Kuchiki-gen won't use that way. Kuchiki-zan is very concerned with the Soul Society's dynamics. After all, he has been waiting for Yamamoto Shigekuni. Oh no, he has already handed over to Yamamoto Genryusai. This news is the information brought back by the Soul Society team last time. After getting this information, Kuchiki-zan knew that the old man Yamamoto was about to establish the Shino Spiritual Art Academy, and after the appearance of the Shino Spiritual Art Academy, the Jingling was established. Advertisement: Kuchiki-zan has been waiting, so this time he pays special attention to the returning team. Just when Kuchiki-zan was thinking about something, footsteps sounded not far away. Kuchiki-zan withdrew his thoughts and looked towards the direction of the footsteps. It turned out that the person who came was Shihuan-Husan. At this time, Shihuan-Husan was much more mature than 100 years ago, and the madness on his face was also reduced a lot, replaced by maturity and perseverance. Seeing that it was Shihuan-Husan who came, Kuchiki-zan also showed a smile on his mature face, watching Shihuan-Husan come over. Captain. After coming to Kuchiki-zan, Shihuan-Husan bowed slightly and greeted him respectfully. You know, this kind of situation was completely impossible 100 years ago, so Kuchiki-zan has always believed that if you want to change a person, you must fundamentally make him question himself, otherwise it is very difficult for this person to have big change. Shihuan-Husan at this time is the best example. The current him is completely different from the previous him. This is seen by all members of the expedition team. Let's say, if there were people who questioned Kuchiki-zan's appointment of Shihuan-Husan as the squad leader, now everyone agrees with Shihuan-Husan. Chapter 73 Vasto Lord named Kamui. Open black lens bracket. Please subscribe for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Husan, Ching Nu and their team haven't come back yet? Kuchiki-zan asked. Well, not yet, I've been paying attention to that side. Shihuan Husan replied seriously. Okay, keep paying attention. Where is Iron Owl? Kuchiki-zan nodded and continued to ask. Brother Iron Owl has been paying attention to the movement of the Manos Grande in the Manos Grande forest. Since this morning, there is a timer to distinguish the morning and evening. The movement of the Manos Grande forest is a bit unusual, so the Iron Owl brother, he took someone to watch. Shihuan Husanyi frowned slightly when he mentioned the Manos Grande forest, because for him, every time his life was in danger in the past 100 years came from the Manos Grande forest. Therefore, his impression of the forest of Manos Grande is very bad. Also, it is worth mentioning that although Husan and Taiyo are 2 generations behind, under the strong request of Shiba Taiyo, they became friends with each other. Of course, Kuchiki-zan has no control over this, and they are not the same family. There is no need to be so clear. As for the Manos Grande forest, there is also something worth mentioning. The current Hueco Mundo has not been given by Aizen Sosuke, so the Manos Grande forest is still free, not a dog that obeys orders, so the Manos Grande forest is chaotic, causing a lot of trouble to Kuchiki-zan's expedition team. Moreover, although the Manos Grandes of the Manos Grande forest do not have a master, some powerful Vasto lords can control some of the Jillians and commons of the Manos Grande forest. This is true, because Kuchiki-zan had met such a Vasto lord before. This Vasto lord is already very close to the appearance of a human being. It is about 1.75 meters tall, with slender limbs, a human face, and a mask about the size of a leaf on its head. If it weren't for his empty heart, it can be seen at a glance, otherwise Kuchiki Xuandu may not be able to discover the identity of the other party at a glance. This Vasto lord is very powerful, but not very aggressive. He was discovered by Kuchiki-zan when he went deep into Hueco Mundo 50 years ago. At the beginning, Kuchiki-zan did not dare to approach him. You must know that Vasto Lord none of Manos Grande is easy to deal with, and besides, approaching the opponent rashly without knowing the ability of the opponent is no different from courting death. Advertisement. Although, at that time, Kuchiki-zan had successfully broken through to the level of the 8th level median, but based on the analysis of the Ryotsu fluctuations emanating from Fang Yin, Kuchiki-zan's strength against the opponent would definitely not be below the 8th level median. In the end, after the other party showed some kindness first, Kuchiki-zan let go of his guard, and finally a Shinigami and a Manos Grande actually started to communicate. In the process of communication, Kuchiki-zan knew the name of the other party. Vasto Lord's name is very powerful, really very powerful, and it is called Kamui Cleese, Kamui for short. Kamui is the first Vasto Lord that Kuchiki-zan came across in Hueco Mundo. Originally, Kuchiki-zan also searched extensively, but did not find any more Manos Grande of Vasto Lord level. Kamui is the only one that Kuchiki-zan met, relatively sane, and the logic of thinking is quite clear, so Kuchiki-zan did not immediately start a fight with this Vasto Lord named Kamui, but started talking. In this way, they came and went, and the two became a relationship of half friend and half enemy. After all, the identity of people in Shu as enemies in Soul Society cannot be changed, and what can be changed is only one's position. To be honest, Kuchiki-zan actually took the initiative to befriend this Kamui consciously, because Kuchiki-zan knows very well that if he is going to face the attack of Quincy in the future, the more allies on Shu's side, the better. After all, in terms of biological species, Tianke is more similar to the human Quincy, and the Quincy belongs to Shinigami, who is a member of the Soul Society. In the process of getting in touch with Kamui, Kuchiki-zan found that although Kamui is a powerful Vasto Lord Manos Grande, he is different from other Vasto Lord Manos Grande. He has his own thoughts. To describe it in a postmodern term, what Kamui pursues is his own strength, that is, the so-called autonomous Arankarization, in the original plot of the later generations that he has been groping for. Kuchiki remembers that there are only 2 truly independent Arankars in the original book. One is the number 1, Coyote Stark, in Espada, and the other is the number 4, Ulquiorra Sifo. So what Kuchiki-zan didn't expect was that during this time period, he could meet a Vasto Lord Manos Grande in Hueco Mundo who had already started thinking about Arankarization. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Through communication with Kamui, Kuchiki-zan learned that since Kamui gained self-awareness in Jillian's time, he has not evolved by devouring the void, which Kuchiki Xuandu admires very much. You must know that Shu, in the environment of Hueco Mundo, does not need human souls to supplement its own spirit particles as it does in the present world, but if it does not devour its own kind, then Shu's evolution rate is very slow, and it is not only 10 times slower than the evolution rate of devouring the same kind. So it is obvious that the evolution process of Kamui is definitely extremely difficult. After all, Hueco Mundo is cruel. Once the Jillian level Manos Grande has self-awareness, it will naturally embark on the road of devouring the same kind, even if Kamui cannot go. Devours the same kind, but other needs he encounters will also attack him and want to swallow him, so Kuchiki-zan knows that Kamui can go all the way without swallowing a similar kind. It really needs great perseverance courage. It is precisely because of this that Gongsun Yan became friends with Kamui, and of course this was kept from the vast majority of the expedition team. Kuchiki-zan has many secrets, and so many secrets cannot be known to others, because he wants to live, no matter what identity he uses to live, no matter what kind of world he lives in. Kuchiki-zan's highest goal is always to be alive. It is precisely because of this reason that Kuchiki Xuankai desperately made himself stronger and found a way to deal with the adversity, whether it was to preserve the vitality of the nobles, or to make friends with Manos Grande like Kamui. To put it bluntly, it was all for the future, just get ready. The former Ouyang Xuan was actually a cheerful person who liked to laugh and make trouble, but as he traveled through worlds one after another, he began to hide himself, to hide his true self. He knew all this, but he couldn't help it. If he doesn't do this, he is not qualified to live. Don't think that with the help of the system, you can live without worry after traveling to these worlds. Kuchiki Zan knows very well that if he has such an idea, then he is not far from death, and it is precisely because Kuchiki Zan is very knowing this, he is what he is today. Chapter 74 Kuchiki Zan's Plan. Open black lens bracket. Please subscribe for flowers. Close black lens bracket. Withdrawing his thoughts, Kuchiki Zan glanced at Husan, who was still by his side, and then said, "You should also take a rest, pay more attention to the situation of the task force. The team returning to Soul Society, once they come back, inform me immediately." "Okay, Captain." Shihuan Hu-san nodded to Kaido, then turned and left. Kuchiki Zan looked at Shihuan Hu-san, who was going away, and frowned slightly, because he was thinking about one thing, thinking about something he had been thinking about for a long time. This matter is related to Kuchiki Zan's follow-up plan, although his so-called plan is only a prototype. After all, even the old man Jingling Yamamoto has not yet established it, and it is too early to talk about the plan. But now that the prototype has been formed, Kuchiki Zan will naturally start to think about his own plan. The plan is actually very simple. It is nothing more than selecting a few, 5 or 80, talented guys, cultivating them, and hiding them at the same time. Because Kuchiki Zan knows very well that when the Shinigami and Quincy fight, the Shinigami side does not have an overwhelming advantage. To be more precise, the Soul Society is actually at a disadvantage. According to inaccurate information, in the original battle, only the old man Yamamoto and Unohana Yachiryu, the captain of the 4th Division Unohana Retsu, were the only prisoners who participated in the battle and survived. Of course, these are all guessed by Kuchiki Zan himself based on some information. After all, Jingle Chunshui, the captain of the 8th team in the original book, said that only Unohana Retsu and Hikafuna Kiryu, later former 12th team, have been captains for more than 400 years. After the captain was promoted to Team 0, there are only 2 people, but with the promotion of Hikafuna Kiryu, there is only Unohana Retsu left. Of course, the old man Yamamoto is not included. Change. So it can be seen that the bloody battle where Yamamoto led everyone to extinction was so tragic and terrifying. From this, Kuchiki Zan deduces that the strength of the Soul Society is actually not dominant. If Yamamoto Shigekuni's strength is not too strong, it is very likely that the Soul Society will lose in that battle, and there will be no future generations. Of course, there is another point. Kuchiki Zan deduced that at the time of the battle, the old man Yamamoto's Bankai had not yet reached the 3rd stage, but whether Ryatsu had reached the 9th stage, Kuchiki Zan was not sure. Of course Kuchiki Zan was inclined to that at that time. The old man Yamamoto should have just stepped through the threshold of the 9th level, but before he could cultivate Bankai to the 3rd level, the war broke out. Bach will not know the reason why Yamamoto's old man Bankai remains too hot. Obviously, the old man Yamamoto faced by Yhwach back then, at that time, the old man's Bankai was still at the stage of Sword of Great Fire, and had not reached the stage of Sword of Remnant Fire, at all. If Yamamoto at that time was already in the stage of Remnant in the Bankai stage of the Fire Sword, then Kuchiki Zan thinks that Yhwach is impossible to escape anyway. After all, if the cruelty of the Fire Sword is said to be the second in the anime on the planet, Kuchiki Zan probably would not dare to be the number 1, that's it, except for the one-punch anime like Dragon Ball. It is said that in the original battle, it was because Yamamoto Shigekuni was too powerful that Yhwach took his remnants into the shadow of Seireitei and established the Invisible Empire. Huatachi, on the one hand, it is impossible for Yhwach not to know, and on the other hand, Yhwach simply cannot escape from the remaining Fire Teidao. Advertisement based on the above, what Kuchiki Zan has to do is to accumulate his own strength as much as possible, and at the same time help Soul Society develop its own strength. When the first bloody battle comes, it will not be the end of the fight that only Yamamoto and Uno are left take 2 people. On the other hand, Kuchiki Zan wanted to see if it was possible for him to completely kill Yhwach in the first bloody battle. Of course, this kind of thing is just a matter of thinking about it. After all, it is Yhwach. Although his so-called omniscient and omnipotent is a bit bragging, it is also an ability to see the future. Under the premise, if it weren't for the terrifying ability of the old man Yamamoto's remnant sword, it would be difficult to keep Yhwach directly. Kuchiki Xuan himself is not sure. After all, it took the old man Yamamoto so many years to enter the 9th level, and it took an unknown amount of time before he understood the remnant fire sword. Even if Kuchiki Xuan knew that there was a system to help him, he didn't have that kind of confidence can walk in front of old man Yamamoto. Therefore, he is not only preparing for the first bloody battle, but also preparing for the bloody battle after the Shinigami plot begins. Following Kuchiki Zan's suggestion to establish a regular expedition team, the energy of the expedition team was seen by Kuchiki Zan. After all, Hueco Mundo is really a treasure for the Soul Society, not to mention Hueco Mundo among them. The Shinigami's cultivation speed is faster, that is, the endless stream of virtuals is the best experience for Shinigami, and only in the battle, the growth of strength is the fastest. So, Kuchiki Zanyi has been thinking about whether the expedition team needs to leave a group of people permanently stationed in Hueco Mundo. In Kuchiki-zan's view, this is not a permanent station, but a means of accumulating strength. After the establishment of the Jingling Court, no matter whether it is noble or strong, the positions that can be occupied in it are limited. There are only so many positions, and there are only 12 captain positions, which really cannot satisfy Kuchiki-zan's ideas. Therefore, Kuchiki-zan has long set his sights on Hueco Mundo, a place that can experience people. Like Hueco Mundo, Kuchiki-zan only knows one, demon spirit world, at present, and this place is even more mysterious than Hueco Mundo. Until now Kuchiki-zan has never really come into contact with the demon spirit world. However, this is not urgent. The most urgent thing is what kind of people Kuchiki-zan wants to stay in Hueco Mundo as a permanent resident. The first person Kuchiki-zan has actually thought about it a long time ago is Shihuan Minsan, who just left before. Although Shihuan Husan's temperament 3.6 has smoothed out a lot over the years, but as the third son of the Shihuan family, the possibility of him inheriting the head of the family is very small, not to mention that his notoriety has spread throughout the Soul Society. Even this time going back, the possibility of development is not great. Therefore, Kuchiki-zan believes that Shihuan Husan is more suitable to stay in Hueco Mundo to help him watch the expedition team, and at the same time, it can also make Shihuan Husan's strength steadily improve. Ouyang Xuan believes that Shihuan Husan will agree to such an arrangement. This is not a problem. The problem is that only one candidate is not enough. The second candidate to stay in Hueco Mundo is Ouyang Xuan's headache. After all, Ouyang Xuan also guessed it won't be long before he will meet the Soul Society. Maybe, when the task force returns this time, it may bring the news that Kuchiki-zan wanted to hear. Chapter 75 Big Event Open Black Lens Bracket Seek Everything Close Black Lens Bracket Yes, what Kuchiki-zan really worries about is the second candidate to stay in Hueco Mundo. Among the few remaining captains, Kuchiki-zan is really a bit difficult to choose. Genta Mahara, who has the best relationship with Kuchiki-zan, is not weak, but don't forget that there is a new Muyuan family in the Soul Society waiting for him to lead, and Kuchiki-zan also wants Yanda Muyuan to cultivate some talents from the Muyuan family. Fortunately, in the catastrophe of the Soul Society, I played my part. You know, the Muyuan family was saved by Kuchiki-zan himself, otherwise the Muyuan family would really become history. You must know that there is no such family as the Muyuan family in the original book, so Kuchiki-zan didn't want his hard work to go to waste. It is absolutely impossible for Moto de Mahara to stay in Hueco Mundo. Then, there is only one Shiba Iron Owl who is suitable to stay. Because the next candidates are only two brothers Shiba Chingye and Shiba Red Owl, but Kuchiki-zan knows very well that although Iron Owl is two brothers the father of human beings, but Shiba Yanyuan also said before that the Iron Owl does not have the talent to be the head of the clan, so 24 asked Kuchiki-zan to bring the two brothers Qingnu to Hueco Mundo to exercise, and then the clan head will start from here born between two brothers. So Shiba Iron Owl stayed in Hueco Mundo, the most suitable second candidate. After all, Shiba Iron Owl returned to Soul Society. Apart from losing the battle he loves, he can't be the patriarch. His son will inherit it at that time, although he doesn't care, but the outside world will inevitably have some slights. So after considering everything, Kuchiki-zan decided that the two candidates to stay in Hueco Mundo at that time are Shihuan Husan and Shiba Iron Owl. Of course, it is not enough to keep only two people. At least Kuchiki-zan will keep at least two common players, but this will not be such a headache. It will be directly selected at that time, or just let them sign up. As Ouyang Xuan's thoughts raced, the task force sent back to the Soul Society to deliver supplies had already returned to Hueco Mundo, spotted by a person watching the Hueco Mundo junction. Soon, Qing Wei and Hong Xiao returned to the camp of the expedition team. When they returned, Shihuan Husan immediately brought them to Kuchiki-zan. Ouyang Xuan looked at Shiba Qingyu and Shiba Hongxiao, whose expressions were obviously different, and already guessed what they were about to say, and it was the thing that Kuchiki-zan was thinking about day and night. Captain, this time when we returned to the Soul Society, a big event happened in the Soul World. Shiba Qingxiao said strangely. Advertisement, oh, it's about old man Yamamoto, right? Kuchiki asked with a smile on his lips. Hey, Captain, how do you know? Asked Shiba Hongxiao in surprise. He. Kuchiki-zan smiled meaningfully, but did not answer Shiba Hongxiao's words. But Shihuan Husan on the side moved his eyes slightly. When the expedition team was established, he also learned from the side that the original expedition team's attack on Hueco Mundo should be led by Yamamoto Shigekuni, but it seems that Yamamoto Shigekuni, what important matter, unable to leave, finally persuaded Kuchiki-zan, and Kuchiki-zan replaced Yamamoto Shigekuni and became the leader of the Crusade team. From this point of view, Shihuan Kozo can infer that what Yamamoto Shigekuni wants to do must be supported by Kuchiki-gen, so even if Shihuan Kozo is not clear about what happened, he still thinks Kuchiki-zan at this time should be one of the important grounds for knowing what Yamamoto Shigekuni did. However, although Shihuan was sure that Kuchiki knew what Yamamoto Shigekuni had done, he also understood this truth over the years. Since Kuchiki didn't explain it, there was no need for him to talk about it. Shiba Qing and Shiba Hongxiao didn't know about this, and Kuchiki-zan and Shihuan Husan were not interested in explaining. Of course, after seeing that Kuchiki-zan had no interest in explaining, they stopped asking this question, but keep talking. It's like this. This time, when our team returned to the Soul Society, we heard that Lord Shigekuni Yamamoto had applied for the Lingwang Palace. He applied for the establishment of a school called Mao Spiritual Art Academy. The predecessor, it is the Yuan School Dojo of His Excellency Yamamoto, In the words of His Excellency Yamamoto, it is to abandon sectarianism, let capable people learn everything about psychics, and make the Soul Society even stronger. While narrating in an admiring tone, Shiba Ching shook his head in admiration, obviously admiring Yamamoto Shigekuni's generosity. And Shihuan Husan, who heard this, also showed a surprised expression, but he was not too shocked, because he knew that if it was just such a small matter, it would not take people like Yamamoto Shigekuni to prepare for it for hundreds of years. Shihuan Husan believes that this is just the first step for Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki General. Sure enough, what Shiba Ching said next confirmed Shihuan Husan's conjecture. Advertisement, of course. His Excellency Yamamoto Yuanryu's feats don't stop there. He also applied to the Soul King Palace for a more grandiose plan, which is to build a building in the Soul Society, Seireitei. When the word, Jingling Ting, was uttered by Shiba Ching, Kuchiki-zan, who had no expression at first, suddenly broke into a smile, and the laugh became louder and louder. He, ha 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 ha. Kuchiki-zan looked up to the sky and laughed. Okay, old man Yamamoto, you have finally come to this point. Shihuan Husan looked at Kuchiki-zan, who was laughing up to the sky at this time, and he knew that he had guessed right. At the same time, Shihuan Husan took a deep look at Kuchiki-zan and buried some thoughts in his heart. Captain, did you know that His Excellency Yamamoto was going to do this? Shiba Hongxiao asked, puzzled. Ha 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 ha, of course. Otherwise, why do you think that old man Yamamoto will let me be the captain of the Hueco Mundo Crusade this time? If it is not a more important thing, he will give me such an important matter of the expedition team? Kuchiki-zan explained with a happy smile. Okay, after waiting for 100 years, old man Yamamoto finally acted. It's great. Kuchiki-shuen said excitedly. The Shiba brothers and Shihuan Husan beside him didn't quite understand why Kuchiki-shuen was so excited at this time. Of course, Kuchiki-shuen didn't need them to understand. Anyway, he just needs to understand. Oh, that's right. Shiba Ching looked at the smiling Kuchiki-zan and continued. Your Excellency Yamamoto specially informed us to ask you, the captain, to bring people back to the Soul Society as soon as possible, because the review of the Lingwang Palace will be over soon. Your Excellency Yamamoto will need you when the time comes. These are His Excellency Yamamoto's words. Okay, since that's the case. Then we're ready to head back. Chapter 76 Arrangements before returning to Soul Society. Notify. Everyone gathers in the center of the camp. Iron Owl's side. Husan, you go and notify. Kuchiki-zan said with a smile when he heard that Yamamoto Shigekuni asked him to return. Yes. The Shiba brothers and Shihuan Husan immediately took orders and went to work. At this time, Kuchiki-zan was sitting alone, but with an uncontrollable smile on his face. Obviously, the news that the Jingling Court will be established is too important to Kuchiki-zan. It is no less important than the Millennium sign-in, announced by the system. Because of the establishment of Jinglingding, it may be just a change in the structure for the Soul Society, but for Kuchiki-zan, it is different. The establishment of Seireitei means that Kuchiki-zan's witness sign and reward will be available again, and it also means that Kuchiki-zan can start his real layout. It can be said that whether Jinglingding suggested or not is a matter of great significance to Kuchiki-zan. Of course, Kuchiki-zan also knows that it is completely impossible for locals to understand his ideas. Kuchiki-zan has never, after thinking about it this way, Kuchiki-zan didn't bother to explain many things, but it was easy to say too many mistakes, and not explaining is the best choice. Soon, the Shiba family brothers and Shihuan Husan gathered all the remaining members of the expedition team, and even a Shiba Iron Owl, which was watching outside the forest of Manos Grande, returned. At this time, only 38 members of the expedition team had gathered together and came to the open area in the middle of the expedition camp, waiting for Kuchiki-zan's speech. Kuchiki-zan glanced at the 37 people present and slowly said, Today, the task force has returned, and everyone must have seen it. What I want to say next is that we have left the Soul Society for 100 years. After the big event, because of the impact of the big event, we are going back to Soul Society, but I think we should not throw away the frontline camps that we have worked so hard to build for 100 years, so I decided to keep a batch of people come to the front line. As soon as these words came out, even after 100 years of training, everyone who had engraved the order and prohibition in their bones began to whisper. Because some of them already knew what happened to the Soul Society when the task force returned, but when Kuchiki-zan said that he would keep some people in Hueco Mundo, people still didn't understand why, and they would naturally start whispering. Advertisement, everyone be quiet for a while, let me explain. Kuchiki-zan pressed his hands to everyone and said, the reason why we want to keep a group of people is this. Although some of us are going back, don't forget, the matter of Hueco Mundo is not over after we crusade this time. I believe you all know that in the past 100 years, Hueco Mundo's ghosts have been replenishing all the time, so the cause of our expedition team will always be there is no end to it, in order to create a good condition for the subsequent expedition members, so I decided to keep half of the brothers. Wow. When they heard that half of the people would be left behind, everyone exclaimed, but because the rules have been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, they did not start whispering this time, but continued to listen to what Kuchiki-zan said. Of course, except for the 2 captains I selected, all others are voluntary. The half-brothers I mentioned are not mandatory requirements. Those who want to stay sign up by themselves. I don't force myself, but here, I want to announce the remaining 2 captain candidates. Kuchiki-zan said lightly, the 2 captains I want to retain are Shiba Iron Owl and Shihuan. Wow. Hearing the two names, everyone immediately focused their attention on the two figures standing in the front. These two figures are Shiba Iron Owl and Shihun Husan. On the other hand, the two people involved did not show any expressions or reactions after hearing Kuchiki-zan's announcement. It can be said that there was no disturbance to this matter. Kuchiki-zan, who had a panoramic view of the performance of the two, exhaled lightly. After all, he was not sure what kind of reaction the two would have after hearing the news, but initially, it seemed that the two did not repel one's own arrangement. What do you two think? Let's hear it. Kuchiki-zan asked the two after pondering for a while. Hearing Kuchiki-gen's question, Shiba Owl was the first to speak. Shiba Iron Owl glanced at Shihun Husan, spread his hands and said, I don't have any ideas, and I think it's good to stay here. You know my situation, the captain, so I think your arrangement is very reasonable. Great. Advertisement. Hearing Shiba Iron Owl's answer, Kuchiki-zan nodded. He knew that Shiba Iron Owl would definitely support his decision, but on Shihun Husan's side, Kuchiki-zan was not so sure. After Shiba Tieshao finished speaking, everyone's eyes focused on Shihun Husan, who hadn't spoken and didn't respond. After all, everyone knew how bad Shihun Husan was. Now Kuchiki, as soon as Zan's decision was made, people wanted to see what Shihun Husan meant. Shihun Husan frowned slightly when he noticed that people's eyes were on him. He didn't want to say anything, but in this atmosphere, he had to say something.
Captain, I want to know, what is the real reason for your arrangement? Shihun Husanyi opened his mouth and asked the question to the point.
Although, after hearing Kuchiki-zan's arrangement, he had some ideas of his own, but he was sure that the real reason for Kuchiki-zan's doing so was definitely not simple, and it was definitely not the possibility he thought, so even if he was forced to opening his mouth, he also wanted to ask something he really wanted to know. And Kuchiki-zan raised his eyebrows slightly after hearing Shihun Husan's question. He didn't expect Shihun Husan to think about so many questions in such a short period of time, which made Kuchiki-zan a little surprised, and also a little bit surprised. By Zhao Qian. It shows that the current Shihun Husan is really different from before. Also shocked were the other 36 people around. They really didn't expect Shihun Husan to say such a thing, which was really surprising. Among them, the one who thinks the most is of course Shiba Iron Owl, who is also the party involved. He agreed with Kuchiki-zan's decision before, but he didn't know the specific reason. Now that he is asked by Shihun Husan, he naturally wants to know the reason. After Kuchiki-zan nodded slightly, he said, Of course I will tell you the reason, but I will only tell you in Tai-o. As for the others, you can start signing up. Report your names to Muyuan Yuantai. As for you, Shou-san and Tai Shao, come with me. With that said, Kuchiki-zan turned and walked towards his tent. Chapter 77 Explanation of Kuchiki-zan. Open black lens bracket. Please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Kuchiki-zan turned and left. Shihun Husan and Shiba Iron Owl glanced at each other, followed Kuchiki-zan and left. The 34 people who remained in the open space began to sign up for those who voluntarily stayed under the call of Muyuan Yuantai. For the tasks assigned by Kuchiki-zan, Muyuan Yuantai has always been meticulous. Kuchiki-zan was in front, followed by Shihun Husan and Shiba Iron Owl, and walked into the tent where Kuchiki-zan used to rest. After entering the tent, Kuchiki-zan motioned for the two to sit down. After all, there was only one mat in their tent and nothing else. After the three of them sat down, Kuchiki-zan took a look at the two of them, and then said solemnly, Even if I don't ask Husan's question, I'm going to talk to you two before we set off. Since Husan asked, all right. Let's talk about it now, but there is one thing you two have to remember. Speaking of this, Kuchiki-zan's face became very serious, and he raised a finger. Seeing Kuchiki-zan's solemn look, Shihun Husan and Shiba Iron Owl also tightened their hearts, and they all focused on getting along. After 100 years, the two have been able to tell when Kuchiki-zan is serious and when he is joking. Once Kuchiki-zan is in this state, it means that what Kuchiki-zan wants to say now is very important. Seeing that the two of them became serious, Kuchiki-zan nodded, and began to say, The reason for keeping the two of you is naturally after my careful consideration. The reason is too specific, and I can't explain it now, but one thing you have to remember, those of you who stay in Hueco Mundo, you must not slack off, you must improve your strength as much as possible, and also urge those who stay and those who will be sent over to make progress together, you understand? What Kuchiki-zan said was very solemn, but it was also very vague. Kuchiki-zan didn't know if the two of them could understand what he meant, but he really couldn't say too much, silly things. Shiba Iron Owl and Shihun Husan both frowned after hearing Kuchiki-zan's narration. Shiba Iron Owl's brain must not be as good as Shihun Husan's, but instinctively made him feel that Kuchiki-zan doing this, and saying that, must involve some big things, otherwise, with Kuchiki-zan's character and approach, he would not have done or said that. As for Shihun Husan, his brain is much more flexible than Shiba's Iron Owl. He analyzed the vague situation described by Kuchiki-zan, and he analyzed two situations, CEBB. The first point is that Kuchiki-zan has his own calculations. He regards the expedition team as his own private soldiers, either against the Soul Society, or against some big nobles. The second point is that Kuchiki-zan hopes to make the expedition team a team that is not too restricted by the Soul Society. After all, in Hueco Mundo, the Soul Society has no control, so that the expedition team will be much less restricted, there will be a lot of freedom, and the purpose of doing this is that Kuchiki-zan is planning for a rainy day and preparing for a certain day or something in the future. As for other possibilities, Shihuan Husan's understanding of Kuchiki-zan is basically an unlikely option, so Shihuan Husan directly passed the other possibilities. Seeing that the two were lost in thought, Kuchiki-zan naturally knew that the two were thinking about what he said, but Kuchiki-zan would not explain any further, he could only add a sentence symbolically. Why on earth would I have such a decided? You just need to do what I say, then after you become stronger, you will know the reason why I did this in the future, so what you have to do now is to make yourself stronger. Advertisement. The two people who were originally lost in their own thoughts, after hearing Kuchiki-zan's additional words, both nodded secretly. No matter what purpose Kuchiki-zan had, they couldn't figure it out now. Similarly, if Kuchiki-zan had any thoughts about Soul Society, they are also powerless to stop it. So, after listening to Kuchiki-zan's follow-up words, no matter what Shiba Iron Owl and Shihuan Husan thought before, but then they all accepted Kikiki-zan's explanation. Seeing the slight changes in the faces of the two, Kuchiki-zan knew that the two had at least let go of some thoughts and guards, and Kuchiki-zan also understood that his explanation only played half or less of the effect, and really made the two of them agree. The reason is actually that they can do nothing but believe what Kuchiki General said. However, no matter what the reason was for the two of them to believe his words for the time being, Kuchiki-zan felt that it didn't matter, anyway, it would be like what he said in the end, and the future could witness everything. Kuchiki-yun had nothing to worry about either. Okay, you go to your own affairs. Before I leave, I still have some things to deal with. If I don't deal with it, I won't feel at ease even if I go back to Soul Society. Kuchiki-zan raised his head and looked at south of the camp. Seeing Kuchiki-zan's actions, Shiba Iron Owl and Shihuan Husan were taken aback. As the two of Kuchiki-zan's most trusted captains, the two of them naturally knew that Kuchiki-zan met farther south in the Manos Grande forest, past a Manos Grande of Vasto Lord level. How powerful a Manos Grande of this level is, the two of them can only think about it in their minds. To be honest, they even have very few chances to meet a Manos Grande of the Ajuka's level, but it is not uncommon. A life and death crisis for Shihuan Husan was when he ran into the Manos Grande of the Yajuamkas level who came to pray in the Tensong dynasty when he was attacking the Manos Grande forest. This is an Ajuka's like a praying mantis. As soon as they met each other, 4 members of the team led by Shihuan Husan died. Killed. That was the closest Shihuan was to death, so he had the clearest understanding of the strength of Hueco Mundo's superior, Manos Grande. He knew that the Ajuka's level Manos Grande almost killed him, a 7th order powerhouse, let alone the even more powerful Vasto Lord level Manos Grande. To explain, everyone in the Soul Society of this era lacks combat, lacks experience, and lacks the grasp of their own abilities. Under the same level of Ryotsu, they are much weaker than the Shinigami of later generations. So, when they knew that there was a Vasto Lord level Manos Grande wandering in the Manos Grande forest, they rejected that location from the bottom of their hearts. And now the two of them also know that what Kuchiki-zan said is naturally to arrange that Manos Grande of the Vasto Lord level, otherwise after Kuchiki-zan leaves, no matter what kind of people will be sent to Hueco Mundo, as long as it is not Kuchiki-zan and old man Yamamoto, it means that no one can withstand the attack of the Vasto Lord level Manos Grande. Therefore, the two got up very wisely and walked out of Kuchiki-zan's tent, while Kuchiki-zan stood up, sighed slightly, and then took his heavy wooden sword, Yanmo, which was placed aside in his hand. Chapter 78 Special Kamui Open Black Lens Bracket. Please subscribe for Flowers Close Black Lens Bracket. For a long time, Kuchiki-zan and Kamui got along very peacefully and harmoniously, and they both kept the habit of meeting and talking. This time, Kuchiki-zan knew that he might not be able to return to Hueco Mundo for a long time, so he had to make some arrangements, especially for Kamui. Kamui is the first Vasto Lord Manos Grande that Kuchiki-zan has seen, and it is also a Vasto Lord Manos Grande that is about to become an Arrancar, which makes Kuchiki-zan attach great importance to this guy. You know, under Aizen's plundering in future generations, Hueco Mundo also met 2 Vasto Lord level Manos Grande of Arrancar, and even speaking, the real Vasto Lord level Manos Grande is in Aizen's camp. There are only 5. It can be seen how rare Vasto Lord level Manos Grande is, but Kuchiki-zan does not think that Vasto Lord level Manos Grande is so easy to die, and Kuchiki-zan also thought about it. Those Vasto Lord level Manos Grandes of Hueco Mundo are not at all. It can't be that they are all dead, but there must be a place where Manos Grande who surpassed the Vasto Lord level exists. Otherwise, a lot of things really don't make sense. Is there only 5 Vasto Lord level Manos Grande for thousands of years in such a huge Hueco Mundo? No one will believe it. Of course, they were not dispatched either. After the establishment of Seireitei, the Soul Society made great efforts to eliminate Hueco Mundo, oh yes, and Quincy's ruthless elimination of Manos Grande. But in any case, the Manos Grande of the Vasto Lord level is very precious to Kuchiki-zan, and it will be the trump card to deal with the Quincy in the future. Don't you see, in the Millennium bloody war of the later generations, before attacking the Soul Society, Yhwach sent people to capture the Virtual Circle first, and then launched the war against the Soul Society. After the war, the only remaining Arrancar Grimjow played a big role. Therefore, any Manos Grande of Vasto Lord level who might become an ally, Kuchiki-zan will not let it go easily. Moreover, at this time, Kuchiki-zan had already set his mind on the later generations of Coyote Stark and Ulquiorra West Buddha, but what Hu-zan had to do was to arrange Kamui's affairs first. Kuchiki-zan carried Yanmo on his shoulders, walked out of the tent, and headed towards the Manos Grande forest. To see Kamui, he had to pass through the Manos Grande forest. Fortunately, the Manos Grande forest has nothing for Kuchiki-zan. Manos Grande forest is not always visited by a Juka's level Manos Grande. Soon, Kuchiki-zan passed the Manos Grande forest, and he didn't want to waste time on the road at all. Except for the Manos Grande forest, Kuchiki-zan Yi went south all the way, and walked about one more distance from the Manos Grande forest, and came to a near the rocky basin bunker. Kuchiki-gen felt the reiki floating in the air gradually becoming violent, and he knew that Kamui must be nearby. Advertisement because Kamui is very special. As long as you get close to him, you can feel that Reiko, who is usually relatively peaceful in the atmosphere, will become very violent. At the earliest time, Kuchiki-zan didn't know the reason for this, but as he got in touch with Kamui longer, Kuchiki-zan became more and more sure, Spirit's Rage and Kamui definitely have something to do. Although the appearance of Kamui that Kuchiki-zan saw was as ordinary as a person wearing armor and a mask, Kuchiki-zan's powerful spiritual sense allowed him to see the essence of Kamui. Kamui's Ryotsu is huge and violent, although it can't be seen from the outside, but Kuchiki knows that Ryotsu's abnormal rage is influenced by Kamui's Ryotsu. You must know that a Vasto Lord level Manos Grande who is about to be independent of Arrancar, the scope of his Ryotsu influence is very huge, just like Coyote Stark before Arrancar in the original book. There is no weak living space around him, but anyone who is far away from him, those who are close to Shu, will be crushed to death by his Ryotsu. That's the reason. So combined with Stark's situation, Kuchiki-zan analyzed that although Kamui's Ryotsu does not know whether it will crush other Manos Grande to death, it is certain that his Ryotsu can affect the surrounding spirits. Soon, Kuchiki-zan saw Kamui in a small basin following Ling's violent situation. Kamui Cleese is very special. He is very small, not tall, only 1.7 meters tall, with thin arms and thin legs. It is impossible to tell from his appearance that he is a man with extremely violent Ryotsu Manos Grande at Vasto Lord level. With the arrival of Kuchiki-zan, Kamui naturally also found Kuchiki-zan's figure. Ask for flowers, you're here, Zan. Discovering the arrival of Kuchiki-zan, Kamui, who had turned his back to Kuchiki-zan, turned around and said, Kamui's virtual hole is on the left eye, which is very similar to a guy in the original book, but the difference is that Kamui's virtual hole is on the left eye. There is a lightning-shaped scar on his face, and apart from this scar and a golden eye, no other features can be seen on the face covered by White's mask. Well, here I come. Kuchiki-gen looked at Kamui, nodded lightly and said, Advertisement, what are you looking for me this time? Kamui's golden eyes showed a faint doubt. Kuchiki-zan looked at Kamui, he sighed. Kamui is a Manos Grande, can clearly express human emotions. Kamui is really a special Manos Grande. 000 You must know that things like emptiness lack emotion. Their emptiness represents their missing heart, which means that they have nothing but desires, let alone human beings, feelings. But Kamui is different. From the day Kuchiki-zan met him, he has been very close to human beings, not only physically but also emotionally. I'm here this time to say goodbye, Kuchiki-zan said after a moment of consideration. Bid farewell. After Kamui heard this sentence, there was obvious confusion in his golden eyes, and he asked, Are you leaving Hueco Mundo? Yes. Kuchiki-gen nodded. Oh, are you going back to where you came from? Kamui pressed. Yes. Kuchiki-zan continued to answer. Oh, Kamui didn't continue to ask, because he didn't know what to ask, and the blankness in his eyes became more serious at this time. Kuchiki-zan also found out before that Kamui's lack of affection is not serious, but sometimes he will show confused emotions from time to time, which Kuchiki-zan is more concerned about. After all, every Shu, or after Arrancar, always there is an emotion that represents itself. If Kamui is confused after taking over Arrancar, Kumushuen really can't guide him because of it. 3GP Chapter 79 The Long-Lost Battle. However, this is all for the future. This time Kuchiki-zan came to Kamui not only to arrange for Kamui, of course Kuchiki-zan also came with another purpose. That's, fight with Kamui. Yes, he and Kamui have known each other for more than 50 years, but the two have never played against each other, and Kuchiki-gen has never really played against a Manos Grande of Vasto Lord level. When Manos Grande reaches the level of Vasto Lord, their talent characteristics have matured to a terrifying level, so Kuchiki-zan has always wanted to fight Kamui once, but all the time, Kamui has been showing confusion, although Kuchiki-zan also can feel that Kamui does want to fight with him sometimes, but he can't find a reason to fight, so until now, there has not been a single fight between the two. 327. Kuchiki-zan also tentatively asked Kamui, but Kamui's answer left Kuchiki-zan speechless. Kamui said, Although I have been pursuing my own strength. But fighting with you, I don't see that I can get what I want. The meaning of Kamui is very simple, and Kuchiki-zan also understood it. During the conversation before, Kamui mentioned his own situation. Since he became self-aware, he has never devoured any of his kind. What he pursues is himself. Although he sometimes fights with his kind Manos Grande, he never devours his kind. Kamui fought with the same kind to recognize himself, but he didn't see what kind of benefits he could get from fighting Kuchiki-zan, so he never mentioned fighting Kuchiki-zan. Kuchiki-zan looked at Kamui. He naturally knew what Kamui was thinking, but he was going back to Soul Society soon. He didn't want to give up such an opportunity. Kamui, do you believe me? Kuchiki-zan didn't talk nonsense, and came up to play the emotional card directly. I believe in you. Kamui nodded, saying this without much thought. Advertisement for Kamui's answer. Kuchiki-zan naturally has a deep understanding in his heart, but after all, the effect of speaking from Kamui's mouth is different. Kuchiki-zan nodded and said, "Since you believe in me, then fight with me. This is not only about my possible arrangements for you, but also your exploration of the way forward." Exploration of the road ahead. When Kamui heard Kuchiki-zan's last words, the only gold eye lit up. "Kuchiki-zan, do you know what we should do next?" Kamui asked eagerly. "It's natural. Fight with me, and then I'll tell you," Kuchiki-zan said with a light nod. "Okay, let's fight." Kamui agreed to fight with Kuchiki-zan without any hesitation. The creature, let's call it a creature, is actually very simple. When it is unconscious, it just devours and devours it again devour. After gaining self-awareness, although they still devour, they all have their own ideas, but most of these ideas are straightforward. Just like Kamui at this time, although he is on the verge of becoming independent from Rancor, but ideologically, or get used to the straight thinking mode. Okay, let's play a game. After the game, add what I want to tell you. Think about it, you will be able to reach that level in a short time. Kuchiki-zan smiled on his face while talking slowly pull Yanmo out of the scabbard in his hand. Seeing Kuchiki-zan's actions, Kamui's eyes moved slightly. Since he promised to fight, he will take this battle seriously. Kamui can be said to be the most exaggerated that Kuchiki-zan has seen so far, one of them. Be careful Kuchiki-zan, I'm very strong. Kamui leapt back and reminded Kuchiki-zan that he was very strong while jumping away, which showed that Kamui really regarded Kuchiki-zan as a friend. In fact, it is no wonder that as a Vasto Lord level Manos Grande, even if he is not going to devour any voids, other voids, those who are slightly stronger will definitely turn their heads and run away when they see him, and those who are weaker may be directly given by his Ryotsu. He was crushed, he had no real communication at all, let alone friends, and this situation was not improved until the appearance of Kuchiki-zan. Advertisement Kamui regards Kuchiki-zan as his only friend, so he attaches great importance to this friend Kuchiki-zan, although he knows that Kuchiki-zan is also very strong, but he must remind the other party of what should be reminded. Very good, the stronger you are, the happier I am. Kamui. At this time, Kuchiki-zan had completely pulled out the knife from the scabbard, and with the blade drawn out, Kuchiki-zan was also ready to attack. I saw Kuchiki-zan holding a long knife in his right hand, with the blade up and the back of the blade facing down, and placed it horizontally in front of his eyes, while his left hand held the scabbard and placed it under the right hand in the same way, and Kuchiki-zan's body followed the movement of his hand bow slightly, then take a half step forward with your left foot, bend your right foot slightly, and make a typical kicking gesture of thrusting. The next moment, Kuchiki-zan disappeared in place with a bang, and when he reappeared, Kuchiki-zan had already come before Kamui's eyes, and Kamui was startled by Kuchiki-zan's sudden terrifying speed, but surprise was nothing but surprise. Kamui's reaction was it wasn't slow at all. The moment Kuchiki-zan appeared, Kamui exerted force on his feet, and was ready to jump out of Kuchiki-zan's attack range towards the rear. But how could Kuchiki-zan make Kamui what he wished, and Kuchiki-zan's swift attack was not a thrusting technique at all, but a horizontal slash. I saw Kuchiki-zan's long knife drew an arc from bottom to top, and cut towards Kamui's neck. Kuchiki-zan knew very well that the steel skin of Manos Grande at the Vasto Lord level was unimaginably hard. Now he has not liberated his own Zanpakuto. If he does not slash towards the place where the defense is relatively weak compared to 3.0, Kakimushuen feels that even if he slashes with his own knife, it will not have any effect in all likelihood. It was too late and then too soon. Originally Kamui also thought that Kuchiki-zan's knife was a stabbing, but Kuchiki-zan played the card out of common sense, using the thrusting hand to create a horizontal slash effect. Kamui was slightly caught off guard. However, Kamui is also a fierce man who has fought all the way. If he is caught off guard, if he can't avoid it, then he doesn't avoid it, just block it. With a sound of, dang, Kamui raised his left arm at the critical moment, and blocked Kuchiki-zan's beheading knife with the exoskeleton, steel skin, on his wrist like a metal armor. Chapter 80 Kuchiki-zan vs Kamui. The reaction is good. Kuchiki-zan held the knife in one hand, and slashed at Kamui's neck, but was blocked by Kamui's raised hand, which seemed a little understatement. In fact, the real situation is not so simple. You must know that in order to block the knife, Kamui used his reaction speed to the ultimate level, and was able to block Kuchiki with the powerful steel skin on his right arm before the blade touched his neck. Zan's blade. HMPH, I was almost cut down by you. Kamui was not angry at Kuchiki-zan's words. After all, how could a guy who regards fighting as enjoyment and pursuit be angry because of the disadvantage of fighting? Obviously not possible. Just like Zaraki Kenpachi, the captain of the 11th team in later generations, the stronger the enemy, the happier he is. Although Kamui and Zaraki Kenpachi are slightly different, the essence of pursuing battle is the same. Sure enough, you are very strong Kuchiki-zan, much stronger than any opponent I have encountered before. Just after fighting for one move, Kamui found that Kuchiki-zan was more difficult than he imagined, and he knew that people from the Soul Society can do magic tricks. Zanpakuto Jigong. However, although you 24 are very strong, but, if not the knife in your hand. Oh, I told you, the weapon called Zanpakuto. Change. Oh, free yourself, but you can't beat me, Kamui said while swinging the blade on his right arm away, and then jumped a few positions and said. This is natural, and I know this very well, so the move just now was just a greeting, and the next step is the real battle. Kuchiki-zan smiled slightly, and brushed the blade of the long knife with his left hand while smiling. With the movement of Kuchiki-zan's left hand, The long knife changed its appearance in an instant. Yanmo. But Kuchiki-zan never sang Jifangyu from the beginning to the end. Seeing this scene, Kamui narrowed his eyes slightly and said, I remember you said that you must cooperate with the transformation of the sword in your hand. Then what? Oh yes, Jifangyu, right? But, what are you? What? Advertisement. Kamui doesn't understand Kuchiki-zan's situation. After all, the liberation of Zanpakuto requires the cooperation of liberation language. This is what Kuchiki-zan told him personally. Kamui doesn't suspect that Kuchiki-zan lied to him. After all, if you want to lie to him, there is no reason at all, and to deceive him, wouldn't it be fine if you didn't say anything at the beginning? Why bother? Kuchiki-zan held the changed Yanmo in his hand, smiled lightly, and then explained. I did say that the liberation of Zanpakuto requires the cooperation of liberation language. Similarly, my sword has changed. Naturally it is the liberation of my Zanpakuto. As for why I don't use the liberation language, I will tell you this time that the powerful Shinigami in the Soul Society can directly liberate Zanpakuto by ignoring the liberation language. Remember this point, but since you asked, I'll say it again. As he spoke, Kuchiki-zan waved the black sword Yanmo in his hand, and the form of Yanmo returned to the shape of Shiraki holding a long sword. Then Kuchiki Xuaneng held the long sword and chanted, the fire of karma is burning, clear the troubled world. Purify it, Yanmo. With the chanting of the liberation language, the Shiraki-handled long knife in Kuchiki-gen's hand was instantly swallowed by black flames. When the black flame gradually became thinner, Enma, who had disappeared before, reappeared in front of Kamui's eyes. However, Kamui found something interesting during the whole process, and then Kamui Gold narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Kuchiki-gen, I found you twice. Liberating the difference. Oh, hearing Kamui's words, Kuchiki-zan was slightly startled. After all, he never mentioned this point. If Kamui can really see it in two different liberation methods, then Kamui is really very scary. Yes, there is actually a difference between the two liberations. Kuchiki-zan knows this very well, and everyone above the 7th rank in the Soul Society also knows that the difference lies in the degree of Shikai's Zanpakuto liberation after forced liberation and chant liberation, the same. In other words, Zanpakuto that has not been liberated from Shikai, although the shape and nature of Zanpakuto have changed at the beginning, but the internal Zanpakuto is not fully awakened, and the Zanpakuto that is forced to be liberated will be liberated by 50% to 50% from person to person. The quality of Shikai ranging from 95 will gradually increase to 100% as the liberation time increases. But if there is a difference, there is a difference, and Kuchiki-zan knows this very well. If Kamui can tell the difference with just this one glance, then Kamui is really scary. Your sword, liberated through chanting, is slightly stronger than your direct liberating. Although the gap is limited, I can really see the gap. Kamui said confidently. Advertisement, oh hee. Hearing Kamui's words, Kuchiki-zan certainly knew that what Kamui said was true, and this further proved the horror of Kamui's own strength. You're right, there is indeed a gap, but compulsory liberation has its advantages. Although the disadvantages are obvious, at least it cannot attract people's attention. Kuchiki-zan slowly raised Yanmo in front of him and said, at a moment, Kuchiki-zan shot suddenly, and with Kuchiki-zan's swing of the knife, the black flame on the black sword Yanmo devoured towards Kamui like a dragon. Kamui naturally felt the horror of the black flame, and quickly jumped back in an attempt to avoid the black flame's attack. But Kamui still underestimated Kuchiki-zan's black flame, and saw the flame dragon chasing and devouring Kamui as if alive. Seeing this situation, Kamui narrowed his eyes slightly, then opened his not-so-big mouth, and let out a low growl, Sero. The next moment, a powerful gold light erupted from the gold light ball in front of Kamui's mouth, directly blasting towards the Yanlong formed by the black flames. But with the contact of Jin Guang and Yanlong, the situation Kamui expected did not happen, the situation where Sero and Yanlong attacked and exploded did not happen, and the situation where Sero killed Yanlong did not happen, but Yanlong did not happen when he came into contact with Sero. In an instant, Sero was wrapped in it, and then Sero was digested by Yanlong, and as Sero was digested, Yanlong became even bigger. Seeing this situation, Kamui exclaimed, what, swallowed my Sero? You must know that Sero is the signature attack skill of Manos Grande. It has the characteristics of powerful power and amazing destructive power, so it is easy to destroy Sero, but it is not an easy task to swallow Sero. At this moment, Kamui had the most intuitive understanding of the black flame produced by Kuchiki-gen's Zanpakuto. What a horrible flame! Chapter 81 Yanmo vs Variety War Demon. Kamui narrowed his eyes, and quickly backed away the next moment, because after devouring Sero, the black flame dragon continued to pounce towards Kamui, forcing Kamui to retreat first. But, is Kuchiki-zan's black flame dragon so easy to dodge? After Kamui retreated, Yanlong continued to chase Kamui as if he had spirituality. This scene made Kamui frown. In this situation, Kamui also knew that if he didn't kill the black flame dragon, he would face endless pursuit, but what method to use to deal with the flame dragon was a problem. Obviously, pure Sero cannot solve the problem, but without long-range energy attacks, Kamui dare not try it himself. He still hasn't figured out how far the black flame has eroded. In this case, how could it be possible to try the law with one's own body and use the flesh to fight against the black flame Yanlong? Since common Sero is not good, then try to increase the power. Kamui may act silly in normal times, but in battle, Kamui is very scary. His brain at this time, the running speed is not comparable to that of ordinary people. No, Kamui immediately thought of another way to test, but to release Seireitei that is stronger than the basic Seireitei, Kamui must show his true fighting posture. Yes, the Kamui who looks very human at this time is not his real posture. As a talented Vasto Lord Manos Grande, Kamui has an advantage that other Manos Grandes cannot match, that is, the ability to change his own form advantage. Like other Manos Grandes, they all have their own characteristics, and although Kamui does not have particularly distinctive characteristics, he has other non-existent things, and there are still two. First of all, the first point is that Kamui can adapt to the battle by changing its own form, and it is suitable for all kinds of battles. In this regard, other virtuals can't do it, even if they're well-informed. Guang, Kuchiki-zan has never seen a Manos Grande who can change his form at will. The only way to change the shape by yourself is to condense your core into the shape of a knife after a Rankar, and become a Rankar. When you liberate your knife, you can complete the shape change. Advertisement other methods, not to mention Kuchiki-zan, may not be able to do it even if Aizen is here. After all, Kamui's shape-changing ability is also his innate ability, which is the same as Baragan's Decay, Helibel's Waterflow, and Stark's Infinite Seireitei, are their respective innate abilities. As for Kamui's second special feature, I won't introduce it here, after all, it will be a matter of the future, and Kamui is not ready to use his second feature yet. Judging from the current situation, Kamui knows that if he maintains his current state, he will largely be unable to fight Kuchiki-zan, so Kamui is also prepared to stop hiding his clumsiness. I saw Kamui screaming, disappeared from where he was originally, and appeared in a place farther away from the black flame dragon in an instant. Then, yellow, blue and purple arcs began to flash on Kamui's body. With the flashing of the arc, Kamui's feet arc-shaped runes of the same color as the arc began to appear on the exoskeleton-like steel skins of the arms. Seeing the changes in Kamui, Kuchiki-zan narrowed his eyes slightly in the distance, because the powerful spiritual sense told him that the strength of Ryotsu on Kamui began to increase at this time, and in just a moment, the amplitude of Ryotsu on Kamui was a few steps away from before, times. The next moment, Kamui's body also began to change with the appearance of the runes. The first thing that changed was the shape of Kamui's arms. With the appearance of the runes, sharp thorns like daggers began to grow on Kamui's arms, and the legs became thicker and full of mystery as more and more runes appeared. When Kamui stopped changing completely, the appearance of Kamui at this time has changed a lot compared to the previous one. The most intuitive change is that there are many mysterious runes in red, yellow and blue on Kamui's body at this time, and Kamui, whose appearance was closer to humans before, now has some hideous appearance and powerful power of Vasto Lord Manos Grande, but Kamui's face didn't change much at this time, except that a half-length gray and white hair suddenly grew out of his previously bald head. The next moment, Kamui, who had clearly transformed, threw out a straight fist with lightning speed, and then a huge golden Ryotsu fist formed from Kamui's right fist, and suddenly blasted towards the black flame dragon that had pounced on again. Boom! There was a loud bang, the moment the Ryotsu giant fist formed by the golden Ryotsu bombarded the dragon's head of the black flame dragon. A huge bang exploded, and at the same time a huge sound wave and shock wave were produced. Of course Hueco Mundo's the yellow and white fine sand all over the ground bombarded and flew all over the sky. Because of the relationship between the dust and the dust, Kuchiki-zan couldn't see the situation of the giant fist and the black flame dragon fighting for a while, but the Yanlong was made by Kuchiki-zan with Ryotsu after all, so Kuchiki-zan accepted it at the first time I got the feedback from my own Ryotsu. The black flame dragon was shattered. Advertisement Kuchiki-zan who got this result was slightly surprised. After all, the black flame dragon was already considered a very powerful move for Shikai's Yanmo at this time. Such a move, after Kamui's transformation, generally Kamen's punch was smashed, which shows how much Kamui's strength has improved after transformation. The original huge body of the shattered Yanlong still disappeared, leaving only sporadic black flames, which fell on the sand and began to burn the unique white fine sand of Hueco Mundo. Great punch! Before the dust settled, Kuchiki-zan, who was standing in the distance holding Yanmo, squinted his eyes and said,
Variety War Demon. First form. Explosive Fist. After hearing Kuchiki-zan's praise, Kamui, who was behind the dust, also spoke slowly. Following the conversation between the two, the dust finally slowly fell back to the good ground, leaving only a huge sand pit at the position where Yanlong and Gold's giant fists bombarded just now, and there were still sporadic stars in the pit. The black flame is burning tenaciously.
First form? Kuchiki-gen asked with his head tilted slightly.
Yes. At this time, Kamui was full of fierceness, and with the light yellow mysterious runes emerging from all over his body, the color of the runes will stabilize at one color after the transformation is over, adding a sense of mystery and power.
This is the first form of fighting since I was conscious.
After I reached this stage, I recondensed this form, and added my own unique ability after changing the form. The enhanced rune made me this. The form has reached true perfection. The punch just now is my new application for Seireitei in this form. Kamui explained to Kuchiki General faintly. Chapter 82 Bankai after 100 years. That punch just now was actually Seireitei's app. Regarding the answer given by Kamui, Kuchiki-zan was quite surprised to be honest. After all, the feeling that Kuchiki-zan gave to that punch just now was completely incompatible with Seireitei.
That's right, it's the application of Sero. Kamui nodded again, affirming the answer he gave earlier. Also, it's really surprising. Kuchiki-zan no longer doubted, although he had seen Sero before when he read the original book, and he had seen a lot of Sero after coming to Hueco Mundo, but to be honest, Kuchiki-zan has no doubts about Sero. This understanding of Manos Grande's unique offensive ability is still too shallow. It's nothing surprising, Sero is something that every Manos Grande knows, but some people can develop it, and some people can't develop it, like me, with the blessing of special abilities. My other combat abilities have been greatly improved, and I will naturally not put a lot of effort into developing these aspects, so I will reapply Sero in the combat form. These should not be surprising. Kamui he spread his hands out of course and said. Well, okay, boss, you have the final say. Kuchiki-zan complained slightly in his heart, but he couldn't refute Kamui's words. Originally, Kamui's body was very strong. After the shape change, Kuchiki-zan also felt that 887 Kamui's body had been further improved, so Kamui said that there is nothing wrong with developing other things. What's more, Kamui, Manos Grande of the Vasto Lord level, has the final say on the virtual matter, and Kuchiki-zan is not very clear about it. I'm getting more and more interested in your fighting form. Kuchiki-zan turned his thoughts and said to Kamui with a smile. I'm also very interested in your black flame. Your black flame is too strong. Kamui also nodded and said. My black flames are naturally very strong. This is the ability of my Zanpakutō Yanmo after liberation. These black flames are called karma by me. They have the ability to burn everything and devour all energy. Advertisement. Now that Kamui has introduced his situation, Kuchiki-zan naturally will not be stingy with his ability, and he will not tell Kamui. After all, it is not rude to come and go, not to mention that the two are now competing, not fighting to the death. The ability is nothing. What's more, isn't the situation at this time in line with the manga style of the Yamato nation? Everyone reported their family background before, and Kuchiki-zan used to complain about this point before, but he got used to it. Anyway, just look at it, it doesn't feel awkward anymore. Sure enough. Hearing Kuchiki-zan's explanation, Kamui also nodded. He had already discovered the characteristics of Black Flame through observation before, so he transformed directly, and then used the powerful moves after transformation to kill Yan the Dragon Blasted. You Black Flame is not easy to deal with. Kamui shook his head and said, he has experienced the difficulty of Black Flame himself, unless the attack formed by Black Flame is directly broken by the powerful Ryotsu skill with super high destructive power, otherwise Black Flame will devour the Ryotsu attacking itself to strengthen oneself. As far as this point is concerned, Kamui himself thinks that this is the most threatening point. Kuchiki-zan nodded to Kamui's words, did not explain, but said again, the Black Flame Dragon before is already the strongest attack I can make in my current state, that is to say, I have to come up with a more powerful attack. Your strength is coming, Kamui, you have to be careful. When Kamui heard Kuchiki-zan's words, he was slightly startled, but also smiled on his face. Haha, are you going to use the most powerful ability of your Shinigami? Kuchiki-gen mentioned to Kamui before, after they liberate Zanpakuto, they will have a more powerful ability. This ability is called Bankai. Bankai, like Shikai, is an advanced form of Zanpakuto, but its power is very different from Shikai. Following Kuchiki-zan's reminder, Kuchiki-zan slowly raised the black knife to his eyes, and then the black flames scattered on the ground slowly floated back to the CEAB. Under the traction of the black knife, Enma, Yanmo's sword body was absorbed by the sword body. Look, Kamui. This is the first time you've seen our Bankai, so remember it clearly. When Kuchiki-zan said this, the Ryotsu on his body began to climb rapidly. The black Ryotsu soared into the sky, mixed with a terrifying scorching aura. A huge phantom of a skull was formed by the jet black Ryotsu behind Kuchiki-zan. It looks scary and breathtaking. Advertisement, Bankai, Fusion Daionma Endless Karmic Fire Hell. Following Kuchiki-zan's voice, raging black flames suddenly erupted from Enma, and as Kuchiki-zan Ryotsu skyrocketed, more and more black flames, almost to the point of overwhelming the sky. Kamui is also looking at Kuchiki-zan solemnly at this time. He can feel that although Kuchiki-zan's Ryotsu has improved several times, but this is not the end, he knows it, because Kuchiki-zan told him that once, Shinigami, Bankai, then Ryotsu will be raised many times in an instant, instead of slowly raising Ryotsu like Kuchiki-zan is now. Kamui watched very seriously, just like Kuchiki-zan said, this is the first time he saw Bankai, and it was also a good opportunity to know Shinigami Bankai. He didn't want to give up such an opportunity, so what he watched was incomparable serious. At the moment when Kuchiki-zan's Ryotsu ascended to the top, Kamui's expression moved slightly, because Kuchiki-zan, whom he had been paying attention to, also moved. As Ryotsu gradually stabilized, Kuchiki-zan held the knife in his right hand, and the black flames all over the sky were instantly absorbed by Black Senma. In the next second, Kuchiki-zan's hands lightly waved the Enma, and the stream was 10 times larger than before. Double Ryotsu, with Kuchiki-gen's light wave overwhelmingly suppresses Kamui. At the same time, with Kuchiki-gen Ryotsu's instant transformation, where he is covered by Ryotsu, the surrounding colors begin to move towards pure black and white transformed. Kamui noticed the change in his surroundings, and his complexion changed for the first time, because what Kamui felt was not a simple color change of the surrounding environment, but everything he knew was changing, and this change made him very feeling uneasy. The first thought in my mind is to escape from this growing, black and white space. Hey, it's late. When Kamui really realized something was wrong and was about to run away, Kuchiki-zan showed a smile on his face and said a word at the same time. But Kamui, who heard this sentence, really changed his face this time, because the next moment, a black lacquered blade appeared in front of Kamui's eyes. Chapter 83 Flash Goddess / the next moment, Kuchiki-zan, who was still far away, appeared in front of Kamui's eyes, and along with him came the black blade in Kuchiki-zan's hand. The moment Kamui reacted, the blade had already reached Kamui's eyes, and the next moment Kamui felt that the pores of his body seemed to be air-conditioned, and gusts of cold air emerged from his body. Kamui knew very well that if he can't stop it, then the consequences will be what he may not want to see. With a huge sense of crisis approaching, Kamui's brain reaction can no longer keep up with Kuchiki's sudden attack, but the fact that the brain reaction can't keep up doesn't mean that Kamui's body instinctive reaction can't keep up either. The next moment, when the blade was about to hit Kamui's cheek, the golden runes on Kamui's legs suddenly burst into light, and then the runes on Kamui's legs burst out with a bang, and a powerful push broke out, causing Kamui, who was already leaning back as hard as possible, to get a huge reverse thrust in an instant, directly making Kamui's body away from Kuchiki-zan in an instant. Kuchiki-zan didn't expect that Kamui would retreat to dodge his own blow in such a way, and he was slightly dazed for a while. As for Kamui, he obviously knew that he would have such an instinctive reaction in such a situation. After the runes on his legs erupted to push back, he quickly raised his upper body, allowing his body to recover from the original backward position. Back to balance, turned into a slight forward leaning, and then stood still. Kuchiki-zan, who was dodged by Kamui, did not pursue after seeing that one blow failed, but instead focused on the legs that instinctively reacted just when he was in danger.
The luster emitted by the runes in the place is a bit dimmer, and at the same time, there are bursts of steam coming out of Kamui's legs.
It can be seen that the temporary consumption is not small for Kamui's legs. Kamui 3 is aware of his situation. Following Kuchiki-zan's gaze, he also looked at his legs, and then said, "Oh, the hands and legs will burst out in various directions in an emergency, but every time a burst will consume the energy of the runes on both legs, and in this situation, it is a sign of a slightly higher consumption." While speaking, Kamui raised his right foot and tapped his toes lightly against the ground. Following Kamui's movement, Kuchiki-zan found that the originally slightly dimmed rune luster, under Kamui's movement, very quickly soon it was back to normal. "It seems that you can replenish the consumption just now," Kuchiki-zan asked intentionally. Advertisement. "Well, that's right," Kamui nodded, and then asked, "Your blow just now really caught me off guard, and the speed like that is a bit strange. Can you solve the problem?" "I'll tell you if I want to know." Kuchiki-zan smiled slightly and said indifferently. "The speed that was as fast as ultimate just now is actually not the speed, but some transformations of my own Bankai combined with some applications of space. Originally, my Bankai was actually just to create a field space that can make black flames appear everywhere, but can be invisible, but with my understanding of Bankai, I found that if the field of Bankai is not qualitatively changed progress, then the power of my Bankai will stagnate, and the same shortcomings will be very obvious. So, after a long time of comprehension, I decided that if I can't get a qualitative change directly, then I should start with other aspects, for example, comprehensiveness. Yes, since the aspect of depth couldn't work out before, I decided to try to make myself wider. After all, whether it is Shikai or Bankai, the original purpose is to defeat the opponent, so since Bankai can't directly achieve the final for qualitative change, then start with the quantitative change first, and use the quantitative change to drive the qualitative change, so my Bankai has just now. Cut. As for the knife that appeared in front of you just now is an ability of my latest Bankai domain, which I call Flash Goddess /. Hearing Kuchiki-zan's explanation, Kamui nodded half comprehensively. Flash Goddess? It's a very appropriate name, and the speed is really fast. Oh no, it should be teleportation. Yes, it's teleportation. As I just said, before my Bankai domain could only create invisible black flames in a very small area, but after my hard work, the current domain is not only larger than before. I have improved a lot, and I have also improved the functionality of the black flame a lot. Now, as long as I am in the field I created, I can exchange positions with the black flame that appeared out of thin air. Kuchiki-zan spread his arms, with the knife in his right hand stretched out, his left hand spread out with the palm facing up, he said with a smile. Advertisement, ask for flowers, of course. This Bankai is not perfect, because with the expansion of the domain, although the production of black flames is much more than in the previous domain, it is because the space has expanded, and the invisible black flame cannot spread to the domain. All corners of the world, so if you want to exchange teleportation in some places, you must make black flames in advance, so, it will affect the time of teleportation. After Kuchiki-zan explained the advantages, he also talked about the disadvantages. Since it is an explanation of the competition, there is no need for Kuchiki-zan to hide it. After all, the process of telling is also a process of reflection, which is beneficial to Kuchiki-zan's subsequent development of Bankai. 00. Well, there are indeed pros and cons. Kamui nodded in the same way. He had already understood, and also knew what kind of flaws there were in Kuchiki's seemingly incomprehensible abilities. Kuchiki-zan said very clearly that although the black flame is invisible, it is impossible to completely cover up the existence of the black flame for Ryotsu's sensitive powerhouse. If you want to avoid it, it is not impossible to dodge it. After discovering the existence of the black flame, it is still very easy to avoid it. Moreover, although with the development of Kuchiki-zan, the scope of the black and white space field has been expanded by more than 10 times than before, the disadvantage is that the production of black flames cannot keep up with the expansion of the field. In the very narrow field before, black flames can do it is impossible to fill it up, but with the scope of the current field, this is simply impossible, so this is the biggest flaw, the Dr. Kuchiki said. It takes time to make black flames. Although black flames seem to be generated out of thin air in the field, they are all made by Kuchiki-gen through Ryotsu. Every piece of black flame in the field must be produced by consuming Kuchiki-gen's Ryotsu. This is the defect that Kuchiki-zan said, because knowing that it takes time, if this point is caught by the enemy, then the threat level of Flash Goddess Slash will be greatly reduced. Of course, those who can completely evade the Flash Goddess Slash, in the true sense, are definitely the best of the best. Regarding this point, Kuchiki-zan said that it is not completely worried. After all, there are so many high-level experts in the world. Woolen cloth. Chapter 84 Win or Lose. Of course, although it is hard to find a master, it is not impossible, and this cannot be the reason for Kuchiki-zan to carry it. After all, Bankai is not perfect if he is not perfect. This is indisputable. Just like the Kamui facing Kuchiki-zan at this time, although Kuchiki-zan did not have the intention to kill Kamui in the previous knife, but it also proved that even if he did not have the intention to kill, Kamui could rely on his own excellent strength, abruptly cracked Kuchiki-zan's knife. Although it was Kuchiki who made the move and did not continue to attack, otherwise Kamui may not be injured, but a mess is unavoidable. Moreover, Flash Goddess Slash is not all about the new Bankai after Kuchiki-zan's enlightenment for 100 years. Kuchiki-zan's explanation before is only an explanation of the basic ability, and it does not mean that all the abilities of his new Bankai are here. First of all, Kuchiki-zan's new Bankai is far superior to the previous Bankai in terms of 5, 6, 7 abilities in all aspects. This is beyond doubt. Secondly, the expansion of the field and the increase of black flames are also a great improvement. There are too many, but considering Kuchiki-zan's ever-changing strength, it may not be a big flaw. As for other abilities, Kuchiki-zan felt that what he had just explained was enough, and the next step was the real battle between him and Kamui. The warm-up is over, Kamui, next, I hope you and I can show our real strength to fight. It's not in vain that we have known each other for so long. Kuchiki-zan looked at Kamui and said lightly. That's exactly what I mean. Kamui bowed slightly, and the runes on his body began to emit brighter luster. Obviously, Kamui was ready to start a real battle. After all, he had been suppressed by Kuchiki-zan before, which made him Kamui was very upset. After all, he was a Manos Grande who made his living by fighting. How could he endure being suppressed all the time? Up, up. Boom. Advertisement the next moment, the speed of the two exploded at the same time, rushing towards each other. On the other side, in the camp of the expedition team, as the battle between Kuchiki-zan and Kamui started, Ryotsu's soaring became more and more powerful, and he was discovered by the expedition team members in the distance. But because Shihu and Husan, Shiba Iron Owl and others also know the existence of Kamui, maybe they haven't guessed what Kuchiki-zan did before, but after feeling the soaring Ryotsu of the two sides, even if they are stupid, they will know what did Kuchiki-gen go to do. At the main entrance of the camp, Shiba Iron Owl, Shihu and Husan, and Makihara Motoda were standing side by side outside the main entrance, talking about something in the direction of the Manos Grande forest. Wow, such a Ryotsu, I can feel it from such a distance. It seems that the strength of Vasto Lord Manos Grande the brothers-on met is really terrifying. Motoda Mahara felt the Ryotsu of Kuchiki-zan and Kamui one after another, with an exaggerated expression said. HMPH, what do you think? That's Vasto Lord, not something Manos Grande like Ajukas can compare to. Shihu and Husan sneered, and yelled at Motoda Mahara. Now Shihu and Husan still retains the same Muyuan Yuentai's old habit of bickering and other styles are almost gone. And Muyuan Yuentai also understands Shihuan and Husan's personality. After all, they have fought side by side for 100 years, so how could they not understand each other? So Muyuan Yuentai didn't bother to argue with him. Okay, I understand. Didn't you almost die in the hands of an Ajukas decades ago? As for being so brooding. Regarding Muyuan Yueta's soft counterattack, Shihu and Husan could only snort coldly with a livid face. After all, this is also the truth. They were indeed helpless against Ajukas back then, which is nothing compared to now. At this time, they have completely ignored the weaker Ajukas. Only the truly strong Ajukas will pose a threat to them, we'll never forget. Don't make any noise, look, I haven't seen Ryotsu released by Captain Kuchiki in this way for decades, this is Bankai, right? Instead, focus on the other side of the battle. Advertisement following Kuchiki-gen's Bankai, everyone here also felt Kuchiki-gen's huge, terrifying Ryotsu that seemed to overwhelm the sky. Phew, it's true, although I was lucky enough to see the Bankai of Brother Zan once when Brother Zan had just mastered Bankai, but compared to now, the Bankai at that time was far worse than it is now. Feeling Kuchiki-gen's terrifying Ryotsu, Makihara Motoda took a deep breath and said in shock. In the past 100 years of battle, as Kuchiki-zan's closest comrade in arms, everyone has naturally seen Kuchiki-zan's Bankai, but those are not Kuchiki-zan's full-strength Bankai. After all, there is no other Manos Grande except the Vasto Lord level. Manos Grande can use all the strength of Kuchiki General. In 100 years, the few Bankai that Kuchiki-zan has used are all forced to save people, so basically, if it is not necessary, Kuchiki-zan will not Bankai at all.
Ah yes, for so many years, the chief captain, Bankai, has always been to save people. There is no Manos Grande who can let the chief captain be a real Bankai. Shiba Iron Owl shook Zanpakuto at his waist, and said with emotion.
Because Shiba Iron Owl has the most intuitive perception of Kuchiki-zan's strength, and he doesn't want to recall the details, but Shiba Iron Owl always remembers that on Ajukas, whom he regarded as a death calamity, Shiba Iron Owl for the first time, Owl really saw the violent and terrifying Ryotsu of Kuchiki-gen, and the Bankai who drove the fear into his bone marrow. I really want to see. How strong is Vasto Lord? Shihuan Husan sighed and said with some envy. Don't think about it, Husan, with our current strength, we are not enough to face Vasto Lord, even the weakest one, so listen to the words of Captain Kuchiki. Stay here and make yourself stronger go. Shiba Iron Owl patted Shihuan Hui on the shoulder and said. It can only be like this. Shihuan Husan nodded 2.4. After all, he knew that what Shiba Iron Owl said was right. Those who have not even reached the 8th level are not qualified to stand in front of the Vasto Lord level Manos Grande. The three stopped talking, but turned their attention to the place where Kuchiki-zan and Kamui fought. Originally, everyone in the expedition team wanted to go to the battlefield, but they were stopped by the three of them. In the end, Shiba Ching and Kamui, the two brothers Hong Xiao, continued to organize the registration, while Shiba Tai Xiao and the three of them stood in front of the camp and felt the Ryotsu fighting against each other from a distance, expressing a burst of emotion from time to time. In fact, the three of them also wanted to go to the place where they fought, but they knew very well that it would not be an easy job to go through the forest of Manos Grande, not to mention whether they could stand Ryotsu in the place of battle, so the three of them only I can suppress the impulse in my heart, and then plant a seed in my heart. Chapter 85 results for the next quarter of an hour. The Ryotsu collision between Kuchiki-zan and Kamui almost never stopped, which made the three people who were already very yearning even more unbearable.
Wow, it's been so long, they've been fighting for so long. Could it be that the Ryotsu of two people is a bottomless pit? Moto de Muhara was the youngest of the three, and he naturally spoke the most wanton.
Yeah, it's been so long and has maintained such a high-intensity Ryotsu output. Are both of them monsters? Shihuan Husan finally didn't hate Muyuan Yanda, but agreed. Well, the two guys are indeed terrifying and abnormal. If we maintain such a high-intensity Ryotsu output, if it were us, our spiritual power would have been exhausted long ago.
How could we continue to fight? Shiba Iron Owl is the most calm one among the three, but for the monster-like performance of Kuchiki-zan and Kamui, they are also quite speechless.
The three of them also mastered the character of Bankai, but they asked themselves, let alone fighting an enemy stronger than themselves, even an evenly matched enemy would not be able to fight for such a long time.
After all, there is a saying that is applicable both in ancient and modern Daxia and abroad, that is, the duel between the strong is often determined 24 times in an instant.
The words may vary due to geographical issues, but the reason is the same. The reason why the strong are strong is because they can cause very serious harm to others, so they are called strong. A duel is often a battle that can determine the outcome in one round. Therefore, the longer this kind of battle lasts, the more it represents the terrifying strength of the two warring people, which is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Just when the three were wondering how long Kuchiki-zan and Kamui would fight, the huge Ryotsu collision suddenly stopped. The cessation of Ryotsu's collision meant that the battle between the two had ended, but judging from the disappearance of Ryotsu's collision, the three of them understood that the battle had stopped, but the outcome might not necessarily be decided. After the three looked at each other in surprise, they found the blazing 8 trigrams fire in each other's eyes, and all three wanted to know the result of the fight. Hey, tell me, who won? Shihuan Husan spoke first. I don't know. Shiba Iron Owl shook his head and replied. After all, the Ryotsu collision disappeared at the same time, and because the distance between the fights was very far, if it wasn't for the extremely huge Ryotsu collision, the three of them would have been able to discover it. Advertisement. The distance is too far, it's too difficult to distinguish. Muyuan Motoda also shook his head regretfully and said. After some discussion, the three of them shook their heads at the same time, because it was indeed too far away, and it was impossible to distinguish the situation of the two of them in detail, so the only thing the master could do was to continue. Standing here waiting for Kuchiki-gen's return. Not long after, a figure appeared on the sand dunes in the distance, and the three of them became excited. After all, there should be no one else who could appear here except Kuchiki-zan. Sure enough, when the figure gradually became clear, the three of them saw Kuchiki-zan, who looked a little tattered and his upper body clothes disappeared, walking slowly towards the camp. When the three saw Kuchiki-zan's situation, they all showed shocked expressions. In their impression, Kuchiki-zan had never been in such a state of embarrassment, because of Kuchiki-zan's situation, from the side confirmed the strong strength of that Vasto Lord level Manos Grande. When Kuchiki-zan stood in front of the three of them completely, the three of them could see clearly the situation of Kuchiki-zan at this time. At this time, Kuchiki-zan's hair is still in good condition. After all, it is protected by the silver headband, and there is no big change. From the hair below, Kuchiki-zan's tragedy begins shown. First of all, the face. At this time, Kuchiki-zan's face was bruised on the left cheek, and the right chin was red, and there was still blood at the corner of the mouth. It can be seen that Kuchiki-zan's face should have been hit more than 2 times. And then down, to the torso of Kuchiki-zan, the clothes on the mountain have long since disappeared, and the only remaining fabric is a little hem tied in the waistband of the trousers. There are also some abrasions on the body, and there are also bruises and purple spots, but they are not serious, and they are all just skin trauma. Further down are the legs covered by the trousers. The trousers below the waist are still in good condition, and it seems that they have not been taken care of too much. Therefore, it can be concluded that the attack parts of Kuchiki-zan are concentrated above the torso. But just this is enough to surprise the three of them. Hey, I'm talking about the captain. Is that Vasto Lord so strong? Have you been injured so much? Who won when you fell to the ground? Shiba Iron Owl spoke a little bluntly, and asked directly. Advertisement Shihuan Husan and Muyuan Motoda glared at Shiba Iron Owl respectively, blaming this guy for being too straightforward, but they also wanted to know the result of this battle. Kuchiki glanced at the three of them speechlessly. He had already noticed the fire of 8 trigrams in the eyes of the three of them. After rolling his eyes, he began to ask. You three guys are also like 8 trigrams? What are 8 trigrams? The three asked at the same time. It's okay. You want to know the result? Kuchiki-zan knew that he had slipped the tongue when he heard it. The words, 8 trigrams, or something that only came later, so Kuchiki-zan immediately attracted the three people's attention to them things of interest. Sure enough, after hearing this sentence, the attention of the three people was drawn to other places, and they immediately began to ask questions. Yeah, how is it? Which of you won? Kuchiki wiped his sweat secretly, thinking that he almost dug a hole for himself. You must know that this was 2,000 years ago. If this is entangled, it will not be easy to be fooled. Secretly heaving a sigh of relief, Kuchiki Xuanzheng straightened his face, coughed and said, as for the result, we should be considered to be undecided. Oh no. The three exclaimed at the same time, but after thinking about it quickly, they realized that it should be true that there is no winner. After all, the ryatsu of the two sides converged at the same time, and it was obvious that the two did it deliberately, so the result is not unacceptable. Naturally, there is no winner, and we didn't fight each other with death. Isn't it hard to accept such a result? Kuchiki Xuan was a little disappointed when he saw the reaction of the three, and asked rhetorically. Oh, it's nothing. We actually guessed part of the outcome. Muyuan Yanda had the fastest brain, and immediately said. Well, don't dawdle, I've been delayed for some time, hurry up and see if the registration is over. Saying that, Kuchiki-zan raised his feet and walked towards the camp. After all, he was also a little anxious to go back to Soul Society. Chapter 86 Go home. Seeing that Kuchiki-zan obviously didn't want to say more, the three of them didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, the three of them got the answer they wanted, so there was no need to ask any more questions. Immediately, followed Kuchiki-zan walked into the camp, and walked towards the location of the expedition team members. The other side, at the basin where Kuchiki-gen and Kamui fought before. Kamui was lying in a sandpit without any image. At this time, Kamui had already released his first form, and his body was full of tatters. Kamui was lying in the sandpit, panting heavily. The battle between him and Kuchiki-zan was indeed a tie. Kuchiki-zan was forcefully punched by him several times, 2 of which were still in the face. It can be said that the record is shining. But, likewise, he got hit by Kuchiki-general a bit miserably. Kamui used to fight with his fists, but Kuchiki-gen didn't. Kuchiki-gen's bankai hitting him was no joke. From Kuchiki-zan bankai to when the two really started fighting, until the end of the battle, Kamui can be said to have been cut by the black flame several times, and the result is that the place where the knife was cut was swallowed and digested in an instant. Even if Kamui has runes strengthening the steel skin and body are not too strong to withstand the erosion of the invisible black flame behind Kuchiki-zan bankai. The result is that during the battle, in order to maintain his fighting power, Kamui has been expending a lot to regenerate his body super fast. Even so, Kamui is a little miserable here. However, even though it was miserable on the surface, Kuchiki-zan also controlled his strength, and the damage he caused to Kamui was also superficial damage, and there was almost no internal damage. At this time, Kamui was lying in the sandpit panting, but it is because of the large consumption of ryatsu. After all, ultra-fast regeneration also requires the support of ryatsu. Kuchiki-zan. What a scary guy. After panting for a few times, Kamui sat up from the unrecognizable lying down, and looked at the original body on his body at this moment. Only a few scattered pieces of the mighty steel armor were left, and he said to himself with a wry smile. Advertisement, but. The last thing he said. Arankar, and. War, degree? At this point, Kamui narrowed his eyes and began to think about what Kuchiki General said before leaving. Yes, before the fight, Kuchiki Yun promised that he would tell Kamui something about the breakthrough after the fight, as long as Kamui fights him. But more than that, Kuchiki-zan also said a lot of things about Shu, and soul societies, fate. People have basically established a deep trust in decades of getting along. Autonomous. Arankar, and Quincy. Kamui tilted his head, and finally added, interesting, 1. Kuchiki-zan first returned to his tent, took out a replacement martial arts outfit and changed into clothes, then used his passive ability to remove the bruises on his face and body, and then came to the place where people gathered. At this time, according to the statistics of Shiba Qing and Hongxiao, the number of people who voluntarily stay in Hueco Mundo has been determined. Although the number is too small for Kuchiki-zan to stay, overall, it is not bad. According to the voluntary registration, apart from Shihuan Husan and Shiba Tieshao, the remaining 36 people except Kuchiki-zan, Muyuan Yanda, Cheng Nu, and Hongxiao, there are only 32 players left. 14 people, and the remaining 18 people are unwilling to stay. Originally, Kuchiki-zan meant that he didn't force it, and Kuchiki-zan was already very happy that 14 people could stay on their own initiative. Kuchiki-zan looked at the people present and slowly said, I have already understood the situation of voluntary registration, and I am very pleased that there are 14 good men from the Soul Society who are willing to stay in Hueco Mundo and continue to contribute to the Soul Society. Again, on behalf of the entire expedition team, and the entire Soul Society, I, Kuchiki-zan, would like to say thank you. After all, Kuchiki-zan bowed to everyone present, and the team members did not evade or say anything. After all, this is what they deserve. In the end, those who stayed in Hueco Mundo, plus Captain Shiba Iron Owl and Captain Shihunhu, there are a total of 16 people. At that time, the two of you will be assigned by yourself and continue to be divided into two teams. What to do? Don't change the style of the expedition team just because I'm gone. I hope that when I see you next time, you will be different. Kuchiki-zan said in a complex tone. Advertisement, yes. The remaining 14 players, together with the two captains, gave Kuchiki-zan the final answer. Hearing everyone's answers, Kuchiki-zan nodded with satisfaction. Okay, I won't talk nonsense. The remaining brothers, you continue your business, and the rest, get ready quickly. We, go home. The phrase, go home, made all the members of the expedition team laugh. They have been away from Soul Society for too long. When they came, there were more than 100 people. At this time, there are only 38 people left. Such a reduction rate, although in terms of a time span of 100 years, it is not a big deal, but when the team members watch their comrades die one by one, this kind of feeling is really uncomfortable. Therefore, after hearing Kuchiki-zan's announcement of returning home, everyone was very excited whether they stayed in Hueco Mundo or returned home. Those who stay in Hueco Mundo are naturally excited to write a sentence for the endless crusade, and at the same time excited for the new faces who are coming. After all, watching these people every day for 100 years, it is inevitable that they will be tired. Needless to say, the group who returned home has been around for 100 years. Although people in the Soul Society, those with spiritual power, generally start at the age of 400 or 500, 100 years is equivalent to 1/5 of the shortest lifespan. This kind of time was spent in the crusade against Hueco Mundo, and he did not go crazy directly, which is considered to be an excellent psychological endurance. Of course, among these people, although none went crazy directly, there were not a few who had problems in their hearts. Of course, a large part of them had already died in the battle. You know, in the next batch of candidates who will return to Soul Society, there are several problems, and among the group of people who choose to stay in Hueco Mundo, there are also some problems, but these are based on Kuchiki-zan observed and should have noticed his own problems, so he chose to stay in Hueco Mundo. For this, Kuchiki-zan is very pleased. At least these people have self-knowledge. At least Kuchiki-zan feels that such a long time of guidance and getting along with each other has not been wasted. As for those who are planning to return to the Soul Society, Kuchiki-zan will not just let them go. The most basic thing is to report to the old man Yamamoto and the various families after returning to the Soul Society, so that they can pay close attention. Most of the members of the expedition team have aristocratic backgrounds. Soon, the crowd dispersed and began to pack their bags and prepare to go on the road. Chapter 87 Farewell and return under the full motivation of going home. The members of the expedition team who were about to go home quickly cleaned up. Speaking of which, there was actually nothing to clean up. Everyone casually packed their dry food and a few combat uniforms on the road, and gathered in the open space in the center of the camp. Soon, 21 people, including Muyuan Yuantai, Shiba Qing and Shiba Hongxiao, gathered in the open space. At this time, two camps were clearly formed in the open space. On one side were Muyuan Yuantai and Shiba brothers. The Going Home group is headed by Shiba Tieshao, and Shihun Husan on the other side is the Left Behind group. Kuchiki-zan looked at Shiba Iron Owl, Shihun Husan, and the 14th Life Team members who chose to stay. Even Kuchiki-zan, who has been tempered for 400 years, has a heart as hard as steel, and his eyes couldn't help turning red. Uncle Iron Owl. Kuchiki-zan looked at Shiba Iron Owl, who had no fluctuation on his face, and felt mixed feelings for a moment. After all, they are brothers who have been together for more than 100 years. How could Kuchiki-zan have no feelings in his heart? Hearing Kuchiki-zan's appellation that was obviously contrary to his identity, Shiba Iron Owl's iron-blooded face couldn't help showing a sad look. Zan. Don't be sad, we stayed behind. For you and 937 Soul Society. You promise, go back and take care of the two bastards. I'll guard the rear for you. Shiba Tieshao rarely showed a trace of tenderness on his face, especially when talking about his two sons. Hearing Shiba Iron Owl's words, the eye sockets of everyone present were also red, especially Shiba Qingye and Shiba Hongxiao, who lowered their heads silently, tears streaming down their cheeks, because they knew that I don't know when I will see my father again, and it is possible that I will never see my father again, but as members of Shiba's family, if there is no sacrifice of Shiba's Iron Owl, they will never be able to become Kuchiki-zan's closest partner. They all understand that when all three of them, father and son, were able to come to the expedition team, they had this idea in mind. After listening to Shiba's words, Kuchiki-zan's eyes turned red, and he nodded and said, Don't worry. Uncle Iron Owl, I will take good care of them both. I promise that as long as I am, there will be Shiba's family. Although the words are not serious, none of the people present are uninformed. They know that since Kuchiki-zan said such a sentence today, it means that as long as there are no major problems of principle in the Shiba family, CEFH, Then their family will sit back and relax. After all, this is what Kuchiki-zan said. Because there are 10 people who were saved by Kuchiki Xuanbao in the expedition team, Makihara Genta. What happened to the Muyuan family back then? More or less everyone present knew something about it. With the lessons learned by Muyuan Motoda, no one would doubt what Kuchiki-zan said. Advertisement, Husan. Kuchiki-zan looked at Shihuan Husan, ready to say something, but was interrupted by Shihuan Husan raising his hand. Captain, needless to say, I understand everything. You can go back at ease, take care of the old man in my house, and for the rest, Brother Taishao and I are here, so don't worry. Shihuan Husan said with a smile. Good. Kuchiki-zan felt the hearts of Shihuan Husan and Shiba Iron Owl, so there is no need to say more. You two take care, and take care of the remaining brothers. We'll just go first. Kuchiki-zan added at the end. Treasure. Treasure. The two parties said goodbye to each other, and then under the watchful eyes of the left-behind team, Kuchiki-zan Yi took the lead, leading the home team, and left towards the barren land at the border between Hueco Mundo and Soul Society. On the other side, the Soul Society side, which had been waiting at the junction of the barren land and the Soul Society, had already gathered elder-level figures from the major families and began to wait at the junction. Although the expedition has been in Hueco Mundo for 100 years, there will be an exchange of materials and information every 10 years, which also lets everyone in the Soul Society know what the expedition is in at this time. The current Soul Society is not the Soul Society of later generations. It has many surveillance methods, and most of the current Soul Society still uses enchantment as a means of warning, and there is no other way of communication except for a single communication method. So at this time, everyone in the Soul Society does not know when Kuchiki-zan's team will return to the Soul Society. However, although there is no exact time, they can calculate the time needed for a round trip, so the nobles of the Soul Society arrange manpower at the border early to prepare for the return of the expedition team. At this time, the Soul Society has once again experienced a century of development, and there have been great changes before Kuchiki-zan and the others set out. Great changes have also taken place in the power system of the major families. Advertisement, however, none of these will affect the expedition team that Kuchiki-zan belongs to at present, but after he returns, it will be another matter. At the forefront of the welcoming line at this time was, of course, Yamamoto Genryusai with the Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, on the handle of the purple scabbard. After all, he begged Kuchiki-zan to go out on his behalf, so no matter what their personal relationship is, he must appear at the forefront of the welcoming team at this time. Moreover, without the replacement of Kuchiki-zan, it is impossible for him to complete his vision so quickly. As for why he has not fully started to act, because Yamamoto Shigekuni feels that such a grand event must be completed under the witness of Kuchiki-zan, is considered a complete merit and virtue. At this time, the waiting line was huge, and as time passed by every minute, some nobles in the waiting line were a little impatient, but because of the presence of Yamamoto Genryusai, they dared not do or say anything. With the operation of the old man Yamamoto for 100 years, the Soul Society at this time, in addition to the decision-making level in the Lingwang Palace, the remaining voices are ultimately the old man Yamamoto and the Kuchiki family. Of course, there are only Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki Gen who can really shake the Soul Society. Although Kuchiki Gen has not been in the Soul Society for 100 years, if Kuchiki-zan wants to do something, Yamamoto Shiguni has no objection under the circumstances. No one can stop him. This is the power of the war hero Kuchiki Gen. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and another 2 hours passed. At this time, the return time of the expedition team was much later than expected, and the commotion of the welcoming team was getting bigger and bigger. However, Shigekuni Yamamoto, standing at the forefront of the team, was still as immobile as a mountain, as if the passage of time did not exist at all. Just when some people in the team thought that they should take a break first, standing at the front of the team, Yamamoto Shigekuni, who had closed his eyes, suddenly opened his own little eyes. Then he opened his mouth and said, it can be regarded as coming back. Chapter 88 Deterrence. Came back. Yamamoto Shigekuni's words made the chaotic team instantly quiet down. Then everyone turned their eyes to the distance at the junction, and they all wanted to see how Kuchiki-zan, who had been away from Soul Society for 100 years, had changed. To be honest, when Yamamoto Shigekuni asked Kuchiki Gen to go to the Soul Society on his behalf, it was equivalent to obliterating everything that Kuchiki Gen had done to the Soul Society, because even though it had been a long time since the Battle of the Nobles at that time, but at that time also it's just that the Soul Society has just finished recuperating, and it's a good time to establish its own power. However, due to his own reasons, Yamamoto Shigekuni let Kuchiki Gen, a rising star, leave the Soul Society for 100 years. Of course, what he doesn't know is that Kuchiki-zan doesn't care about these at all, because Kuchiki-zan understands that these things are imaginary, and the only way to survive and help the Soul Society to survive is the eternal pursuit. It's just that power corrupts people's hearts, and the Soul Society, which has gone through 100 years of peace, will naturally breed some discordant voices. These voices dare not target 24 Yamamoto Genryusai, who is both powerful and powerful, so many people will the idea hit Kuchiki-zan, who had secretly become the second speaker of Soul Society at the beginning. At this time, at least half of the welcoming team came to observe Kuchiki-zan, and half of them came with another intention. However, everything, the moment Kuchiki-zan returns, is doomed to let them down. Soon, when everyone was waiting for their eyes to see through, a team of figures appeared in everyone's sight. When people saw the shadow of the team, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Advertisement. As the team approached, a very depressing feeling suddenly overwhelmed everyone. Yamamoto Genryusai at the front of the team felt the most direct. I saw Yamamoto Genryusai's face move slightly, and he took a deep look at the approaching team, whispered, "Shen is a shrewd brat." Yes, old man Yamamoto has already discovered what this pressure is all about. It is the Ryotsu pressure released by Kuchiki Gen across the boundary and barrier between the two places, so although everyone felt a slight pressure, but it was impossible to tell what caused it, and because the pressure was very light, some people who were not too strong and not sensitive to Ryotsu ignored the existence of this pressure. Of course, there are many powerful people in the team. Apart from the old man Yamamoto, there are also people who are aware of the source of this pressure, especially those who are familiar with Kuchiki-zan, such as representatives of the Kuchiki family, representatives of the Shihuan family and representative of the Shiba family. Oh ho ho ho, that's interesting. From this point of view, the boss of our family still knows that some people in the Soul Society are too jumpy. The person who spoke was a very feminine, delicate face, and a soft-spoken, but it was a male Kuchiki family who whispered. This guy is called Kuchiki Ziwa, he is the younger brother of the current patriarch Kuchiki Aoda, and he is also the grandpa of Kuchiki-zan. But this guy is sometimes too motherly, and his brains are very good, so the general Kuchiki family will not let him show his face. One time, it was because Kuchiki Aoda couldn't come because of something, so this Kuchiki Ziwa, who is not low in status, was allowed to appear on the stage. However, although Kuchiki Ziwa's voice is low, the guys around him are not weak. The Shihuan family is naturally the eldest son of the head of the Shihuan family, Sayuen Shinichi, a handsome man in black clothes. He naturally heard what Kuchiki Ziwa said, and also felt the Ryotsu from Kuchiki-zan, so he also said in a low voice, "Oh, the Ryotsu of Boss Zan is really scary, except on the body of Mr. Yamamoto occasionally, I felt it once, that is, I felt it on Boss Zan. This has not passed the boundary and enchantment, and there is pressure. Then when Boss Zan really comes over, this group of people will have to fight again. More than half of it will be crushed to the ground." Kuchiki Ziwa glanced at Shihuan Sheni, nodded slowly, and said in a soft voice, Yes, this one is not easy to mess with. My patriarch brother in our family would not dare to mess with this one. These lifeless guys actually dare to play tricks. Heh, it's too long to die, don't you think so, old man Yanyuan? After Kuchiki Ziwa hummed a few words in a mocking manner, she brought the topic to Shiba Hiko Ape, because although Shiba Hiko Ape's age is not that exaggerated, but his seniority is too old, and he is of the same generation as Kuchiki Ziwa, so naturally, there was no reaction after being ridiculed, but she said, Ziwa is right, this guy, Azan, is something that those ghosts and ghosts can covet. Advertisement. Shiba Yanyuan is a 100% supporter of Kuchiki-zan. He was the one who sent the two brothers Taiyo and Qingnu into the expedition team. At this time, he has become the patriarch of the Shiba family. As far as the bed is concerned, this time he personally led the team to welcome the return of Kuchiki-zan, and at the same time, he also wanted to see what happened to his main descendants. Soon, as the team approached the border, the pressure on everyone suddenly increased a lot. At this time, no matter how dull everyone was, they could feel what the pressure was all about, so at this time the team had a different idea. The faces of the people in this group have become ugly, but if they turn around and leave at this time, it is not in line with their original intention, so they can only bite the bullet and stay here at 850, waiting for the next development. As the team approached the border bit by bit, the pressure on everyone was also increasing. Although it was not as uncomfortable as Ryotsu directly pressing on the body, but because there were many people with ghosts in their hearts, the pressure from inside and outside added up. Next, someone is already sweating. On the other side, the expedition team led by Kuchiki-zan actually discussed the issue of the Soul Society when they were on the road. After all, every time the task force returns to the Soul Society, it is not just a simple acquisition of materials, but also a collection of Soul Society. A function of society intelligence. At this time, Kuchiki-zan is naturally aware of the undercurrent of the Soul Society. It seems that the old man Yamamoto is the only one, but in fact he is not. There is never lack of such things as ambition. So, before reaching the border, Kuchiki Gen has already released his huge Ryotsu, just to scare all those with evil intentions. The people who came back from the expedition also knew what was going on, so they all supported Kuchiki-zan's approach. When the members of the expedition team crossed the border and entered the barrier of Soul Society, Kuchiki-zan's huge Ryotsu directly shattered the barrier set at the border. Also directly, the people who greeted the team, especially those who harbored evil intentions, fell to their knees on the ground in awe, out of their wits. Chapter 89. Kuchiki-zan will not buy from anyone. The huge Ryotsu directly fills the space between the Soul Society's world. In a split second, it has a certain blocking effect on the boundary that was originally set up, but the greater effect is to crush the barrier that was used as a warning. The moment the barrier was shattered, the terrifying Ryotsu directly acted on the members of the welcoming team. Regardless of whether they were strong or weak, they all felt a pressure like a mountain falling on their shoulders. The only person who can stand this kind of pressure without changing his face is Yamamoto Genryusai, who stands at the front of the line and leans on Zanpakuto with both hands. Hey, old man, long time no see. Kuchiki-zan's first words back to Soul Society were to old man Yamamoto. You brat. Yamamoto Genryusai looked at Kuchiki-zan, who was the same as before, and said with a rare, 953, smile on his face. Good, back in full. Thanks to your old man, nothing happened, and his strength has grown a lot, Kuchiki-zan said with a grin. Of course, while talking, he looked at the team behind the old man Yamamoto, and found that many people looked at him with ugly faces, and the smile on Kuchiki-zan's face became even stronger. The next moment, the even bigger Ryotsu on Kuchiki-zan's body soared into the sky. Such a sudden and terrifying Ryotsu directly crushed half of the people in the team to their knees. However, this is not over yet. When Kuchiki-zan raised his own Ryotsu again, all the members of the expedition team behind him also released their own Ryotsu. The combination of Ryotsu and Ryotsu increased the pressure on the welcoming team. In the welcoming team, there was a sound of falling down one after another, and even the high-ranking nobles standing in front of the team resisted these huge Ryotsu with stern faces. Of course, among these high-level executives, apart from the stern expression, those who have a good relationship with Kuchiki-zan, among them, Shiba Yanyan's face is more gratified. Okay, today is the big day for you to come back, so don't be too ugly on the scene. Advertisement. When more and more people fell to the ground in the welcoming team, the old man Yamamoto spoke. He knew that the effect of deterrence had already been achieved. At least for now, the forces with ulterior motives had received the most direct answer, that is, Kuchiki-zan, you can't afford to mess with it. Hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni's words, Kuchiki squinted his eyes slightly, nodded after a while, and said, in this case, then I will give you 10 face to the old man. After the words fell, Kuchiki-zan took the lead to put away the Cyclonus Ryotsu, and at the same time, all the members of the expedition team also put away their own Ryotsu in an instant. This scene made everyone who welcomed the team tremble. Obviously, Ouyang Xuan's control over the expedition team exceeded their expectations. But the next words made it even more difficult for many people to accept. Old man Yamamoto, after 100 years of crusade on the expedition team, there are only 38 surviving members including me. I only brought back 22 people when I returned this time. The other 16 people were left by me in Hueco Mundo. The remaining members of the expedition team, because I think that the crusade against Hueco Mundo is a long-term task, and it is not enough to rest easy after one crusade, so I will keep them at the same time, and I suggest
Soul Society in the future from time to time, add personnel to the Hueco Mundo expedition team and conduct small-scale crusades. The above is all I want to report.
After finishing speaking, Kuchiki-zan didn't even look at the faces of the other people, and walked straight to the back of the welcoming team. When he walked up to Yamamoto Shigekuni, he turned around and said, oh, that's right. Members of the expedition team, at this point, disband. After that, I carried my Zanpakuto on my back without looking back. The remaining 21 members of the expedition team began to disperse slowly after receiving the order from Kuchiki-zan. Similarly, they did not respond to anyone in the welcoming team, whether they were members of their own family or not, even if they were greeted, and did not make any response. Because this is an attitude towards leaders you recognize, and an attitude towards Soul Society. They want to tell the Soul Society, don't think that we are fighting in Hueco Mundo, and you can make troubles in the Soul Society with peace of mind. If you want to make troubles, you must first ask us pioneers who threw their heads and blood to agree. After all the members of the expedition team left gracefully, there were voices in the welcome team, many of them angrily scolded Kuchiki-zan and others for being arrogant and going too far. Advertisement. Of course, there are also people who don't think it's a big deal to watch the excitement, such as Kuchiki-ziwa, who is obviously such a person. He, it's really scary, the owner of the branch house of our Kuchiki family is Hockey, he, it's really fun, a bunch of trash want to be king, huh. After Kuchiki-ziwa sneered, Shiren left the welcome team and returned to Kuchiki's house with a group of retainers. Shiba Yanyan and Shihuan Shenyi glanced at each other, and found the seriousness in each other's eyes, and took them home without saying a word. After all, they found out that some of the people they sent were left behind. In Shaquan, Iron Owl from Shiba's family didn't come back, and Husan from Shihuan's family didn't come back either. Of course, the news that the two were still alive had already been sent back to the Soul Society, otherwise no one would have come to greet them with great fanfare, right? After all the three nobles headed by the Kuchiki family left, the old man Yamamoto Genryuzai also took a look at the already sparse welcome team, and left without saying a word with a few disciples. It can be said that this time the welcome ceremony can be regarded as a bad breakup. Of course, all discerning people don't care at all, they just need to know the attitude of Kuchiki-gen, like the Kuchiki family, the Shiba family and the Shihuan family. As long as they know that Kuchiki-gen also supports Yamamoto Genryuzai, it's enough. After all, Kuchiki-gen is the one currently the external pillar of the three major families. Although Kuchiki-zan has never admitted this relationship in 1.9, but even if he doesn't want to, his identity is here, so he can't help but not stand in this position. Here, after Kuchiki-zan left, he walked towards the direction of his home, at a leisurely pace, as if he was not in a hurry to go home at all. Soon, Makihara Motoda caught up from behind, and came to Kuchiki-zan's side. Brother Zan, it seems that the situation of the Soul Society is more turbulent than we thought before. Motoda Mahara frowned while walking beside Kuchiki-zan. HMPH, it's just a bunch of jumping clowns, Kuchiki-zan said with a cold snort of disdain after hearing Muyuen Motoda's words. Yes, in Kuchiki-zan's view, jumping without strength is like a clown jumping on the beam, and it is simply humiliation, so Kuchiki-zan didn't take them seriously from the beginning. Chapter 90 Urgent. That being said, Brother Zan, if they are too evasive, will it affect your plan? Mu Yuanyuan said in a low voice. Kuchiki-zan took a look at Moto Damahara and said, "It's okay, they can't hinder the general trend, don't forget, although the Soul Society will soon have a new power system, if old man Yamamoto wants to overthrow someone, it's just a matter of one sentence." Moto Damahara nodded, because he was the first direct descendant of Kuchiki-zan, so he knew a lot of things, and Kuchiki-zan never shy away from him, and would tell him everything he could tell, so Moto Damahara also knew quite a few secrets. "Well, I can feel at ease now. Brother Zan, I'm leaving first. I haven't come back for 100 years. I don't know how our family is doing," Yuan said with a smile. "Well, go, but don't worry, as long as I don't fall, no one will dare to touch your family," Kuchiki Xuan Hockey said with a wave of his hand. "It's natural," Yuan said with a smile from the heart, then bowed slightly and went in another direction. Kuchiki shook his head with a smile, then continued walking in the direction of his home, returning to the place where the family was without any disturbance along the way. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar clan land in the distance, Kuchiki-zan was full of emotion, but before he could feel it, two strange ryotsu appeared within his perception range, and then Kuchiki-zan found that the two were gorgeously dressed, when you can see that someone with advanced aristocratic status is standing at the gate of his yard. Kuchiki-zan narrowed his eyes slightly, he didn't think anyone would dare to touch his brow at this time, if there were, then Kuchiki-zan really didn't mind having their family removed, but Kuchiki-zan also knew that even if they people who are not clear-headed will not come to trouble him at this time, the chance is too small. But for the specific situation, Kuchiki-zan needs to contact and see for himself. As Kuchiki-zan appeared in the sight of the two nobles immediately became respectful and excited. This scene made Kuchiki-zan feel that he would not be a courtier. Advertisement. When Kuchiki-zan walked to the door of the house, two members of the nobles came to the vicinity of Kuchiki-zan with small steps, bowed respectfully, and then spoke their identities and purpose. "His Excellency Kuchiki-gen, we are ordered by the Patriarch, Suniyashiro Sato, to come here with a word to your Excellency," the older of the two said respectfully. "Oh, Suniyashiro." Kuchiki-zan smiled slightly, he didn't expect that it was the Suniyashiro family who came to him first, and then said, "What's the matter, tell me." For the Suniyashiro family's approach, Kuchiki-zan still approves of it. He didn't talk about the matter as soon as he came up, but let the clansmen wait here. He also felt very comfortable, so Kuchiki-gen didn't mind listening to Suniyashiro's meaning. "Yes, what the Patriarch gave you is that the Patriarch knows that you have just returned from Hueco Mundo, and you must be very tired, so our Suniyashiro family does not dare to disturb too much at this time, but there are some things that you need to clarify. When you are not busy in a few days, please take into account your old friendship and come to my Suniyashiro's house to clarify your doubts, above." The elder Suniyashiro's family respectfully after finishing speaking, he bowed his head and waited for Kuchiki-zan's reply. Kuchiki-zan listened to the whole meaning of the speaker, then nodded, and said, "Okay, I understand, I will go to visit the nobleman when I have time, please rest assured." "Thank you very much for your understanding. The two of us will not disturb you. Please forgive me for disturbing you," the leader immediately said happily when he heard Kuchiki-zan's reply, and then lowered his posture even more. "Okay, let's go." Kuchiki-zan nodded, indicating that the two can leave. After the two bowed to Kuchiki-zan again, they left happily. Kuchiki-zan shook his head and let out a laugh. He also felt a little flattered by the attitude of the Suniyashiro family. Although the Suniyashiro family has always been an insignificant role among the nobles, if you really underestimate the Suniyashiro family, if so, you will pay the price. As for the new patriarch of the Suniyashiro family, Suniyashiro Ryo, this guy Kuchiki-gen knows that when he first visited the Suniyashiro family, the patriarch at that time was the guy's father. Now it seems that in the past 200 years, the Suniyashiro family also underwent a change of power. Advertisement. As for the meaning of Liang Zoliang, in fact, Kuchiki-gen has already understood it. It is nothing more than the recent situation in the Soul Society, which made the Suniyashiro family feel a crisis. To keep them from falling into the arms of the Onitsuka family, so this time the Suniyashiro family wanted to use the friendship between the two parties as a bridge, and asked him to go and get to know it. Rather than explaining the confusion, it is better to say that he hopes that Kuchiki-zan will give their family a reassurance. For such an idea, Kuchiki-zan understands it very well, so he does not reject giving an explanation in the past, but all this will have to wait for him and after old man Yamamoto finished talking. Thinking of this, Kuchiki-zan tilted his head and said, "Here you come? Now that you're here, you must have heard what Suniyashiro's family said just now?" As soon as Kuchiki's abrupt words came out, two figures appeared on the side street. One of them was leaning on Zanpakuto with both hands, the other was wearing a star band on his head, with a pure white Zanpakuto around his waist. The two of them were not in a hurry. He walked towards the direction of Kuchiki-zan's yard without slowing down. Naturally, these two people were Kuchiki Aoda, who did not appear in the welcome team, and Yamamoto Genryu Sai, who also left the welcome team early. "Of course I heard it." The old man Yamamoto answered Kuchiki-zan. This Suniyashiro family, although they don't participate in anything, but maybe, they have a very sensitive sense of smell. "Yeah, Your Excellency Yamamoto, no, I've already found Zan." Kuchiki Aoda, who had matured a lot, said with a smile and a middle-aged man. "Okay, since you're here, stop talking nonsense and come in quickly." Kuchiki-zan rolled his eyes when he heard what the two said, and urged, and opened the gate of his own yard while talking. Entering the gate, looking at the familiar yard, Kuchiki-zan took a deep breath. It's better to be at home. Hueco Mundo's place is nothing but sand, it's so boring. This courtyard is unique to Kuchiki-zan. Before he left, he gave his servants permission to enter, and the requirement was that the appearance of the courtyard should not be changed in any way. It seems that the servants of the family have completed the Kuchiki very well. Kuchiki-zan is very pleased with the task assigned by Zan. Chapter 91 Interview. After Kuchiki-zan entered the courtyard, Yamamoto Genryusai and Kuchiki Chingtian also entered Kuchiki-zan's courtyard. This was the first time that this courtyard welcomed so many guests. You must know that no one could enter Kuchiki-zan's small courtyard before, bringing the two of them into the house. Looking at the spotless room, Kuchiki-zan nodded slightly, and sat on the main seat. Yamamoto Genryusai and Kuchiki Chingtian didn't care, and sat on the left and right lower seats respectively, waiting for Kuchiki-zan to make tea. But after waiting for a long time, Kuchiki-zan did not move. Yamamoto Shigekuni couldn't sit still, coughed and said, "Little ghost, where's the tea? You have been in the virtual circle for 100 years, and you have forgotten your manners." After being reminded by Yamamoto Shigekuni, Kuchiki Xuankai came to his senses, and then slapped his forehead and said, I have been used to the life without tea for 100 years, and I am still not used to it when I come back." After finishing speaking, Kuchiki-zan hurriedly stood up to make tea. Seeing how busy Kuchiki-zan was, Old Man Yamamoto and Kuchiki Aoda also shook their heads helplessly, but they all understood, after all, who has lived in such a place for 100 years, it will also change a lot of habits. Soon, Kuchiki-zan brought up the brewed tea. 907. Forgive me, I'm not used to it. Taking the teacup, Shigekuni Yamamoto snorted and said, "Okay, I know it's not easy for you kid in Hueco Mundo, so I don't care about you." "You old man, didn't I go to Hueco Mundo to help you?" Kuchiki Xuan replied directly after hearing Yamamoto's words. For Kuchiki-zan's reply, the old man Yamamoto was speechless for a while. After all, if Kuchiki-zan did not go out on behalf of him, it would take another 100 years for him to get to the current situation. To be honest, he accepted it, affectionate. "Okay, Zan, let's get down to business." Kuchiki Chingtian came out to smooth things over. There were some things the two of them could talk to each other, but he couldn't listen, so he quickly brought the topic to the main topic. Kuchiki-zan is naturally not a person who has no importance, nodded and said, "Well, tell me, what do you think?" Advertisement. Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded. White beard and beard had already started to appear on his mouth and trembled. "I have already finished all the preparations, and I have also completed the declaration and approval for the Lingwang Palace." "Yes, but before, because some newly promoted nobles wanted to get more right to speak because of this matter, and the old man wanted to wait for you to come back, and only started to act under your witness, so it was delayed until now. Let us certain some unruly people thought there was an opportunity to take advantage of it, so they came out and jumped." Looking for death. After hearing what Yamamoto said, Kuchiki sneered and made his evaluation of these clowns. "Yeah, they're looking for death." Kuchiki Chingtian nodded, and said in agreement. "They don't understand it at all. They think that with a little power, they feel that they can exist as the master of the Soul Society." HMPH. Kuchiki-zan heard what Kuchiki-zan Chingtian said, and smiled disdainfully. This person, once he has no scruples about survival, he will think about things that shouldn't be thought at all. Really. Kuchiki-zan didn't continue to talk. After all, everyone here understands this truth. So Kuchiki-zan just shook his head helplessly, and didn't continue to say more. After the three of them were silent for a while, Kuchiki-zan saw that the scene was a little cold, so he said again, "You two, just talk if you have anything to say. Why don't you talk? You came to me not just to let me make a pot of tea, it's that simple, right?" Hearing Kuchiki-zan's words, Kuchiki Aoda smiled and did not speak, while Yamamoto Shigekuni, who was already showing some aging, took a sip of tea and slowly said, "Actually, I have nothing special to say when I come to you, I just want to tell you some details. As for those clowns, I have never paid attention to them." Kuchiki-zan nodded. He admitted that these are the truth, but he didn't say anything. He knew that old man Yamamoto must still, have something to say. Sure enough, after Yamamoto Shigekuni saw that Kuchiki-zan didn't answer, he continued to speak. "I think you also know exactly what this old man is going to do, so this old man would like to ask you, what do you think about this matter?" Hearing Yamamoto's question, Kuchiki-zan pondered slightly, and then said with a serious face, "I have always been 100% supportive of what you are going to do, because I know that everything you do is for the sake of the Soul Society, but even so, I still have some questions that I want to ask you. As for my attitude afterward, it has a lot to do with the answers you give." "Okay, you ask." Yamamoto Shigekuni seemed to have known about Kuchiki-gen's behavior for a long time, and Yamamoto Shiguni was not surprised when Kuchiki-gen raised his doubts. Advertisement. After getting approval, Kuchiki-zan asked him some doubts about the details, and Yamamoto Shigekuni also answered them one by one, and after a while. "How is it? Any other questions?" Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at Kuchiki-gen and asked. "Well, basically nothing. I know everything I need to know." Kuchiki-zan nodded and said after getting a basically satisfactory answer. "So, next, when are you going to start?" This is Kuchiki-zan asking when Yamamoto Shigekuni is going to start the big move, because he already knows that Yamamoto Shigekuni has already prepared 80% of the things, and the rest is a thorough establishment of place with rules, and then let the relevant personnel move there. Moreover, Kuchiki-zan knew very well that at this time, the old man Yamamoto had reclaimed a certain slum area in the past 100 years, and built a large number of residential complexes and palaces there. As for why Kuchiki-zan would know, because this matter was not done by the old man Yamamoto alone or by a family, with the help of the Kuchiki family and the Shihuan family, Otherwise it would be impossible to clean up such a magnificent and vast land of later generations and start built. It's almost time. The old man originally wanted to start the action after you came back, but because of those clowns, it may take a few days. Yamamoto Shigekuni said indifferently, Master Wei Queen. We will see the outcome after the Lord's death.
Hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni's cloudy and misty words, Kuchiki-zan felt a little uncomfortable, and gave the old man Yamamoto a hard look. At this moment, Kuchiki-zan looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni's bald forehead as if he had discovered a new world.
Because Kuchiki-zan suddenly discovered that a new scar was superimposed on the J-shaped scar that had existed on Yamamoto's head for a long time, and from the scar, it seemed that this scar should have been formed not long ago. Suddenly Kuchiki's eyes lit up, and he pointed at Yamamoto's forehead and shouted, "Ha, Cross Sai." Chapter 92. Cross Hill. Kuchiki-zan pointed to the scar that had formed a 10 on Yamamoto's forehead and shouted excitedly. It doesn't matter when he shouted, Yamamoto Shigekuni's complexion immediately turned black, and at the same time, a blue vein with the word hash appeared on his forehead. On the other side, Kuchiki Qingtian held back a smile with a weird face. He thought he knew what was going on, but Kuchiki-zan dared to laugh. He didn't dare to laugh, he could only work hard there with a weird face, hold back the laugh. A-hole. Yamamoto Shigekuni scolded Kuchiki-gen, you little brat, you don't have any numbers at all. You don't go first. Hurry to scold, ha 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 ha. Kuchiki-zan smiled and pointed at Yamamoto Shigekuni's forehead, you. The scar is new, who is it? It's really interesting who can leave such a scar on your forehead, old man, you haven't been injured for 1,000 years, right? Kuchiki-zan laughed looking at the 10 scar on Yamamoto's forehead, but in fact he knew who caused this scar on Yamamoto. Although the memory of Shinigami has passed for more than 400 years, Kuchiki-zan has no doubts about it. The previous memories have not been forgotten at all, on the contrary, they are remembered more and more clearly, which is why Kuchiki-zan can clearly remember all the plots in the original work. Of course, for this point, Kuchiki-zan himself is not very clear about what is going on. After all, things like memory, according to common sense, should become more and more vague. Don't worry about these strange places, anyway, people have traveled through it several times, and there is nothing to investigate in some strange places. Advertisement. Let's talk about the person who left the scar on Yamamoto Shigekuni's head. This person is Chojiro Sasaki, the deputy captain of the 10th Squad who has no role in the original work and has no strength. Of course, in Yamamoto's later memories, the real ability of this Chojiro Sasaki was exposed, because this guy is not weak at all, although in the manga, because of the relationship between the hostile protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo in the early stage, he was killed by the protagonist when he rescued Rukia, but Kuchiki-zan knows very well that this guy is definitely not simple. Isn't it nonsense? The person who can leave an unhealed wound on Yamamoto Shigekuni's head, could it be a simple person? Chojiro Sasaki is the vice captain of the later GoDay 13th Division, died in the Millennium Blood War chapter. Thunderbolt Zanpakuto, a Western sword type, can shoot purple electric shocks. According to the timeline of later generations, about 2,000 years ago, in order to become Yamamoto's follower, Chojiro Sasaki took pains to hone his own strength, and complied with the request of the other party, and successfully practiced Bankai within a month. Later, when Yamamoto was about to accept the result and asked him to try to use Bankai to knock him down, Chojiro used the newly trained Bankai to injure the opponent's forehead. At the left and right of Yamamoto. Later, Seireitei was established and was extremely loyal to the former captain of Yamamoto. He once swore that as long as the former captain of Yamamoto was still alive, he would always serve as the vice captain of the 10th Division. Trying to stop Aburai Renji from saving Rukia Kuchiki at Bipolar, but was knocked down by Ichigo along with Omeda and Uone. In the Battle of Karakura Town, he was in charge of guarding the barrier. After realizing that the battle situation was becoming more and more dangerous, Vizard was allowed to join the battle through the barrier. In the Acting Shinigami Disappearance chapter, follow GoDay 13's principal and deputy captains to instill their respective Ryotsu, and assist Urahara Kazuki to make a spiritual knife that helps Ichigo restore Shinigami's power. Later, in the Millennium Blood War chapter, in order to resist the people of the Invisible Empire, Bankai was captured by Dolisk Bell and threw a giant spiritual spear through his body. Before he could tell Yamamoto that the other party would use his ability to steal Bankai's information, he was injured died from overweight. The remains were formally cremated on a makeshift wooden platform. Chojiro's death prompted Yamamoto to order GoDay 13 to crusade against the Invisible Empire, determined to avenge Chojiro, and finally Yamamoto was annihilated by Yuhabak, Jingle Shunsui. Aiznaneo and Okiya Genjiro took over the post left by his death and became the successor GoDay 13 vice captain of a team. Although there are not many roles for this character in the original book, to be honest, Kuchiki-zan still admires this character very much. In terms of loyalty, Chojiro Sasaki definitely deserves the word Wu Shuang. Kuchiki-zan Yi smiled and recalled the information about Chojiro Sasaki, then looked at Yamamoto with a dark face and said, "Tell me, what's going on, old man?" Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Huh? Yamamoto Shigekuni snorted coldly, but he still started to talk. This is 2 years ago, before I was going to transform the Yuanjuku, a guy named Chojiro Sasaki came to my Yuanji's issue. He is very obsessed with my Yuanlu. Yamamoto began to tell a long story. The process of the two getting acquainted was exactly the same as what Kuchiki-zan knew before. At the beginning, it was Chojiro's entanglement. It was really entangled. A test. This test is to learn Bankai within a certain period of time, and take it out to the old man Yamamoto for testing. 0 Originally, Yamamoto gave Chojiro Sasaki plenty of time, because Chojiro Sasaki's strength at that time was not too far away from comprehending Bankai, and it was also difficult. But who would have thought that this Chojiro Sasaki completed at the 6th level, and after a month, not only reached the level of entering the 7th level, but also learned Bankai. After hearing the news, Yamamoto Shigekuni was directly stunned. He thought this Chojiro Sasaki was another Kuchiki Gene. At that time, Yamamoto took Chojiro Sasaki to the Bankai inspection, and finally, due to various reasons, Yamamoto Shigekuni gave an evaluation of Bankai who was as weak as a baby, but Chojiro was accepted. In the end result, Yamamoto was both happy and disappointed. The happy thing is that this Chojiro Sasaki has something. The country's first genius.
However, Yamamoto is very clear that Chojiro Sasaki is not Kuchiki general. Although the talent is good and the perseverance is good, there is still something missing after all. This is also Yamamoto's way of bringing him by his side, rather than laissez-faire like Kuchiki-zan.
In other words, Sasaki may become a good subordinate and a good helper in the future, but he will definitely not be a good leader. His character it is decided for him, no matter how talented he is, he will not be the next Kuchiki-zan. Chapter 93 Trivia. After listening to Yamamoto Yuenryasai's narration, Kuchiki Gen and Kuchiki Aoda both experienced joy and disappointment from Yamamoto's words. Yamamoto is pleased that the Soul Society has a large number of talents, but disappointed that such talents are only suitable for being a practitioner, not a pioneer. Be content, old man, if you have such a loyal following you, just laugh, Kuchiki-zan said to Yamamoto Shigekuni with a smile. Well, you are right, maybe I don't have to be too harsh on this guy. Yamamoto nodded. Since he accepted Chojiro, he has been very harsh on Chojiro. But this is for the good of Chojiro. Yamamoto Shigekuni is not clear about the previous situation, but Chojiro learned Bankai's ability and talent in that month. If Yamamoto is not strict, he is afraid that Chojiro's high-quality talent will be wasted. Well, let me tell you, everyone has their own 067 method, you can't force it, old man, Kuchiki-zan said with a smile again. Well, it makes sense. Yamamoto also nodded approvingly. Just like Kuchiki-zan, not every talented person can become Kuchiki-zan. In the same way, not everyone can become Yamamoto Genryusai. Hey, I've said everything I need to say. If you two are fine, just leave. I just came back from Hueco Mundo. I'm going to take a rest. Anyway, you also said it, old man. We'll see the outcome in 3 days. It just so happens that I also rest for a few days. After thinking for a while that there was nothing to continue talking about, Kuchiki-zan began to serve tea to see off the guests. Hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki Qingtian got up without any nonsense, and then Kuchiki Gen sent the two out of the yard, and then Kuchiki Gen closed the door and returned to the house. The two who were driven out by Kuchiki-zan left slowly, one in front and the other in the back. On the way, Yamamoto Shigekuni said to Kuchiki Qingtian, Patriarch Kuchiki, you should pay more attention to the matter on your side. If there is any problem with those guys within a few days, don't hold back, you can cut it first and play later. Advertisement, yes, I understand, Your Excellency Yamamoto. Kuchiki Aoda nodded with a stern expression at this time. Don't be too nervous, we have already achieved a great deal. Once 3 days later, Lingwang Palace officially issues the approval document, we will be justified. Even the newly formed Central will not be able to completely restrain us. Yamamoto Yuanlusai said faintly glancing at Kuchiki Qingtian, he said with confidence. Yes, I understand, and I also hope that one day, the Soul Society can really come down to peace, Kuchiki Qingtian said devoutly. Kuchiki Aoda, with a gentle personality, has always been a pacifist, but the power struggle of the Soul Society has never stopped, so he had to stand behind Yamamoto Shigekuni and work with him to rectify the Soul Society, because he knows that only when the Soul Society becomes the Soul Society that Shigekuni Yamamoto said, then can the Soul Society be truly stabilized. Although at that time, the Soul Society will still be divided and have classes, but at that time the rules are greater than the class. Although the people in power are still nobles, it is much better to appear in the Soul Society where the nobles speak. At that time, it's time for me to let go of the burden. Kuchiki Qingtian thought silently in his heart. Soon the two parted ways and went back to their respective families to deal with matters. After all, these two were also the two busiest people in Soul Society. On Kuchiki-zan's side, after sending Yamamoto and Kuchiki Qingtian away, he returned to his bedroom and lay down on the bed. Yes, Kuchiki-zan's room is a bed, not the traditional tatami of Soul Society. He doesn't like the way of sleeping directly on the ground, so he made a bed himself. Soon, Kuchiki-zan fell asleep. For 100 years, Kuchiki-zan had never slept soundly at the place of Hueco Mundo. After 100 years of exhaustion, Kuchiki-zan fell asleep instantly as soon as his head hit the pillow. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight hit Kuchiki-zan's face, Kuchiki-zan opened his eyes. After a few seconds of dazed state, Kuchiki-zan's eyes finally began to focus. Hey, I've been in Hueco Mundo for a long time, and I'm not used to sleeping soundly. Advertisement. Kuchiki-zan rubbed his eyes and lightly complained, yes, just because I didn't get used to it, I forgot where I was for a while. Originally such a state should not appear on Kuchiki-zan, but because it has been too long in Hueco Mundo, Kuchiki-zan has never had a good rest for such a long time, so he returned to Hueco Mundo again after 100 years my own nest. Kuchiki-zan felt a little uncomfortable sleeping this time. Getting up from the bed, Kuchiki-zan stretched his muscles and bones, then took the Zanpakuto leaning against the bed in his hand, and walked towards his small yard. Coming to the sakura tree where he used to sit, Kuchiki-zan looked at the blooming sakura on the tree, and sighed, unknowingly. It has been 400 years since he came to this world. For 400 years, Kuchiki-zan Yitien didn't dare to slack off. Even now, he couldn't guarantee that he could protect himself in future wars. I hope that in the next 2 check-ins, I can get something to settle down. Kuchiki-zan sat under the sakura flower tree, looked at the sakura flower on the tree, and said to himself. Having said that, let's go to Suniyashiro's house to save these guys from worrying. After all, we talked very happily at the beginning. If we don't give an explanation, they will feel very nervous. In this way, if there is any trouble caused by their family, it will not be good. Forget it, just today. As he was talking, Kuchiki-zan stood up again. He had decided to visit Suniyashiro's house today. How can he say that the Suniyashiro family still gave him Kuchiki-zan's face, so let him know in advance if he has anything to save face. It's all passable, isn't it? Kuchiki-zan felt that he was really a restless person. He had just returned home and hadn't had a good rest, so he started a busy life of 0.0 again. Fortunately, Kuchiki-zan knew that yesterday's deterrent effect was still good, at least until now. No one who is not open-eyed dares to disturb him, which saves him a lot of energy. It's better for you to be so well-behaved all the time. If not, don't blame me for being rude. Thinking of this, Ouyang Xuan secretly thought with a smile on his lips. Going back to the house, I made some food for myself. One advantage of Soul Society is that food generally does not spoil, because everything in Soul Society is made of spirit seeds. Made of spirit seeds, how can things be corrupted? So the food that Kuchiki-zan eats is all ingredients that have been stored in the yard 100 years ago, so there is no need to worry about inedible things, and you have to go out to find others. Chapter 94. Before Kuchiki Xuan left Soul Society, he told his family members and servants that his yard should be kept as it is, and that there is no need to do anything other than some unnecessary sanitation. There is no such thing as dust in the Soul Society, because even dust is tiny spirit particles. For places where people with spiritual power exist, such small free spirit particles will not exist for a long time at all, and they will be destroyed by people with spiritual power. They absorb it, so there is no such thing as dust in Soul Society. After casually eating breakfast, Kuchiki-gen left his yard and walked towards the place where Suniyashiro's house was located in his memory. Along the way, Kuchiki-zan discovered that Soul Society, an aristocratic district, has not changed much. 100 years later, the streets are still vaguely what they were 100 years ago. At most, there have been minor changes in appearance. Along the way, Kuchiki-zan came to the family land of the Suniyashiro family by virtue of his strong memory, but when Kuchiki-zan saw the size of the family land of the Suniyashiro family at this time, he was once again captured by the 24th family land of the Suniyashiro family. The change came as a shock. I'm going. This place has changed a lot in the past 100 years. Kuchiki-zan looked at the residence of the Suniyashiro family, which was obviously much larger than before, and couldn't help sighing. However, Kuchiki-zan naturally knows that the Suniyashiro family has not expanded without a reason, because at this time the Suniyashiro family has not been separated from the area occupied by the Great Spirit Book Corridor, so at this time the Suniyashiro family can only follow the Great Spirit Book. The area of the cloister is expanded to expand the scale of the family's residence.
Looking at the much bigger Suniyashiro family residence, Kuchiki-zan pouted slightly. It seems that a lot of things have happened in the Soul Society in the past 100 years.
Because only the more things happened in the Soul Society, the faster the expansion of the corridor of the Great Spirit Book, because more things happened, and there were more things that needed to be recorded. Kuchiki-zan remembered that in the Soul Society 2,000 years later, the Lingshu corridor formed a huge database like a library. Not only that, but the information is all compressed and recorded in an instrument like a computer, and what is shown externally is only the catalog of the event, not the event itself at all. It is conceivable that the Great Spirit Book of later generations how complicated and huge the number of things recorded in the corridor is. Shaking his head, throwing out his emotions about the corridor of the Great Soul Book, Kuchiki-gen walked towards the gate of Suniyashiro's house. When the people in Suniyashiro's family heard that Kuchiki General Standard Etiquette welcomed Kuchiki-zan into the family. Advertisement on the other side, the residence of the Shihuan family, the head of the Shihuan family, Patriarch. Shihuan Shenyi and his 2 sons are sitting in the quiet room and talking. Shenyi, what do you think of your younger brother's stay at Hueco Mundo this time? Shihuan Shenyi, who had obviously aged a lot, asked his eldest son. Sitting on the right side of Shenyi is the representative of the Shihuan family who appeared in the expedition welcome ceremony before, that is, the eldest son of Shihuan Shenyi, the eldest brother of Shihuan Husan, and the future head of the Shihuan family. Patriarch, I think. As soon as Shihuan spoke, God Shihuan raised his hand to stop him. There are no outsiders here, just us father and son, don't call him a patriarch. Shihuan said unhappily. He is satisfied with everything about his eldest son, but he is a little uncomfortable being rigid. Only by correcting it can it not be called so formal. Yes, my lord father, Shen Yi said respectfully. And the one sitting on the left side of Shen Yi is about the same age as Shen Yi, but the one with a much rougher appearance is Shihuan Shen Yi's second son, Shihuan Longer, who is Shihuan Husan's second brother, and will be the future branch house of Shihuan's family patriarch. At this time, Long watched his father correcting his elder brother's daily situation, shook his head speechlessly, and drank the tea in his teacup on his own. He would never mix it up at such a time. Father, I think that Kuchiki-zan should have some other ideas in keeping Husan in Hueco Mundo. What he said to him is purely for the consideration of the Soul Society, and there should be some discrepancies. Yu Yi said after a moment of deliberation. Oh, let's hear it. Shihuan nodded and continued to ask. Actually, I don't know very well, it's just a feeling, but I think this is a good thing for Husan, and after so long, Husan has changed. We have all returned to the Soul Society task force from before. I know a lot there, so it can be seen that Kuchiki-zan is really capable. Nonsense, if he doesn't have the ability, can he be the one who decides the outcome of the war? If he doesn't have the ability, I will ask your father to blame him. If he doesn't have the ability, Lord Yamamoto will let Kuchiki-zan replace him to conquer Hueco Mundo? God Shihuan, he glanced blankly at his eldest son, obviously blaming him for talking nonsense. Advertisement. Hearing his father's slight harshness, Shihuan smiled awkwardly. To be honest, he is not as comprehensive as his father in seeing problems, so sometimes, he has to ask his father for advice on many problems. Shen Yi, Long Shihuan Shen Yi looked at his two sons and said slowly. Yes, father, Shen Yi and Long replied in unison. You have to remember. In the future, if you want to gain a better foothold in the Soul Society, you must establish a good relationship with both parties. One is naturally His Excellency Yamamoto Yuanryuzai, and the other is the Kuchiki family. Shihuan Shinichi looking into the distance with deep eyes, he said. The same thing happened in the Shiba family, except that the Shiba family is now headed by Shiba Yanyuan. His father had already traveled westward 80 years ago. At that time, Shiba Yanyuan came to Kuchiki-zan Yi. For investment, the other is to train the up-and-comers of his family. Obviously, the investment he made at the beginning has already gained a lot of money. The two grandsons are already in charge of their own affairs, and he, Shiba Che Yuan, is also comforted by Lao Wai. The most stable one is naturally the Kuchiki family. Although the Kuchiki family did not directly gain any benefits, Kuchiki-zan himself is a member of the Kuchiki family. He became the captain of the expedition team, which is already the biggest benefit. As the Kuchiki family that has the closest relationship with the Yamamoto family, it is the most powerful in the Soul Society at this time, and it is also the strongest among the nobles. Of course, this is all except for Yamamoto Genryusai and Kuchiki-zan. At this time, the Kuchiki family has firmly become Yamamoto Genryusai's allies, not to mention the relationship with Kuchiki Genryusai. The two families are naturally on the same boat. Under such a relationship, the Kuchiki family has become the leading family in the Jingling that is about to be established. Even the Shihuan and Shiba families cannot be compared with the Kuchiki family. Yamamoto's house was hit hard. The Yamamoto family can be said to have the name of a great noble, and there is no real, big noble, of the great noble. To put it bluntly, if the Yamamoto family does not have Yamamoto Shigekuni, the Dinghai Shenzhen, they are not qualified to be a great noble at all. Chapter 95. The overall situation has been decided in Central 46. 3 days pass by in a flash. During the 3 days, the Soul Society has been in a strange calm. Why is it weird? It is obviously a very important period, but no one has come up with anything. It is understandable that the reformers on Yamamoto Yuanryuzai's side do not make any moves, but some ambitious factions have also died down, which is very surprising. To be charged as a conspirator. But even under such circumstances, the Soul Society still maintained a strange calm for 3 days, until the Spirit King Palace came. Originally, Kuchiki-zan went to Suniyashiro's house early, just to reserve time to deal with various situations that may arise, because Kuchiki-zan is not sure whether the deterrent he made before is effective or not. Will those jumping clowns jump over the wall in a hurry? But during the 3-day quiet period, Kuchiki-zan Yi couldn't be sure what these guys were thinking, but Kuchiki-zan also knew that these guys would definitely not be the kind of fake people who just shout slogans and do nothing. Style. It's just that Kuchiki-zan, Yamamoto Shigekuni and others don't know what these people are planning. But soon, they knew, because there was someone from the Lingwang Palace. This time, the person who came to the Lingwang Palace was none other than the one who was brought to serve in the Lingwang Palace 100 years ago, Ermai-wu Wangyue. Of course, he is not the only one. There is another royal spy, Tianshilong of Qilin Temple. Tianshilong of Qilin Temple, who is one of the members of the Royal Family Spy Zero Team, is known as Quantong Ghost, and is the manager of the Lingfan Lydian Qilin Palace. Of course, there is no Zero Team designation at this time, only the title of Royal Spy. Anyway, sometimes Kuchiki-zan is not very clear about how these titles come from, and Kuchiki-zan is not going to delve into it. Advertisement. Tianshilong of Qilin Temple, known as the First Officer of the Zero Division, is proficient in medical skills and agile, and has the title of Oriental God General of Zunli Tianshi. Lang. But Sui Feng can't in the state of awareness. He moved to the opponent's back in an instant to restrain his actions, and even being hit hard by Ichigo on his fist, he was still slightly bruised. He is good at using hot spring therapy to heal the seriously injured. He can also activate the mechanism in the palace during the battle to draw out condensed blood and Ryatsu's specially made hot spring water to launch an attack. And Yunohana Retsu's medical skills are guided by him personally, and he is also the only person who directly calls Yunohana by his name. Of course, these materials are all stored in Kuchiki-zan's mind, and these are also some materials of later generations. Kuchiki Zan has no impression of Tianshiro in Qilin Temple at this time. Who it is not clear. When this person entered the Lingwang Palace, it can almost be said to be blank. But one thing is for sure, Tianshilong of Qilin Temple at this time is not the appearance of the uncle in later generations, and Qilin Temple is still a handsome young man similar to Ermaiwu Wangyue at this time. It's just that his airplane head made Kuchiki a bit of a mystery. Of course, the appearance of the two of them also indicates that Lingwang Palace has given clear instructions to Yamamoto's application for Chongguo. However, after receiving the two of them, Kuchiki Zan discovered that the old man Yamamoto was quite familiar with several royal spies from the Lingwang Palace. Having said that, this is of course Kuchiki Zan's own judgment, because Kuchiki Zan still doesn't know how many people there are in the Lingwang Palace. If counting the characters that appear in the original works of later generations, there are only 5 people. Spring Soup Ghost, Qilin Temple, Sword God, Ermaya, Orisho, Shutara, King of Valley, Heepshu, and Monk with real name. Of course, Hikafuna Kiryu hadn't been born at this time, and Shutara Senjumaru, known as Orishu, probably hadn't been born yet either, because the deadly costume hadn't appeared yet, so it's reasonable that this person wasn't born. Speaking of which, the only royal spies at this time are Ichibe Hayasubi, Qilin Temple Tenshiro, and Naimea Wangyue. As for whether there are others, Kuchiki Zan is not sure. Soon, under the reception of Yamamoto Shigekuni, the two people who came down from Lingwang Palace also expressed their future intentions. First of all, regarding the application submitted by Yamamoto Shigekuni, the Reiwang Palace has no objection, but on the basis of this point, that is to say, there is no problem if Yamamoto Shigekuni wants to establish Jingling, and there is no problem with the establishment of Shino Academy of Spiritual Art. Problem, even if there are more, no problem, just one. Advertisement. On the basis of these, the existing management system needs to be changed. The central management office that existed in the Soul Society before must be adjusted, and this useless management room should be reorganized. Nobles, big and small, as long as they come from families below the big nobles and above the common nobles, one person from each family will form a new central control room. Before this order was issued, the Spirit King Palace had already made statistics. At this time, apart from the big nobles and common nobles, there were 46 nobles of all sizes in the Soul Society. Based on the number of original families of these 46 families, to form a new management room, called Central 46. In this way, the situation that the noble family dominates is completely sealed off. It also seals off the possibility of Yamamoto's heavy country's dominance. As soon as this rule came out, everyone present, except Kuchiki Zan and Yamamoto Shigekuni, frowned. Kuchiki Zan didn't respond, because he knew that it was impossible for the Lingwang Palace to sit back and watch the nobles grow up. The nobles in the past were not of one mind, but now the nobles are basically of one mind, so it is impossible for the Lingwang Palace to not move. This has long been known by Kuchiki Zan as expected. He wasn't surprised at all. As for Yamamoto Shigekuni, the reason why there was no reaction, and it was not beyond Kuchiki Gen's expectations, was that Yamamoto Shigekuni always believed that only Kuchiki Zan in the Soul Society understood that he was actually a group. Because only Kuchiki Zan knows, Zhao Li's, Yamamoto Shigekuni does so much, all of this, he just hopes that the Soul Society will be better. He has no selfishness at all, so no matter what rules the Lingwang Palace has at this time, as long as he is allowed to carry out reforms, he will not have any complaints. In the end, the overall situation of the establishment of Seireitei was settled, and at the same time, Kuchiki Zan and others also knew where those careerists were waiting for them. The establishment of Central 46 has already represented the complete kicking out of the big nobles. Although the privileges of the big nobles still exist, they are also bound by the new rules. Soul Society decides in one word, but needs to be restrained by Central 46. This point, Kuchiki Zan only wanted to understand the moment Ermaiwu Wangyue appeared, and Kuchiki Zan had to say, admiration? To those careerists from small families. Chapter 96. Sei Ling Ting. Although Kuchiki Zan is upset that these careerists picked half a peach, it is actually harmless, because Kuchiki Zan has always believed in a sentence, that is, the truth is the one who speaks with the big fist. In a world with a clear power system, there is no fairness at all. Just like the later generations of Jingling in the original book, if Central 46 does not have the support of Yamamoto Genryusai behind them, then they're just a decoration, which is why later Aizen the reason why Central 46 should be cleaned up first is to have the right to speak. Because in Jingling, the only person who really listened to the words of Central 46 was the Captain Yamamoto Genryusai from the beginning to the end, so I'm sorry, these old men have long been dismembered by the captains of GoDay 13. Of course, Kuchiki Zan also knows very well that the old man Yamamoto Genryusai, to put it bluntly, did not listen to what Central 46 said. The Chaotic Soul Society was the same as 567, so even if he didn't want to sometimes, old man Yamamoto had to obey the orders given by Central 46. Over time, the signboard of Central 46 was erected, and the people in the lower class got used to regard the words of Central 46 as sacred decree. However, in the eyes of truly powerful and capable people, the one who speaks the most is always Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekuni himself. Regarding the fact that half of the peaches were picked by these careerists, the families who supported Yamamoto Genryusai didn't care so much, because they also knew that although there was a manager on the head, to put it bluntly, everything was according to the rules. Yamamoto Shigekuni has reported the complete new rules to the Lingwang Palace, and since the Lingwang Palace has agreed to the reforms proposed by Yamamoto Shigekuni, it means that those rules have also been passed. Approved. In this way, the great nobles are not so worried. After all, the rules are dead, but people are. As long as Lu Zhejiangguo lives for a day, then he is the real, rule, Sita, moment. Speaking of picking peaches, the supporters of the old man Yamamoto headed by Kuchiki-zan didn't care at all. What they are most concerned about now is whether the Seireitei that has been prepared and established for nearly 100 years is really as good as it is. Ordinary, grand and noble, as Yamamoto promised. Because Yamamoto had issued a strict order before the official approval of the Lingwang Palace, it is absolutely impossible for the Jingling Court to be open to the outside world, but anyone in the Soul Society who enters the Jingling Court privately is a capital crime. Advertisement. Don't think that Yamamoto's doing this is making a fuss. In fact, any reform of the status quo of the Soul Society, without the authorization of the Soul Society, appears without permission, which is the greatest disrespect to the Soul Palace. If it is opened or someone enters, it is a challenge to the authority of the Lingwang Palace. Yamamoto Shigekuni has been planning this matter for so long, it is impossible for him to be easily caught by some interested people from the aspect of Jingling. Therefore, at the beginning of the construction of the Jingling Court, except for the various craftsman families, other people were forbidden to enter the area that was allocated to build buildings. Some people may ask, wouldn't it be a provocation to the Lingwang Palace if the building was built in advance? In fact, there is no need to worry about this. After all, the construction has not been completed and the specific use has not been planned, so it does not constitute contempt for the Lingwang Palace. But after Yamamoto Shigekuni completely incorporated the large palace group and settlement group into the Jingling plan, and began to report to the Lingwang Palace, then that area is a taboo until the official approval is issued. Once it is completed, even artisans are not allowed to re-enter. Therefore, such a situation has been created. The Jingling Court has actually been completed for a long time, but no one dares to go nearby to have a look at the place that may become their main activity area in the future. At the same time, just to be on the safe side, Yamamoto ordered people to put down the wall of Jingling, the wall put down by the Danfang in the original book, early on, which played a certain role in isolation. Only Yamamoto, this old man, has a way to open it. Of course it's only for now. At the beginning, Yamamoto Shigekuni one was to buffer his own superiority, and the other was to complete the opening of Jingling under the witness of Kuchiki-gen, so it took a while. Now the time cards on both sides are just right. Kuchiki Xuania is back, and the approval document from the Lingwang Palace has also come down, and everything is ready. Advertisement. After Tianshiro of Qilin Temple and Wang Yue Naimea delivered all the approval documents, everyone focused their attention on Zhongui Yamamoto, who was in the non-commissioned room of Yamamoto's house. At this time, Yamamoto Shigekuni gave people the feeling that he was no longer in the state of no wave in the old well, but could clearly feel that the old man Yamamoto at this time was a little excited. People also understand that the old man Yamamoto is really excited now, otherwise people would not be able to detect his emotions so easily. From this point of view, if it is not for the great fluctuation of emotions, this situation will not be appeared on old man Yamamoto. Well, in that case, let's move on. Saying that, Yamamoto Shigekuni stood up from his seat. Qilin Temple, Naimea, do you want to come together? Of course I'm going, since it's Yamamoto that you have prepared for so long, I'll have to see it anyway. Qilin Si said arrogantly. Compared with the arrogance of Tenshiro of Qilin Temple, although Naimea Wangyue also has his own arrogance, when facing Yamamoto, he still lowered his posture. Your Excellency Yamamoto, I want to see it too. Naimea Wangyue said lightly. Okay, let's go together, so we can be a witness. Yamamoto Fuyuan Ryusai nodded, and then said to the crowd outside the house. Everyone, let's go together. Let us witness together. The establishment of the Spirit Court. After finishing speaking, Yamamoto Shigekuni took the lead and walked towards the outside of Yamamoto's house, followed closely by Qilin Temple Tenshiro and Naimea Wangyue, followed by a group of nobles from the Soul Society, and then the high-ranking nobles in sequence. Lower nobles and common nobles followed Yamamoto Shigekuni towards the location of the new site of Jingling. Chapter 97. Seireitei and Shino Academy of Spiritual Arts. The location chosen for the Jingling Court is a barren land in the former civilian area. Because there are undulating ridges not far away, there are no civilians living in this area. The reason why Yamamoto Shigekuni chose this place is very simple. It is to separate the civilian area from the noble area, and the establishment of Seireitei just became the natural dividing line between the civilian area and the noble area. These are all part of Yamamoto's important country reforms. After all, in the Soul Society, there is a world of difference between nobles and commoners, let alone compared with poor people. Most of the nobles have their own spiritual power in the sky and can cultivate, but only one person with spiritual power can appear in 10 civilians, and the poor are even less. In order to make the Soul Society more harmonious, Yamamoto came up with the idea of establishing a well-regulated Soul Society. The establishment of Seireitei is only the first step in Yamamoto's reform.
Next, after the Seireitei was established, the Yamamoto National Congress divided the civilian area and the poor area, which is the Rukongai, in later generations. Reach the scale in the original book.
Kuchiki Zanyi followed behind Shigekuni Yamamoto, while searching for the memory of Sealing Garden in his mind.
Seireitei is the political and military headquarters of the Soul Society, and there are Central Underground Conference Hall, and GoDay 13th Squad Team buildings, and other government-like departments in the key areas.
Also the place where all Shinigami live. The residences of nobles in Shinigami have also been built here for generations. The walls around Jingling are built by murderous stones that can block spiritual power. Murdering stones release and decompose the fluctuations of spiritual power to form a spherical protective cover that protects Jingling from the air to the ground. The soul of power cannot break through. Outside the Jingling Court is Rukongai, where the common people of the Soul Society live. Under normal circumstances, a commoner is not allowed to enter the wall. To safely enter Jingling from Rukongai, you must pass through one of the 4 gates: west, east, north, and south, Baidao, Qingliu, Hailing, Zua. The 4 gates are guarded by guards, who are selected by the Soul Society, and their names are Yiguansaka Danfang, Weiji, Duan Zhaomaru and Biju Rudao. The area of Jingling can be said to be quite huge, with an area of about 133,000 square miles and a radius of about 365 miles. The whole is arranged in a circle with huge streets. It takes 40 days to walk in the common Ling for a week. To explain this, the newly established Jingling Court has not yet moved in so many people, nor has it been expanded, so it is not so big. Advertisement: soon the group of people saw the rolling Jingling Court in the distance, but at this time there is still a large area of uncultivated area around the Jingling Court, because it is only newly built, and many surrounding buildings have not yet been built. There are some differences in Kuchiki-zan's memory, but these Kuchiki-zan also understand. Although the Jingling Court is not complete at this time, looking around, the environment in the Jingling Court at this time is beautiful, with large grasslands and low-back mountains. Most of the buildings on the street are plain in appearance. The walls are light-colored and the roof is tiled.
It can be said that it is a very suitable place to live, at least Kuchiki-zan thinks so, because in the aristocratic district at this time, all the clans of the nobles are here, so there are some magnificent family communities, and there is no such thing as far away.
Everywhere you look, you can see the simple beauty of Seireitei. That's why Kuchiki-zan doesn't like living in their ancestral house in their branch house, but prefers to live in their own small yard. Kuchiki-zan also knows that at this time, the core institution of Jingling, Mao Spirit Art Academy, has been established. As for some other functional institutions, Kuchiki-zan believes that there is a high probability that they have not yet been established, because they have not yet been established. How can we talk about establishment? Only the Meinu Spiritual Art Academy was established by Yamamoto Shikuni at the beginning of Jingreidi, because the predecessor of the Shino Spiritual Art Academy was actually the Yuanjuku, founded by Yamamoto Shikuni himself. With everyone's footsteps, they soon came under Black's walls. These walls are actually one-off. They are different from the permanent and flexible walls in later generations. As long as Yamamoto removes them, would no longer exist. Everyone wait a moment, the old man will remove the spirit wall. Yamamoto Shigekuni came under the wall and said to everyone. Then I saw the old man walk under the fence, and pressed one hand on the wall of the fence. The next moment, the huge flame like Ryatsu on Yamamoto Shigekuni's body rose into the sky. Asking for flowers. Zero advertisement. As Yamamoto Shigekuni began to slowly inject Ryatsu into the wall, the original thick and solid wall began to melt little by little, and soon the wall after about half a meter was melted by Yamamoto Shigekuni's Ryatsu hole. With the appearance of a big hole in the wall, Yamamoto Shigekuni also withdrew his palm, because at this time there is no need for him to continue injecting Ryatsu into the wall, and it can start to disintegrate on its own. The wall formed by special spiritual power. After Yamamoto Shigekuni broke a big hole, the wall began to shatter and disappear towards the periphery bit by bit along the big hole that had already appeared. As more and more walls disappeared, the speed at which the black wall disintegrated became faster and faster. At the beginning, it might spread little by little, and after a while, it would be divided into spirit particles and dissipate at an extremely fast speed. Everyone was surprised. After all, the current Soul Society, Kido, has not been systematically compiled, nor has it begun to be popularized. Although some nobles have some Kido cultivation methods and inheritance, but to put it bluntly, at that time, Kido was just jutsu. In people's eyes, at most it was strange, and it was not like the mature 3 items of cutting, punching, and walking. That's why people are not very familiar with the fence made by the Kido method in front of them, so they will burst out in amazement. Kuchiki-zan is much calmer. After all, he is a person who has seen the world, but sometimes he also feels that the changes in Soul Society are really fast. Like many things in the original book, even in the present world, they are not so advanced, but Seireitei has them, and they are very proficient in their operations. Soon, the black wall disintegrated and created a big gap for everyone to walk together. Of course, because the area surrounded by the wall is too large, it will not be completely disintegrated for a while. Of course, everyone does not need to completely disintegrate the wall to enter at this time. The wall can no longer form an obstacle. Okay, you can enter. Everyone, follow me. The main administrative position of the Jingling Court is in the center of the Jingling Court. Saying that, Shigekuni Yamamoto took the first step into the range of Seireitei. Chapter 98. Everything familiar and strange. Everyone saw Yamamoto Shigekuni moving, and quickly followed Yamamoto Shigekuni's footsteps. After all, it was their first time here and they didn't know how to get there. Of course, it is also the first time for Yamamoto Shigekuni, but he is the maker of Jingling, so he knows every place of Jingling, so it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a living map. Soon Yamamoto Shigekuni brought everyone to an extremely important place in Jingling. This place is very familiar to Kuchiki-gen, but others are not so familiar, because the name of this place is Sokyoku Hill. Yes, it is the Sokyoku Hill in the original book. There is a tall tower next to the Sokyoku Hill, and that tower is the Palace of Repentance. Of course, all of this is currently known, that is, Kuchiki-zan knows, and after climbing the high ground of Sokyoku Hill, at this time, there is no shadow of Sokyoku except for a May 13th shelf. Kuchiki-zan was stunned, because there was no power holder, and no GoDay 13 inches in Jingling at this time. So many things were not added, but Kuchiki-zan knew very well that the old man Yamamoto must have his own purpose in bringing them here at this time. Kuchiki looked at those careerists who were following behind at this time with a sense of awareness. His heart moved slightly, and he didn't speak, and continued to follow the old man Yamamoto, step by step up the stairs of Sokyoku Hill. Not long after, everyone came to the high platform of Sokyoku Hill. At this time, Sokyoku Hill was still very empty. After all, there was nothing but a ready-made shelf. After Yamamoto Shigekuni walked to a suitable position, he stopped. He turned around and looked at the people behind him, and then explained. The reason why I bring you here is because this will be a very important place for the Soul Society in the future, please see. Saying that, Yamamoto Shigekuni pointed to the distance of Sokyoku Hill and said, there will be the area where the management is located. Then he pointed to the other side, that's where the armed forces will be. Advertisement, and here. The old man Yamamoto pointed to the land of Sokyoku Hill under his feet again, and said, here, it will be the place where Jingling Court will carry out the punishment. As soon as this remark came out, the huge crowd was still in commotion. The old man Yamamoto ignored the mutterings of the crowd and continued on his own. Everyone has seen the shelf over there. That shelf was built by the old man for execution, and since there are racks, there must be instruments of torture. As for the manufacture of instruments of torture, I hope that Ermaiwu can help you. No problem. Ermaiwu Wangyue readily agreed, this is what he should do in public and private. Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded, and continued. After this place, a torture device will be built for execution. I will discuss the details with Ermei later. As for the name of the torture device, although it is only the Nyen J frame at present, but as for the name, the old man has already thought of it, it's called Sokyoku. Hearing Sokyoku's name, Kuchiki-zan smiled slightly, and the information of Sokyoku immediately appeared in his mind. Sokyoku, a tool used by Jingling Court to execute prisoners, consists of a spear and a frame. The posture after the spear is released is a giant bird named King of Destruction, which is said to have the destructive power of 1,000,000 Zanpakuto. This is the Sokyoku, a powerful instrument of torture that can only be unsealed at the time of execution. The tip of the spear has a destructive power equal to 1,000,000 Zanpakuto, and the rack is also equipped with a defense ability to prevent the same Zanpakuto from being destroyed. And during the execution, by cutting off and piercing Shinigami's body, the power will expand dozens of times in an instant. Kuchiki Xuan still remembers that in the original book, when everyone rescued Rukia, they used some inheritance props from Jashiro's family to shatter the form of King of Destruction in a certain period of time. One's own strength, Kuchiki-zan estimated, would be difficult to compete with King of Destruction. Of course, Yamamoto Shigekuni at that time may be an exception. After all, even the power of 1,000,000 Zanpakuto can never catch up with the powerful Ryotsu of the 9th level and the Remnant Fire too powerful. Yamamoto Shigekuni's, because the unit of the so-called 1,000,000 Zanpakuto is only based on the standard of common Zanpakuto, such basic power, even if there are millions of Zanpakuto units, it is definitely not the opponent of Yamamoto Jakuni, because Kuchiki-zan knows very well that when after Ryotsu entered from the 8th level to the 9th level, the old man Yamamoto has stepped into a new field. If it hadn't been for the friend Habak in the original book who killed the old man with a shady trick, then it is impossible to say that the old man might really step into the world that no one has ever seen before. The field I have stepped into, God, of course, these are Kuchiki-gen's guesses. After all, it is certain that Yamamoto Shigekuni is within the 9th rank. Otherwise, Aizen would not be so afraid of him, and Yuhabak would not be so afraid of him. Advertisement: the author will not force him to go offline in that way. Withdrawing his thoughts, Kuchiki-zan continued to listen to Shigekuni Yamamoto's introduction, because at this time, Seireitei is still an empty shell, so many things have not been added, and there are very few things that can be introduced. Finally, I want to talk about the buildings and towers next to Sokyoku Hill. Yamamoto Shigekuni said after introducing a series of important facilities, pointing to the towers and buildings next to Sokyoku Hill. This tower, the old man calls it, the Palace of Repentance. As the name suggests, this place was built by the old man to detain those who violated the laws of the Seireitei court. The place of detention is adjacent to the place of execution. The old man thinks it is very suitable. The Confession Palace is located in the center of Seireitei, on the high ground south of the GoDay 13 team building. It is a place where felons are imprisoned. The appearance of the building is a huge white tower, which is made of murderous stone. There are steps leading to the high cell. On the other side of the tower there is another rope bridge leading to Sokyoku Terrace. Okay, everyone has read, watched, and heard, and I want to say the last sentence here. Yamamoto Shigekuni, at this time, attracted everyone's attention to 5.1. Kuchiki-zan looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni's expression, and gradually showed a smile on his face, because he knew what Yamamoto Shiguni was going to say next. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, and he could only do many things after this. So at this time, Kuchiki-zan's mood can be said to be surging. Old man. Here, to everyone in the Soul Society, the pillars of the nobility, and the 2 members of the Lingwang Palace, announce that the sealing court has been established. Yamamoto Shigekuni's majestic voice, through the amplification of Ryotsu, spread to every corner of Sokyoku Hill in an instant, and at the same time spread to every corner of Seireitei, which was empty at this time. Good. After hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni say this, Kuchiki General was the first to shout out, and then took the lead in clapping. Chapter 100. Conception of new capabilities. Kuchiki Zan felt what was in his mind, and immediately called out his own information from the system. In his profile, the item, Flying Thunder God, has become his own ability. With both the system and his mind working together, Kuchiki Zan finally believed that he had learned the item of Flying Thunder God so easily. Kuchiki Zan is very greedy, and his ability to use is as strong as pervert. Of course, although Kuchiki Zan is already familiar with all the Flying Thunder God information, but to really apply it to the battle in the Shinigami world, Kuchiki Zan still needs to explore and develop. After understanding, Kuchiki Zan already knew that this Flying Thunder God is the same Flying Thunder God. Although it has been transformed by space and is suitable for use in the world of Shinigami, it is nothing more than changing the energy used by Flying Thunder God from chakra to Ryotsu. In fact, there is not much difference fundamentally. Because this Flying Thunder God also requires the presence of spells to be able to activate it. Of course, Kuchiki Zan also found from the combination of abilities that his spatial affinity is indeed of great help and convenience to the use of Flying Thunder God. Among other things, at least his technique is not so harshly restricted. As long as Kuchiki Zan injects a special spatial fluctuation into a node, then theoretically he can teleport directly to this fluctuation point. This so-called fluctuation is also a spell. In the world of Hokage, the reason why such complicated spells are needed to drive the use of Flying Thunder God is because fundamentally speaking, whether it is the second generation or the fourth generation, they didn't grasp the essence of space, they just use space to move through a special energy application. But at this time, the modified Flying Thunder God is different, and Kuchiki Zan is also different from the ninjas in the Hokage world. Kuchiki Xuan is equipped with a space constitution and has surreal abilities. The conditions are much better than the ninjas in the Hokage world, so the restrictions of Flying Thunder God naturally become a lot less. Of course, as I said before, if the distance is too far, then Kuchi must record the complete spell recording space fluctuations in this place. Otherwise, Kuchiki Zan will not be able to teleport there directly, just like if Kuchiki Zan if you want to live in Jingling. If Kuchiki Zan wants to move quickly between his yard and Jingling, then he needs to engrave spells on both residences, so that Kuchiki Zan can do it to move freely between the two places. On the contrary, if it is only a short distance, such as a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers, then Kuchiki Zan can use his huge Ryotsu field to force a temporary space fluctuation directly at the place he is going, and then teleport there to achieve instantaneous Flying Thunder God teleportation. The difficulty of this point is much more difficult than teleporting between two places after burning the spell. Here it involves Kuchiki Zan's understanding and application of space ability, not just the skill of Flying Thunder God. Fortunately, after years of practice, although Kuchiki Zan's space ability at this time is not very useful, but with the appearance of the Flying Thunder God, the space affinity ability brought about by the space constitution finally has a place to use. With the emergence of Flying Thunder God skills, Kuchiki Zan's understanding of space has also improved to a higher level. Kuchiki Zan believes that after some time, after he combines Flying Thunder God and space affinity more closely, his space the ability will also be improved to a higher level. Kuchiki Zan released his Ryotsu domain without finding out, and then tried to test the distance that can directly teleport Flying Thunder God at present, which is about a little more than 2 kilometers. If it is said that after Bankai, it is instantly stronger 10 times more Ryotsu, the area that can be covered will be even larger. At that time, the range that the fast and simple Flying Thunder God can teleport will also be expanded even more. Of course, these are all things for later. The first thing Kuchiki Zan needs to do now is to integrate Flying Thunder God's perception of space fluctuations and space perception, and also need to study Flying Thunder God's spells thoroughly, and then you can find them at will. A kind of spatial fluctuation to replace such a spell, to achieve a simple Flying Thunder God. Kuchiki Zan Yi listened to Yamamoto Shigekuni's series of plans and arrangements after the announcement of Jingling, while calculating the simplest Flying Thunder God formula in his mind. Because the birth of the Flying Thunder God spell is determined by the individual's talent for space perception. If you don't have talent, you can't even enter the door. If you have average talent, you can get in through hard work, but because if the talent is not good, a lot of spells are needed to do the preparation work. This kind of Flying Thunder God does not need to be used. If the talent is good, it is like the Hokage ninja Zhang on behalf of Hokage. It needs fixed and slightly cumbersome spells for auxiliary use. Flying Thunder God, and if it is top talent, such as 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato in Hokage Ninja, you can use Flying Thunder God with a minimalist technique, so even 2nd Hokage this creator, he is also inferior to the Flying Thunder God technique used by the 4th generation. At this time, Kuchiki Zan, with the addition of the space constitution, is naturally a talent level person. With the addition of passive abilities, he can directly perceive specific spatial fluctuations at close range, and then teleport. This is there is a fundamental gap, and because of the limitation of the range of perception at a long distance, at this time, the assistance of the Flying Thunder God spell is needed, and there is no way to do it. Although Flying Thunder God still has various restrictions, for Kuchiki Zan, it is already very useful and a very powerful bug level skill, which is much stronger than his pseudo-teleportation after Bankai, and consumes also relatively small. Chapter 101 Entering Seireitei. Kuchiki Zan is a person who is easy to be satisfied. The system can randomly reward him with Flying Thunder God technique. He is already very satisfied, and other shortcomings are naturally not shortcomings. Kuchiki Gen. While Kuchiki General was still immersed in his own thoughts, Yamamoto Shigekuni directly called Kuchiki Gen's name. Kuchiki Zan was shocked, and immediately Kaido. I'm here. Hearing Kuchiki's nonsensical response, Yamamoto Shigekuni rolled his eyes secretly and didn't say much. Since Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't say anything, others would say nothing more, so Yamamoto Shiguni continued. You are in charge of the relocation of the Kuchiki family and other great nobles. As for other great nobles, they are responsible for the migration work of the nobles, do you understand? Oh, that's all, that's enough, I get it, leave it to me. Kuchiki responded with a mysterious mouth, but secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He thought he was caught by the old man Yamamoto. I heard that he was only responsible for the migration of the Kuchiki family and other great nobles. Wait, relocation work? What relocation work? Migration of what? 800 Thinking of this, Kuchiki Zanyi was shocked. He knew that he must have missed Yamamoto Shigekuni's speech when he was wandering. But it doesn't matter, you can guess if you don't know, and you can ask if you guess wrong, there is no big problem. In fact, it goes without saying that Jingling is still an empty shell. The so-called relocation is nothing more than allowing some nobles to move people from the main line of the family to Jingling. Of course, if you want, Jingling if space permits, all of them can be moved in. Of course, this is impossible for many big families. After all, as big nobles and some high-ranking nobles, their clan land has gone through many generations, and they will not give up the current clan land easily. So Kuchiki Zan, I know that the vast majority of the branch house clan must have only migrated some people there. After all, the clan land of the clan also needs to be looked after by clan members. Advertisement for example, Kuchiki Zan himself, even if he moved to Seireitei. His small yard and the site of the branch house in Tachung still need to be taken care of, so he does not plan to move many people to Seireitei, and those who really need to be moved he was the only one. Originally there were very few people in the Tachung branch house, after his father and uncle died, apart from him. The only one left in the Tachung branch house's direct lineage was Uncle Kudobe, who exhausted all his strength in the latter part of his life. A boy was born, Kuchiki Jojiro. Kuchiki Zan is not a person who likes to manage. Kuchiki Jojiro was born late, and he is the blood of the Kuchiki family. At this time, he is 200 years old and has just come of age. However, Kuchiki Zan does not care so much. Most of the things are handed over to the other party. And in the 100 years since Kuchiki Zan went to Hueco Mundo, the Tachung branch house was naturally managed by Kuchiki Jojiro, because he saw that the other party took care of it well. Although Kuchiki Zan has the name of the owner of the branch house, he never thought about it. I want to make this patriarch down. With the establishment of Jingling, Kuchiki Zan knows that Jingling is the center of the soul society of later generations. The bigger Uzumaki is, there are not many people in the Tachung branch house. Kuchiki Xuan still remembers his father's last wish, nothing more than it is to let the Tachung branch house continue, so Kuchiki Zan is not going to let the people in the Tachung branch house move to Jingling, just let them live on the 10 acres of the main land. Anyway, the places where the battles will be fought in the future will only appear in the Jingling Court. Although the old noble district still has value, it is only a small part of the value. With the development of the Soul Society, the Jingling Court will become the center of the center in the future, so no matter how much you fight, as long as the Jingling Court is still there, the fire will not reach the old aristocratic district. Therefore, Kuchiki Zan also felt relieved to let all the people in the Tachung branch house live in the old aristocratic area. As for the Kuchiki family's main family and other branch houses, Kuchiki Zan can't control them. They can recruit as they like, and it doesn't matter. After Yamamoto, Shigeko arranged the division of labor, he began to let people disperse. Kuchiki grabbed Shiba who was about to run away with his eyes and hands. I said, why are you in such a hurry? Kuchiki Gen asked the old guy while grabbing Shiba Hikamon. Hey, don't you know how many people are in our family? Isn't this going to be relocated? My patriarch has been assigned other jobs by His Excellency Yamamoto. Naturally, I have to go back and make arrangements first. It will be convenient for you to schedule, isn't it? Shiba Yanuen said sincerely. Okay, I don't know you yet, you must have sent those two little bastards of your family to find a good place in Seiling Ting. I still don't know you. Kuchiki Zan looked at Shibayan with a disgusted expression, said the ape. Advertisement, hey, you discovered it all, Shiba Hiko Monkey said as he touched his gray hair in embarrassment when he heard Kuchiki Gen's words. Kuchiki Zan heard before that the old man Yamamoto, where the nobles are stationed, has divided it up. Although the area is very large, you must know that besides the Suniyashiro family, there are 4 big noble families, and there are also big families such as advanced nobles. The footprint is definitely not small, and it is understandable that Shiba Hiko has let his 2 grandsons occupy the space. Okay, don't worry too much, I have something to do with you, Kuchiki Zan said. Hearing what Kuchiki Zan said, Shiba Yanuen no longer left in a hurry, but asked Kuchiki Zan. If you have anything to say, please tell me. It's actually very simple. I hope you let Hong Xiao lead a group of people to stay in the noble district. Kuchiki Zan expressed his thoughts. Why? Shiba asked with a frown when he heard Kuchiki Gen's words, because he didn't understand what Kuchiki Gen did, but he knew that Kuchiki Gen would not harm him. After all, he and Kuchiki Zan are standing together, and his son Shiba Iron Owl is still guarding Hueco Mundo for Kuchiki Zan. Trust me, Letting Hong Xiao bring a group of people to stay in the clan will only benefit your Shiba family. Jingling is not a simple place, and you will find out after a while. Kuchiki-zan, he reminded with a serious face. Hiss. It seems that you know something. Hearing this, Shiba Yanape naturally understood what Kuchiki-zan meant. Although Shiba Yanape showed no ability or talent as a human being, he was very smart. From the fact that he was able to send both his son and grandson to Kuchiki-zan, it can be seen that Shiba Yanuan is definitely not an easy person. It doesn't matter what you know or not. You can listen to what I say, and don't force it if you don't listen to me. You can figure it out. Kuchiki-zan shrugged and said. Don't worry. You have already talked to me about this matter alone. I will naturally listen to you. I will go back and let those two bastards prepare. Hearing this, Shiba Yanuan naturally knew what Kuchiki-zan meant, with a smile on his face, immediately said with a meaningful smile. Chapter 102 Preparations for Kuchiki-zan. Saying goodbye to Shiba Hiko, Kuchiki-gen walked alone on the empty streets of Jingling. The things here are so fresh, the walls and floors are made of the latest Lingzi building materials, and there is a vitality everywhere. While walking slowly, Kuchiki-zan casually injected the spells he used for experimentation into certain places. The reason why Kuchiki-zan did this was to prepare himself a little backhand. Of course, Kuchiki-zan did not set up the spells aimlessly. After all, it is not easy to maintain the induction spells all the time. Kuchiki-zan also not to that extent. Kuchiki-zan will set up a magic formula about a block away. Although it may not be used in the future, it is always ready. Soon, Kuchiki-zan entered the major blocks in the core area of Jingling into his spell formula. Although this spell formula is still immature, it is enough for Kuchiki-zan to use them as the coordinates of his induction. Although it is an immature technique, the disadvantage is that it will be slightly slower when sensing the coordinates, but these are not harmful. After distributing all the spells, Kuchiki-zan also left Jingling immediately. After all, he is the person in charge of the migration of the great nobles, so he can't waste too much time. Of course, it's okay to waste a little time. After all, the big nobles are all big families, so how can they prepare for the relocation in a short time? Moreover, the patriarchs and patriarchs of the three families who participated in the establishment ceremony of the Jingling Court before have also conveyed their orders. What Kuchiki-zan really wants to do is nothing more than a maintainer and supervisor of order, not to say that the big and small he needs to do all the relocation matters. How can he be busy alone? Of course, Yamamoto Shigekuni entrusted the task of supervising the great nobles to Kuchiki-zan, and he also had his own considerations. After all, although the careerists picked half of the peaches at this time, to be honest, it will be a long time before they take power up. At this stage, Yamamoto Shigekuni is afraid that there will be conflicts between the big nobles and these ambitious people, or they will be provoked, which is prone to problems. Advertisement. Now that the new world and the new regulations have appeared, it is no longer a situation where the big nobles can cover the sky with one hand. If there is any problem with the big nobles, Yamamoto will really be held accountable, and it will not end well at that time. Yamamoto Jongwo, in order not to let some guys take advantage of loopholes and make troubles, Kuchiki-zan was given the task of supervising the nobles. If Kuchiki-zan is present and there are still people who dare to make trouble, then Kuchiki-zan will do everything, and then Yamamoto Shigekuni still has room to maneuver. After all, Kuchiki-zan has the title of the captain of the expedition team on his head anyway, which is considered to be a member of the Jingling Armed Forces, has the power to enforce the law. Even if something goes wrong in the end, and Kuchiki Xuanzhen takes the bloody action to suppress it, then Yamamoto Shigekuni will definitely have arbitrary power when Central 46 is fully established. Even if the matter is reported to Lingwang Palace, Kuchiki-zan will definitely not be severely punished. All this has been considered by Yamamoto Shigekuni long ago. Kuchiki Xuanzhen naturally knew the stakes, so he was not prepared to be lazy. After all, this was related to the harmony issue in the early days of Jingling. If something bad happened to the nobles, it would be bad for Kuchiki-zan's provocation is also a sabotage of Kuchiki-zan's future plans. Kuchiki-zan did not let this happen. Soon, each family has already prepared the personnel to be relocated, and began to migrate in batches towards the direction where the Jingling Court is located. The old aristocratic area is actually not that close to Jingling Court. Before, people who went to Jingling Court were rushing, so the footsteps were much faster. This time, it was a big migration of the family, and the strength was uneven, so the relocation will be much slower. At the same time, because of the relocation, each family travels in full loads, and there are many large items that need to be transported by vehicles, which will naturally slow down the journey. The relocation of the four great nobles took 3 full days, and this is still under the reminder of Kuchiki-zan. None of the major families moved. This is what Kuchiki-zan hopes to see, but really not as good as imagined. In the end, almost all members of Yamamoto's family moved, and Kuchiki-zan couldn't do anything about it. After all, there were not many people in Yamamoto's family. Apart from the Tachung branch house where Kuchiki-zan was located, Kuchiki's family also stayed in Kuchiki's branch house. The clan land did not follow the migration. The Shiba family was reminded by Kuchiki-zan that Shiba Yanuan asked Shiba Hongxiao to stay in the clan with a small half of the tribe, which shows how much Shiba Moyuan cared about Kuchiki-zan's words. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Followed by Shihuan's family, although Shihuan Kuchiki-xuan did not specifically ventilate, but Kuchiki-xuan mentioned before that since Longer has no chance to become the head of the family, then Longer should be trained separately from Shen Yi. Kuchiki Xuan didn't know if Shihuan Shenyi understood the meaning of this sentence. Anyway, when Shihuan finally migrated, 3/4 of his tribe moved with Shihuan Shenyi, and longer stayed with the rest of his tribe, the clan land. In general, Kuchiki Zan is satisfied with the final result. After all, he can't really influence other people's family affairs. As for the high-ranking aristocrats, the only one that Kuchiki Zan spoke of was the Muyuan family. After all, the current head of the Muyuan family is Kuchiki Zan's younger brother, Muyuan Genta. With such a relationship, the direction of Muyuan Yuata's actions must be Kuchiki where Zan pointed, Muyuan Yuantai would fight. Leaving aside the high-ranking nobles, according to Yamamoto's arrangement, the big nobles have the priority to relocate. After all, the Soul Society is still the Soul Society of the King of Souls, that is, the Soul Society of the nobles. The privileges of the nobles can be reduction, but it must not be absent, otherwise the royal family will be the first to disagree. It is worth mentioning here that after living in the Soul Society for more than 400 years, it was the first time that Kuchiki Zan really knew the existence of the royal family. Although it is also mentioned in the original book that the so-called Zero Team is actually called Royal Spies. Kuchiki Zan believed that the royal spies were the personal guards of King Ling, but in fact they are not. The royal family is real, and the royal family lives in the Soul Society. This royal family is actually a noble that is closest to the blood of the Spirit King, but because there are too few people, the royal family has never been involved in the Soul Society, so their existence the feeling is also quite low. Anyway, Kuchiki Zan has never seen them, nor does he want to see them. With the relocation of the great nobles, some things really happened that made Kuchiki Zan unhappy. Chapter 103 The Seireitei era. When the nobles moved, what Yamamoto Shigekuni was worried about happened, which also proved from the side how clever the decision to let Kuchiki Genlai be the villain was. The matter is actually very simple. It is nothing more than those who picked half of the peaches because they felt that their peaches were not big enough, so they used their brains during the migration process. Originally, in the early stage of migration, the big nobles did come first, and the other nobles could only start choosing places and moving after the migration of the big nobles was almost completed. These ambitious people took advantage of this loophole and started to make trouble on the last day of the migration of the 4 great nobles. Fortunately, Kuchiki Zan knew what kind of mods might appear, and was always on guard against the actions of these grandsons. On the last day of the migration of the great nobles, Kuchiki Zan finally met him. Several new high-ranking nobles and low-ranking nobles joined forces to touch porcelain, the big nobles. In the later stage of the migration of the big nobles, they formed groups and began to discuss the big nobles in various ways, not to mention the big nobles. Even now the new 4 great nobles had never experienced such anger when they were high-level nobles, and they almost couldn't help but directly confront these high-level nobles and lower-level nobles. However, they were stopped by the sudden appearance of Kuchiki Zan, and when the high-ranking nobles and lower-level nobles who touched 24 porcelain found that Kuchiki Zan was involved, they suddenly changed their expressions, and then hurriedly separated their relationship and told everyone the nobleman apologized, and then quickly left. And there are a few lower-level upstarts, so what if it is definitely Kuchiki Zan? They still don't know how to advance or retreat, and after Kuchiki Zan beat up all the family members, all the Pengqi family became honest. Originally, according to Kuchiki Zan, he meant to directly exterminate the clans of the newly promoted lower-level nobles who took the lead in making troubles, but then he changed his mind. Even if he went to the extreme and wiped out a few lower-level nobles, the consequences of punishment, although it is not too serious, it is easy for others to catch the talk. Kuchiki Zan knows that it is better to do less at the current stage, so when it comes to giving people something to talk about, in the end, he changed killing to beating. Advertisement, but sometimes beating is more effective than killing. Just after Kuchiki Zan beat all the members of the most violent family, until they couldn't take care of themselves, all other families who were preparing to make trouble or had already started to make trouble were all weird. It all stopped. This result made Kuchiki Zan also unexpected. To be honest, he has already made preparations for killing if it doesn't work. After all, he only dealt with a family, and the other ambitious people don't know what it is what about the situation, so Kuchiki Zan didn't think that the other families would calm down just after he settled the family. The result was much better than Kuchiki Zan expected, which surprised Kuchiki Zan, but the effect was surprisingly good. Yamamoto Shigekuni did not expect that after Kuchiki Zan did this, the effect would be better than expected. He was once again thankful that he had Kuchiki Zan by his side, and was also fortunate again that Kuchiki Zan contributed to many things. Originally, Kuchiki Zan didn't know that the effect was so good. When Kuchiki Zan was preparing to deal with the second family, he was stopped by Yamamoto's heavy country. Only then did Kuchiki Zan know that all the families that were planning to make trouble went to ask Yamamoto Jongwo also made corresponding actions by apologizing and making amends. This ended Kuchiki Zan's terrifying visit. Originally, these ambitious people believed that Kuchiki Zan was nothing to be afraid of. If Kuchiki Zan dared to do something, they would sue the Lingwang Palace. However, there are many intelligent people among the ambitious people. After analyzing all the possibilities, they came to a conclusion. That is, if Kuchiki Zan really killed part of him, he would not be hurt. At first, these ambitious people were stunned by their own conclusions, but after several calculations, they all came to the same conclusion. In this way, these guys are much more honest, because they don't want to face cruel. Kuchiki Zan also does not want to die. The next thing will be much easier. Without the interference of ambitious people, the relocation will be carried out very quickly. In about a month, all the nobles, big and small, have been relocated and sailed down by the way, and everything about settling in. Sometimes human beings' ability to adapt is really super strong. Kuchiki-zan has a deep understanding of this point. Among other things, people's ability to adapt to a new living environment is definitely better than any other species. Oh no, it's just a tiny bit worse than water bears. In 1 month, Kuchiki-zan watched with his own eyes the nobles, big and small, enter the Jingling Court, and within a month, people quickly got used to the empty and idle life in the Seireitei Court. After all, now except for the aristocratic living area, no one has begun to settle in other areas. Advertisement: after the aristocrats moved in, the civilians moved in. After all, the buildings outside the Seireitei Court are all for the common people. Although the Soul Society is the Soul Society of the King Ling, who we sees life is not just for the nobles. How should I put it? The nobles are people who are born with the blood of the Soul King, and the common people are the common souls born and raised in the Soul Society, and the poor are the residents who came to the Soul Society from the souls of people in the world after death. The Jingling Court is very large, and it cannot be filled by nobles alone. Since the Jingling Court is the new beginning of the Soul Society, a large number of civilians must be allowed to live here, otherwise the reform of the Soul Society will be meaningless. As for the poor, Shigekuni Yamamoto had already thought about it a long time ago, that is, to build Rukongai outside of Jingling Court. 077 The so-called Rukongai is the place where non-Soul Society residents live. Although Yamamoto's original meaning is correct, but with the development of time, Kuchiki-zan is very clear that the Rukongai of later generations is not just the existence of poor people. After all, not all the civilians in the Jingling Court are satisfied with their lives, and naturally some of them will be exiled to Rukongai. Of course, for this point, Kuchiki-zan believes that it is an inevitable thing. It is impossible to say that the common people will always live on the periphery of Jinglingding, and the poor will always live in Rukongai. In the original book, Byakuya Kuchiki's wife, Kuchiki Feijun grew up from Rukongai, and was brought back by Byakuya Kuchiki from Rukongai, so this situation is too common in 2000 years. This is the trend of social development and the unstoppable progress of history. Of course, everything has advantages and disadvantages. The mixing of bloodlines may weaken the bloodlines, and may also cause more terrible changes. Non-noble people in the later Soul Society, the captain occupies most of the seats, this is the best proof. Chapter 104 500 years with the advent of the Seireitei era, from the time when people gradually poured into Seireitei, Kuchiki-gen knew that the millennium-long peace period of the Soul Society had come. However, this also means that the biggest enemy of the Soul Society has also begun to appear slowly. Rome was not built in a day, and neither is the natural enemy. Kuchiki-zan has no way to stop the passage of time, all he can do is to be prepared. While Kuchiki-zan Yi was making preparations and helping Yamamoto Shigekuni with various matters, 300 years passed in a blink of an eye. 500 years later, Jingling Court, noble living area, Kuchiki House. Condolences, boy. Kuchiki General said to a crying middle-aged man who looked a lot like Kuchiki Aoda. At this time, Kuchiki-zan is much more mature than 500 years ago, but his face is still the same as 500 years ago, which makes everyone in Jinglingding very speechless. You know, in 500 years, Yamamoto Shigekuni has also changed from a balding middle-aged man to an old man with half-gray beard and half-gray hair, while Kuchiki-gen is still so young. Although Kuchiki-zan said that he was a middle-aged boy, but the other party's seniority was his grandpa's generation, but as far as the current Kuchiki family is concerned, no one dares to search for the same seniority as Kuchiki-zan. Yes. Senior Zan. The middle-aged man is called Kuchiki Ludu, the only son of Kuchiki Qingtian, the successor of Kuchiki Qingtian, and the future patriarch of the Kuchiki family. At this time, the Soul Society has entered the 503rd year of Jinglingding, which is the 503rd year of Jinglingding's official establishment. Here, the author has refined the time to make do with it. The passage of time, coupled with foreign wars, 500 years after the establishment of Jinglingding, the original patriarch, Kuchiki Qingtian, died of illness. Yes, there is one less person from the group that Kuchiki-zan was familiar with at the beginning. In 500 years, Kuchiki-zan killed Shiba Hiko, Shihuan Shenyi, and a group of old people from Kuchiki's family. Now even Kuchiki Aoda, the patriarch who can be regarded as a friend, is gone. Time is merciless. Kuchiki-zan sat on the morning hall of Kuchiki Qingtian and said with emotion. Advertisement in the 500 years, Kuchiki-zan has changed a lot, but there are two things that hurt Kuchiki-zan the most. The first point is the disgusting urine of the system. In the 500 years, the random sign-in event, although there are not many, but there are a few times, but just a few rewards, directly led Kuchiki-zan want to pull the system out of the body and smash this guy. The second point is the speed of cultivation after the 8th level. After 500 years, Kuchiki's profound talent can be improved from the middle of the 8th level to the high level of the 8th level. It is hard to avoid being complained by Kuchiki-zan. But Kuchiki-zan also understood the old man Yamamoto's penance for so many years. In Kuchiki-zan's own data, the most obvious changes are his spiritual power level and the emergence of Kido. Yes, in 500 years, many things have appeared in later generations, such as Kido. A long time ago, the old man Yamamoto relocated his Yenjijuku to Jinglingding, and established the Mao Spiritual Art Academy, and he occasionally taught there, but there are still a small number of people who are qualified to enter the Mao Spiritual Art Academy. There are not as many students as the later generations in the original book. With the emergence of Shino Spiritual Art Academy, Kido was gradually counted, forming a unique teaching method, and today, 500 years later, it has also formed its own unique school. Because with the passage of time and the systematization of education, the senior officials of Seireitei have gradually discovered that not all psychics are suitable for using Zanpakuto. Therefore, during the exploration process, people discovered such a group of people who are suitable for Zanpakuto. Kido has a particularly talented group of people, forming the first batch of Kido practitioners, which is also the predecessor of the later Kido congregation. With the development of Mao Lingshu Academy and the appearance of the predecessors of Kido, Kuchiki Gen wanted to complain about Yamamoto. Why at this time, they have not thought about establishing GoDay 13, and they have to wait until they come to call. Will you go to form GoDay 13? Therefore, Kuchiki Xuan raised his requirements one step further, because only with the formation of a systematic armed force can truly capable people be selected, just like the expedition team established 500 years ago. Of course, there is Yamamoto Shigekuni who has the same idea as Kuchiki General after all. Yamamoto Shiguni is the most far-sighted person in Soul Society except Kuchiki Gen, the time traveler. But due to various reasons, sometimes he is helpless, so Kuchiki Zan knows that certain important tasks of changing history must fall on his shoulders, otherwise, according to the trend of history, the Soul Society will still be in a slump again. Of course, Kuchiki Zan is also very aware of the difficulty of innovation, Lees, and now it is the era of jingling. It's not that simple anymore. At this time, Kuchiki Zan once again silently praised his foresight, because with the improvement of the Central 46 system, the nobles of Jingling at this time do not have much right to speak. In the era of being in power, the only people who can ignore the faces of those elders are Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki General. Yamamoto's prestige is too high, and this group of guys in Central 46 still rely on Yamamoto's country to suppress the Soul Society, so they generally treat old man Yamamoto with respect. Chapter 105 Demon Spirit Realm. But Kuchiki Zan is different, because he left an expedition team in Hueco Mundo, so in the past 500 years, the most powerful person in Jingling has been Kuchiki Zan. In terms of personal power, he is stronger than Yamamoto Shigekuni awesome. Of course, these are all feminine fears, so they shouldn't be too superficial, anyway, it's all tacitly understood by all parties. Kuchiki Zan also knows that the identity of the captain of the expedition team is his nuclear weapon to deter Central 46, so over the years, Kuchiki Zan has been relatively honest and will not go against Central 46 too much, and Central 46 has the right to be Kuchiki Zan existence. It can be said that well water does not violate river water. However, although this level of identity will not be used easily, it must be used when it is not needed, just like now. Kuchiki Zan deduces that in about 500 years, there should be a battle between the Soul Society and the Quincy. To establish GoDay 13 at that time, it is really impossible to keep up with the hot ones. Therefore, Kuchiki Zan will change history and put it on his agenda again. It is not so easy to change history, so Kuchiki Zan first set his goal on the 10 world ghosts that he has always wanted to know, but has never had a specific understanding of. The so-called demon spirit world in 553 is actually a small world attached to the Soul Society. It exists attached to the Soul Society, just like the Spirit Palace. It is a world that exists alone. Why does the ghost world exist? Before, Kuchiki Zan deliberately went to understand that the demon spirit world is attached to the Soul Society, a place where sinful souls and beast souls are exiled. This type of soul is much more dangerous than human souls, so Soul Society does not include this type of soul, but not including it does not mean laissez-faire, so the next door of Soul Society does not know when there will be a demon existence of the spirit world. The demon spirit world includes all animal souls and souls that enter the animal realm, but because these souls are more irritable, brutal, and aggressive than normal souls, the demon spirit world has always been a Soul Society, a place where entry is strictly prohibited. Advertisement. Of course, in the demon spirit world, there are also races with advanced intelligence, such as the most representative race of humans and beasts. The so-called human-beast race is a general term that includes various human-beast races. There are also, human-beast races in the Soul Society, but because of the particularity of the human-beast race, the human-beast race in the Soul Society is not very good at walking outside in the original work. The captain of the 7th Division, Komamura Sajin, belonged to the human wolf family, which is a branch of the human beast family. The world of demon spirits is very dangerous. Not only are there a large number of beast spirits, but there are also extremely aggressive human and animal races. If a soul from the Soul Society accidentally enters the world of demon spirits, there is a 90% possibility that they will be killed by the beast spirits, devoured. Common beast spirits have no clear self-awareness, and their action patterns are no different from wild beasts, but what makes them more terrifying than wild beasts is that they are more aggressive and powerful. Moreover, the most troublesome thing for Soul Society in the demon spirit world is that because the two worlds are interdependent, it is not difficult to enter the other side from the border, so there are often beast spirits or powerful human and beast clans from the demon spirit world. The spirit world came to Soul Society to kill and destroy. In this way, the demon spirit world has become the place that poses the greatest threat to the Soul Society besides Hueco Mundo. After all, it is more convenient for the beast spirits and humans and beasts in the demon spirit world to enter the Soul Society than Hueco Mundo. Threat is not too much, so the demon spirit world has always been a serious problem for Soul Society. As far as Kuchiki Zan has lived for 900 years, the demon spirit world has made some mods to add to the Soul Society, but because the Soul Society itself has a lot of things, it has not paid much attention to the demon spirit world. And because there are guards sent by Yamamoto, The matter of the demon spirit world has never been serious enough to be placed in the most difficult position. But with the development of the world, more and more souls have entered the demon spirit world, and the threat of the demon spirit world to Soul Society is also increasing, which makes Soul Society send a large number of people to deal with it. The old man Yamamoto Shigekuni has always been troubled by this matter. After all, the current Soul Society is the era of Seireitei, and many things cannot be decided by Yamamoto Shigekuni alone. The death of Kuchiki Qingtian is also inseparable from the affairs of the demon spirit world, because the increasing threat of the demon spirit world, Central 46 stipulates that all the nobles should contribute their efforts. Carousel Watch. Advertisement: Kuchiki Qingtian died quickly because he was wounded by a powerful beast spirit that ran out from the demon spirit world during his shift. Kuchiki Zan intends to use this as an excuse to mobilize the nobles to start forcing the palace against Central 46. Of course, before that, he must first reach an agreement with Yamamoto. Of course, in the last few hundred years, Yamamoto Shigekuni also intends to form an armed force in Jingling. After all, Jingling is also on the right track now, and the achievements of Shino Spiritual Art Academy are also good, making more and more many civilians also have the opportunity to come into contact with advanced knowledge. But as the number of people with power increases, without an organization to unify and regulate these people, there will always be some unwanted situations, so Yamamoto Shigekuni has long begun to think about this matter. However, when Yamamoto Shigekuni advanced this matter for the first time, his proposal was rejected by those bastards in Central 46. The reason is very simple, that is, Jingling Court does not need armed organizations, because the presence of nobles is enough up. Both Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki Zan knew the real reason for Central 46's refusal, and it was nothing more than fear that Yamamoto Shigekuni and others would completely hold the power of Jingling in their hands again. For such a situation, Yamamoto Shigekuni has no choice but to let go of such thoughts, but now it is different. If this matter is caused by Kuchiki Zan because of the demon spirit world, Central 46 has no reason to refuse so perfunctorily Kuchiki Gen's proposal. As I said before, Kuchiki Zan can be said to be the only person in power of an armed organization in the Soul Society. Kuchiki Zan is naturally aware of his own advantages, and the existence of the expedition team is his greatest reliance, which is where he can grasp the real power and confidence of Central 46. At this time, Kuchiki Zan has nothing to fear. Of course this is a joke, at least when facing the old man Yamamoto Shigekuni. Kuchiki Gen didn't dare to say this. This is for guys like Central 46 who occupy the commanding heights of power but don't do practical things. Chapter 106 Standing Kuchiki Zan's idea is actually very simple, that is to discuss with Yamamoto Shigekuni about the GoDay 13 issue. GoDay 13 has not been established for a long time, which is a problem that Kuchiki Zan Yi has been brooding on. In the past 500 years, although everything in Jingling has been developing rapidly, Kuchiki Zan only sees unimportant aspects, such as the armed forces. It still maintains the appearance of the original dozen or so people. Central 46 originally objected to Kuchiki Zan's request for support, but in view of the rapid development of the human population, the number of souls will naturally increase. The number is also rising steadily. In the end, Central 46 had to choose suitable candidates to go to Hueco Mundo to support the expedition under the protests of all the families of the Soul Society.
And as the strength of the expedition team improves day by day, Kuchiki Zan's authority will naturally rise accordingly. Roughly speaking, in the first round of confrontation between Kuchiki Zan and Central 46, Kuchiki Zan wins. Of course, fundamentally speaking, this is not a battle of Kuchiki Zan alone. After all, Hueco Mundo's problem is related to the safety of the Soul Society. If Central 46 can ignore this, then this group of elders will be dismissed. Not far away. To put it bluntly, there are actually only two backers of Central 46, one is the rules approved by the Soul King, and the other is the first person of the Soul Society, Yamamoto Genryusai.
The Spirit King is an illusory existence. As long as the Soul Society is not destroyed, the Spirit King Palace will not suffer. Under normal circumstances, the Spirit King Palace will not care about the Soul Society. But Yamamoto Shigekuni is different here. Although Yamamoto Shigekuni has always held the heart of admiration for Central 46, but to put it bluntly, it is just Yamamoto Shiguni's cherishment of the Jingling Court he worked so hard to establish. And responsibility, not how much recognition is given to Central 46, a balance of rights. Therefore, Kuchiki Zan knows that as long as it is beneficial to the Soul Society, Yamamoto Shigekuni will never object. As long as Yamamoto Shigekuni does not object, then Kuchiki Zan is sure that Central 46 will also compromise. Although Yamamoto Shigekuni's application was rejected at the beginning, but now and then, if Kuchiki Zan takes the lead this time and puts everything on the expedition team, as well as the support of the major nobles, coupled with the intention of Yamamoto Shigekuni, Kuchiki does not think that the Central 46 there is opposition to the land. Advertisement because if Central 46 still opposes this, then they will completely lose the support of Yamamoto Shigekuni. At that time, if Yamamoto Shigekuni pretends to see nothing and hear nothing, all the big nobles will unite with some high-ranking nobles to overthrow. It is not difficult for Central 46 to change its dynasty. The matter is actually very simple, it is nothing more than a matter of righteousness. Shigekuni Yamamoto went to talk to Central 46 alone, and Central 46 could completely prevaricate the other party by saying that this was Yamamoto Shigekuni's selfishness. But when Kuchiki Xuan wins over most of the Soul Society's high-level power, this matter becomes a matter of righteousness. At that time, if Central 46 continues to oppose, it will ignore the safety of the Soul Society. Come on, things actually become simpler. Therefore, as long as the brains of the Central 46 gentlemen have not been burned by power, they will not make such an unwise choice. Therefore, the first thing Kuchiki-zan has to do is to talk to the old man Yamamoto Shigekuni. If he does not agree to force Central 46 to submit by forcing the palace, then everything he says is nonsense. Knowing the key to the matter, Kuchiki-zan is not going to waste time. After all, hundreds of years have been wasted. If GoDay 13 can be established early, it will definitely play a big role in the battle against the Quincy influence. When Kuchiki-zan was in his own world, he had seen enough of some unofficial history. According to the unofficial history, the establishment of GoDay 13 was an armed organization established after the old man Yamamoto Genryusai led a group of people with lofty ideals to fight against the Quincy. Kuchiki-zan is skeptical about this, so his idea now is very simple. No matter whether this matter is true or not, he must let GoDay 13 appear early, because it has a decisive effect on the future of Soul Society. Asking for flowers. Kuchiki-zan, who has read the original book, does not dare to underestimate the group of Quincy guys. The abilities of these guys are all kinds of strange, and there is an old scumbag like Habak, the ancestor of Quincy. Kuchiki-zan dare not relax at all. Advertisement. To be honest, Kuchiki-zan sometimes feels that the existence of Quincy is not a race that appeared to destroy Hollow, but a race that appeared to eliminate the group of guys like Jingling. In the three parties with spiritual power, Shinigami restrains Shu, Shu restrains Quincy, and Quincy restrains Shinigami. If you tell this logic to an uninformed person, what do you think this person will think? You tell this person the Quincy master eliminates the void, do you think this uninformed person will believe it? Therefore, since Kuchiki-zan read the original book, he has always held a deep hostility towards the race of Quincy, and has a strong sense of defense. Kuchiki-zan's idea is actually very simple, that is to live well, while enjoying Shinigami's life, while becoming stronger and climbing towards the highest peak. But now the Quincy master, oh no, it should be the existence of the extremist Yuhabak, which has seriously affected Kuchiki-zan's mood and new life experience, so everything Kuchiki-zan is doing now is aimed at Quincy. It is understandable to do it as a teacher. With the goal, the environment, and the identity, what Kuchiki-Xuan has to do now is to transform these advantages into something substantial. Therefore, Kuchiki-zan couldn't be idle for a moment, and he came out of his house without stopping, and walked towards the location of the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art. In the past 500 years, Yamamoto has been committed to cultivating more Shinigami. The name Shinigami has just become popular, and it is also influenced by the world. So in the 500 years, there are 400 years of Yamamoto. The encirclement is taught at the Zhenjiang Lishu Academy. For 400 years, the old man Yamamoto Genryusai not only taught people the skills of fighting, but also compiled teaching materials for Mao Academy of Spiritual Art. It was also at this time that the old man Yamamoto divided Soul Society's combat system into 4 major systems in detail: chopping, punching, walking, and ghosts. Chapter 107 Key Elements. After 400 years, everyone in Jingling has truly accepted Yamamoto's national division system, and at the same time accepted the hierarchy theory put forward by Kuchiki-zan's insinuation. Not only is the division of ranks in spiritual power clearer, but even the division of the 4 major combat systems, Zanquanzo Gui, has been divided in detail. These divisions were plagiarized by Kuchiki-zan from the system. In Kuchiki-zan's words, scholar's business. How can it be called stealing? Anyway, the system passed on by Kuchiki-zan has also been recognized by the majority of Jingling residents, and of course the most important thing among them is the recognition of the strong. The emergence of the system not only allows people to know their own position more clearly, but also has a clearer goal, so people still respect the new things proposed by Kuchiki-zan. August 20th, of course, the specific measurement standard was formulated by the old man Yamamoto. Of course, the specific division of the 4 systems is still different from the system's evaluation of Kuchiki-zan. For example, the system evaluation currently only has 5 stages, but the rating given after discussions between Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki-gen has 6 stages. In addition to the original 5 stages of superficial, light taste, rough understanding, deep, spiritual, cooked, hundreds, and secret, there is also a 6th stage oil. The original meaning of the stage of God actually refers to the skills of godlike and miracle-like, but later on, it has become a kind of appellation, such as the name of Kuchiki-zan now, Flash Goddess. Yes, Kuchiki-zan's Shunpo speed has surpassed the old man Yamamoto and Kilin Temple Tenshiro, and has become the fastest moving Shinigami in Soul Society, so the title of Flash Goddess is well deserved. 500 years, Kuchiki-zan has not been in vain. Although the cultivation of spiritual power is really slow, Kuchiki-zan has polished all his skills. Take Shunpo as an example. Even if Kuchiki-zan does not add space and Flying Thunder God's application skills, his Shunpo ability will definitely not be slower than the old man Yamamoto, but with the addition of special skills, Kumu-zan is the well-deserved 2nd place in Soul Society. The topic is far away. Kuchiki-gen wears a cloak that symbolizes his great nobility, and his pace is not fast, but every step he takes is a very long distance towards the location of the Shino Spiritual Art Academy. Advertisement as usual. This is simple. The old man Yamamoto Shigekuni must have stayed at the Mao Lingshu Academy, and he will definitely be able to find him if he goes at this time. For so long, in fact, Yamamoto Shigekuni also approached Kuchiki-gen, hoping that he could become a teacher or a teacher at Shino Academy of Spiritual Arts, but Kuchiki Gen rejected them all. Although teaching disciples is also a process of self-reflection, to be honest, Kuchiki Xuanning really doesn't teach many things. There are many things that he doesn't understand thoroughly. How can he teach others? So Kuchiki Zan happily rejected the old man Yamamoto's invitation, but he refused. Kuchiki Zan still promised Yamamoto Shigekuni to come to Mao Academy of Spiritual Arts to give an open class every once in a while. Of course, the content of this class, it is up to Kuchiki Zan to choose by himself, but Yamamoto Shigekuni has a requirement, that is, the time and content of this class is not limited, but the content must have something substantial. He does not want Kuchiki Zan to hold a random class to fool him. Kuchiki Zan naturally agreed to this point, so in the past 500 years, Kuchiki Zan has rarely attended classes, but each class has gained substantial things for each student, which is why Yamamoto Shigekuni has never disliked it for so many years, the reason why Kuchiki Zan has few classes. Soon, Kuchiki Gen came to the location of the Shino Academy of Spiritual Art, and without anyone stopping him, Kuchiki Gen went directly to the quiet room where Yamamoto Shigekuni was located. Discovering that Kuchiki Gen came uninvited, Yamamoto Shigekuni, who was meditating behind closed doors, raised one eyelid and looked at Kuchiki Gen, who was opening the door to come in. "Hey, you little brat, why didn't you come here today? Are you coming to class today?" Yamamoto said jokingly in Shigekuni's tone. Kuchiki Zan came in, and after pulling the door closed, he sat upright across from Yamamoto Shigekuni, and then slowly said, "Old man, I am not here for class today. I have something to talk to you about." "Oh, it's rare, you kid, you actually have something to say to the test book? What's the matter to hear?" Ben Shongguo asked with interest. "The matter itself is actually quite simple, but it needs your support," Kuchiki said with a faint smile. Let me guess, do you want to go to this world for a while?" Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at Kuchiki with a half smile and guessed. As soon as he heard Yamamoto Shigekuni's words, Kuchiki Zan was stunned. He never expected that Yamamoto Shigekuni would think that he wanted to go to the real world. At this time, the real world has a head, and now it is the beginning of the plot. More than 500 years ago, at this point in time, the Yamato country? Even the Yamato country in the manga world is super ancient, right? What are you doing in the present world at this time? Going to see monsters? Don't be ridiculous. Why do you think I'm going to this world? Kuchiki Zanyi asked in bewilderment. Advertisement, isn't it? Yamamoto asked with a frown, noticing Kuchiki Gen's tone was wrong. Who would want to go to this world, please? Kuchiki Zan said speechlessly, what I want to talk about is related to armed organizations. Armed organization? Hearing Kuchiki Zan's explanation, Yamamoto Shigekuni immediately became serious, and then said, what do you want to say? It's not clear to you that the old man was rejected by Central 46. What do you want to do now? Of course I know, Kuchiki Zan said, I know that, so I came to you. What you did back then, I am the group of people from Central 46, and I will reject you, do you know? How do you say that? Asked Shigekuni Yamamoto, 0.6. It's very simple, your own affairs and the Soul Society's affairs, these are two concepts, do you understand, old man? Kuchiki said with a mysterious smile. My own affairs and Soul Society's affairs? Is there a difference? Isn't what I want to do just for the Soul Society? Yamamoto asked with a frown. There's a big difference. Kuchiki Zan raised a finger and said, what I'm talking about here is the key element of the whole thing, listen up. Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't answer, just nodded in response. When you went by yourself, Central 46 would naturally reject you in any way, because at that time you only represented yourself, and you were always seen by the Central 46 army. Kuchiki General said with a mysterious smile on his face, Chapter 108 GoDay 13 Feed S Vision. Only saw me? Hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, Yamamoto Shigekuni immediately realized, you mean, no matter what my original intention is, as long as I apply for it myself, then things will definitely fail, right? That's right, that's what it means. With a snap, Kuchiki Zan snapped his fingers and said, it's very simple, because Central 46 is afraid of your connections and your prestige, so as long as they have a reason to reject your application, they will definitely reject it, but what I want to say now is different. Kuchiki Zan shook his head and said, what I want to say is naturally from the perspective of the Soul Society as a whole. Even if the group of old fellows want to object, they won't be able to deal with it. Oh, what do you want to do? Tell me, Yamamoto Shigekuni asked, very interested in Kuchiki Zan's proposal. First of all, what I have to do is to attract enough supporters, such as you old man, the patriarchs of the various nobles, and the support of some high-ranking nobles. Central 46 went to file the 24th application. At that time, we were relying on the trend of the Soul Society, and Central 46 had no room to object. Kuchiki Zan had a smile on his face, and said with a confident smile. It sounds like this method is feasible. Yamamoto Shigekuni is a man, although he may be a bit conservative in thinking sometimes, but he is definitely not stupid, on the contrary. But how can a person who is very smart and able to cultivate to this level be an idiot? So after Kuchiki Zan expressed his ideas, Yamamoto Shigekuni discovered the feasibility of this matter, but under serious consideration, Yamamoto Shiguni asked. The method is feasible, but have you thought about a specific plan? This, of course I thought about it. Hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni's question, the smile on Kuchiki Gen's face became even brighter. Advertisement, actually, my idea is very simple. The armed organization I want to establish is called GoDay 13. GoDay 13. Hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, Yamamoto Shigekuni's breathing suddenly slowed down, and then the breathing rate also accelerated. Because what Kuchiki General said coincided with what he thought before, although it was just a name. Through the name, Yamamoto Shigekuni knew what the organization Kuchiki-zan wanted to establish was. His philosophy is exactly the same. Phew, I sometimes feel like you are a worm in my stomach, and you, a brat, can know what this old man is thinking. Yamamoto Shigekuni took a deep look at the smiling Kuchiki Gengo and said such a sentence. Well, it means that what you and I are thinking about is only for the Soul Society, Kuchiki-zan said boldly. HMPH, I have the right to believe you. Yamamoto Shigekuni naturally wouldn't fully believe Kuchiki Gen's words, although he knew that Kuchiki General was indeed doing things for the Soul Society in many cases, but his intuition told Yamamoto Shigekuni that Kuchiki General was definitely not as kind to appearances for the Soul Society, so sometimes, Yamamoto Shigekuni has reservations about what Kuchiki General said. And Kuchiki-zan naturally knew that he couldn't fool Yamamoto Shigekuni, so he stopped talking nonsense and said, do you want to hear the details? Have you thought about the details? Yamamoto Shigekuni frowned and asked in surprise. Of course I thought about it a bit before I dared to come to you for support, right? Kuchiki-zan said with a smile, if I didn't make enough preparations, how dare I bother you, old man? Okay, let's hear it. Yamamoto Shigekuni was non-committal about Kuchiki's confident appearance. Then let me tell you, the so-called GoDay 13 feed is an armed organization established based on the current situation of Seireitei and the future situation. First of all, GoDay 13 is naturally divided into 13 teams. Each team has its own responsibilities. There must be no conflict between teams, but they can assist and complement each other. Advertisement that was my original idea. Then, the 13th Division of GoDay, the 1st Division, the main division, issued the Central 46 order and held the captain's meeting, the 2nd Division, the hidden mobile team, in charge. The support team of the 3rd Division, the medical team of the 4th Division, the rescue team of the 5th Division, the noble exclusive team of the 6th Division, the inner court guard team of the 7th Division, chief guard, the intelligence team of the 8th Division, and the prison team of the 9th Division. The 10th Division patrol team, the 11th Division combat special team, the 12th Division technology development team, the 13th Division purification team. Kuchiki-zan told Yamamoto Shigekuni the numbers and specific functions of the 13 divisions in one breath, and Yamamoto was shocked by Kuchiki-zan's detailed plan after listening. You, kid, you call this a little idea? Yamamoto Shigekuni said in shock. Well, that's right, this is the first draft, if you disagree, you can revise it later, Kuchiki-zan said, licking his face. Okay, that's great. Shigekuni Yamamoto didn't know what to say anymore. If such a detailed plan didn't work, Shigekuni Yamamoto didn't know what kind of plan would be a good one. What do you mean, old man, that you support my forced palace this time? Kuchiki-zan asked again. Forcing the palace. Yamamoto Shigekuni smiled slightly when he heard this word and said, it's quite vivid, it is indeed forcing the palace. Yamamoto Shigekuni is not stupid. He naturally knows the reason why 647 Kuchiki-zan came to him for support. After all, he is the guardian of Jingling Court's rules, so he will naturally become the biggest umbrella of Central 46. If Kuchiki-zan is applying sometimes, if you don't pull him into your camp, then whatever Shi Muxuan does will be useless. Yamamoto Shigekuni thinks very clearly, but now he is caught in a certain self-struggle. On the one hand, it is because if he forces Central 46, then this is something that he himself is not able to do. But on the other hand, Kuchiki Gen has come up with such a perfect plan. If certain reforms are not carried out, Yamamoto Shigekuni will not even be able to pass his own level. Kuchiki-zan looked at the old man Yamamoto with a tangled face at this time, and didn't rush to urge the old man to make a decision, because he knew very well that there was no way for Yamamoto Shigekuni's struggle at this time, and the rules were set by him. He applied for it, and now if he supports forcing the palace, it would be a disrespect for the rules, that is, a disrespect for himself. It's just that Central 46's approach is indeed too arbitrary. Apart from forcing the palace, Shigekuni Yamamoto doesn't know how to make Central 46 compromise, and then approve the establishment of GoDay 13th Squad. On the one hand, it is the rules, on the other hand, it is the Soul Society. Yamamoto Shigekuni is really too difficult. Chapter 109 Decision. After Yamamoto thought for a long time, he took a deep breath and said, boy, how sure are you of success? Huh? Hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni's sudden question, Kuchiki-zan was taken aback for a moment, and then immediately replied, if you also support, plus your followers, I'm 90% sure that I will succeed. 90%. Shigekuni Yamamoto nodded. This is already a near certain success rate, and Shigekuni Yamamoto naturally has no doubts. One last question, do you have a plan for the specific composition of GoDay 13? Yamamoto Shigekuni asked. Of course there is. Kuchiki-zan nodded and said, first of all, each team has a captain and a vice-captain. The first team is an exception because it is the main team. It can have 2 vice-captains, and how many ranked officers are generally arranged in order of strength. The third officer is also responsible for assisting the deputy captain, and so on. The last is the minimum of 200, with no upper limit for grassroots members. The higher the rank, the more members need to undertake the task is relatively difficult. Some teams have a dozen to 20 people serving as the same officer, and some teams even have so many people that they have to be divided into several squads, and a squad leader is assigned to each squad. Manage classes. After all, Kuchiki-zan breathed a sigh of relief, and then continued. Since GoDay 13 will need a lot of personnel in the future, in addition to combat personnel, it also needs logistics support and other personnel, so I would like to recommend that the recruitment of GoDay 13 members should not set up any threshold. This is conducive to the inflow of talents. Wait, of course there are things like uniform clothing, all of which need to be considered by you, old man. Me? Shigekuni Yamamoto, who was fascinated by the sound, was brought back to reality by Kuchiki-zan's words, and then said in surprise. That's right, it's you. You'll be the captain in the future. Of course you're the one to consider these things, Kuchiki-zan said naturally. I'm the captain. You don't? Yamamoto Shigekuni was also very shocked by what Kuchiki-zan said out of his mouth. After all, he knew that Kuchiki-zan just said that from the heart, but the problem is that Kuchiki-zan wasted such a big effort as to pave the way for him. This made Yamamoto Shigekuni unable to understand for a while. After all, if GoDay 13 is really established, then the captain will be under one person and above 10,000. Kuchiki-zan actually gave him such a position, even him, Yamamoto Shigekuni, was really shocked. At this time, Kuchiki-zan remembered that in his previous life, he had read some unofficial history, which also mentioned a little bit about the development track of GoDay 10 Kings. Advertisement. According to unofficial records, the original GoDay 13 was a killer organization founded by Yamamoto Genryusai, and later took over from Team Zero, that is, royal agents who guarded the safety of the Soul Society and maintained the order of the Soul Society and the world. But to be honest, no matter how Kuchiki-zan looked at this kind of record, there were many conflicts, so Kuchiki-zan always just looked at it and didn't take it to heart. Thinking of this, Kuchiki-zan felt relieved. Since GoDay 13 in the original book may be the team brought out by Yamamoto Shigekuni, it is understandable for him to be the captain. Now it is the real world where Kuchiki-zan lives. In the case of forming GoDay 13, Yamamoto Shigekuni would take it for granted that the one who wants to be the captain is Kuchiki General. Thinking of this, Kuchiki-zan sneered directly in his heart. Someone made a mistake. Is it true that the young master wants to be the captain of some kind? Don't worry. The young master is not stupid. Yes, Kuchiki-zan never thought of being the captain from the beginning to the end. His idea has been said many times. He just wants to live simply, become stronger with nothing to do, live for a while, and then see more of the world. He is content with the scenery. Let him be the captain. Unless the end of the world cannot be saved unless he is the captain, this is possible, but under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible for him to be the captain. Why do I want to be the chief? If I become the chief, you are not afraid of Jingling messing up. Besides, how can being the chief help me? There is nothing. I will be the chief of the A? Kuchiki-zan directly asked the question. Give Yamamoto Shigekuni a blowout? You? Yamamoto Shigekuni's eyes widened, looking at Kuchiki-gen, who was looking annoyed and shocked at this moment. He didn't know what to say for a while. Because what Kuchiki-zan said was the truth. Yamamoto Shigekuni's mind went down for a while, and now he really doesn't understand what Kuchiki-zan is thinking. What me? Is it strange not to be the captain? Kuchiki replied with a shrug. What exactly do you want to do? Yamamoto Shigekuni asked directly after thinking for a long time but couldn't come up with a reason. I don't want to do anything, I just want to live easily, Kuchiki-zan replied with a sincere face. Advertisement. This answer is his true thought. Everything he has done is to live a more relaxed life. He has done so many things, but he is actually preparing for the future of Soul Society. Fret. Kuchiki Xuankai is too lazy to care about these messy things. I understand. Yamamoto Shigekuni stared at Kuchiki-zan for a long time before slowly choking out such a sentence. You understand what you understand? Kuchiki General was also at a loss for Yamamoto Shigekuni's answer. Okay, the old man knows what you think, and the old man supports your forced palace this time. Yamamoto Shiguni didn't intend to entangle Kuchiki-zan about what he wanted to do, and replied directly. Well, it's basically done if you support this matter. Kuchiki-zan didn't bother to talk nonsense with Yamamoto Shiguni, and continued to follow Yamamoto Shiguni's no money's words. What are you going to do next? Let's contact the major families first, and win over all the families that can be won first. Of course, the more people who support us, the better, Kuchiki-zan replied. Well, then you can do it. When it's time to apply, just notify me. Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded and promised. Okay, that's it. Kuchiki-zan nodded, stood up directly, picked up the knife placed at his feet, and carried it on his shoulder to open the quiet room that Yamamoto reiterated. After Kuchiki-zan left, Yamamoto Shigekuni still couldn't calm down for a long time, because he really couldn't understand what Kuchiki-zan was doing and what he wanted to do. But one thing he can be sure of is that Kuchiki-gen is indeed working for the Soul Society, and it is enough for him Yamamoto Shigekuni to know this. Chapter 110 Action. After Kuchiki-gen left the Mao Academy of Spiritual Art, he began to travel back and forth among the major families. The first ones he found were naturally the Shihuan family and the Shiba family, who were both great nobles. After all, the Kuchiki family is Kuchiki-zan's own family, so naturally he doesn't need to go to the door to lobby, so it saves a lot of trouble. Shihuan's family, which is known as the Heaven-given Bingzwang fan, is now Shihuan Shinichi in charge, and his father Shenyi has passed away. When Shihuan Shenyi passed away, Kuchiki-zan specially notified Shihuan Husan to come back participating in the funeral. After Husan attended his father's funeral, he rushed back to Shaquan non-stop. After all, that was his battlefield. 500 years, Hueco Mundo's left-behind personnel have changed a lot, especially Shihuan Husan, who can be regarded as the top talent. When Kuchiki-zan left, Shihuan Husan was the 7th level elementary school. After 500 years of experience, Shihuan Husan people have not only matured a lot, but their strength has also improved a lot, and they have reached the 7th level directly, and they will soon enter consummation. Before Shihuan Husan left at the beginning, he left a sentence in the family, that is, the matter of the captain Kuchiki-zan is my business, and I will always support any decision of the captain. In this way, as the strongest of Shihuan's family 467, Shihuan Husan's words naturally play a decisive role. Therefore, the first person Kuchiki-zan approached was Si Fengten. After talking with Shinichi Shihuan in detail for a long time, Kuchiki-zan also got a satisfactory answer, and then left Shihuan's house and came to Shiba's house. At this time, the Shiba family is naturally headed by Shiba Chingye. Hongxiao stays in the old aristocratic area, and Shiba Iron Owl continues to struggle in Ueko Mundo, and its strength has also been greatly improved. Of course, the Shiba family has no problem at all. The last family is Kuchiki-zan's own family, the Kuchiki family. Discuss this matter with the current owner. At this time, the head of the Kuchiki family is Kuchiki Ludu, a patriarch with no great ability or talent. Even because Ludu's ability is not enough, Kuchiki Qingtian intended to let Kuchiki Xuanlai be the head of the Kuchiki family. Advertisement. But after Kuchiki Qingtian revealed this idea, he directly shocked Kuchiki-zan, and then Shushushuen sternly shot Kuchiki Qingtian. Just kidding, Kuchiki-zan's ideal is to dawdle in peace and stability, being the head of the family or being the head of the clan. This is not what he wants. This thing is laborious and not flattering. The key is something that needs to be scrupled in this position. There are too many, and I can't let go of my hands and feet to do things at all. After Kuchiki-zan sternly refused, Kuchiki Qingtian could only regard his only son Kuchiki Ludu as his successor and cultivated it for a long time. This time, Kuchiki-zan originally wanted to force the palace against Central 46 under the banner of seeking an explanation for the Kuchiki family. The primary factor was that the Soul Society did not have an armed organization in the true sense, which caused the nobles to be forced. The circumstances of the battle are the real cause of Kuchiki Aoda's death. With this starting point, Kuchiki-zan occupies a part of the meaning, and the remaining part is the support of the major families of the Soul Society. As long as the nobles support more, the more righteousness Kuchiki-zan occupies. But the premise is that the Kuchiki family must be united in this matter, otherwise there will be no discussion, so this time the dialogue between Kuchiki-zan and Kuchiki Ludu is very important. After a detailed discussion, Kuchiki Ludu also knew the role she was going to play in this incident, and readily agreed to Kuchiki-zan's various requests. After the new clan from the Kuchiki family comes out, Kuchiki-zan's next target is the high-ranking nobles. First of all, the family that Kuchiki-zan wants to ventilate is naturally the Muyuan family. After more than 500 years of development, the Muyuan family is now considered to have recovered some vitality and strength have also improved, which is a very important helper for Kuchiki-zan to do various things. This time the forced palace incident, the Muyuan family will play an important role, CI. That is, the linker and leader of the high-ranking nobles. In the past 500 years, although Kuchiki-zan has been under the behavior mode of not making any big moves, he has not relaxed the cultivation of the available families in Jingling, not only the Muyuan family, but also the Jingle family among the high-ranking nobles. The family has also received Kuchiki's mysterious care, and has developed quite rapidly. Advertisement now, it's time for Kuchiki-zan to check and accept the results. As the saying goes, raising troops for 1,000 days and using them for a short time, what Kuchiki-zan has to do is to let these slowly developing families, when he needs it, as long as he raises his arms, it is enough to gather a large number of supporters. After Kuchiki-shuen notified the Muyuan family and contacted enough high-ranking nobles, Kuchiki-shuen felt that they could start doing serious things. Of course, before taking action, Kuchiki-zan also thought about it. Now their forced palace camp has included the 4 major nobles, 5 or 6 high-level nobles, and a very small number of lower-level nobles. More than half of them, with such a lineup to force the palace, there is no problem at all. However, although Kuchiki-zan is not used to thinking twice before doing things, it does not mean that he will not consider the possibility that things may happen. Not to mention anything else, as far as the current coercion camp pulled up by Kuchiki-zan is concerned, there are definitely people from Central 46 among them, this is for sure. As for where such a person comes from, Kuchiki-zan is not sure. He is also not sure whether it is among the big nobles, or the high-level nobles. Needless to say, the lower-level nobles, there must be people from there, so he does not consider it. But one thing, Kuchiki-zan is also very clear, that is, even if there are Central 46 people in the camp, it doesn't matter. This time Kuchiki-zan has mastered the general trend, and only one Central 46 can't compete with the general trend. Therefore, Kuchiki-zan has extremely strong confidence in this operation to force the palace. He is not afraid that Central 46 will know about it. Therefore, this time, Kuchiki-zan did not hide it at all, and it can even be regarded as a big fanfare. Kuchiki-zan asked people from the Kuchiki family to inform the families participating in the coercion this time, and began to gather at Kuchiki's house. Kuchiki-zan also said before that this time the coercion does not require too many people. To put it bluntly, this time Kuchiki-zan used the general trend and a small part of force to force the palace, instead of using all force to force the palace. The general trend is naturally the need of the Soul Society, and the force is headed by Kuchiki-zan himself, plus the deterrence combined by the great nobles behind him and the expedition team led by him. With this combination, Kuchiki-zan cannot find failure the reason. What's more, Central 46's only reliance on this matter, old man Yamamoto, agreed to their doing. So this time it can be said to be foolproof. Chapter 111 The confused Central 46. As long as the old man Shigekuni Yamamoto is a staunch supporter of reform, then Central 46 will have no hope of success even if they gather all the families behind them to oppose it. Soon, various families came to Kuchiki's house as promised. Basically, the patriarch brought several elders from each family to tend the forced palace this time, which can be said to have given Kuchiki enough face. Of course, this is also related to some precautions that Kuchiki-zan raised before. This time it is a matter of using force as an aid to force the palace, so there is no need for too many people to come, as long as the major nobles come to the patriarch. Seeing one family after another brought by the patriarch and several elders, Kuchiki nodded slightly in his heart, and soon the big nobles were all here. After all, the big nobles lived relatively close to each other. So come faster. Not long after, almost all the high-ranking nobles came here, and the rest of the lower-ranking nobles came here scattered, and the estimated number of people who came could not be found. Seeing that it was almost time for people to come, Kuchiki-zan stood up. After all, this incident was initiated by him, Kuchiki-zan, and he is about to start action. As the initiator, Kuchiki-zan must more or less say a few words as a mobilization speech. Thank you for coming. Kuchiki-zan didn't like nonsense, and went straight to the topic. This time, all the friends who can come are my friends, and they are also the pillars of the Soul Society and Seireitei, so for the Soul Society and Jingling has a better tomorrow. Therefore, I, Kuchiki-zan, are here to cooperate with everyone to initiate admonitions against Central 46, so that Central 46 can pass the approval of Jingling Armed Forces Organization. I hope that everyone will not help me. 5. After Mu-zan finished his speech, he directly set his eyes on Yamamoto Shigekuni who was sitting beside him. The meaning of T is very simple. It should be time for you, old man Yamamoto, to take the lead in cheering you up. Yamamoto Shigekuni naturally knew Kuchiki-zan's thoughts very well. Before others answered, he opened his mouth first. Don't worry, old man and others, since they can come here, it means that they all hope that the Soul Society and Jingling Court can develop better. Therefore, this old man believes that everyone present is with you. After Yamamoto Shigekuni finished speaking, all the patriarchs and family elders present nodded firmly. Seeing this scene, Kuchiki-zan nodded slightly. He knew that maybe these people would still support him if Yamamoto Shikuni didn't say this, but with Yamamoto Shikuni cheering everyone up, the effect would naturally be different. Advertisement. Since everyone's goal is the same, then I won't talk nonsense anymore, but before I leave, I want to ask here again, is there any family that wants to withdraw from this admonition, and if so, leave now. Any one of us present, no one has a problem with the person who leaves. Kuchiki-zan reminded again looking at the crowd. After a while, Kuchiki-zan nodded and said, then, let's go. When the team of 40 or 50 people left Kuchiki's house in a mighty way, a piece of news had already been sent to Central 46 in the underground meeting hall. Then, a group of gentlemen who went to room 46 will fry the pot. What are they trying to do? No, it should be said, what does this Kuchiki-zan want to do? Still asking? Isn't this obvious? Their purpose is to seize power, do you understand? UB*******D. Zhang Buzang quickly bring someone over. Is it useful? They dare to call in directly? Nonsense. First give in to Bu Zhang and stop them. The large underground meeting hall that received the news has now become a vegetable market. It can be said that they did not expect that Kuchiki-zan would suddenly gather so many nobles at this time to attack them. The purpose of Kuchiki-zan and others has long been known together with the news of their dispatch. The reason for the chaos of Central 46 is also known. If they really use this method to make admonitions, they will be regarded as Central 46. Speaking of it, there is really no room for rejection. Although, they can firmly refuse, but once a quarrel arises, they, as those in power, are disqualified, which is also very unfavorable to them. Here's the reason for blocking. As long as Kuchiki-zan and others can't enter the underground meeting hall, can't get in front of them, as long as they can't hear the advice of Kuchiki-zan and others, then they will be invincible. Advertisement after all, advice that cannot be heard is not advice, but just rumors. Asking for flowers. However, as those who are in power but not strong, their thinking is too simple. When Ouyang Xuan led 40 or 50 people towards the large underground meeting hall where Central 46 was located, the person, Bu Zhang, mentioned by a Central 46 sage earlier had already led dozens of people with the guards of the two-pronged fork with nervous expressions blocked the only way to the underground meeting hall. In the distance, Kuchiki-zan, who was walking at the forefront of the team, saw the members of the guards blocking the only way in the Junju Buzang, who was called Buzang by the sage. Jashiro Buzo, the genius young master of the Jashiro family, a lower-level nobleman, has reached the 7th level median in strength since he was born and is now 260 years old. It can be said that he is a very outstanding talent among the lower-level nobles. At the age of 180, this Jashiro Buzang was selected by Central 46 as the captain of the guard team, responsible for the security of Central 46 members in the surrounding area of the underground meeting hall. Kuchiki-zan sneered and looked at the guards blocking the only way. Such guards are the guards recruited by Central 46 privately. For Jingling, who has no armed forces and armed organizations, such guards should it's against the rules, but who made Central 46 the supreme arbiter, so most people chose to turn a blind eye. Of course, Kuchiki-zan was not among them, and the reason why Kuchiki-zan didn't attack because of the guards was because of the current situation. Of course, Kuchiki-zan also knew very well what the 46 old guys in Central 46 were planning, so Kuchiki-zan showed a sneer on his face. As Kuchiki-zan, who has long been accustomed to intrigue in the modern society, is a stumbling block for such a pediatric department as Central 46, and Kuchiki-zan doesn't even take it seriously. Want to play, out of sight? Kuchiki-zan simply cannot give them this opportunity. You're so naive, everyone in room 46, to be continued. Chapter 112 Head-to-Head. As Kuchiki-zan's team approached, everyone in the team also saw the situation of being blocked at this time, and their faces became ugly. You know, the group of guys following Kuchiki-zan can be said to be the existence of human beings, and they are all foxes who have lived for thousands of years. What are you talking about with me? How could they fail to understand the thinking of the Central 46 guys? After guessing the thinking of this group of old men, their faces naturally couldn't look any better. Of course, the patriarch of the Jashiro family and an elder following him were the ones with the most exciting faces in the crowd. At this time, the patriarch of the Jashiro family, Jashiro Zunosuke in the shape of a middle-aged man stared at the guards blocking the road with an ugly expression. At the same time, from time to time, he peeked at Kuchiki-zan who was leading the team, but he didn't know what to do. As one of the aristocrats with the bloodline of the Ling King, as a newly promoted lower-level nobleman, the Fu 060 Zhu family is one of the few newly promoted lower-level nobles who share the same spirit with the great nobles, and were originally excluded by some lower-level nobles. The Jashiro family originally expected to stand up and be the master this time, but as the head of the family, Jashiro Shinjizuki, he never thought that his son would dare to stand on the opposite side of the big noble at this time. Jashiro Shinjizuki wanted to die at this time. He should have known the situation at this time. At the beginning, he would never let his son agree to be the captain of the guard. And he, Jashiro Konosuke, knows his son very well, and he will definitely do what he promises to the end. He is a man of integrity and courtesy. Because of this, his son Jashiro Buzang is a stubborn guy. He is now I really don't know how to persuade my son. Just when Jashiro Konosuke didn't know what to do, the team had already come to the guards and was directly stopped by Jashiro Buzang. Stop those who come. You are not allowed to move forward without approval, Jashiro Buzang, a young man with a handsome face and a bit of fortitude, said after stopping Kuchiki-zan Yi and his group. Kuchiki-gen looked at Jashiro Ayuzo in front of him, suddenly smiled and said, "Boy, do you know who you stopped?" Everyone found that Kuchiki-zan had already spoken, and the several noble family heads and elders who had planned to speak out also stopped their drums and watched Kuchiki-zan's performance. After all, Kuchiki-zan had already spoken, so they didn't have to worry about it. Advertisement: no matter who you are, this road is impassable now. Please don't make it difficult for us to go back and forth from wherever you are. Said without salt. Hearing this, Kuchiki-zan also gradually restrained his smile and said in an indifferent tone, "Jashiro Buzang, no matter whose order you got, or what order, I am now armed with the sole weapon of Seireitei. Force Commander, Hueco Mundo Expedition Team Captain's identity tells you that the team you are in and the orders you are executing are not in compliance with the rules, you must know. Selling Court has the most rules." As soon as this remark came out, everyone who was irritated by what Jashiro Azu said also showed smiles one after another, looking at Jashiro Azu who was frowning slightly at this time. After hearing Kuchiki-gen's words, Jashiro Azu subconsciously wanted to refute, and then he suddenly realized that the so-called guard team was an illegal, armed guard force spontaneously organized by Central 46. In Kuchiki-gen's words, it is the unruly guard force, so they do not have the so-called law enforcement power of Jingling Court. That is, they are not qualified to talk to the great nobles like Kuchiki-zan who came to give advice to Central 46. Although that's the case, but you can do things for whomever you get your salary. Forgive me for doing it. When Jashiro Buzang couldn't refute, he said such a sentence. Who? Hearing Jashiro Azu's words, Kuchiki-gen showed a smile again on his face. What he was waiting for was this sentence. After all, as soon as this sentence came out, Jashiro Azu was tantamount to admitting, and he waited for the guards teams or illegal organizations. In that case, Kuchiki-zan said with a smile, and the next moment his face suddenly became serious, and then he shouted, "Expedition team, where's the former team leader Moto de Mahara?" "Yes, Your Excellency, Captain." Moto de Mahara, who was following behind Kuchiki-zan, immediately replied sonorously. "As the captain of the corps, I order you to take down the leader of the illegal organization in front of you, Jashiro Buzang, and wait for his punishment," Kuchiki said in a stern voice. "Wait a minute, Your Excellency Captain Kuchiki." Hearing Kuchiki-gen's words, Jashiro Buzang immediately raised his hand to resist, when a voice interrupted his movement. The one who spoke was naturally Jashiro Buzang's father, Jashiro Konosuke, the head of the Jashiro family. Advertisement: what? Did the head of Jashiro object to what I said? Kuchiki-zan turned around and said, looking at Jashiro who had already emerged from the crowd. "Don't dare, I don't dare, I just hope that you will give me another chance to persuade this unfilial son." Jashiro wiped the sweat from his brow and said respectfully. Just when Kuchiki squinted his eyes and was about to give Jashiro Konosuke a chance, Jashiro Buzang said, "Don't persuade me, I won't let go. You be *****D. Do you know what you are doing?" Jashiro Konosuke heard what Jashiro Buzo said, and angrily reprimanded loudly. Father, it goes without saying that when I accepted this position, I was destined to do such a thing, Jashiro said firmly. Not bad, not bad, interesting. Before Jashiro Konosuke could speak again, Kuchiki General said with a smile. Jashiro Ayuzo, the talent is good, but the brain is a bit weak. HMPH. Your Excellency, don't use your tongue. Jashiro Ayuzo squinted his eyes, snorted coldly and was about to refute Kuchiki Gen's words. But the next moment, his pupils constricted suddenly, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead in an instant, because a voice sounded from behind him. What do you want to say? Oh, but it doesn't matter what you want to say. I wanted to give you a chance. Kuchiki Gen's voice sounded in Jashiro's ear as if it came from the ghostly hell. The next moment, Jashiro Azu's pupils dilated instantly, and then lost focus, followed by, with a thud, Jashiro Azu's entire body fell forward to the ground, and the hand that was originally on the scabbard at his waist also slowly moved away from the knife. The sheath slipped off, and Jashiro Ayuzo just fell to the ground. Before Jashiro lost consciousness, the thought in his head was, what's going on? How did he get behind me? How did I fall down again? Chapter 113 Powerful Kuchiki Zan. When Jashiro Buzang retorted that he fell to the ground, the whole process could be said to have been completed in an instant, and there were only a few people following Kuchiki Zan, who could clearly see all the process of what happened. In fact, the real process is like this: just when Jashiro Ayuzo was about to speak nonsense again, Kuchiki General was no longer ready to talk nonsense with him. As soon as Jashiro Azu refuted half of his sentence, Kuchiki Gen had already activated his speed of holding, Flash Goddess, and directly drew his sword, hit Jashiro Azu's soul hammer, and retracted in a few tenths of a second. Sword came to the back of Jashiro Ayuzo. All the movements were completed in a very short period of time, resulting in the immediate effect. Following Jashiro's fall, Genzai Kuchiki put the saber in his hand back into its sheath with a click. I don't know the so-called loyalty. After knocking down the 7th rank Jashiro Azu with one blow, Kuchiki Gen looked at Jashiro Azu, who fell to the ground, and said indifferently. The scene in front of him not only made more than a dozen members of the guard team sweating in horror, but even the crowd who followed Kuchiki Zan were also terrified. You must know that the person who fell to the ground in front of him was one of the few newly promoted experts in the past 500 years of Jingling Court, but such a 7th-ranked middle-ranked expert was so vulnerable in front of Kuchiki Zan, it can be seen that how terrifying Kuchiki Zan was at this time. And the instigator of the whole thing, Kuchiki Zan, didn't take it seriously. To be honest, the guy in the middle of the 7th rank, in his opinion, is just a captain who has just passed the rank, and his strength is still far behind. You guys, you'd better get the hell out of here. He's a nobleman. I might spare his life, but if you guys don't get out of the way, I will kill all of you illegal armed forces as the captain of the expedition team. Kuchiki Gen no longer saw Jashiro Buzang at the bottom, but turned to the remaining dozen or so guard members and said. The next moment, facing Kuchiki Xuanru's killing intent, all the members of the guard gave a strange cry, then dropped the double-pronged forks in their hands and ran away. HMPH, mob. Kuchiki Zan looked at the fleeing guards and snorted coldly. Brother Zan, what should we do with this guy? Miu Yuan Yanta, who was already preparing to make a move, asked at this time. Take it down and go to the Great Uzumaki dungeon, Kuchiki Zan said without looking back. Okay. Maharamoto nodded readily, and then directed an elder who came with him to take away Jashiro Azu, who had fallen into a coma, because after Jashiro Azu was hit by Kuchiki Gen, the Palhammer had already been killed. When he was seriously injured, he would not be able to wake up for a while, so the elder of the Muyuan family could take him away with confidence. Advertisement. Your Excellency Kuchiki, for the sake of this old man, let the dog die. At this time, Patriarch Jashiro said quickly with cold sweat on his face. Don't worry, I won't kill him. If I want to kill him, he died just now. I said, because he is a nobleman, I will spare his life this time. But he can't escape from prison. Kuchiki Zan said indifferently. Thank you sir, Jashiro Konosuke bowed again and said respectfully. Okay, the people in the way are gone, let's go. Kuchiki Zan didn't say any more, but said to everyone. With Kuchiki Gen's departure again, people have followed in Kuchiki Gen's footsteps one after another, and at this time, the underground conference hall has also received news of falling by Jashiro Buzang and others. What should I do? The trick of not meeting each other won't work anymore. What else can I do? In my opinion, just refuse directly and forcefully. That's right, I don't believe that these nobles dare to force the palace directly. And if they dare, Kuchiki Zan and the others naturally don't know the situation in the underground meeting hall at this time, but even if they know, they won't take it to heart. At this time, they have already arrived at the entrance of the underground meeting hall. As long as they enter from the entrance, the next few floors the distance can reach the meeting hall. Without the blocking of the death-seeking guards, Kuchiki Zan Yi and his group came to the entrance of the underground conference hall without hindrance. Everyone didn't talk nonsense, they directly retreated to the gate and walked in. After descending a distance of about 3 or 4 floors, Kuchiki Zan Yi and his group finally came to a huge underground meeting hall. When Kuchiki Zan and the others all stood still, the underground meeting hall fell into a strange silence, only the sound of people's breathing remained, which could be heard clearly. Advertisement. Hey, why, all the gentlemen of Central 46, long time no see. Kuchiki Zan saw that the atmosphere was getting delicate, looked around at the 46 people sitting on the high platforms around the meeting hall, and first broke the silence atmosphere, he said. The silence had been broken, and the 6 presiding judges of Central 46 and 40 sages with veils on their faces and numbers written on the veils began to speak. Kuchiki Gen from the Kuchiki family, what did you bring here? One of the 6 people sitting on top asked. Okay, just stop pretending, you guys don't know why we're here. Kuchiki Zan Yi cut a disdainful voice and said after hearing this. One Kuchiki Zan's frankness was exchanged for another burst of silence from the Central 46 people. Stop pretending, you guys are really boring. You know our purpose very well, otherwise you wouldn't have sent those unruly guards from 897 to stop us. Kuchiki Zan walked slowly in the middle of the field said. So, I won't play around with you, and you can give me a word, whether you agree or disagree. After finishing speaking, Kuchiki Zan once again set his eyes on the 6 most conspicuous people on the high platform, and at the same time, all the people who followed Kuchiki Zan also focused their attention on these 6 people. After another brief silence, one of the 6 highest-ranking people spoke slowly. HMPH, I and everyone present here naturally know what you guys want to do. The answer from me and everyone is naturally, disagree. The old voice was mixed with determination and gnashing of teeth. Kuchiki Zan naturally heard it clearly, and then Kuchiki Zan sneered. Cut. So, you guys who claim to uphold the rules are going to run counter to the rules of Jingling? Kuchiki Zan didn't intend to argue with them, and directly gave a big hat to this group of guys who were dead food. After all, it seems that these guys are obviously not going to follow the rules with Kuchiki Zan and the others. Rules, then don't blame Kuchiki Yun for being unruly. Chapter 114 Kuchiki Zan's backhand. Since you are not ready to obey the rules, then don't blame me for not obeying the rules. Kuchiki Zan suppressed a smile on his face and said coldly. HMPH, who said that our Central 46 is not following the rules? Another person among the 6 people also spoke at this time. Why, you're still going to argue now? Kuchiki Zan sneered again when he heard this, and Kuchiki Zan looked down on a group of big masters, who didn't even dare to admit their own intentions. In vain, you are still the rulers of Jingling. From the very beginning, your goal was not on how to make Jingling develop better. You only know how to fight for power and profit and eliminate dissidents, that is, stubborn loyalists like old man Yamamoto, will be used by you. Do you think your nonsense calculations are useful to me? Kuchiki Xuan's words are like tearing the skin off. You. Hearing what Kuchiki Zan said, the 46 people in Central 46 were all furious, ready to reprimand Kuchiki Zan. What are you? You bunch of trash, without those of us rushing into battle at the front line. Can you bastards sit firmly in your own chairs? You're still messing around with me here. I'm not afraid to tell you, today, you agree, disagree also agree. Big deal, I'll just ask you to change a group of people. As soon as Kuchiki Zan's words came out, not only the faces of all the people in Central 46 changed, but even the people behind Kuchiki Zan who were not Kuchiki Zan's hardcore supporters also changed their faces. B*************. D. Bold, treason. For a moment, everyone in Central 46 growled at Kuchiki Zan like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Even Yamamoto Shigekuni next to Kuchiki Zan said in a low voice after hearing Kuchiki Zan's remarks, Little devil, don't go too far, don't open your mouth about some things, be careful with your words. Old man, what are you talking about carefully? Now it is clear that these guys have been in this position for a long time, thinking that they are really the masters of Jingling and Soul Society. Don't forget, who is protecting the Soul Society, and who snatched it from those mods. Don't forget the people who died during the Civil War. Kuchiki Zan said coldly. Hearing this, Yamamoto Shigekuni was speechless for a while. He didn't really think that Kuchiki Zan did something wrong, but because what Kuchiki Zan said at this time was a bit extreme, out of caution. The old stubborn instinct, Yamamoto Shigekuni only reminded him. Advertisement, snort. After Yamamoto Shigekuni remained silent, Kuchiki Xuankai turned his head and looked coldly at the 46 people who were spraying dung and roaring non-stop. Then at the next moment, a huge black ryotsu erupted from Kuchiki Zan's body in an instant. In an instant, the 46 people who had been shouting non-stop disappeared in an instant like ducks choked by their throats. Sound. Because Kuchiki Zan's huge ryotsu is simply not something that pampered elders like them can bear. In just a split second, all the 46 people were silent, and they were still panting while holding the table in front of them with both hands, resisting Kuchiki Gen's ryotsu with difficulty, because if they didn't hold the table, they might have already lie on the ground. You want to do what? One of the 6 people with the highest status, at this time, while resisting Kuchiki Gen ryotsu, can also ask questions in horror. This person's strength is not bad. Hey, there is another one who can talk. Yes, you guys, you are not completely useless. You can be killed with just one breath. Now that it's tantamount to tearing up the face, what Kuchiki Zan said is no longer polite. I don't care what you are thinking. I just want to tell you one thing now, that is, the order to form the armed forces, you must issue it today, and your subordinates must also issue it, Kuchiki Zan said lightly, as if describing a very common things are average. I don't believe it. You really dare to do that, do? He. It seems that you will not cry when you see the coffin. Kuchiki Zan heard this sentence, and there was a smile on his face that he knew this. Hey, you guys. Kuchiki Zan shook his head after saying this, and the next moment, Kuchiki Zan took back his ryotsu, then snapped his fingers, and then said, I have already guessed that you will have such a show, so I have already done it. Get ready. Tai Shao, Hu-san, come out. As Kuchiki Zan's voice fell, and several Shunpo's voices sounded, 4 more figures in black robes appeared beside Kuchiki-zan. Advertisement. Yamamoto looked at the 4 figures that suddenly appeared with surprise on his face, because he didn't find the Ryotsu of these 4 people at all, and he actually heard the name that Kuchiki-zan just called out. Iron Owl? Hu-san? Shiba Iron Owl and Shihun Hu-san? These 2 people suddenly appeared in Yamamoto Shigekuni's mind, and then Yamamoto Shiguni's expression changed drastically and he looked at Kuchiki-gen who was facing away from him at this time. At this time, Kuchiki-zan, with the appearance of the 4 of them, smiled again on his face, and then said, "For today, I have prepared for a long time, let's meet you 4. Following Kuchiki-zan's words, 4 figures in black robes took off their black robes one after another, revealing the appearance of 4 people. Among the 4 people, there are 2 middle-aged people, 2 young people, and the 2 middle-aged people are Shiba Tieshao and Shihun Hu-san who just called out. 500 years later, Shihun Hu-san has also entered middle age, and Shiba Tieshao has grown a big beard just like his father, but he is not as old as his father was. Shiba Iron Owl, Shihun Hu-san, Jingle Heidman, Kanzaki Mogi? Of King Zhao? Yamamoto Shigekuni blurted out the names of the 4 after finally seeing their faces clearly. What? It's actually the 4 of them. Aren't the 4 of them in Hueco Mundo? What's going on? I didn't hear what the captain of Kuchiki said just now. I knew it would happen. This is the backhand left by the captain of Kuchiki. The end. Yes, this is what Kuchiki-zan has prepared for a long time ago. When Kuchiki-zan was preparing to start admonishing, he guessed that these Central 46 might not obediently submit. A few days before preparing to gather everyone, Kuchiki-zan secretly sent a message to several small captains of the Hueco Mundo expedition team. At this time, the Hueco Mundo expedition team has expanded to 6 permanent squads, with 15 members in each squad and a squad leader in each squad, and the 4 people who appeared next to Kuchiki-zan are precisely this group. The 4 captains who are resident in Hueco Mundo. Chapter 115 Kuchiki-zan's power and scheming. Shiba Iron Owl and Shihun Hu-san need no introduction, they have long been Kuchiki-gen's loyalists, and the remaining Jingle Heidman and Kanzaki Moteji are rising stars. One is the second son of the head of the Jingle family, a newly promoted high-ranking nobleman. His talent and character are quite good, so he was selected by Kuchiki-zan early to join the expedition team. Kanzaki Moteji, on the other hand, was born in a common noble family. Their family is a subsidiary family of the Kuchiki family, just like the relationship between the Hachi family and the Shihun family is the same, except that the Hachi family is a lower-level noble family, while the Kanzaki family is a common noble family, the kind of family that can't even go up the noble tree. At the beginning, Kuchiki-zan also accidentally discovered Kanzaki Moteji. He showed good Ryotsu at a young age, which made Kuchiki-zan take him under his command. After several years of training, he threw him to Hueco Mundo to let Shiba Iron Owl and Shihun Hu-san went to practice. The current strength of Kanzaki Moteji is not bad, although he has not yet reached the 7th level, he has already begun to comprehend Bankai. He thinks that as long as he enters the lower level of the 7th level in a few years, then Bankai will be within reach. To get back to the topic, a few days before Kuchiki Xuan summoned many families, he had already sent someone to notify the 4 people who appeared at this time, and they all brought their confidants and rushed back to the 390,000 soul world without stopping. And Kuchiki-zan also began to gather various families under the condition of calculating the time, and then focused most of Central 46's attention on himself, but weakened the attention of the border a lot, which made Shihun the third-class people were able to return to the Soul Society smoothly and did not alarm anyone. At the same time, Kuchiki-zan also asked Shihun Hu 3 or 4 to put on a special cloak that can cover Ryotsu, and mixed into the guard team of La Central 46, waiting for his order. Therefore, there was a scene of 4 people suddenly appearing at this time, and not only the 4 of them, but the 4 of them brought back a lot of confidants, and they were rushing from the border towards the underground conference hall. At this time, Kuchiki-zan can be said to be determined to win. Even if Yamamoto Shigekuni defected to Central 46 at this time, he would be powerless to Revolving Heaven. These things can be said to have been calculated by Kuchiki Xuandu a long time ago. Originally, he didn't plan to do such a big thing with such a big fanfare, but who made these Central 46 garbage people ignorant of current affairs? Kuchiki-zan Sanji and lie hard, that's it. Beef. Kuchiki-zan, are you trying to rebel? Advertisement? Rebellion? Whose rebellion? My own, or yours? Are you worthy? Kuchiki-zan said with a sneer. Rebelling is tantamount to rebelling against myself. This soul society was saved by me with all my life. You are able to sit here today because I and the group of people behind me sent their heads and blood to fight back. It's time for you to tell me that I want to rebel? You guys are inferior to dogs. Can you trouble your brain before you speak? With the continuous improvement of Kuchiki-zan's status and strength, his original poisonous tongue talent tends to return, but what Kuchiki-zan said is really reasonable, and these people behind the former Kuchiki-zan agree with what Kuchiki-zan said. Your Excellency Yamamoto, will you allow Kuchiki-gen to be so rebellious? At this time, the guys at Central 46 finally realized that Kuchiki-zan was not joking with them at this time. They had no choice but to think of their only backer, Yamamoto Genryusai. Yes, Lord Yamamoto, do you just watch Kuchiki doing whatever he wants? After being reminded, everyone in Central 46 also realized that the only person they could rely on at this time was Yamamoto Shigekuni, so they spoke up one after another. Your Excellency Yamamoto, His Excellency Yamamoto. Yamamoto. Enough. Advertisement. The old man Yamamoto next to Kuchiki-zan couldn't stand the noise. He released a little ryotsu directly, and then yelled. And Kuchiki-zan didn't say a word, just looked at the guys at Central 46 with a smile and began to ask for help. To be honest, Kuchiki-zan, you don't care if they come to Yamamoto Shigekuni, because he knows that Yamamoto Shiguni, no matter how stubborn the brain is, it is absolutely clear what is the best for the ghost. After Yamamoto Shigekuni scolded, he glanced at Kuchiki Genho, who was so relaxed at this time, as if he was not worried about anything. His eyes narrowed slightly. You guys. Needless to say, since I came here today, I support Kuchiki-zan. Although I admit that Kuchiki-zan's actions are inappropriate, but all the judges and sages of Central 46, are you really in favor of Kuchiki-zan? Have the Soul Society and Jingling considered it? Yamamoto Shigekuni finished speaking to the people at Central 46, looked at Kuchiki-zan and continued. I admit, you made me look at you with admiration, so it turns out that you have managed to achieve such a level behind your back. The old man, only I can say I admire it. I'm sorry old man, if you weren't always led by this group of garbage because of your hardened thinking and old-fashioned personality, I wouldn't be able to do these things around you. Kuchiki-zan shrugged and laughed said. HMPH, you'll settle your bill later. Yamamoto Shigekuni narrowed his eyes and glanced at Kuchiki-zan. He really felt that he couldn't see through Jimushuen now. Not to mention anything else, what Yamamoto Shigekuni can be sure of is that even if he really defected to Central 46 now to support their decision, Kuchiki-zan is definitely fully prepared. As for Kuchiki-zan's second Zanpakuto, which Yamamoto Shigekuni has known for a long time, has that special ability. Yamamoto Shigekuni no longer has the advantage of Zanpakuto. Although his Ryotsu advantage is still there, Kuchiki-zan also it is not free. Yamamoto Shigekuni is very clear that his strength at this time has entered a bottleneck that is almost unsolvable. At this time, Bankai is only one last step away from entering the third stage, and Ryotsu is also the same, only one last step away. He can break the boundary between man and God, just one step to heaven and one step to hell. As long as he does not take this step, then he will not have the ability to overwhelm so many people in the Kuchiki-zan camp with his own strength while losing Zanpakuto. Although many people in Jingling are his fans of Yamamoto Shigekuni, but in the current form, he really can't compete with Kuchiki General. Of course, these are all hypotheses. He and Kuchiki-zan didn't need to fight at all. Originally Kuchiki-zan's purpose this time was also for the Soul Society. His Yamamoto heavy boudoir has no reason to stand on the opposite side of Kuchiki. Chapter 116 Compromise. Yamamoto Shigekuni seems to be getting older every day, but his brain is still working, and he can analyze the ins and outs of the matter quite clearly. Scary brat. Yamamoto Shigekuni murmured secretly in his heart, but to be honest, Yamamoto Shiguni couldn't help but be too harsh on Kuchiki General. After all, Kuchiki-zan had already said before that he didn't want to be the captain at all. When he said this, Yamamoto Shigekuni could be sure that Kuchiki-zan was sincere. So Yamamoto Shigekuni is also very contradictory. He really doesn't understand why Kuchiki-zan would do so many things without asking for anything. Yamamoto Shigekuni really doesn't understand. This approval order or not, I still hope you don't force me to do something I don't really want to do. Kuchiki Xuan no longer has the patience to talk nonsense with Central 46's rubbish. You, don't talk nonsense, I don't want to hear it. Kuchiki-zan directly interrupted a sage who wanted to continue talking nonsense. I will give you 3 minutes to decide whether to go or not. If you still can't make a decision after 3 minutes, then I will help you make this decision. 3 minutes. Hearing the time limit given by Kuchiki-zan, everyone in Central 46 also fell into panic. Now the situation is obviously stronger than others, and even if this matter is brought up to the Lingwang Palace, they will not take it seriously, so at this time, these guys are scared. Your Excellency Yamamoto. I can't do anything, you guys should make a decision quickly. Yamamoto Shigekuni interrupted a presiding judge who wanted to continue persuading him. After all, Yamamoto Shigekuni is indeed too disappointed with Central 46. Apart from enjoying the pleasure brought by power, these guys don't do any practical things at all. They have already led people to force the palace to become like this. This group of guys are stubborn and stubborn, stubborn and stubborn. In the end, he still wanted to drag himself into the water. He, Yamamoto Shigekuni, was not so stupid. After being obviously rejected and perfunctory by others, he foolishly acted as a gunman for others. Advertisement. Yamamoto Shigekuni has always believed that those in power can do nothing. Those in power can also be mindless waste, and it doesn't matter if they are also dictators or even tyrants, but at least one thing is to be able to see the current situation clearly, make a judgment corresponding to the situation, so as not to know how to die. But now the scum in front of me is already brainless, stupid, and unable to see the situation to the extreme. Such people are no longer suitable to stay in positions of high authority. Thinking of this, Shigekuni Yamamoto has already started to conceive in his mind how to update this group of guys. The group of brain-damaged people in front of him is really too powerful. If they continue to be in power like this, it will be strange that the Soul Society will not decline. Perhaps at this time, some people will feel that doubting the person in power, forcing the person in power, or even wanting to change the person in power is not like Yamamoto's character at all. People who have this kind of thinking can only show that they still don't know Yamamoto well enough. Chongguo this person. To put it bluntly, the old man Yamamoto Shigekuni will always be the Yamamoto Shigekuni of the Soul Society. He respects the so-called rules because the rules can bring a better future to the Soul Society. If one day the rules affect the development of the Soul Society, then sorry, Yamamoto will no longer abide by the so-called rules. 3 minutes is up. Actually, I really don't mind kicking you off your thrones, because to be honest, I have tolerated you for a long time. Kuchiki-zan counted the time on his fingers, and when the time was up, just opened his mouth and said. Also, I don't want to hear any nonsense other than whether to give an order. Who dares to say nonsense? Don't blame me for cutting him directly. Kuchiki-zan said indifferently, doing this to block any possible nonsense from this group of trash. As Kuchiki-zan said to death, all the people in Central 46 looked as ugly as their dead parents. Don't try to delay me. I'm counting down to dozens now, and if you don't give me an answer after 10, then I'm sorry, I'm going to do things in my way, which will be what you don't want to see way. Kuchiki-gen put his hand on the hilt of the wooden knife and issued an ultimatum to everyone. 10, 9. Kuchiki-zan began to count down with a sneer on his face. He counted neither fast nor slow, and he did not play any tricks, but he gave in. In fact, Kuchiki-zan hoped that these guys would reject it. Anyway, it seems that Yamamoto Shigekuni has acquiesced what he was going to do, so Kuchiki-zan was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he hoped that this group of annoying guys would choose a road of no return. Advertisement, ask for flowers, wait a moment. I don't want to hear crap. 2. We ordered now. Under the dual oppression of Kuchiki-gen's ultimate language and force, Central 46 finally compromised. HMPH, what a pity. Hearing the final decision made by the members of Central 46, Kuchiki-zan said with a cold smile full of disappointment. Everyone in Central 46 saw Kuchiki-zan's expression of regret because he didn't finally do things in his own way, and felt very fortunate that they had made the right decision. It's really disappointing. Kuchiki-zan pouted and said, I actually really hope that you can stick to it until I finish reading. Everyone present knew very well that these few words of Kuchiki-zan were not joking. He really hoped that Central 46 would be tough to the end, thinking that when Kuchiki-zan was counting down, not only him, but even Shiba, the four of them also put their hands on the hilt of the knife, and they looked like they were ready to fight, as if they could draw a knife to kill someone at any time. Let's not talk about these four people, just talk about Kuchiki-zan himself. He himself is even more extreme. The knife has been pulled out of the scabbard several times, as if he has been waiting for the countdown number to finish before he directly draws the knife to kill. In fact, there are not a few people who have this kind of thinking among the 40 or 50 people brought by Kuchiki-zan. After all, the establishment of the armed department is a once and for all matter for the nobles of Jingling, big and small. The battles in this battle were all drawn from the nobles, and it only took a few years for the nobles to cultivate a group of usable talents. Once such talents were lost, for the nobles, their vitality would be severely damaged at least, and they would be completely devastated. These things are things that Kuchiki-zan has only realized in the Soul Society for nearly 8,000 years. How the Shiba family declined in later generations has the most direct relationship with the withering of talents, so don't underestimate this little bit of responsibility. All directly affect the continuation of the nobles, and no noble is not nervous. Chapter 117. Afterwards, things became simple. After the compromise, Central 46 naturally had what Kuchiki-zan said. Central 46 quickly issued the approval of, agreeing to Jingling's proposal to form the GoDay 13th Division. Now that the matter has progressed, Kuchiki-zan knows that he has finished all the things he has to do, and the rest will be left to the old guy Yamamoto Shigekuni to worry about. Kuchiki-zan knew very well that he was not the material for managing the organization, so he pushed everything to Yamamoto Shigekuni, and he took it for granted. Afterwards, Kuchiki-zan asked the four people who had temporarily returned from Hueco Mundo to return to Hueco Mundo. This was not for fear of retaliation by Central 46 afterwards. Anyway, Hueco Mundo's expedition team, a military organization, was all organized by Kuchiki-zan. He has the final say. He makes people come back, he makes people go past 263, and then go there again. There is no room for others to dictate, as long as it does not cause major losses to the Soul Society. There is no people can come to trouble Kuchiki-zan because of the problem of the expedition team. This is also one of the reasons why Kuchiki-zan is willing to serve as the captain of the expedition team. It is too free, there are not many things that need him to consider, and there are not many things that need to be handled by him. Everything is what Kuchiki-zan needs, so he has always been the captain. The establishment of GoDay 13 has already started to be put on the agenda. When the entire Seireitei was busy, Kuchiki-zan was free. He had made a plan for Yamamoto Shigekuni before, and it recorded the details of GoDay 13, the role and rank of the 3rd Division. So at this time, Kuchiki-zan can easily lie on the bed at home, being a salted fish without dreams. Of course, this is all nonsense. Even if he has nothing to do, Kuchiki-zan is destined to be restless. He still has the Quincy on his head. The strength of Quincy may not be very strong, but each of them is called the abilities given by Juhabak are absolutely unimaginable. Therefore, in the case of taking a break from his busy schedule, Kuchiki-zan must also consider when the system can send wind and power once, just like the previous Jingling event sign-in, rewards will be released the next day. Advertisement naturally, Kuchiki-zan hopes to sign in every day and get rewards every day. This kind of situation probably only appears in dreams. As for this time he created the GoDay 13th Division in advance, Kuchiki-zan is not sure whether this matter can trigger the random sign-in reward, and when the GoDay 13th Division is fully established, everything will be clear. It stands to reason that the establishment of GoDay 13 can also be regarded as a huge thing for Soul Society. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing that is, in less than 100 years, the fixed sign-in reward will arrive. Kuchiki-zan has been coveting this fixed reward for 1,000 years. After all, this kind of reward can be regarded as it is a myth level sign in reward, definitely the kind of reward that can only be imagined but not impossible, so Kuchiki-zan is still looking forward to it. Now, Kuchiki-zan hopes that when the sign in reward on his side can give a reward on the rule side. Now Kuchiki-zan's skills and abilities seem to be very strong, but once he matches the powerful rule side ability, then his things are basically just not enough to watch. The only thing that is notable about Kuchiki-zan is his second sword. Those who are defying will appear stretched, so at this time, Ouyang Xuan urgently hopes that he can get the ability of the 10 rules. Just when Kuchiki-zan was blatantly lazy, he was told that Yamamoto Shigekuni wanted to find him. Then, Kuchiki-gen reluctantly came to the exclusive room of Yamamoto Shigekuni at Shino Academy of Spiritual Art. What, didn't I tell you everything? If there's anything else you don't understand, you have to call me over? Why can't things be done without me? You old man is really serious, you won't let me idle at all. As soon as he entered the room, Kuchiki-zan was like Gatlin, spitting at Yamamoto Shigekuni. Hearing Kuchiki-zan's complaints, Yamamoto Shigekuni's face darkened, and then quickly returned to normal, and slowly said, "There are some details the old man hopes to discuss with you. After all, it is something you came up with, and the old man will do it in a short time. Think about it, it is definitely not as comprehensive as you think." Kuchiki-zan rolled his eyes, then waved his hands and said, Okay, if you want to ask anything, just ask. Yamamoto Shigekuni asked, "First of all, it's about the team affairs, you're talking about it again." Advertisement. Kuchiki-zan rolled his eyes and replied, "All GoDay 13 members must be Shinigami, who are loyal to Jingling. Each team has a captain, a vice captain, and several levels of seats. The seats are generally in order of strength. Arranged, the third officer is also responsible for assisting the deputy captain, and so on. And finally there are more than 200 grassroots members. Knowledge type." Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded and continued to ask, "What about clothing?" Kuchiki-zan replied, "Don't you know the Shudara family? You go and ask them." Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded again, continued to ask, "What about the promotion between each team?" Kuchiki-zan replied, "Promotion. Internally, a promotion and promotion system should be adopted. Those who are not strong enough to serve as captains will be reviewed in sequence. Members will be promoted to higher positions because of promotion. Will be transferred to another team for some reason. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing for GoDay 13 is their captain. To become a captain, one must choose any of the 3 ways to pass the certification. The 3 methods are: the first is to pass the captain's examination under the witness of 3 captains including the overall captain, to be recognized by 3 of them. The third point is to win the duel with the current captain under the witness of 200 team members to succeed as the captain. The captain must be prudent when accepting his fate. The captain has the deputy captain appointment right to appoint a team member as the vice captain. Not only that, the captain's significance to each fan team is very important. It is said that the captain is the soul of the fan team. It's not an exaggeration, so when it comes to choosing the captain, old man, you must be more careful." Kuchiki-zan said a lot in one breath, and made a clear statement of his understanding of the relationship between GoDay 13 and the captain. After hearing this, Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded thoughtfully, and said again, "Is there anything else that needs to be added?"